Live from downtown Kansas City, this is KCTV5 Parade of Champions.
We have made it. KCTV5's Parade of Champions coverage continues here. We're only ramping up from this point on. Thank you for joining us here at 9 a.m. I'm Carolyn Long.
And I'm Brad Stevens. As you can see, KCTV5's Jared Kohler joins us as we continue our coverage of this very special day devoted to all things Chiefs Kingdom. Now, this is all as we are just hours away now from the parade beginning at 6th and Grand. You can see the clock ticking us down, I should say, to kickoff of the parade. Just 1 hour, 58 minutes and 58 seconds away.
And we have team coverage for you all over the city. So many of our KCTV5 friends are out amongst the crowd this morning getting ready for this big moment. In fact, our graphic system can't even show you everyone we have all over town, but we are live from Weston Crown Center and the tower there at the National World War I Museum and Memorial. We'll be with everyone along the parade route shortly, but we want to send it now to our favorite quadruplets there at there in front of Union Station. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, good morning.
We're calling it red team versus black team. Really, it's just one team here.
Having Scott and Desmond join us here down at the Weston. Scott, let's just talk a little bit about this, because the first half of that Super Bowl, I think there might have been a handful of folks that weren't sure we'd be where we are today.
First of all, if it is red versus black, I'm taking black team.
My money's on Desmond.
Come on, man. I played lacrosse. It's a little spin on it.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing is there might have been some fans that thought this doesn't feel right. And I can tell you in the press box, that was sort of the vibe, like, yeah, the 49ers look like they want it more. They look a little faster on both sides of the ball. There's more energy. But I promise you, nobody on the Chiefs sideline thought that even for a second. I mean, confidence never waned, and Andy Reid talked about even during the parts of the season where you look like maybe not so sure. Confidence remained high, and that is the measure of this elite football team, is never doubted, never wavered. And, flipping the switch is an overused cliche in sports, but, they kind of did it in the second half, just like they kind of did it in the playoffs. Yeah. It's sort of a microcosm of what we saw during the season.
I feel like this parade is just as much for the players, I was saying earlier, as it is for the fans, because they made us go through a lot of hard moments, too. The team did.
Yeah, they felt it.
Didn't
No.
they?
And these guys, Des, I mean, they talked about it. They understand. We talked about the adversity from over here, but they lived it, and they get what an accomplishment this was to work through it and come out on top.
100%. That's the tale of a good team, a great team, and for this organization, a dynasty. You got to deal with the adversity, overcome the hurdles, which they did. We were critical of them earlier in the season, but they answered the bell. And here we are.
Peaked at just the right time. You got to love it. And it leads, all roads lead back to here for a victory parade in Kansas City. We'll have much more coverage all throughout this afternoon, but for now we'll send it back to the studio with Brad and Carolyn.
We're going to jam out to the music in the meantime.
All right, you guys enjoy it for sure. Great view from there. Now, here's a few of the important details of today's Parade of Champions. I want to walk you through there at home. If you're still waiting to get downtown, now may be your time. Parade begins this morning at 6th and Grand. It'll head south then until basically Pershing before eventually culminating, then kind of turns northward there for a second, but ends up there at Union Station. The parade will last roughly an hour and a half. The rally then takes place in front of Union Station. Roughly 12:45 is what they're estimating now in front of Union Station and there on the front lawn of the National World War I Museum and Memorial.
All right, we want you to take a look at this, because if you still have plans to go downtown, if you're a late riser like my youngest son who's still thinking about going to the parade, I told him to get down there early. Like the rest of the smart people of Kansas City have done. But if you run down there, you are absolutely, no doubt, going to run into someone from KCTV5, because right now we are spread throughout the entire parade route from start to finish. Our team coverage will take you there all throughout this morning to its end, and you will not miss a thing. But we do want to take you to KCTV5's Zach Summers and Sharon Chen now. They are live at the tower at the National World War I Museum and Memorial. I mean, Carolyn, couldn't have asked for a better morning. Your shot, you guys, looks fantastic.
I mean, picture perfect.
I know. How's this for a view, right? I mean, we got a front row seat to the action going down below us, and it has been so cool. We've been here since about 5 o'clock this morning, you guys, and it was so neat for us because we kind of saw Red Kingdom build. And as we know, nearly 1 million people or over 1 million people are expected for today's parade. And so we're kind of watching that kind of culminate. And it is the coolest view. We've got the music going now. And I saw a couple kids throwing the football down below. So it's just a really fun day out here.
Yeah, it really is. A couple of things because I came prepared. I have my binoculars because I want to see the players too. I'm a fan too, so I brought my binoculars so I can see from this vantage point. And we have to give some credit to Russell Stover because look what they brought us. It is Valentine's Day after all, so these might be finished by the end of the day because we're going to be here all day.
Yeah, we're all day, and who doesn't like a little sweet treat now?
Yeah, I don't even really do chocolate, but it's a gift. It's Valentine's Day. I might have one or two, or maybe I'll save it for you, Carolyn.
There you go. I'll send it back to you guys.
Good answer. Good answer.
Well done. I'll take it, Zach. Happy Valentine's Day to you. All right, we're going to bring in KCTV5's meteorologist, Greg Bennett.
Yeah.
Earlier, we saw Carolina and Bill especially bundled up. They've been out there since 4 a.m.
True story.
So, but they had blankets and the whole 9 yards, and now look at this.
I know, sunshine's coming out, guys. We're starting to climb these temperatures. It's going to be a sweet
chef's kiss.
All right? Mwah! I love this. Let's go straight to the boards and show you what's going on, friends. All right, so this is it. I've got our temperatures now, 42 degrees. Not too bad, right? Well, listen, this is KCI. This is not the downtown area. I can assure you, we've got another 3 degrees warmer in the downtown area, so it's closer to 45. Now, it does come with a southeast wind at 10 miles per hour, so the feel-like temperatures are still in those 30s. I think we're slowly starting to take off maybe the gloves, maybe the beanies, but still keeping the hoodies and the jackets on. I'm telling you, by the time we make it on into the day side, you don't have to worry about it. We're getting into the jerseys, we're getting in the t-shirt weather. I am tracking, though, towards the end of the day, a bit of wet weather, but for the parade, oh, no. We are going to keep this sunshine, friends. 53 degrees to start the parade. We're looking at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, almost at 60. We're easily going to be over 21 degrees above average for this time of year. Definitely something we're going to continue to track and monitor for you. But on a serious note, we got to get out to the roadways because we had some issues all the way up to the beginning of the actual parade on the highways. Julia, what's going on out there for us?
Yeah, Greg, we do have some breaking news here in the traffic center. There is a crash on the interstates of the downtown loop, almost near where the parade is, but underneath. So see, this is people lining up here to watch that parade on Grand, and the folks going underneath, there is a crash. So if you look closely, you see that one lane is closed, and they're telling people to merge over, which is causing quite the backup there from the downtown loop. With that crash here, now folks are backed up all the way around the Benton curve. It may have already been, would have already been backed up because of just how many people trying to get downtown, because we do know that now this was a minor accident, no injuries reported. The ambulance is there checking on them, but they should be okay and it should be cleared up soon. Now, taking a live look here at the downtown loop and how much of a backup we're seeing, this is where the parade will be going. So let's also check in on the upper part of the downtown loop. The folks coming over from the Northland, I also have a live picture of them up there, and look at this. Coming over the Bond Bridge, just hardly moving, bumper to bumper traffic. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on this, and we're going to get it back over to Carolyn.
All right. Thank you so much, Julia. All right. The world's eyes have been on Chiefs Kingdom here in the last several days. Take a look at this here next to us. Our editors pieced together headlines from all across the country the day after the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. We're seeing headlines from everywhere, including our own special edition here yesterday, a dynastic finish.
Oh, I love it. Also the sports page from yesterday. High rollers, they solidified their dynastic status, their dynasty status. Headlines from the Dallas Morning News, the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, LA Times. I love this one back here that says bad beat. I love that. San Francisco Chronicle might have our favorite headline of the bunch, Las Vegas, L-O-S-S. All right, we want to get you out back to the parade route, and that's where KCTV5's Gianni Navarro is right now, basking in the sunshine. Gianni?
Yeah, hey, Brad and Carolyn. Okay, so I know Zach and Sharon have probably the best bird's eye view, but I think I have a close second, okay? I'm here on a balcony at a condo along the parade route, and you guys, it's just been so nice to see the sea of red now. Oh my goodness, so many fans are here down below. Hey guys, we having fun? They are ready for this parade to start. There we go. Look at all the cheers. There they are. Proud. We got here at 5 a.m. and there was not a lot of people. It was dark. It was cold. They're bundled up. But go ahead and look at all these fans now. The sun is up. People are ready. The parade is going to start in just a couple of hours. Oh my goodness. There's so many people. I'm loving it. Now earlier they were throwing footballs. I had the chance to throw one. They have their banners, their flags, their jerseys. It is such a good time here, you guys. So excited to get this parade kicked off and running. Let's go ahead and toss it over to Jillian and Shane, who's been amongst the crowd and having some fun with some of the Chiefs fans. Hey guys.
Hey, Gianni, yeah, it's heating up here at Union Station in a couple of different ways because it is party time again. Are you guys ready for a Chiefs parade today?
So we are right to the west of the stage, and I'm sure you can hear the music. Everybody's having such a great time. We were going to tell you that we found a spot if you were on your way to come stand, but it really has filled up.
Yeah,
so
it's not going to be
you
long.
still have to come out and join us.
Absolutely. If you want to get close to the front of that stage, you got to do your best Midwestern oop. I'm just going to scooch right past you. I don't even know if that's going to work because everybody's just filling in here and they're ready to go, Jillian.
They are. They brought their props. They have their swag. It's like we're on an Arrowhead. It's so fun. Everybody is in the best mood, and we still got 2 hours to party until the parade.
It's incredible. I cannot imagine how many people are going to be here by the time that the parade starts getting going. It's going to be incredible.
I know, and our team coverage has your back. We've got you covered in right now. We're actually going to send it over to Scott Reese and Desmond Moses. Scott, welcome back to KC. And we'll go to break right now, guys. We've got more coverage after this.
You're watching KCTV5 Parade of Champions coverage.
Looking to hop in the driver's seat now? Buy a new 2024 Subaru Outback with $2,750 off MSRP or finance as low as 0% for 60 months. Shop our great selection of new Subaru models. Get started now at SubaruofOlathe.com.
Save big on mattresses during NFM's President's Day sale. Right now, get a free adjustable base and 2 free Sealy memory foam pillows with your qualifying mattress purchase. Shop big savings on all the name brands you trust. This Beautyrest Harmony Queen mattress is just $7.99. Take advantage of Express Next Day delivery and ask about 72-month equal payment Tempur-Pedic financing on qualifying purchases. See store for details. Save time and money while you upgrade your sleep. Big selection, big savings. Only at NFM.
Introducing the Premier Play Instant Ticket from the Kansas Lottery. 4 top prizes of up to $500,000 instantly. Plus a second chance at another $500,000 through the Play On app. It's Kansas Lottery's largest instant prize ever. Let the dreaming begin.
Congratulations, Kansas City! You're champions! The celebration continues at Dick's Sporting Goods. We're your headquarters for officially licensed Chiefs gear for the whole family. Come early or shop online at Dicks.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Just call MVP.
Electrical problems? Just call MVP.
Welcome to Job Connection. Lakeview Village in Lenexa is seeking a speech-language pathologist, a physical therapy assistant, and a certified occupational therapy assistant. Apply at lakeviewvillage.org/careers. Look for Job Connection at kctv5.com.
KCTV5 News is sponsored in part by your local Nissan dealers.
You might think it's best to wait and see before calling a lawyer.
But don't do it. Wait and see can turn into wait and lose.
Kansas City knows Devon James wins.
Looking to hop in the driver's seat now? Buy a new 2024 Subaru Outback with $2,750 off MSRP or finance as low as 0% for 60 months. Shop our great selection of new Subaru models. Get started now at SubaruofOlathe.com.
Oh, get fired up, Kansas City. The countdown to a championship parade is on as Union Station fills up. You are looking live at a fisheye view of Kansas City's hallowed hall, with thousands already waiting to get a glimpse of the Kings of Chiefs Kingdom. Jared Kohler here, bringing in Scott Reese and former Chiefs linebacker Desmond Moses. Guys, let's talk about how we got to this special day, because this parade, well, it's a little unique in that, hey, even though it's still the Mahomes and Kelsey show, we also have one of the best defenses in Chiefs history to celebrate. Des, I know it warms your heart to see this defense get some well-deserved love today.
Yeah, you know, I always like to talk about the defense. You know, and this defense on this Super Bowl team is one of the best, not only in the NFL this year, but in in NFL history. This team, this defense carried this team, even though a Patrick Mahomes-led offense. This year they needed them, and that's what it takes to be a dynasty. You have to put these teams together year in and year out. Each team will be different. This one was different, but very special.
Second best defense in the NFL in the regular season. To my eyeballs, the best defense in the playoffs. And, you know, you go back toward the discussions we had on Price Chopper Game Day all season long, and it was like, wow, this team is yet to give up 24 points. And then in November, we're still saying, wow, this team is yet to give up more than 24. They gave up more than 24 points, Des, once the entire season, and that was 27 to the Packers. I mean, the consistency, this was really remarkably consistent.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to do. Each week, these offensive coordinators are coming up with new schemes, coming up with new X's and O's to try and defeat these defenses. But they got guys like L'Jarius Sneed, Chris Jones, and the likes, and these guys are going out there executing. But again, it's about the unit. These guys believe in one another. They believe in Spags, and they play like it.
Look, the defense got this team here.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously they wouldn't have done it without Mahomes and Kelsey in the offense as well. But the defense is primarily the reason we're here. How about this? Jared might not even know this stat. Chiefs are the third team in NFL history to win a Super Bowl without a 1,000-yard rusher or a 1,000-yard receiver.
Wow.
Now, the asterisk is, had the starters played in Week 18, Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce would have gotten to 1,000 yards receiving, and Pacheco would have gotten to 1,000-yard rushing. But, Jared, the stat still stands. It's cool.
We give the credit to Mahomes for pushing this team across the finish line, Andy Reid, everyone. But I think this is the most team victory out of the Chiefs' 3 Super Bowls. But let's talk about that number 15, because you know you really can't win without a great quarterback. Des, you played against Tom Brady in the playoffs. You laid a costly hit on the consensus greatest quarterback of all time. But don't look now. Through their first 6 seasons as a starter, Patrick Mahomes leads Brady in regular season wins, postseason wins, AFC titles. He's got 93 more touchdowns, but 17 fewer picks, higher quarterback rating, 6,500 more yards, and he's winning in the postseason as well. Now they have equal Super Bowl wins with 3. Des, Casey's champ really is on Brady's path.
Yeah, you know, it's a really special thing to talk about. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes, I put him in the category with aliens. This guy is outer body, outer world, all-American, all-universe, whatever you want to call him. Tom Brady is one of those guys where he set his resume, 22 years. He's cemented that. But for Patrick Mahomes and his future here in Kansas City, he has an opportunity to really outlast, outwin, and out-Super Bowl Tom Brady for arguably the best quarterback ever. Right now, he's still the baby GOAT. He has some work to do. It's a long haul. It's a marathon. But who's on better track than Patrick Mahomes? I don't think Kansas City, they couldn't have anything more exciting than to have Patrick Mahomes right now.
First of all, I'm fairly certain no alien has ever thrown for 50 touchdowns in a season. You can't even put him in that category.
Not on this earth.
But let me ask you, as a guy who played famously against Tom Brady, and obviously you've watched a whole lot of Patrick Mahomes now, do you have a sense of who is better? Again, you can't compare the guy who had a whole career to the guy who's had half a career, but in terms of the talent, in terms of the eyeball test, what do you think?
Yeah, it's tough. Patrick Mahomes, in my eyes, is the most talented guy. If you had no weapons, you had a struggling offensive line, and you had to put a guy out there and say, hey, help us win as many games as possible, Patrick Mahomes will be that guy.
Jared, I don't even need to ask you because I know your answer.
Listen, the good news is Patrick Mahomes is 28 years old, so we're going to have a lot of time to answer this question if Patrick Mahomes keeps doing what he's doing. Guys, lots more to talk about all day long as we get fired up for the parade. Brad.
Yeah, I love the debate of just how great Patrick Mahomes is. It's a fantastic debate we can have on this day as we celebrate. Hey, some more good news for one of the heroes of the Super Bowl, McCole Hardman, who caught the game-winning touchdown Sunday, bringing us this parade.
Yeah, take a listen to what he had to say about Sunday.
I'm in the end zone and I walked it off on, man, and I'm still looking for the ball. I don't know where the football went. I think I lost it forever.
Oh, no, you didn't lose it at all. Guess what? Great news. He has a ball. He was awarded the ceremonial game ball. Hardman posted this picture to X showing that football, not just any football, but the football, with the caption, "What a beauty." And it is. He is right. There with the Super Bowl 58 logo right on the side. Julia?
We do have a crash that I need to warn folks at home about if you are headed downtown right now. This is the parade route right here. This is Grand in the southern part of the downtown loop, the interstate that goes underneath Grand right there. There is a crash. Now, our teams upstairs did make some calls. We know even though there are ambulances there, no one is injured. So that's good. They're still working on getting that cleared up, though. And you can see here they're having everyone merge over. So that is causing some major backups in the downtown area. We've got that crash here on the southern part of the downtown loop, and that's backing people up all the way around the Benton curve. So if you're coming in from 70 on that side of the highway, the Missouri side, then you are going to get stuck in that. The other place I'm seeing some major slowdowns is coming from the Northland. Now, you getting here is just the first step. The second step is staying warm or shedding all those layers and having to hold all of your coats. So, Greg, what is the solution to that?
You know what? Pack yourself a briefcase. I don't know. That's basically what you got to do here. Hey, listen, it is still hoodie weather out there. I've got the temperatures currently coming in at about 42 degrees, but whip out the sunnies because we've got sunshine out there and the temperatures are going to continue to rise. This is what's going on for the parade, friends. I've got us coming in around 50 degrees by 10:30, 11 a.m. the start of the parade, 53 degrees, and we're looking to hit at about 64 degrees late this afternoon. By the evening for the rest of your Valentine's Day, we do build up the cloud cover. There's a small amount of an opportunity for some drip drops. The drizzle activity more likely up further north. But listen, there is something else on deck that we're monitoring, and that's going to be for a Friday morning. Better chances for flurry action, friends. Take it easy on the roads. We'll coffee talk on that coming up in just a few more moments. Carol and Brad, to you guys.
Ooh, I need my second cup. I'm
Right?
ready. Yes,
Right?
let's bring it on. Thank you. Good idea, Greg. All right, let's send it back out live now to Zach and Sharon. They're live. I mean, they have got the spot. They're atop the National World War I Museum and Memorial. Guys, way to pick the picture-perfect place.
Oh, yeah, it is truly picture perfect up here, and we've got the best view for, right there in front of the stage. And the reason why we have it here is that the National World War I Museum today, they set up this wonderful spot for us here. And so I've got with me here President and CEO Matt Naylor. And Matt, when we talk about, us being here for the Parade of Champions, it really is very appropriate because there's a direct connection between football and World War I.
Right, it was a really young game at the time of the war, and so in the training camps, as the Americans prepared for war, they played football. It was a great way to help them get fit and also occupy them. And then during the time of the war itself, where in camps they would play, and then after the war in 1921 and 1920, the NFL itself was birthed, and about 280 veterans, and 7 Hall of Famers had served in the war. And so then really began the beginning of the NFL and what we see today.
That is so interesting. And for people who are here for the parade today, if they want to get in some good family time, they can come into the museum today and come for a good deal.
Yeah, indeed. It's $10 to come to the museum. It's a great museum, great way to spend the day, and it's the cleanest restrooms in town.
There's the plus, right? But also one of the most premier museums in the world.
This is one of the world's great museums, and the people of Kansas City ought to be proud of what we've got here.
That's right. It's our front porch. Thank you so much for joining us today, Matt. All right, we're going to send it back to you, Brad and Carolyn.
Actually,
we're going to take over here at the Westin at Crown Center. We're keeping the party going.
That's right. Let's send it over to Nija Hood. She's along Grand Avenue and part of the parade route. Nija, how are things looking around your neck of the woods?
Good morning, guys. I am high up above on the Resurrection Church rooftop on 16th and Grand, and I want you guys to take a look at this beautiful view from down below. When they say Chiefs fans know how to paint the town red, this is exactly what they mean. Look at that beautiful sea of red lining up and down the street. And here you can see a line of buses are coming through. The parade is supposed to be getting started in about 90 minutes or so. People are waving. Yep. You can definitely feel the energy brewing over here. And so just 90 minutes. The anticipation is brewing. Jillian and Shane, how does it look over by you guys?
Nigel, that's how we do in Kansas City. Super Bowl parade. The energy is rising, and we're here for it.
Absolutely. We got full team coverage. We're going to be talking with fans, having a blast out here. We got more coming up in just a bit. Stick with us.
You're watching KCTV5 Parade of Champions coverage.
We're known for buying ugly houses.
But the Ugly House team buys all kinds of houses.
This is KCTV5 Parade of Champions.
We are live all across downtown Kansas City this morning, including the beautiful Union Station. And it keeps getting better looking as each moment passes by this morning. Look at this shot here as so many more of Chiefs Kingdom continues to file into that area right out in front of Union Station. Such a special, special day here in Kansas City. We want to thank you for joining us here. I'm joined by Carolyn and Jared as we celebrate our back-to-back Super Bowl champions today.
How about that? Well, those are sweet words you're saying on Valentine's Day. Love is in the air for our team today, no doubt about it. And this is a day that if you are going to go down and witness this in person, you have to make that decision sometimes. Do I go along the parade route, or do I go towards the end there at Union Station where you just saw the crowds gathering, because that's where the pep rally
You got to be strategic.
Yeah, you have to figure out your plan.
Some tough choices, because if you're along the parade route, you might get a high five. But if you want to be right front, close, and personal, where you can see Travis Kelce lose his mind on stage, both are good options. It's a tough call here,
Both
Chiefs.
are great options.
Good problem to have.
All
Good
right.
problem to have.
Let's take you live out there now to the top of the town, because on top of the National World War I Museum and Memorial, that's where Zach and Sharon have themselves with a perfect view of it all. Hi, guys.
It is such a good view up here. We're right over the stage, overlooking the grass below the National World War I Museum and Memorial. And it's been so cool, Carolyn. We got out here at probably about 5 o'clock this morning, and it's been so neat just to see the Red Kingdom build slowly but surely. And now we have a really good crowd out there, and there's food trucks, music, people playing football. It's such a fun day out here.
It really is. And you talk about finding that perfect vantage point. I think, have one of the best seats in the house. But a couple of days ago, somebody on Facebook, she was coming to the parade with her family from Alabama. And she's like, where should I go? Where should I go? And I said, well, really, if you want to enjoy the parade and the rally, you want to be as close to Maine and Pershing as possible. And that is, I gave her good advice, because when you look down at that crowd right now, that is where they are gathering. Yeah. But, I also saw on my way in to work early this morning, the crowds along the route. It really is special to watch.
It really is special. And I mean, what's so good today is, our cameras, they are spread throughout this parade. So you are going to get the best vantage points from us. And this is obviously one of them. But yeah, there's so many, including where we find Grace Smith. Grace, how's it going out there?
Guys, it is pumped up over here. People are just gathering all around us. As you can see, that we have been out here all morning, and now we're pushed out into this parking lot where there has been a massive game of football going on. Fans are excited. I want to introduce you to Mitch and his family here. Mitch, how excited are y'all to be here today?
Yeah, this is awesome, and I feel so thankful that we have a chance to come out and celebrate Kansas City and the Chiefs.
Yeah, Kate, I know that you have been playing in this game here. Tell me about your love for football.
I just really like being able to play a sport where it's the whole team putting together and just trying to do the same thing,
Yeah, we saw that with our Chiefs, obviously. Well, thank y'all so much. All right, everyone, can I get a go, Chiefs? Woo! We are, yes. Oh, we got Casey Wolf over here. Wow, thank you guys. You can see we are definitely excited and ready over here. We'll send it back to y'all.
Hey, we're partying down here. Sorry, guys. We have found the best fans. Check this out.
Boom!
They're just having a ball. Literally. I love it.
Literally having a ball. How long have you guys been out here? This is a great spot.
Like 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah. I've been here 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
How long have you been here? When did you get here this morning?
We got here at 6 a.m. We woke up at 3 o'clock this morning and drove from Manhattan.
Yes. How much fun are you having?
Such a good time. So much fun. It's a blast. Absolutely.
What is
this? 3 a.m.
3 a.m. Loyal.
Who are you guys most looking forward to seeing today?
Pacheco.
Mahomes, yes sir. Number 15 right there, obviously put it down. The Lombardi Trophy has found its way back to us as well.
They were all late. I got here at 6:30 last night.
That's the winner right there.
We go to bed. Because you never know, it might be the last. And I doubt it. I'll see you next year.
That's right.
Okay, whose speeches are you most excited to hear?
Mahomes, obviously. And I'm just excited for Kelce because he's going to bring the energy.
How about you guys? Whose speech are you excited to hear?
Especially Mahomes.
MVP, right?
MVP.
Pacheco, baby!
Don't forget Rice, the rookie.
I mean, we got the Rice. You're talking Kelsey Mahomes, but when we're talking speeches, though.
Absolutely. There's going to be some
Kelsey,
great
right?
ones. Yeah, absolutely. But before we send it back to you, Brad and Carolyn, one thing's for sure. You got to fight for your right to
All right, guys. Kelsey said it first, but these Chiefs fans may have said it best. We're having a blast, but we're going to go back to you, Brad and Carolyn, in the studio.
Fantastic stuff. That is awesome.
Well done. Yeah, they fought, all right, all through that season, and they have deserved this party.
Love it. And you know what else I love? I love all the love being shown to Pacheco and Rashee Rice. It's not just, people aren't just excited to see Mahomes and Kelsey, because we know they are, but there's all these other emerging stars in the Chiefs that so many fans are excited to see, and that's
all
really
of a sudden,
cool.
we're starting to hear some more names.
Even throwing a
entering
rookie
fandom.
in there. Think about that for Rashee Rice.
Crazy.
We've got thousands of fans wanting to hear from him. A year ago, he was at SMU thinking, oh, where am I going to be?
Yeah, who is this kid?
Yeah,
right?
great stuff.
Wow. Well, with the thousands of people, of course, coming downtown for this big day, it is important to remember it is a lot on our city's infrastructure, especially on the police.
Boy, that is for sure. We caught up with KCPD earlier this morning, and they say they've been through this before.
Each parade factors into the next year's, and obviously we're going to have future parades here, so we'll learn from this one too. We look at the route, the way that people are stationed, where we put our officers, and we just try to improve on that every year.
We have reunification points all along the route. Those are indicated on the map on the website. And if you have lost a child, then contact a police officer or go to one of those reunification points. And we have communication with officers all along the route. And so they're calling out if they've got a kid or they've got a parent who's missing a kid, and they get them together really quick. Most times it's just a couple minutes.
Oh, I can't imagine that feeling as a parent, that you go to the parade and you're ready to celebrate and then you lose your child. That's happened every single parade that we've been a part of here, but here are a few other tips we've learned from covering these parades over the years. We know cell service will be spotty, so pick a spot where you can meet up if you do happen to get separated from your group. As you heard the police just mention, there are 7 of these reunification stations along the route where you can get together, or you can go if you've lost a member of your group. You can find a list of all these reunification stations on our app, KCTV5's news app. You can also text KC Parade to 888-777. You can then sign up for parade alerts from the city.
If you're just now leaving home, they're also suggesting if you have little ones, put a little note into their jacket or into their jean pockets or something with your name, your contact information, or even write it with a Sharpie on their arm.
Good idea.
If needed, just to make sure if you get separated, someone can help reunite you. Unfortunately, we do have one thing to pass along here that no one wants to hear, but you will not be seeing a familiar face in the mix today. We're talking, of course, about our newest
Chiefs Kingdom's
Chief
queen.
Member,
Okay.
the queen of the team, Taylor Swift. A live look outside right now here on the left, but on the right, we see her, and not in person, because we have it on good authority now that her plane has indeed landed in Australia, did so about an hour ago. So the chances of seeing Tay-Tay today are not going to happen.
Kind of busy, I guess if you're going to have a sold
You know
out
what,
tour,
though?
that's a decent excuse.
Let
even though I'm
Travis
sad.
have his full spotlight today. I like that for him.
All right. We also give the spotlight to Bill and Carolina, who are live just outside of Union Station. Hey, guys.
Hello.
Good morning.
The music is going here. The stage is set. They're actually playing the game, so we can just, relive and bask in that victory of going back-to-back Super Bowl champions. They've also got the drum out on the stage, so somebody's going to be banging that drum at some point today.
Yeah.
And I'm banking on Travis Kelce probably being the one to do that.
At least one of them, if not several different ones. I love asking everybody who they're here to see. We've heard so many. I mean, you expect to hear Mahomes and Kelsey a lot, but so many Pachecos, so many people.
A little bit of the rookie.
Exactly. Yeah. Who are you most excited to see on the parade route, do you think, Carolina?
I think just the entire team. And I think the moments to come out of this, because last year, I feel like one of the big moments was Kelsey going up there on stage and being like, na 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 na. That became kind of like an iconic thing last year. But the fans are starting to really fill in here along the lawn here at the museum and memorial World War I, and the stage is basically just going to be packed.
Oh, yeah.
With all of those players, and we actually want to give you a live look right there. That's a overview. You can see it's about like a fourth of that lawn that's already starting to fill in as more and more fans are starting to just kind of pack in.
And that was a live look from the top of the Liberty Memorial, so several hundred feet in the air looking down towards Union Station. It's a beautiful sight as the sea of red starts to descend. And now we have a live look at the buses, I believe, that the Chiefs are going to be riding on, those red double-decker buses that we're familiar with here now, since this is our third Super Bowl championship in the last 5 years.
They'll probably start showing up in those buses, but they're not going to be staying in the buses because they're probably going to start walking the route. It is starting to actually feel really, really nice outside right now as the sun is really starting to heat things up. The fans are going to probably get up close and personal, so get those Sharpies ready, get the footballs ready, whatever T-shirts, whatever you want the players to sign, because I know that they're just going to be doing that all along this parade route. It's going to be great.
And you never know, if Pat Mahomes has the Lombardi Trophy again and is just parading it down, he hands it off to you, you might be able to take home the Lombardi Trophy.
I feel like they might have given him instructions this year.
Don't give it to any fans!
Or maybe don't give it to Mahomes to give to any fans. Well, along this parade route, we do have all of our crews. Maria Campbell is actually at the very start of that route, where everybody that's there is for sure going to see all of the players, Marlia.
Yeah, it's really starting to fill in here. I'd say over the last half hour or so, it has become packed. There's barely room to walk down Grand Boulevard. I'd say it's about 8 or 9 people deep on both sides of Grand here. Again, this will be the very start. These will be the first people to see your 2024 Super Bowl champions make their way down the parade route. The sun is definitely warming things up, but we still have folks in hats and blankets and all that gear. These guys excited to be on TV here. Folks are just really pumped that this is about to get going. You can feel the anticipation as the clock counts down. Some of these people have been out here since 4 in the morning to get a glimpse at this team. A lot of people I've talked to have said they came to this point of the parade route because they want a chance to get autographs. Maybe players will jump out and walk up next to the partitions like they've done before. And of course, it is Super Bowl parade day, but it is also Valentine's Day. You can see a young girl down there with a big heart poster with Harrison Bunker, their balloons right here with all the players listed on it. And right over here, we have Travis Kelce himself. Keep an eye on the parade. Of course, we're talking about the giant bobblehead version, but a lot of excitement here at the start line. These fans cannot wait for this thing to get going. Guys.
Good morning, guys. I'm on the rooftop of the Resurrection Church on 16th and Grand. Take a look at this beautiful view below us. People are playing football. I actually saw a few footballs getting tossed across the street. I'll have more coming up after the break.
Have you been injured in an auto or truck accident?
For this parade, and I actually have some neighbors here. Hey, neighbors! You guys excited? So much fun here, and people are just having a blast. Down below, there's about like 3 or 4 footballs going back and forth. There you go. Hey, guys, look at them. They are ready. They are hyped up. And just about like, let's say like 30 minutes ago, they are loud and proud, you guys. 30 minutes ago, there was these school buses passing by, and you would have thought they were the Chiefs because people were so loud and cheering and screaming, so I can't imagine when the actual team comes passing by. Let's go ahead and toss it over to Nyjah, who is amongst this amazing fan base. Hey, Nyjah.
Hey Gianni, nothing but good vibes and energy here on the top of the Resurrection rooftop on 16th and Grand. Look around. I believe that there could be the next Pat Mahomes out here in the crowd. You could see footballs and tennis balls being tossed back and forth across the street. Wow, that's a good arm. I don't know how they made that up. That was a little bit of a fumble, but hey, we love a good comeback story. I'm seeing some signs. Number 7 kicks Butt Kerr. Of course, shouting out to Butt Kerr and see some others over there. Let him cook. Number 15, Pat Mahomes. Casey, number 15. A lot of love for Mahomes among this crowd. Look over there. We've got some friends across the street there. Hey, guys, go Chiefs! Woo! Yes, nothing but a lot of love, a lot of great energy and vibes here on 16th and Grand. The countdown is on. We are getting closer and closer to the parade, about an hour or so, and this crowd is red hot. The vibe is up. It is going. Everybody is super excited. The anticipation is growing and increasing with each passing minute. Just can't wait. I mean, this parade just can't get started soon enough. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Nyjah, thank you very much for that. Have Desmond and Scott joining us here on the roof of the Westin here in Crown Center.
Come over here, Scott. Get cozy.
Come on over here. Desmond.
Well, the thing is we are kind of like chasing the sun with the Westin building here, and that's kind of, I think, what folks are going to encounter when they do come out. They're going to probably be a little bit warm, and then it's going to get a little bit chilly.
Good thing y'all didn't put me in the shade.
Well, Desmond,
me either.
As a former player, what stood out to you the most as you were watching the Super Bowl? Like, I mean, was it the defensive play by our cornerbacks? Was it, Pat Mahomes there in the overtime period? What was it that stood out to you as you were watching the Super Bowl?
I think it was the resilience. It was a microcosm of the entire season. We saw Kansas City come out in the first half, not quite the team we expected. It wasn't high flying. We saw some of those errors, some drops, some penalties.
Some heated moments.
Yeah, inevitably things turned around, just like this season did. They got things on track. They went in the half, made the proper adjustments. They came back and played like a world-class team and a champion. That's exactly what they earned.
Yes, right.
I kind of thought when things got heated, because usually in sports, when you do get mad, things do not go your way.
Right.
And when things were kind of turning like that, I thought, here, I don't think we're going to be able to do it back-to-back, but I think there was some good, probably, pep talks during that second half.
But you know what? That's the emotion of the game. It's the Super Bowl. It's emotional. These guys, you got to believe, it's been 20-plus weeks for them, including the preseason. Guys are tired emotionally, physically. Mentally. Sometimes things.
And they want it so bad.
Sometimes things just come to a head. I think we saw a little bit of that. But both guys, Andy and Travis, I think that there was they brushed it over. Things always end well when you win the Super Bowl.
Sure. All's well that ends well, right? Exactly.
And Travis probably has a little more leash than maybe.
I'm
just guessing.
When you're a Hall of Famer, you do.
Definitely. And Scott, what was the vibe up? You were in the press box for the game, and you had said that, there was some murmuring going on there during that first half. Did that kind of go away in the second half? Because they had that drive there to at least get some points on the board just before halftime.
Yeah, the vibe was maybe this isn't the Chiefs' year. Early on, and that the 49ers just looked, like I said earlier, like they wanted it more. And, they had the revenge factor.
Yeah.
They had the we haven't won a Super Bowl in 3 decades factor. So there was a lot going on for San Francisco. And so, maybe they did want it more pregame. But as it turns out, the Chiefs just kind of did their thing. They stay the course. And when Kansas City gets down 10, it's not like other teams getting down 10 because there's never a seed of, oh, my God, we're down double digits. That doesn't exist.
I mean, how crazy is that? Because it's not just this game.
Right.
All the playoffs games, even back into 2020 when they came back, we were down by double digits. They still managed to orchestrate these comebacks, and they keep doing it. It's like almost they're the comeback kids, so to speak.
But honestly, I feel like that's a why are we the way we are?
Well,
for the fans.
The reason is the quarterback. I mean, it all starts from Patrick Mahomes. I don't think you look at the numbers and you watch him play, but I think it's hard to really wrap your brain around how superhuman he is. And I mean, there's a stat that I heard which is phenomenal. He's only been an underdog 12 times total, including the playoffs in 6 years. He has been an underdog just 12 times, and he is 9-3.
Incredible.
In those games as an underdog. I mean, that's insane. Nobody does that.
I still think you need to ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough to watch Chiefs football.
Well, listen, we do want to send things over to Zach and Sharon. They have another vantage point of Union Station where this parade is going to finalize into that big old party on stage.
That's right, Carolina and Bill. We do have a great vantage point here. We kind of call it the bird's eye view of everything because we're right in front. We're right on the top of the National World War I Memorial and Museum, or Museum and Memorial, and we're overlooking Union Station here. And what is so cool, what we've seen all morning long, is just that grassy area right below the museum fill in with Chiefs fans. And what's so cool is it's not just down below, but it's up here too. We're seeing a lot of Chiefs fans gather around us as well. You see a lot of 87s and 15s and other numbers too. But what Zach just pulled out his binoculars.
Well, yeah, I've been trying
binoculars this morning.
I've been trying to get an up close view of what's happening down there, and there's folks with signs, there's folks playing football, folks just having a good time, and there's some food vendors down there, so they're grabbing something to eat. And if you've been watching, this morning when we started, I mean, I was bundled up in a jacket, under the blanket, and now I've shed it.
I know
all of that. It's warm. It feels good out here, but we're right in the direct view of the sunlight.
It is so nice. You can definitely feel the temperature is much warmer now. I don't have my gloves anymore or my scarf. And so for people coming out today, it's going to be a gorgeous day. But let's get the full story on the weather from Greg Bennett. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad you're starting to shed the layers out there. Southerly flow is still taking over. We're still got ourselves some stability to the atmosphere, so we're going to keep the sun and shine out there for the parade. Temperatures already into the middle and upper 40s as we speak, and we are still on deck for the 50s to come in for the start of the parade. Mild on the winds, a solid forecast, but we could build up a few more clouds as we move on into late this afternoon. All in all, a great day for a parade. Let's get you out to traffic now. Julia, what's going on the roadways?
Well, we're already starting to see from our traffic scout cameras these people lining up here on Grand, even the overpass over the southern part of the downtown loop. You can see the people lined up. We used to have a crash right here. They have just cleared it. So it's no longer going to be an issue for you trying to get through the downtown loop because of the crash. But you might have some issues just because of everyone trying to get down there right now. Now, we also were seeing some issues coming from the Northland. That has picked back up. Speed's getting back up to 25 miles per hour as more people filter into the downtown loop and get to this area, which is where the parade is beginning. And right around there, we have folks on the ground. We have our Grace Smith somewhere near this area. Grace, I can already hear the people around you. It sounds like things have picked up a lot since we saw you last.
Oh yeah, Julia, it is a party over here. As you can see, so many fans. They are ready for the parade, let me tell you. But over here at Anthony's, they are serving up some hot chocolate coffee, meatball, sausage sandwiches, cold beer, some water, but cold beer mainly. This is definitely a place to be, let me tell you. But I want to introduce you to this family over here. Guys, y'all have your chairs. You're looking comfy. Tell me about your plan.
Yeah, we're from Lee Summit, and we got the kids out of school today, and we're going to have a great time. This is our second parade this year, so we're excited to have a great day and celebrate our Chiefs.
Woohoo! And what does it feel like to be out of school here and soaking it all in?
Well, I mean, it's really fun because, I mean, you were supposed to have a social studies test, so then you didn't have to do it. Got moved back, so I mean, that's always great. But it's not as cold as it was last year, so it's a lot more enjoyable.
Much warmer.
Yes, so that means, as you can see, a lot more fans are out here. We are ready. Time is ticking. We're eating, doing a bunch of fun things, cheering, meeting so many fans. I know you're a big fan, right?
Oh yeah. I love sitting down every week, friends and family, being able to watch all these dynamic players we have on the Chiefs. It's my first parade this year. I'm so happy to be out here.
What is this experience? Is it what you expected?
Oh yeah, I love the community of Kansas City. It's phenomenal. I love being out here.
Awesome. Well, we are ready here. Go Chiefs.
I love the whole familial thing that everybody loves coming out here with their families and their friends. Our coverage continues here in just mere moments as we're 60 minutes away from the start of the Champions Parade.
You're watching KCTV5 Parade of Champions coverage.
I would fly.
Hello? There's no case. You interested?
My son ran away from home.
My wife hasn't called.
My sister is missing. Can you help me?
Should have left town already.
Not until the truth comes out.
Stay where you are.
The man who took Jill is not his father.
You're okay?
You weren't worried about me, were you?
This much.
Yep.
That's all you get.
A new Tracker, Sunday after The Equalizer on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
It's our President's Day sale at Family Leisure.
Buy now and save money on pools, patio furniture, pool tables, and massage chairs. Spas at guaranteed lowest prices. Also on sale now, theater seating, saunas, and more. President's Day sale going on right now at Family Leisure.
For more than 10 years, KCTV5 has cared for our community with projects that help people in need. We're proud of this milestone, and we look forward to making a difference now and in the future.
KCTV5 Cares is sponsored by Optum.
Congratulations, Kansas City! You're champions! The celebration continues at Dick's Sporting Goods. We're your headquarters for officially licensed Chiefs gear for the whole family. Come early or shop online at Dicks.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Kansas City Injury Law Group stands for fighting aggressively on behalf of injured people and against insurance companies. The main thing that injured people don't know when they get in an accident is that the insurance company for the other driver has already started working against them. We feel like we can always beat the insurance companies, and we do on a regular basis. Call Kansas City Injury Law Group to get the best aggressive representation that you can in your fight against big insurance.
Every night, our goal is to help you feel safer and more connected to Kansas City.
I just wanted to hold her in my arms and know she's okay.
And warning you first, be
Parade kicks off at 11. It will all end right here at Union Station. So we're going to bring you that coverage.
That's right, and our coverage continues right now.
Live from downtown Kansas City, this is KCTV5 Parade of Champions.
Welcome in to our 10 o'clock hour. We are bringing you continuous coverage from the Westin Kansas City Hotel at the Crown Center.
Yeah.
And it is getting so much fun. The music is definitely going. It's been going since like 5 this morning.
Oh, yeah.
The fans are actually really starting to pack in now.
That's right. I mean, we got here about, I pulled into the West End about 7:30 last night, and there was already people out here within the gated area here at Union Station, and it has just really become an impressive sight to see, especially here in the last hour or so here as they begin to move up the hill closer to the Liberty Memorial, all in anticipation of our victory parade here that's going to get underway in about an hour. And then, of course, the big rally where we have all the speeches from all of the team and the quarterbacks and the tight ends and the wide receivers and everybody else here. It's such an exciting time here in Kansas City. Just an incredible opportunity for our team to do this 2 times in a row. We're back here 2 years in a row.
Maybe a 3-peat next year.
That's
we
right.
do want to give you some tips and reminders, though, if you are coming out here, obviously. You should have already gotten here, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
So here are a few details that we want to remind you about today's parade that we're going to walk you through. So the parade begins today at 6 and Grand. It's heading down south until Pershing, so it will begin at 11. So we're just within the hour here. It'll all culminate where we are right here at Union Station on that big old stage. The parade is going to be lasting roughly an hour and a half, so that rally in front of Union Station will begin at 12:45, and that's just right there looking over the National World War I Museum and Memorial.
Now take a look at this. If you're coming into downtown, you might run into KCTV5 here.
You
We're going to put up a
will run
map.
into KCTV5.
That's right. We're spread out through the entire parade route, start to finish. Make sure you say hi to some of our team. Our team coverage will take you there all throughout the morning until the party is over.
Yeah, and all throughout the afternoon, too.
That's
but
right.
We do want to get over to Marlia Campbell. She's actually out live at that very start of the parade route. Marlia, you were there last year. Do you think that there's a bigger crowd now than there was maybe last year around this time?
100%. I'm sure the weather has a small part to do with it, but this fan base is just so excited for this, guys. As you mentioned, this is where it will all begin. The buses will come in from the distance there. You can kind of see the fans lining that corner, and it'll turn on to Grand, and the rest is history. They'll make their way all the way down to you guys over at Union Station from there. This crowd is pumped, and I'll say they really filled up over the last half hour or so. It's probably 8 or 9 fans deep on each side. We've got blankets, we've got hoodies. We saw one fan group who brought their entire living room out here with couches and sofas and rugs and even a lamp. We saw a couple of dogs wearing Mahomes jackets on a motorized Jeep. I mean, people are just having so much fun out here, and it's getting antsy. You can hear some music probably in the background. You saw some dancing. These folks cannot wait. They're going to be the very first to see the Super Bowl champions parade down Grand. I asked a lot of them, why did you pick this spot? They said, this is where last year Mahomes and Kelsey jumped out and signed some autographs. They're hopeful they'll do that again this year. We'll find out in an hour, but these fans are stoked. Zach and Sharon.
Oh yeah, stoked for sure.
Well, I bet you they can't wait.
Seeing the sea of red below, sea of red here on top. It is such a great day. We are at the top of the National World War I Museum, and it is such a fun day out here. We've got the tunes going down below that we're kind of grooving to, and you got the smells from the food truck, the fans building. Zach even brought his binoculars to take in the details.
And, well, and just a moment ago, I was just looking just west of Union Station, Broadway over there. It's amazing. There's just a huge line of people just crossing that bridge, and then, of course, they'll turn to get here to Union Station. So this is going to easily fill up within the next hour or so.
For sure, for sure. And we've watched this crowd build all morning long. So if you are headed down here today, we've got some pertinent details that you want to know. Let's begin with road closures, because there's some road closures that you need to be aware of. And so parking today is going to be tricky. So if you want to avoid some of that headache, do it this way. You can get a ride to the parade at 5 different locations. KZ buses will be picking up at the Hy-Vee Arena, the Kansas City Zoo, Oak Park Mall, 47th and State Transit Center in KCK, and then also at the former Kmart in Choteau Traffic Way and Vivian Road in the Northland. Now, these buses will start running. They started running at 7 a.m. this morning, and this is really important. You want to remember your designated pickup location at the parade because there is a different one for each shuttle. You don't want to get on the wrong shuttle. That would be a very bad
Yeah, absolutely. But it's 10:05, so if you haven't left your house, then just keep it right here on KCTV5 because we have you covered. But if you know anybody still heading here, let's send it over to Julia Avery with a look at the traffic. Hi, Julia.
Hey guys, I had been tracking a ton of areas around the downtown loop that were backed up, and they're starting to even out. A lot of people finally getting down there and getting to the parade. The one area I am still seeing quite the backup, though, is people coming from the eastern side of the downtown loop into the southern part of the downtown loop. Kind of stop and go traffic there a little bit. I'm betting those are the people where one person in the household was like, come on, we gotta go. And the other person was like, okay, I'm trying. So that's right around there as you're coming down 70 around into the southern part of the downtown loop. Now that parade is going to go right underneath that area right there. And so we are already seeing people lined up on that overpass to watch the parade. I was seeing quite a few slowdowns coming from the Northland, but I'm no longer seeing that. If you are coming south, you shouldn't have any problems to get to the downtown area. Now, the next thing you need to worry about once you get out the door is how many layers are you going to wear and how many are you going to have to take off? So we're going to send it over to Greg for a check of that. Temperatures out there.
Well, we're looking pretty good so far. 46 degrees out the door. That's going to be the downtown area. And we're looking to actually get a new update that may be pushing this closer to around 49 degrees. We're right on par of where we're supposed. What we predicted here at First Warn 5 weather here at KCTV 5. And we are spot on with it, friends. 53 by 11 a.m. Light on the winds, mostly sunny skies. Ideal parade weather out there. We do build up a little bit more cloud cover, though, as we progress into the day side. It'll be late afternoon that we can get into some partly cloudy conditions, and that's where we also pick up the breeze out of the south. Gusts could get up to about 20-25 miles per hour, typically when the kids get out of school, but of course they're all over there at the parade right now, which is where they really should be. I am still tracking a snowfall threat to the forecast for our Friday morning, but we'll discuss that a little later on. The fact of the matter is, it is ideal. You're shedding the layers out there. Sharon, Zach, I've been seeing it. You guys have been shedding those layers. I'm glad that you trust in the First Warn 5 weather team.
Absolutely, because you guys are right on top of it. You said it was going to be a 25-degree difference in temperature today, so we dressed for it. We came this morning, we were gloved, scarves, we had our hats on, we even have the wool blanket. I can actually lose the wool blanket.
I'm surprised you're still in that jacket. I mean, it is warm. If you are in the direct sunlight, you're going to be good out here. We want to get along the parade route. Grace Smith is near 6th and Grand. Grace, tell us what you're seeing where you are.
Yeah, just the continue of a party over here. We are excited to see the Chiefs in less than an hour. We are excited. And we have Megan and her two little boys. Megan, tell me, why did you decide to come out today?
You know, we missed last year's parade. We watched it on TV, and we decided we just can't miss another opportunity to share it with our family. We don't know when another one will happen. Maybe next year, maybe not, but we're ready.
Exactly. Woo! So we are excited. The official countdown is on. Zach and Sharon, it's a party out here.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Absolutely. And why would you want to miss this?
Exactly. I mean, this is one of the biggest parties of the year for sure. And this is the best one because we are celebrating back-to-back championships for our Chiefs. Now, in the middle of Red Kingdom out here, which is just down below at Union Station, it's kind of like a mini Arrowhead. Well, that's where we find our Shane Kanicki and Jillian Carroll.
Yeah, you guys have been working the crowd all morning long. What's happening down there?
Yeah, you can say that for sure. And I think saying it is a giant party out here, which is what we've been hearing all morning long, is absolutely accurate. Everybody out here is waiting anxiously. You guys ready for a parade?
The music has been amazing thanks to Steve Serrano on the stage. And as mentioned, I know I just peeled off a layer. It is warming up. It is awesome. We're starting to see some of the red coaters arrive, and some of the VIP guests have taken their seats in front of the stage. So it's been so much fun, and we're going to keep you updated. We've got more to share.
Absolutely. They have the game up there, too, so you're just sitting there watching the Chiefs win their second Super Bowl in 2 years. It is so exciting out here. You can feel the energy. Right now, though, guys, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, thank you guys. You know, I know we keep talking about how we have a great vantage point, but they are right in the thick of it.
They're in the thick of it, right? They're in, like I said, they're in the middle of Red Kingdom down there. And how fun is that to talk to all the fans and see where they came from and just share their love for the Chiefs?
Yeah, you get a good understanding of who makes up the kingdom. And it is a vast kingdom, not just here locally, but really it's turned into a global phenomenon.
It really, truly has. Well, we've got so much more to come on the Parade of Champions.
Yeah, we're going to send it to Joe and Nathan.
Well, I tell you what, the weather is warming up. We are here at 12th and Grand. We are absolutely in the thick of it.
Absolutely. We're seeing fans of all ages, and we're going to hear from some of them in just a few minutes.
You're watching KCTV5 Parade of Champions coverage.
At the top of the National World War I Museum, where we are bringing you a bird's eye view of this parade and rally today. We're kind of at the end of it all, where it all comes together, right?
Yeah, celebrating our back-to-back Super Bowl champions, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the fan base has really showed up, and this is just sort of the beginning.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we have been here since 5:30 this morning, and we really watched that crowd build, the Red Kingdom build as we speak, and it is really filling in down below. But we do want to get a different perspective. We do have people all along the parade route today, and we're going to send it over to Joe and Nathan. Hi, guys.
Hey there, yeah, we're here at 12th and Grand. There are so many people here now than from earlier this morning when it was dark out and it was a bit colder than what we're experiencing right now. We're seeing people wrapped around the corner.
I'd like to see a place more rowdy than us. Yeah, we got a pretty good
over
spot.
Here. Pretty rowdy.
Pretty rowdy.
Absolutely. So we got some more fans here. We have fans of all ages. from all over, from Liberty, joining us here this morning. What is it like? This is our first parade as well. What has it been like so far?
It's been really cool, but it's really cool to like see the experience because I feel like it's not what I expected, but it's a lot of fun.
It's amazing. It's fun. It's a fun opportunity for kids all over ages and stuff.
You guys got to tell me a little bit more to what this experience has been like, because we've been saying we're absolutely in the thick of it. I mean, we have rows and rows of people. You guys are right in the middle. What is that feeling like?
It's kind of like you're getting so much of it because there's so much going on, and it's also like really cool to be so close to the front and being able to see like everything. And we had a lot of fun with like throwing balls back and forth.
Yeah.
Different sides.
I know, we were literally in the line of fire over that way. Okay, guys, I got to ask you, who are you most looking forward to see?
Travis Kelce.
Travis
and
Kelce?
Mama Kelce, and hopefully Taylor Swift is here.
Isaiah Pacheco, She Rice, and Travis Kelce.
She Rice and Pacheco, I wouldn't guess that. You know, you're wearing the jersey. That's so much fun. And you had to get here early this morning. You wanted to make sure you're here in the front, and you've done it. You have a successful job. What was it like getting here this early, though?
It was kind of crazy, but we were really glad that we got a spot. So it was kind of nice to see that there was like one spot left on the front.
It was cold, tiring, but it's worth it.
Cold and tiring, it's absolutely worth it. Guys, we appreciate you. I tell you what, you have probably the best spot in the house.
I think so.
12th and Grand, this is the spot to be. Look at all these people, guys. I tell you what, before we toss it over to you, Andy is actually going to show you a little bit of what we're looking at. This is crazy. We were at the Super Bowl parade last year. I'm going to say it wasn't anything like this, but I tell you what, Zach and Sharon, this is pretty cool to be here in the middle of all this.
This is fun.
Yeah, you know what I think I enjoy so much all morning long? We've been here for so many young fans.
Yes.
It's so amazing that these young fans get to experience this championship team. And I mean, 3 times in the Mahomes era, when, you know, longtime fans who have stuck it out for decades, when, you know, the team wasn't as great, you know, they know what it means for there to be loss and sorrow and no hope. But these young fans, they just are relishing in victory year after year.
I know. They're spoiled.
They're
right?
spoiled. Exactly.
They're
It's
spoiled.
amazing. And, you know, when it comes to putting on a victory parade, it's no easy task. There's a lot of behind the scenes that has to happen before this is a success.
That's right. There is one man, and he's got a very important job, and he is the one making sure that there is that snow shower of red, gold, and white. Of course, we're talking about our Chiefs colors. And so we're talking about Larry Sprang, president of Visual FX. He says making the colorful mix is a serious undertaking now. They have 4 confetti trucks driving the parade route, 2 cannons per truck, 4 at the rally stage, and then a giant one at the start. And they will be sending nearly 1,000 pounds of confetti into the air. Spring says that the best part of all is watching everyone enjoy the moment.
It was so much fun to watch everyone from adults, grown people, 50, 60-year-old people out there just throwing confetti up in the air and playing in it. And then you had the kids making snow angels in the confetti that was on the ground. It's just an experience to watch.
Spring says that each color of the confetti is carefully measured, and then also it is dictated by the NFL. So specifically 55% red, 35% yellow, and 10% white.
I did not know it was dictated by the NFL.
I didn't know that, man. That is calculated down to each confetti. All right. Well, thankfully that confetti is the only thing raining down on this
That's
parade.
right. You might notice we are in the shade right now. That's because the sun is moving like it normally does. But we're hoping to get back in the sunlight. We'll get there soon enough. Greg, for those who are not in the sun or in the sun, tell us about the weather.
I got to tell you, even in the shade, guys, if you're downtown and the skyscrapers are blocking you from that sunlight, we're still talking upper 40s. When you're actually in the sunlight, low 50s, and we are spot on with those temperatures. Southeast winds, though, at 8 miles per hour. If you are in the shade, it feels like you're in the mid-40s. Still maybe that light jacket. But overall, we're getting into jersey weather. We're getting into T-shirt weather. 53 is expected as we make it to 11 o'clock in the morning into sunshine. South-southeast winds at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. It is an ideal day for a parade. But as we make it into the late afternoon, that's a different story. We will start start to build up the cloud cover a bit, and we're going to get into a little bit of a breeze out of the south, okay? A gust at 20-25 miles per hour, looking pretty common for us, with a daytime high at 3 p.m. of around 64 degrees. We'll cool off into your Valentine's Day date night scenario, but the cloud cover is forming out there, and there's a few opportunities for a couple of stray drizzles. Honestly, I think all of this is going to remain to the north with an area of low pressure that remains up around central Iowa. That's where we're going to keep that low pressure system, but a few showers maybe off around Bethany, not out of the picture. The big ticket item is our Friday morning. We still have a very good opportunity to get into the snow flurry action out there, friends, and the accumulation kind of ranging right now from 1/10 of an inch to maybe 1/2 inch on average. I think it'll be closer to about 1/4 of an inch here to the metro for our Friday, so be prepared for that. The other thing that's going to happen, big drop in temperature. We'll actually get back to normal for this time of year, only to revert back into some warmer weather. Security Bank 7-day forecast coming on deck for you, friends. We're into the 50s by Sunday and 60s back in by next Tuesday. That's your forecast. Let's get you back out to the roadways, check some traffic. Big parade going on here. Julia, how are we doing out there?
Well, right now we are taking a look at what I think is the only spot left that still has bumper-to-bumper traffic. I think most of the rest of it has cleared out. Now, this is the folks coming from the Northland. This is the Bond Bridge right here. They're coming around this, the Paseo, and starting to hit that bumper-to-bumper traffic because that is near where the parade is getting started for us this morning. So they're coming around here, and that's where the parade is starting at 6th and Grand. Now, as far as the rest of the loop goes, I'm not seeing any other slowdowns. This is the route of the parade. People trying to exit here onto the Main Street exit, which is right after the Grand exit, and they're getting kind of stuck up in there. So I wouldn't exit there. If you are headed out the door right now, you got to be quick, but find a different exit in the northern part of the downtown loop. Back out to Zach and Sharon.
All right. Thanks, Julie. And I'd say at this point, if you haven't left home, just stick with us.
Watch it on KCTV5,
That's right.
right? And that's another point, too. Maybe you're not about the hustle and bustle of the parade out here. I know my husband's like this. He's like a no-crowd guy. So you want something maybe a little more low-key. Well, here's an idea. Zona Rosa is planning a kid-friendly spot to celebrate. So what they're doing is they're throwing a watch party. Your kids can party and skate while watching the parade at the shopping center skate rink. And that all starts at 11 this morning.
Hey, here's another thing that you'll see if you're at the parade. Bud Light commemorating the Chiefs' back-to-back Super Bowl wins with aluminum bottles. Here's a look at both sides. You see the Super Bowl 58 logo along with the Chiefs arrowhead on the front. This year's bottle will be available, again, along the parade route. After that, though, they'll show up on shelves at the end of the month. Bud Light was so gracious enough to stop by the station. Even gave us like a 24-pack.
I know, and we forgot our props this morning. Otherwise, we could show everybody those
Or maybe
bottles.
I drank mine last night after work.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
Maybe.
I'm
kidding.
kidding.
Okay. Maybe that's why you got only an
Hey,
hour
we want to get to Neil Jones. He, I'm sure he has found the most interesting Chiefs fan where he is.
You know he has. We call Neil KCTV5.
Guys, I've always wanted to do
because he always
traffic,
finds the
so I'm going
most
to do
interesting
pedestrian traffic. It is very heavy here on Pershing Road, with a lot of stoppages, mainly, though, to get food and drink and stop and talk to your friends. That's what I'm doing right here. I got some buddies here. How long have you guys been here? You guys got the best seat in the house.
About 5 hours.
About 5 hours?
Yeah.
Okay. What brings you out? Why'd you want to be here?
Hey, I love the Chiefs. I love the Chiefs.
Real quick, who are you here to see most?
Pacheco.
Pacheco, I get you. What's your name, ma'am? Where are you from?
My name's Michelle. I'm from Liberty.
Michelle, what brings you down here so early to get such a great seat for this event?
To see the Kansas City Chiefs.
No, you know what I'm talking about. Which player, or maybe it's a singer you want to see. Who is it you want to see today?
Pacheco.
I like it. So you don't sound like you're that excited about Taylor Swift.
Hey, Taylor Swift, I ain't got no complaints about Taylor Swift. Hey, if people realize she really wasn't on TV that much. She really wasn't on TV that much.
Just understand this. They scored more points once she started going to game.
Well, hey, I appreciate it. Thanks, Taylor, if that's the case.
What's the dog's name?
This is Bo.
How old is Bo?
Bo is 3.
Bo has never seen anything other than AFC championships or stuff like that. Sir, what's your name?
Felix Laura. All right, I got to tell you, what makes this so special to be out here?
Man, to do this 3 times in a row, this is it's hard to explain. This is hard to do. It really is. It's exciting, man. I want to see everybody.
Hey, Greg, get a shot of his chest there. I think this guy might be blinged out about as well as anybody that's not a millionaire woman.
Yes, sir. Yes.
About the three-peat. About the three-peat.
And real quick, I got to talk to my friend here. You got your 1-year-old over here. Why was it important?
Man, it's he undefeated already. He undefeated. 8 months old, he undefeated. And it's we back-to-back Super Bowl champs.
You guys, thank you so much. Go get him, big boy. Gianni, try to top that. We got the best fans in the world right here. They're all wearing red, and they are all excited.
I love it, Neil. I got the bird's eye view of this beautiful sea of red. This crowd is eager and ready for this parade to get started in less than 30 minutes. When we come back, I'll tell you how they're trying to pass the time.
Parade of Champions.
Yeah, we want to send it out to our crews. We have crews. They're spread out all along the parade route. World War I Museum and Memorial.
But first, we're going to send it out to Scott Reese and Desmond Moses. They're high above it all, too, but more so over Union Station at this point. Guys, it is filling up quickly.
Yeah, it's a sight to behold. You know, we were looking down about 45 minutes ago and saying, yeah, you know, I mean, it's crowded, but it's not like a million people crowded. And tell you what, we're getting there. It's a lot of red down below us.
Sea of red.
Yeah, sea of red. But it's cool, and it's got to make you feel a sense of pride having once donned the jersey of the Kansas City Chiefs, seeing, you know, not just today, but this whole run of success. It's pretty cool.
It is. I've been on the other side. I've been there in the uniform.
Yeah.
You get to look up and see Chiefs Kingdom, but to be in the midst of Chiefs Kingdom and see how passionate these people are about this team and this organization here is pretty cool.
Now, is there a part of you, like I talked to Tony Gonzalez on the red carpet, you know where I'm going with this, and he's like, man, I wish we were this good when I was here playing for championships and winning rings.
Look, I was close, man. I had a couple more years left. Look, I had some tread left in the tires. I wish I could have been a part of this team, man, because these guys are really special. I did get to play with a really special quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, but this guy right here is now number one. He set himself in his own tier, and for anybody, guys, even in the future, that get to come along and play with a guy like Patrick Mahomes, it'll be really cool for them too.
You still got some tread left in the tires.
I don't know about that, Scott.
You still play a little bit. All right, back to you guys. Oh, I'm apparently tossing to a soundbite. Okay.
I'm in the end zone and I walked it off on, man, and I'm still looking for the ball. I don't know where the football went. I think I lost it forever.
Guys, I don't have a script.
So that was McCole Hardman talking about finally getting that winning ball. He was so worried after the game that maybe that would not happen, but he was presented the winning ball after all. So indeed, that Super Bowl 58 ball comes into the right hand.
And we've been hearing from not just adults in the crowd, moms and dads in the crowd, but kids in the crowd who really want to see McCole Hardman. They want to see Isaiah Pacheco. They want to see Rashee Rice, a rookie. I mean, that just goes to show you the depth of this Kansas City Chiefs football team and the depth of knowledge that these knowledgeable fans have. And they're not just talking about Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. They're talking about a lot of guys on the roster. That is so cool.
Which is more of what we saw at the parade last year. It was kind of 1587, and that was it.
That was it, pretty much. All right, we want to get you right back out on the parade route. Sharon and Zach are high above everyone out there. Let's send it back outside to Sharon and Zach.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned McCole Hardman, and I'm looking forward to seeing all those people too. That's why I brought my binoculars. But funny, I was listening to an interview McCole Hardman gave on Jimmy Fallon or one of those late night shows, but he was talking about Super Bowl night and how much fun the guys had, and they said, "What player had the most fun?" And he said, "Townsend."
Tommy Townsend.
Tommy Townsend.
I can see that.
He said Tommy enjoyed himself tremendously the night of the Super Bowl.
And you know what? I covered this last year because we're back-to-back champions, but that was one of the moments that stood out the most was Tommy Townsend, because he was never on that bus going through. You always saw that the blonde hair waving behind. It's always so much fun to watch these guys when they finally come through. And
absolutely.
We're so close now.
So close, and obviously people will be celebrating here. Just a reminder, though, the KC streetcar will be adjusting to accommodate for the parade. It's running, but it stops before the Union Station stop in the Crossroads. That's the final stop. It has actually stopped. It's 10:30 now, so the KC streetcar is no longer running. You just have to make your way to the parade now.
Well, I mean, if you're not here, you probably should just stay and watch it at home at this point. But once you get here, there are some things to keep in mind, and one of them is cell phone service. It will probably be spotty because you're talking about over 1 million people expected here today. So here's the best thing you can do. Pick a spot where you can meet up if you get separated from your group, because you probably are not going to be able to get on your cell phone. There are 7 reunification stations along the route. This is for parents and kids who might get separated, and you can find a list on our KCTV5 News app. Also this too, you can text KC Parade to 888-777 to sign up for parade alerts from the city.
Yeah, and if you're at the parade, you see a Kansas City worker, take a second and thank them, because 1,000 workers are working today. 600 of those are officers to make sure that this parade goes off without a hitch. Mayor Quentin Lucas says this includes workers from the police department, like I just mentioned, fire, public works, parks, aviation, water. So many KC employees, city employees working to make sure that we have a fun and safe parade.
Absolutely. So important, because this, Kansas City has now become professionals on doing this parade because this is our third victory parade, right? So
and that's just talking about the Chiefs. Remember the Royals parade?
Yes, there's the World Series parade in 2015 too. And so, we are going to continue our trip down the parade route now. KCTV5 has
Samantha Boyd.
like 20 different places along this parade to bring you the best view of it.
I think we want to go to Samantha, though. Hi, Samantha.
Hey, Zach, Sharon, we are here off of 17th and Grand at a big party. How's it going, guys? We've got a lot of fans here. All right. So this is the Red Machine Party Bus Party. This is the owner, Robert. Robert, talk to me about the Red Machine. What exactly is it?
This is a year 11 with the bus. We bought it as a regular school bus, and every year we just keep adding more and more to it. We've taken it all over the country, every game we go to, and this is the bus.
A ton of fans have been on this bus for tailgates, for these parties at the parade. Where have these people come from?
A lot of them are repeat customers, so we just keep adding to the bus. Inside the bus, we have pictures of everyone who rides the bus. My partner and I, Mark Coronado, we throw a good party, so we said, why not throw a parade party and things like that?
Got a lot going on. There's been people on this bus from Peru, but also other countries and across the United States. Robert, thank you for letting us be here, enjoying this party. A lot of people here enjoying it. They said they have about 170 people for this Red Machine Party Bus Party. We're going to give you a look from up above later in the show. So we want to send it over to Greg, because this weather out here, this is some great weather. Greg?
I know, Samantha, this is wonderful stuff. Officially, I can say it is Jersey weather, friends. You get in the sunshine, we're already in the lower 50s. In the shade, we're into the 40s right now. Southeast winds coming in about 8 miles per hour, and in some areas where we're still in the 40s, it feels like we're in the mid 40s. But overall, we are getting into that sunshine. We're going to keep it dry and stabilized to the atmosphere throughout the morning. We have been spot on for you, friends, all the way through the morning time frame with these temperatures, these sky conditions and winds. That's what First Warn 5 weather is all about. We're looking at about 53 degrees expected by 11 a.m., the start of the parade, and then getting into the afternoon, daytime highs are expected around the lower to middle 60s. More cloud cover will develop around that time frame for us, so that's definitely something that we've got to watch out for. And we will get into some breezier conditions by the afternoon. Occasional gusts at about 20-25 miles per hour. And as we move forward to our Friday, the next big thing on deck is going to be that early morning snow shower threat. Of course, we'll talk more about that in later newscasts. But the big thing right now is a parade happening in just minutes, friends. Let's go live right back out towards Sharon and Zach and tell us what's going on. We've got to be hyped out there right now, right, guys?
Hey, thanks, Greg. Yeah, the parade is happening in minutes. We're so excited. And the weather it's still so nice out here. We just need to mention that the sun has gone behind the tower, and so it's a little bit chilly in the shade right now.
Just a bit.
But I got my blanket back.
That's right. Just shake it off, as Taylor would say. Let's send it over to Bill. Bill, the Chiefs just sent out a message saying that they've extended Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator's contract. Nice. How about that?
Yeah, incredible news. Just hearing this here just in moments ago from our producers back at the TV station. But again, Scott, the defense played such a role in the Chiefs' success this year, more so than in years previous where it was just that high-flying offense. But what does this gesture mean now that we're going to retain this defensive coordinator here for the foreseeable future, especially for the designs and the schemes that he orchestrated headed through the playoffs into the Super Bowl?
It means that they understand exactly how valuable he was to this run. Not that Andy Reid didn't already know this.
Yeah.
Spags has long been reputed to be one of the best coordinators in the game, and he proved it again this year. But I tell you, for me in the playoffs, he ramped this up to a level that blew me away.
Yeah.
And I go back particularly to the game in Baltimore. The game plan that he drew up against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, the favored Ravens at home, they put the clamps on the MVP of the league. And it was absolutely a sight to behold, not only the schemes and the way it was drawn up by Spags, but the execution by the players. They blitzed him and they blitzed him and they kept coming, and Lamar was flustered.
Yeah.
And it was such a joy to watch. I mean, good defensive football is fun, right?
Yeah.
We all love the high-flying offense, and 4 years ago, Mahomes and Tyreek Hill, that was fun too.
That was a lot of fun too.
But this was fun in a different way, and
Yeah.
seeing the development of some of these guys. Trent McDuffie has become one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL, and he is so much better now than he was even 5 months ago when the season started. You get L'Jarius Sneed and Trent McDuffie, those two lockdown cornerbacks on the same field, you cannot overstate what a luxury that is for a defensive coordinator. So Spags had the horses, and he rode them, and it was awesome to watch.
Well, speaking of the horses, with the Chiefs showing they're going to spend some money to retain the defensive coordinator, there's a lot of players that have different opportunities here between now and when preseason rolls around in training camp. Does this show that maybe they're going to make an effort to try to retain some of that talent? Because, I mean, is Steve Spagnuolo as successful as he is this year without some of those horses that he has on the field?
No, I mean, of course not. And a coach is to some extent as good as his players, and players are to some extent as good as the coaching, right? And it's the age-old rundown. But the free agent question is an important one, and we'll get into it much more, obviously, in the coming weeks. But it starts with Chris Jones and L'Jarius Sneed, right? Chris Jones, L'Jarius Sneed, two of the top players at their respective positions in the entire NFL. They're both free agents. Can the Chiefs afford to sign both of them? It may depend on Chris Jones's priorities.
Yeah.
Will he take what will probably be a little bit less money to stay here and the chance to win more rings in the coming years?
All right, definitely something to be watching here as we go through the next several weeks. But right now, we want to go a little bit further up the parade route. Our Gianni Navarro is along Grand. Good morning, Gianni. Well, maybe we're having some issues getting Gianni at the moment. Again, with everybody coming down here, a lot of our back-end systems run off a cell signal, so everybody and their friend and their dog is here with a cell phone, so it's kind of clogging up the system here. But we're going to move along and do a little bit of Chiefs parade history for you, because we got some video from the very first time the Chiefs hoisted the Lombardi Trophy about 5 decades ago, and that was, you might have seen it in our archives, showing the players in the convertibles going down Grand with all the confetti.
There's Neil Jones.
That is Neil Jones. Look at him right there. He's on that horse. And even horses parading down the streets. Then 5 decades later, the Lombardi Trophy returned home to Kansas City. This might be the first parade a lot of you remember. This was obviously Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce's first Super Bowl trip back in 2020. That was after the Chiefs beat the 49ers the first time in the Super Bowl, 31-20. And, of course, last year, pure pandemonium again. The Chiefs taking down the Philadelphia Eagles and getting yet another notch in their belt. We saw Mahomes walking alongside the route, greeting fans, people hanging out of their window, just having just a great old time. And, of course, that was the big that we had the Master P moment on stage where Travis Kelce gets up and goes, na-na-na-na. So, just a big time, a lot of memories always made here in Kansas City with these parades. And, again, as a kid growing up here, Scott, I vaguely remember the 85 World Series and the Royals winning it. I was heartbroken in 2014 when they lost to the San Francisco Giants. And then to finally get back to the Super Bowl here 3 times in the last 5 years, just unbelievable what they're able to accomplish. I think now we're going to try to get back over to Gianni Navarro along Grand. Let's go ahead and... No. Okay, we're going to go just behind me about 500 yards that way. Shane Kanicki and Jillian Carroll out in the midst of the Chiefs' Red Kingdom there in front of Union Station, guys.
Yeah, Bill, I love to hear you kind of reminisce, and as a lifelong Chiefs fan, it's still unbelievable to me that we are here 2 years in a row. But we wanted to shout out a couple of faces that we have already seen so far. So Dayton Hughes walking around, we saw Keith Cash, of course, former Chiefs players walking around, Duron Terry as well. And again, we mentioned the Red Coaters earlier, the volunteers that really are critical pieces of the organization. But as you can see, there's lots of fans filling in the VIP section
stage here too. That stage where pretty soon some Chiefs players are going to fill. We're going to hear Travis Kelce hopefully come up with a new catchphrase.
I don't know. I think maybe if we keep Gotta Fight for Your Right to Party, I would be okay with it.
I would be okay with it.
He did test the Viva Las Vegas.
You think that maybe return?
I'm sticking with the party. Gotta fight for your right to party.
Fight for Your Right to Party is one that all of us, we've already been doing it here today. The crowd, though, is electric. People are ready for this thing and anxiously waiting. I've seen people hugging. I've seen people up on each other's shoulders. Everybody is just in such a good mood down here to celebrate such a huge win.
And what I love is that they have seats here, but they're not in them. They're moving around. They're hugging, they're high-fiving, they're dancing. Everybody's ready to party, and we are too.
Absolutely. It's going to be so much fun out here. Guys, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, we're back up here at the Crown Center Westin Hotel. We got Desmond, we got Carolina. I'm Bill, and look who decided to join us right here. The one, the only, the legendary Tech 9.
What's up, man?
So I know we've been asking people, who are you most excited to see? What player are you most excited to see?
The whole team.
Hold on. I feel like some people might say,
Taylor Swift.
I'm here for Tech 9.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Taylor Swift.
No, another T.
Oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I am a player for sure. I'm a player. You know what I mean? But the team did the magic, so I want to see the whole team celebrate. You know?
Last year, you lit up the stage right there at Union Station.
And we're right back again. You know what I'm saying? Back to back. You know what I mean? And it feels like deja vu to me.
So you were at the Super Bowl. You had some great seats down there. What was your feeling like as you saw those final seconds tick away there in overtime, and Pat hit McColl there in the end zone for the winning touchdown?
Before that, I was peeling my thumbs so bad, so nervous. And when that last shot came, we all stood up and the air just came out of us.
Just relief.
Yes. Man. No more thumbs, no more nothing. Just party from there on out.
Yeah. No more pacing back and forth. Man, there was
Are you hitting the stage today?
Yes, I am. That's why I said it feels like deja vu, because I get to do it all over again, and we're going to keep doing it over and over again.
How do you top last year then? Yeah, I know.
Fireworks.
It's hard. It's hard.
What are you performing today?
Well, I know I'm going to top it. Last year, if you remember correctly, I had on this like candy striped Chiefs jacket.
Yeah.
This year, I have on an exclusive Kansas City Chiefs / Strange Music Tech 9 / Pro Standard / NFL jacket of mine.
How can I get one of those?
You feel me?
Check it out.
One of those.
You feel me?
I'll take it.
Yeah, is there only a limited edition? What's going on?
Yeah, well, this is the thing. We sold out already. We started selling them at the Pro Shop December 9th, and since then they've just been going like, crazy. So I think we're going to re-up really soon. You know what I mean? But this is how we're re-ing up.
So Des, you were asking for a little preview.
What we got today? What are you performing today? I know you did your thing last year. Tell the fans what can they expect today from you?
I'm not telling them nothing. I'm just going to show you.
I love it.
We can try.
You're going to watch it. It might be the same as last year. I might add something new. You never know. It's all on my sound guy.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Whatever he presses play on, that's what we're doing, and it's going to be a blast here. Well, thank you so much for coming up here and hanging out with us for a little bit, dude.
Hold on. Can we get a little
Kingdom?
Tech 9 right there. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Right now, we're going to send it up about 2 miles to the north of here. Our Marlia Campbell is up near the beginning of the parade route. Marlia.
Oh man, T-minus 11 minutes until liftoff here at the start line, and this place has turned into a full-out party. There's dancing, there's music, there's balloons being bobbed back and forth, there's footballs being thrown. They've thrown a couple in our direction. People are just having a great time here. They cannot wait to get going. Again, this will be the very start of the parade. These fans you see here will be the first to see Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, the whole Super Bowl crew making their way down Grand Boulevard, and they cannot wait. We've got a lot of cheering today. Are you guys excited? This group cannot wait. Again, the very first to see this team. Last year, we saw Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce get out at this point. They were high-fiving fans in the front row, signing a couple autographs. Folks I've talked to said that's why they came to this spot. They're hopeful
to meet their Chiefs in person today. We'll find out very soon. Again, 10 minutes right here off the 6th and Grand. Guys.
Hey, Marlia, check out my view. Honestly, probably one of the best on the route. I mean, I would have to say we can thank you to Anthony Restaurant and Lounge for letting us up here. Fans, you can see some fans are even in the tree trying to catch that view as the team will soon be making their way down Grand Boulevard. We are piped. The music is up. We even got one guy on the roof here. Not sure if he's supposed to be here, but here he is. And we are excited. You can see long anticipated people holding up their signs. Go Chiefs, everyone! We are excited here. And honestly, the crowd just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Last minute people rushing in, trying to find that empty spot. There's not a lot left, but you can see we are jam-packed shoulder to shoulder. This is so awesome. And we got a guy with the flag here. Sir, tell me about your flag.
I gotta go. I found it on the street.
Oh, he's getting escorted off. But it's an amazing view. We are excited. And Joe and Nathan, we know you are along the route as well. How are things looking out over there?
All right, guys, I tell you what, it's about as good as it can get over here by 12th and Grand, and I want to show you guys these jerseys right here. We're talking about Travis Kelce. We're talking about Taylor Swift. We're also talking about Ma'ato. Let's hear it, guys. Love it. Absolutely awesome vibes over here. I tell you what, we're having some connection issues, but we are here right now, Joe, and we are in the absolute middle of it.
We made it. 12th and Grand has been nothing but fun all morning long. It's going to continue. We're building up. We're what? 10 minutes away?
10 minutes away.
10 minutes away from the parade coming through. So it's a whole lot of fun here, and we're hearing so many different stories, so many people, why they're here, where they're from. It's just been a great morning.
I tell you what, too, we're showing all of these people, and this is just a small snippet of what we're actually seeing. I mean, there's people on the other side of the road. There's people up the road even further towards Union Station. It seems like anywhere you turn, you're going to see some kind of Chiefs fan. I tell you what, it's pretty crazy that we're in the middle of it. So
absolutely.
I don't know how we got here, but we got here.
The thing about it, too, people are up in the parking garages taking advantage of those opportunities, too. Any way people can see the parade, we're kind of in the middle of things. I know a lot of people probably looking at us like, those TV guys need to get out of the way. But we're having fun, too. We're just having a blast. These fans have been nothing but good to us all morning long. We're appreciative of it as the build-up for that parade continues just minutes away here, guys.
Losing their signal a little bit, but Nathan and Joe doing their thing down there on portions of the parade route. Again, like they said, just minutes away from the parade to get underway. And Carolina, there's so much excitement just even before the parade begins. I can't imagine what's going to happen when this crowd, when they actually start seeing their favorite players and they start cruising down Grand. As a matter of fact, I believe we have one of the city cameras of the buses. We'll see if they happen to be getting loaded down there maybe. I don't know if the players are jumping on them here quite yet. We're only about 7 minutes away from the parade getting underway, so you're probably all your favorite Chiefs players are jumping on those buses. See some of the white vans, probably those transport vans that brought the players up here moving around. So they are getting that all set up in the staging area, and they're going to be jumping up into the downtown loop here pretty quick. Now, we know a lot of Chiefs fans have a lot of creativity to them. We've seen different shirts. We've seen different designs.
Oh, yeah.
Everything here as we get out to ready for the parade. But there's also some really talented singer-songwriters that are doing some, parody songs for
very talented.
the Chiefs parade. Take a listen.
Union Station is jammed with fans like me, hoping this isn't our last. Somewhere on the route they see it's Andy Reid, the parade goes by. I can see them waving, got their hands up, savoring the wind. The buses roll by. Yeah, it's what we've been wishing. So you better get down here right now.
How
phenomenal is Blaine?
Yeah.
That is such a great song.
I love, Days Go By Rascal Flatts is pretty good, but I kind of like the Chiefs' twist on it, maybe just a little bit better.
Absolutely. And it is starting to heat up, guys. Obviously, the game is still playing. I'm pretty sure they probably timed it out to where it would end at 12:45, but oh boy, it's going to be so fun out here. And we do have crews all over the parade route, and we do want to toss it out to one of our crews. Is it Gianni?
We just talked to Gianni. I'm not sure where we're going right now, so if our producers could give us a quick heads up, we'll toss it back over there. You can see a live shot from the Liberty Memorial. Okay, we'll talk about everybody's favorite pop stars. We just talked about music, right?
Here,
unfortunately, the rumors were swirling that the city asked her not to come, but Mayor Lucas took to social media, dispelling those rumors here a little bit ago. In his post, he said, Police Chief Stacey Graves and him, they're enchanted to welcome everyone to the parade. And, of course, a lot of folks noticed that they used the word enchanted, which is obviously the title of a Taylor Swift song. But, of course, we've also heard from other sources that her jet has landed in Australia, and unfortunately not in Kansas City.
She's got a concert to get to. Listen,
That's right.
She's got a tour to continue. We do want to continue here with our Neil Jones. He has been bringing us some very interesting folks. Okay, Neil, you're out at Union Station. You had that barbecue truck, a hot dog truck. You had somebody who brought their dog to the parade.
Guys, I'll tell you, I don't care who's not here. These are the people who are here, and they are pumped up. This is my friend here. What's your name?
Caroline Hatcher.
And you got up at 6 a.m. so that her mom could put her decorator face, and look how it turned out. She is excited. Everybody's excited. We've got a fan here. How exciting is it to be at this parade?
It's been a great year. I'm hoping that next year we can go back and we can do this again.
Guys, what has made this year so special to so many people?
It's been a great year. It's been a great game, and I'm just so happy we won this year.
Who are you here to see? Who did you want to see in this parade?
Patrick Mahomes!
Who do you guys want to see?
We want to see Travis Kelce.
Sir, who do you want to see at the parade today?
Taylor Swift!
We have this young lady right here is a huge fan of Channel 5. Who do you like the most on Channel 5?
Neil Jones. He's one.
No, who do you like besides?
Travis Kelce's my all-time favorite.
On Channel 5, though.
Yeah, Neil Jones.
Bill Hurl. She told me Bill Hurlbrink was her second favorite behind me. So there you go. We are having fun in front of the stage. If you think it's crazy here, wait about an hour. Let's send it back to you guys. I can't hear myself think, much less know where to throw it to, guys. Yes, it is.
All right, Neil Jones, a man of the people and the people's champ, all in one.
It's not okay to give people money to say that you're their favorite.
Exactly. We're bribing people down there, it sounds like. But Brad and Carolyn and Jared, we want to send it back to you guys. It's getting crazy down in it's almost like a pit at a rock concert down there.
And we haven't even begun.
Yeah, we haven't started yet. Back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, it is so loud. We can feel the energy and the excitement back here in the studios here at KCTV5. Everything looks great. It sounds great. And why not? Kansas City knows how to throw a parade, don't they?
Yeah, we've done this a time or two before. We were just taking count. Starting with that World Series parade, we have learned a few things as the countdown is on. Now almost to zero here, getting excited for the start. We have Brad, myself joining you here, along with KCTV5's Jared Kohler moderating the parade with you here now in studio. Jared, fresh off that flight back from Vegas. You ready for this?
Carolyn, safe to say I'm excited. I know that's a shock to so many people that I'm getting fired up about the Chiefs, but we've been looking forward to this day from the time they won the AFC Championship. If you guys remember when we were talking about the plane landing, I said, guys, we're just one win away from a parade. Here we are. I'm so looking forward to these next few hours and all the joy that will be spread across this wonderful city.
Oh, man, the road to repeat, it was successful. The Kansas City Chiefs did it, and there's the evidence that the fans have been waiting this day since last year that most of these people were out here in the parade route. Time to celebrate once again.
We want to thank you for watching our special parade coverage here on KCTV5. The Victory Parade starts now.
Live from downtown Kansas City, This is KCTV5 Parade of Champions.
The champs are home, here to celebrate another Super Bowl.
He runs and he throws, caught, touchdown! It's caught! Hardman caught the ball! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
After coming in clutch on the biggest stage in television history.
It's legendary.
Supplanting their names in the history books again, with their eyes on the next one and a chance to do what's never been done.
Three-peat.
But now is the time to celebrate. Together at Union Station again, after a hard-fought win against all odds.
Just a storybook ending to a Cinderella story for us.
Because after all,
you gotta fight for your right!
All right, Kansas City, now is the time to party. Welcome into your Chiefs Super Bowl parade coverage right here on KCTV5.
This is the place to be. Thank you for joining us. We are celebrating a Chiefs dynasty here together as a city.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for, and what the doubters thought was a down year. Not here at KCTV5, though. Now, all eyes turn downtown.
We knew we would be here. Now, speaking of downtown, a sea of red taking over all areas down Grand, and here at Union Station, thousands waiting for the champs to take to that microphone and celebrate in Super Bowl style. But Taylor Swift, not in town. She is officially, we've heard now, in Australia for her Eras Tour.
I think there's enough celebration to still go around.
That's okay that she's not there. Look at who, as Neil Jones said, look at who decided to show up. All of Chiefs Kingdom. There's an estimation that there could be as many as 1 million people along the parade route and then gathering in front of Union Station for what will be an epic celebration as we wait for the Chiefs to take the stage there, and Clark Hunt and Coach Andy Reid to hoist that Lombardi Trophy. There's a live look at the buses right now at the downtown airport as those buses will then, loaded with Chiefs players and Chiefs staff, make their way to the parade route, and it is just about on.
It's just about time.
There they go. One's leaving right now. There they go.
That is the best part about what we have learned in these parades over the years is those double-decker buses are key, because even if you're stacked, 20 rows back in that crowd here waiting to see your favorite players, you're going to get a nice view of them.
And think about it from the player's perspective. They don't necessarily know what they're in for, whether or not they're new here or been here a couple of years. As they load onto that bus, the excitement, the anticipation for the sea of red they're about to see. I don't care if it's your third Super Bowl parade or your first, that fires the players up.
They are just as jacked up as the fans are to be a part of this.
As we are.
This is such a celebration, and you think about what goes into this. I mean, my gosh, there's over 900 Kansas City, Missouri Police Department members out there helping to make the route safe for everyone. But you take a look at, Carolyn, we've been kind of counting the how deep the lines are of the people along the parade route. Some of that is 10, 15 people deep. It looks like this is every bit as big, if not bigger, than last year's parade.
Hearing from our crews out there live along the parade route, and they're at Union Station, and friends along the route too, texting us saying, actually, this seems to be a bigger crowd than we saw this time last year. They think more people came out for this.
And remember, when you're looking at all our live pictures, this is spread out across the city, so that you see so many people at Union Station. There's a ton of people just along the parade route, because that spot, even if you're at the beginning of the parade, that's going to be a great opportunity to get a front row seat to see your players. So the total number of people, we won't know till after this bad boy wraps up as everybody descends on Union Station.
And it is about ready to start. As you can see, the buses have been moving. They're on their way from the Charles Wheeler Airport to make way to Grand Street, to where they will start that procession that everyone is there waiting for. And look at that. They're lining up, getting ready. Those are your Kansas City, Missouri Police Department motorcycle officers who will help to start this parade. And man, is this going to be a party, Kansas
Providing
City.
a fitting escort down Grand here, starting here at 6th and Grand. And you'll want to keep it right here on KCTV5, because we do have crews stationed all along that route, and of course at the very end at Union Station, getting ready for that amazing pep rally.
And can we talk about the weather? A sun-drenched Kansas City right now, it's as if we dialed this up and picked this day on purpose. And why not? It's Valentine's Day, a lot of love in the air, but the love right now is for all of Chiefs Kingdom. Everyone feeling the love. Look at that. Every shot we take, it's just a sea of red.
Yeah, and this is the one that's going to be interesting to watch as we continue to cover the parade.
Oh, it'll grow.
Because we will see, and we have seen in the last how many hours? We've been on since 4 o'clock this morning. We have seen that crowd there in front of Union Station, there on the front lawn of the National World War I Museum and Memorial. We've seen that really grow, and it's probably only just begun because we're estimating the parade itself to take about an hour and a half.
Yeah. And the great thing about parades is that this is a culmination of all the fan support, okay? Not everyone can go to every Chiefs game.
Right.
You know, not everyone can have a front row seat. But you know what? If you live downtown, you can walk outside and join the fun for free. It's such a collective community experience for this city where you can join with family, friends, and get an up-close view of your heroes.
Well, and more importantly, maybe, you know, so very few got to actually go to Las Vegas to watch the win. So this is our first chance to really thank them for what they have done for KC.
I love putting it like that, to show your support, to say, hey, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, thank you for a year's worth of hard work, all those long hours, those early mornings. This is the time to, you know, let them know how much we truly appreciate them here in Kansas City.
And it's not just people from the Kansas City Metro who have shown up, although Kansas City Metro has shown up. We've heard people who have traveled here from Omaha, from Lincoln, from Des Moines. We heard somebody traveled in from the country of Peru. So this isn't, you know, a lot of people have said, you know, I got up early and I drove down. Some people got up and drove here overnight to be a part of this parade. This is such a huge thing as people all across the nation are going to be watching Kansas City celebrate their back-to-back Super Bowl repeat championship. How much fun is this be a part of?
They're either watching or they're jealous of Kansas City, right? That's where they're saying, I wish that was my city.
Think about how many cities are saying that right now. We are so lucky to be able to enjoy this celebration together. Now, last year's staging area where they brought the players in to kind of get all lined up, get started for the parade, was closer to Barquet and in the city market area. They have even moved it back, like you said, to the Charles Wheeler downtown airport. So we saw the buses starting on the move. It's going to take them a little bit longer to actually get up to the start of the parade, which is at 6th and Grand. We are happy to tell you that we have a crew right there at the starting line, so we will bring you every second of the action.
Cameras all over this parade route, reporters all over this parade route. We've got every single angle covered. This is going to be so much fun. And for the third time in 5 years, to be able to be a part of this, to be able to sit here and say to Chiefs Kingdom, this is your dynasty. Dynasty. Jared Kohler, how strange is that word to utter here that we're talking about a Chiefs dynasty?
It's very strange.
Beautiful.
This was not the expectation, 7 years ago, when Patrick Mahomes was first drafted.
Right.
I think Kansas City just wanted, a Super Bowl. So to reach this point, it's surreal. And that's why it takes these kind of days to really bring that perspective, right? You're so caught up with the grind of the season. You win the AFC Championship, well, now you're looking ahead to the Super Bowl. You win the AFC West, now you're looking ahead to the playoffs. Well, right now, we're looking ahead to this parade. We know there's next season and the goals of a three-peat, but this is the time to celebrate.
All right, now let's go to KCTV5's Carolina Cruz out there with a very special guest with our Scott Reese. Oh, Carolina, bring it to us. We know who's with you there.
Hey guys, the next voice that you will hear is that of former Chiefs quarterback and current NFL analyst Trent Green. Trent, just another parade, huh?
I know, just another one. I know we're getting spoiled. I mean, this is, I was talking with my family as we were getting ready to come down here and go back to 2015 with the Royals. And just the city was overwhelmed by how many people showed up and just the presence of the parade. And then now the third Super Bowl parade, and so 4 in the last 10 years. It's just the city has really represented these teams well, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
What do you think the mood is like this time around? Because obviously last year we were so excited.
Yes.
It was kind of like just that comeback that we needed to really prove, no, we are good.
Yeah.
And then this year it's like, we're good.
Yes. It's first off the season, right? It was an up and down season. high expectations going into it, but then had some lulls in the season. It wasn't easy, right? And so, but then going into the postseason, going to Buffalo, to Baltimore, getting those wins, coming back another 10-point deficit in the Super Bowl, coming back and winning. It's pretty phenomenal. And to consider how many teams or how few of teams in NFL history have won back-to-back, and no NFL teams have won 3 in a row. Right. So that just gives extra motivation.
I want to ask you this, and this is off the cusp, but for this team, how long do you think this window can be open for a Patrick Mahomes-led organization? Sorry to put you in a hot spot.
Let's get at it right away. Let's go. This window is open as long as 15's under center. Right. Or shotgun is as it is now, right? As long as 15's, I did not feel real confident going to Buffalo or Baltimore just because the way the season had gone, the defense had played outstanding, but the offense had struggles. Patrick somehow finds another gear, right? You see that look in his eye. We all know the finger flip, right?
Next play.
Get that play here. Oh, it could be incomplete. It could be whatever. It's like, hey, give me that next one. Let's go. It's like, man, you better get him a play. He wants to play now. So I think that window's open as long as he's there. Obviously, there's some big things they have to get taken care of this offseason. You have Chris Jones. That's the biggest part on defense.
Sure. Secure him,
L'Jarius Sneed, if you ultimately decide to pay him like one of the high-end corners, you have a lot of good young corners. So how do you divide that money up? Do you put that big a commitment into L'Jarius? He deserves it. He's been outstanding the whole time.
I'm glad you asked that question, Des, because I feel like when Tyreek Hill left, the big question was, can we do it without Cheetah? And then we did it, and then we did it again.
Then we did it twice. We did it twice.
Now it's no more Cheetah talk.
So, and I think that's
now we did it to Cheetah.
Right. and I think that's the thing when you start talking about the Chris Jones contract and you start talking about the L'Jarius Sneed contract, and Willie Gay, his contract's up. Drew Tranquil, his contract's up. What do you do with the offensive line? Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is going to be here, but his cap number is $57 million for next year. So there's going to be a restructure to create some space for other guys to get signed. So there are still a lot of things to fill, but I think the extra motivation is there is no team that's had a three-peat in the NFL. In the NBA, we've seen it, but
do you
in
think
the
this
NFL,
could be the team to do it?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
They got 2 out of 3
What
down.
did I just say? As long as 15's here, that window's wide open.
100%.
Yes.
And you said you came with your family?
Yeah, I've got my wife and daughter here, and then one of my daughter's friends. Yeah, they the boys that were here for the Royals parade. They're now college and grown up, and they're out of the house and
the next generation of parade goers.
Exactly. She's been at every one though. She's been with me every one. Yeah, so we've been here cold. So yes, we're happy that we don't have as many layers on this year, right?
Even in the shade. I mean, it's a little chilly, but
so Trent, I got to ask you the Mahomes legacy question vis-a-vis Tom Brady, because the comparisons are obvious at this point. 3 championships by age 28. He's on pace, whatever that means, right? To have the 6 Super Bowls. You saw Brady. You've seen Mahomes. I mean, are they 1A and 1B at this point in terms of trending toward the GOATs?
I would have to say so. I think when you start, for me it was always Montana. Growing up, it was Montana and Troy Aikman, because those guys had won a lot of Super Bowls. Terry Bradshaw, those guys had won a lot of Super Bowls. So those were the guys that you follow. Of course, the John Elways and the Dan Marinos and guys like that. But really, when you talk about the standard is Tom Brady right now. And Patrick has referenced it several times. I'm chasing 7 rings. And, I love that. But we also know how difficult it is. It's not an easy thing. So what he's doing has been outstanding. And, he's got to be in that class, but he's got a lot of years left to play to try and catch Tom.
But why is he selling himself short? 7 rings. He's got 10 rings.
I know. I was thinking that. I'm like, just fill him up. Fill him up.
He had a look in his eye, this Patrick, in that post-game conference to where a lot of quarterbacks would have been relieved. They would have been relaxed. He still had a laser focus in his eye.
How about the fact he said, we'll take 2 weeks off? I was like,
take your time,
Pat. Hey, take a month. You can have at least a month to celebrate. He's like, we're going to enjoy this. We'll enjoy it for 2 weeks, and then we're going to get back at it. I was like, wow, that's aggressive.
That's Patrick Mahomes.
I love it.
Best in the world.
That's what it takes.
Yes.
He'll be at the combine in 2 weeks scouting.
I would only take 2 weeks, but I didn't have the rings. I was chasing the rings. I was going after it. So I understand it. But that was great to hear from him, and it looks like things are getting rolling.
Off.
Yeah,
the parade is kicked off. 11-14 here. That was the Rumble line bus, that double-decker bus. Obviously, all of these buses are filled with different positions.
So what have you guys heard? Is Taylor here?
Oh, she's in Australia.
Really?
I know. That's
How do you know that?
The tour
How do you know
continues.
that? What's the confirmation on that?
She texted Carolina.
Her plane is. She has more than one plane.
Australia, so
She has more than one plane.
I know.
Oh, you got a
was your daughter hoping to see her?
We're hearing that she is here.
Really?
We're
Shut
hearing
up.
that she
Really?
is here. Yeah.
Wow.
Is this
We're hearing that she's
Breaking.
here.
Do we have breaking news animation?
I'm just telling
Trent
you what
just
I've
broke it.
heard. I don't. Travis didn't text me. Taylor definitely didn't text me. But yeah, I'm hearing that.
Oh my God, that would be wild if she was.
That she has multiple planes.
Don't
and
tease us.
And so there is.
So
the
decoy plane is in Australia.
So you're saying there's a chance. There's still, even though her plane's there.
Yeah.
I think there's still a chance. So.
Oh, fine.
I wish I could give you 100% confirmation. I do not have confirmation. It's just what I've been told.
Well, now we're confused.
Now you have to.
What you think? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you were seeing there our coverage of the parade. Obviously, we've got crews all over this parade route, different vantage points, and we're going to start seeing those double-decker buses. Ooh, we got the cheerleaders.
Yeah.
So we had the rumble line, and then now we got the cheerleaders.
Who, by the way, you talk about working hard Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
They were everywhere in Vegas.
Yeah.
The Chiefs
Yeah.
cheerleaders. They
And
were
here in
everywhere.
Kansas City, I
Yeah.
did 2 events here.
Yeah.
They showed up to both.
Oh my gosh!
Shout out to the Chiefs
We
cheerleaders.
think about the players, but there's so many other people behind the scenes. Too.
So I was, CBS had the game this year, so I had to go out on Sunday to do shows on Monday and Tuesday. On Sunday's flight, the cheerleaders and Casey Wolf, they were on the flight with me, and I was like, you guys are going out earlier than the players. They're like, we have appearances tomorrow. We've got to start practicing. We've got stuff all week long. So
Was this a fully costumed Casey Wolf on the flight?
my daughter actually, they were kind of joking. I go, well, I said, I'm not going to use his real name on there, but Casey Wolf and I sat next to each other on the plane, and they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "He wasn't in costume." I'm like, "You guys know, that's a costume." It's like I've known him for a long time. It's
I
like
do wonder how they transport it though.
Yeah.
They just
Oh no,
pack it up?
it's a lot.
Does not fit in the overhead compartment.
No, it doesn't.
No.
No, it wasn't carry on. It wasn't carry on.
Oh boy, there we go. We got some
Yeah.
of those like tanker trucks out there.
yeah.
We're going to start seeing a lot of those families from those players and the support staff as well coming through, enjoying this parade. And all of you fans are going to get to enjoy it right here with us. We're giving you the best vantage point.
How about this?
Nobody
So this
else gets this. Do they have the ski goggles on? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
Bring
have they
back
ever had these before? I
No,
don't.
this
I
is
don't remember.
different.
I don't remember the big military flatbeds with personnel and all that. This is new.
They said we need something bigger
Right.
this year.
They keep finding ways to improve, right?
Back to back. Next
Learning
year
with practice.
They're bringing in helicopters next year.
No, next year they'll be on hovercraft.
I love that they're incorporating the guard, obviously, on those buses too for helping out. Oh, there we go. We got a little music going.
They deserve that. We thank them for their service.
We do think
Mainly
that for their
personnel
service.
staff right now. But these big buses
Mainly
coming up
personnel
will be
staff.
flags.
There we can hear Marlia. So this is actually the start of the parade, and we're just going to take you all the way through. This started here around 11, a little past, and then it should last about an hour and a half until they get all the way to where we are. This is Union Station. They're going to take the stage, and then that's when the shenanigans will continue.
I'm anxious to see the shenanigans along the parade route once the players get out.
I think it'll be telling, right? What we see during the parade, what we see on stage at Union Station. We do want to get over to KCTV5's Marlia Campbell. Marlia, you've been out there so early, and that just like trickle of people has now just turned into a sea of red.
Oh man, guys, this has been so much fun. The Parade of Champions is officially underway. We're starting to see those famous double-decker world champion buses roll on through right now. We led with the Jackson County Stadium Authority with Governor Laura Kelly with some personnel staff. The players will be at the rear end of this parade. We can see them coming up here now. Everyone so excited. This is the best part of the year for these guys. They've been waiting for this moment all year long. We're getting used to throwing these parades here in Kansas City. We're seeing some cheerleaders coming up here. Casey Wolf making his way down here. We saw Mitch Holtis. He's going to be appearing here. And, of course, we're keeping an eye out for that Lombardi Trophy. The first time Chiefs Kingdom will get to see it in person is today. Again, a lot of excitement here. Folks, hoping players are going to jump out of these buses. They will do that. Keep an eye on that throughout the day. taking pictures with fans, signing autographs. This is the opportunity for Chiefs Kingdom to interact with the team for the first time. Hundreds of thousands of fans will get to meet their favorite Chiefs today as they slowly make their way down Grand all the way to Union Station, where the party will commence. But this is just a great time, guys. I mean, they're throwing roses off these buses. We're seeing people throw footballs to them. They're throwing Sharpies, trying to get stuff signed. Guys, this is great. We're keeping an eye out for who's coming up. But for now, Brad and Carolyn, we'll throw it back to you.
Oh, man, Marlia, you're right. The party is underway. The parade is on. We've seen the mayor. We've seen some dignitaries. And we're seeing those confetti cannons just blast pounds of confetti to the adoring Chiefs Nation.
Isn't that the sight to see? That's what you wanted to be a part of, right in the center of it all when they took the win on Sunday.
And hearing from a guy like Trent Green, I think, is also a great example of how this is a celebration for generations of Chiefs teams and Chiefs fans. I remember growing up, I got 2 Trent Green jerseys on the same Christmas day. That's how much I wanted a number 10 green jersey.
That's awesome.
And so now to have him in the celebration, be proud of how Chiefs Kingdom has evolved and grown since those days, because Green and that offense was so responsible for helping create this Chiefs Kingdom that we know as the defense of the 90s. Those players really laid the foundation for this team that we now know and love.
And you can just hear in his voice how excited he is about the future. Hey, there's Clark Hunt, and there's the Lombardi Trophy, and Coach Andy Reid, our chief. Yeah, he's the chief. I mean, there it is right there. Boy, that is a sight to behold.
Bringing it on back. Hey, that trophy stays right here in Kansas City for good reason. Well deserved today.
Oh, man.
Got the family all on board.
Fans drinking it in. I mean, their time to shine. How much fun is it for the fans along the route, but how much fun is it for Clark Hunt, head coach Andy Reid, and all the coaches and the staff that have worked so hard to make this a reality. And there they are, jamming out on top of that double-decker bus as they're getting an unbelievable round of applause. You just hear, you can feel the fans out there along the parade route.
And for the Hunt family, Lamar Hunt named the Super Bowl, created football as we know it, brought football to Kansas City, and for Clark Hunt to carry on his father's legacy, to win the Super Bowl the year after his mother passes, is just a great story.
And now you're seeing Governor Mike Parson, Missouri governor, also taking some credit here for having his favorite team win Super Bowl 58. And then this very well could be next coming up here, the man of the year, right?
Harrison
One of, yes.
One of. I mean, honestly, and kind of an unsung hero sometimes.
And you see Tommy Townsend there with the hair rocking the Royals jersey as well. So unified team love here from the special teamers.
I love that.
And this is Harrison Butker's 3rd Super Bowl ring.
Wow. He, depending on what could have happened, I mean, he could have been MVP. I mean, my gosh, holds the record now for longest field goal in Super Bowl history. Every aspect of this Chiefs game in that Super Bowl, offense, defense, special teams, was on top of their game. And here's the results to prove of what they did in the Super Bowl. A championship parade, downtown Kansas City, rocking and rolling. Downtown Kansas City pulsing as the world watches Chiefs Kingdom celebrate.
And Butker has a Super Bowl record, 9 career field goals. I mean, he's legitimately on his way to the Hall of Fame if he keeps kicking like this. And remember, for years, the Chiefs did not have a great postseason kicking track record.
Right.
So this is some good karma coming around to KC.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up the karma. Many wondering if Trent Green might be onto something, hinting at us that maybe T Swift is in town today. So we will see if that was just a ruse about her plane being already in Australia.
We've been trying to dig up if, in fact, she is at the parade. We don't know. There have been rumors that her plane landed in Australia. We don't know. We don't have that confirmed. But, hey, Trent Green said she may be here. So who am I to doubt Trent Green as we continue to watch downtown Kansas City, the parade route. Up to 1 million people could be having fun at this parade. And there we go. There's the theme. There's the rumble. Red Kingdom. So many people having so much fun today.
Oh, this is such a well-deserved moment. Just soak it all in, Kansas City. This is it.
Oh, it's so much fun to
Behind the truck, you
watch.
see Casey Rolfe also
He's jamming.
jamming out. Yeah, getting the crowd excited as we are waiting and ready to see the stars that so many would like to see, and they are hoping, in that crowd, that maybe, just maybe, those players will come off of those buses and come and say hi along the parade lines.
There's L'Jarius Sneed in the teal coat or the blue coat right there.
Are they wearing the In Spags We Trust t-shirts?
If you haven't heard, folks, Steve Spagnuolo contract extension today. He's going to be staying here in Chiefs Kingdom, which is great news, especially for all those players. Those In Spags We Trust shirts are good for years to come.
That is a brilliant move by the Chiefs front office to extend his contract, give him a pay raise, do whatever it takes. He's one of the best defensive coordinator in all of NFL.
The only coordinator to win 4
right.
Super Bowls. He won 1 with the Giants, now 3 here in Kansas City.
Amazing.
Remember, he took over his first year. He won the Super Bowl over San Francisco. That was his first year. Now he has 3.
Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. All right, so we're watching some of the players now throw some things, throw some swag, some memorabilia out into the crowd of adoring fans. We know that so many school districts all across the metro canceled classes today because why not? I mean, my gosh, once in a lifetime parade opportunity. I would say once in a lifetime, but for many kids, this is their 3rd parade. So
there's some spoiled kids here in Kansas City. They didn't have to suffer like a lot of people. I'm happy for them, but I also know the people that have gone through decades of heartbreak. This means a lot to them.
It does.
Oh, so many people involved in, we see just that limited number of players week after week after week, but look at the team that is needed behind that just to make the operation what it is. It's unbelievable.
It's a team effort on the field and behind the scenes.
Exactly.
That's why celebrations like this are so much fun, because everybody can soak in the glory and know that every person played a small role, even Chiefs fans, in creating the loudest stadium in the world. Chiefs fans deserve some credit for today's celebration.
Oh, there's one of the players that so many people have been waiting for. Isaiah Pacheco, I'm told, is on this bus. I haven't been able to spot him yet. But Isaiah Pacheco is out there, and it was, as we've heard throughout the day, so many fans said, hey, I'm here to see number 10, Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah, that is the player they seem to be most anxious to see here on the parade route.
And remember, he's just a second-year player, now with 2 Super Bowl rings, first ever running back to win 2 rings in his first 2 years as a starter.
7th-round draft pick out of the University of Rutgers. What a role he has played on this world champion Kansas City Chiefs team. Back-to-back champions. Jared, you mentioned earlier, after the parade, we can talk about a three-peat. Why not talk about it right now? Kansas City Chiefs will be one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl next year, something that no other team in NFL history has ever done, win 3 Super Bowls in a row.
Well, especially because a lot of that offense is coming back. Isaiah Pacheco, still young. Travis Kelce, not as young, but you know what? He sure heck didn't look old on Sunday. So Patrick Mahomes, still young, and that wide receiving core. Remember, they were supposed to take a step back after you trade an all-pro wide receiver. I mean, think about it. You trade Tyreek Hill, and then you win 2 titles.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Chiefs defense and the Chiefs squad as a whole is one if not the youngest squad in the NFL.
They are, and the defense will potentially have more holes to fill depending on how free agency goes, but that's why those draft picks were so impressive. George Karlaftis, Trent McDuffie, that, hey, if you lose some key guys, well, it's their time to step up.
We were talking about Tyreek Hill. He actually was spotted, by the way, in Las Vegas, very much cheering on the Kansas City Chiefs, and that was good to see.
He did play a role in this dynasty, both as a player and, remember, his trade helped bring more draft picks that help keep this defense young, keep this team young, and establish this dynasty as we know. Look, I love they're throwing flowers out.
Yeah,
we've done these parades before, but never on Valentine's Day.
That's right. So why not celebrate and throw out the flowers, the roses?
A lot of love to spread on this championship parade day, a celebration all across Chiefs Kingdom, not just here in Kansas City, but we know there are Chiefs fans spread throughout the entire country. How much fun must it be for people who are watching online or watching the coverage this Ganners all across the country? But my gosh, what a day for Chiefs Kingdom to celebrate.
And we have our Nathan Brennan, Joe Hennessy down there right along the parade route. Hi, guys.
Well, it's
I'm
so
very
loud.
sure they can't hear us, but if you can maybe hear us, we'd love to see the sights where you are.
Harrison Butker just leading the way as well on top of the bus. As soon as people saw Butker, everybody started to lose it a little bit more. It's been a whole lot of fun.
It's been a ton of fun. I tell you what, we just saw the Lombardi Trophy come by, plenty of cheers, and as we see more and more of these players come by, I feel like this crowd just keeps getting louder and louder. This has been one of the best spots in the entire parade route, and it's just going to keep getting better.
Absolutely. It's been that way since this morning. We saw people out here at 5 a.m. Getting their spot, getting ready, and now to see the parade starting, getting going. It's been a whole lot of fun, and it's only going to get better because we all are waiting for, some of those bigger names. We're trying to see Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes. The list goes on and on and on. So we're going to be here. 12th and Grand is where we're at. And again, this has been a really rowdy spot all morning long. It's only going to get better. Guys, back to you.
All right, we're seeing Travis Kelce there on board, trying to get the crowd riled up. Yep, right behind him.
We got Blaine Gabbert, Blake Bell. This is a crammed and popular bus.
Patrick Mahomes, that's the bus that so many fans are waiting to see. And look at that, Travis Kelce holding up his finger saying, "We are number one, you are number one."
This is a bit of a subtle fit compared to what Travis has worn
It
past
is a
years.
subtle fit. What? Just a hoodie?
He had the
and
tracksuit on
ball
last
cap?
year.
Yeah, he had the World Championship belt. Although it looks like might see a belt right there. He had that in 2020 with that iconic speech.
Let's see. Patrick, what do you got on there?
He's got his logo there.
Yeah, sporting the logo. I mean, playing it cool. I mean,
nothing too flashy.
It's not like this is their first go-round. I mean, these guys are pros when it comes to taking part in a parade. But Patrick Mahomes up there dancing around, shaking to the crowd eating it up, drinking it in. It is so fantastic to be able to watch your heroes and to be only just a few feet away from them. So many young fans looking up at those double-decker buses saying, those are the guys I watched on TV. Those are the guys I watched in the Super Bowl. And they're right here in front of me.
These really are role models and heroes growing up. I mean, think about as a kid, everybody that loves sports had their favorite players, okay, that you looked up to, and whether or not you wanted to be the next Trent Green or you just liked watching them, whatever it is, to see those people in person, even when you get older, it's still cool to see.
Okay, we got some players who have got out of the bus and they're making their way along the parade route.
The fun begins.
Oh, that's cool. Jared, can you tell, who are we looking at
So there
here?
you saw Nick Allegretti in the Blackhawks jersey, and he played through an injury in the Super Bowl. That is how much he cared about this team, filling in for the injured Joe Thuney. There he is, number 98, Nick Allegretti.
Oh, there's Patrick just soaking it all in, getting the crowd fired up for, of course, the pep rally expected at the end of the parade route there on the stage at Union Station, set for about a little over an hour from now.
Yeah, we will soak it all in. Looks like Patrick may be soaking in an adult beverage maybe of his choice. He deserves it.
You say that,
He
but
earned it.
I think there were many more bottles of tequila to be had around that bus last year. They seem to be a little more...
We'll see. It's early. It's still early. We'll see what
The
develops.
parade has just begun.
I love it. I love it when the players, and the fans love it when the players get out of the buses
And there's
then
Chris
start walking.
Jones right there in that white jacket. You saw Mike Pennell, and here you see Patrick Mahomes on top of the world. You know he'll get off the bus, but you see him there with Travis Kelce, Patrick's wife Brittany, Blake Bell. This is just a celebration that these players, they're already off the bus. Remember, this is a long route. If they're already out amongst the fans, that means a lot. This is the offensive line and defensive line, the men in the trenches getting the love here. That's Wanye Morris. As a rookie, George Karlaftis, second year. Remember, these young players, all they know are Super Bowl parades.
Imagine that.
And you can just tell, you can just see the spring in their step. They're like little kids out there, Jared. I mean, they're absolutely having a blast.
I'm just like I'm a little kid here, all right? And as a little kid, I get to toss out to Trent Green. I'm fired up. Bill and Carolina,
let's do that now. Hey, Trent, Bill, Carolina, what do you have for us there from the top of the action?
Well, the Union Station area is already filling up with the sea of red. Before we told you it was like a fourth full. I can't see where the crowd stops out here on the lawn anymore. We've got the music going. We've got Trent Green with us. And obviously a lot of the folks and fans out here are wearing all of their new gear, all of their new swag. Trent, I
don't. You guys can see.
You had to call him out.
Super Bowl 57.
Yes.
I told you. I was like, just put a little. You should have just put a little piece of tape.
Yeah, a little
white out, put a little thing on there. So.
And then next year we'll add another little piece of tape.
I just didn't have time to run out and get the new gear, but
what's cool
we
is
will.
a lot of these fans will have time, obviously, after the Super Bowl, and there's so many stands along the way too with people selling merchandise.
Yep, definitely. And I love the comment earlier. At what point will the guys get? You know, the guys were going to get off the bus, right?
Yeah,
of course, it's the offensive, defensive line were the first ones to get off the bus and start high-fiving and slamming beers with people. So they should enjoy it.
Yeah.
Be safe, but enjoy it.
Yeah.
Well, Bud Light with the commemorative beers this time around with the Arrowhead limited edition.
Are people throwing beers to the bus?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it looked like there.
Yes.
It started happening last year, right?
Yeah.
It's an annual tradition, we can say.
That's right.
Well, with the catching ability there, I was going to say that's probably the D line and not the receiver corps.
Yeah, we'll leave that one.
There's a joke there. Yeah.
There's a joke there. Yeah.
There's the Lombardi Trophy with the Hunt family, as you can see. That is just so phenomenal for Coach Reed.
Yeah, he's right there.
To be soaking in this moment.
And how about the Hunt family too? Obviously, after losing Norma here, but to be able to bring this back here to Kansas City in her honor after wearing her initials all season long, just an incredible moment, I'm sure, for Clark and his family.
And the players talked about that up to and including the Super Bowl. And Andy Reid, I mean, Trent, you remember when he was Eagles coach Andy Reid, the guy who couldn't win the big one, couldn't win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Now, nobody's saying that anymore.
Nobody's saying it anymore, and he has secured his legacy in the history of the NFL. When you start talking about George Halas, you start talking about Don Shula, Bill Belichick, all the guys that he's now joined that company. Chuck Noll in terms of Super Bowls won.
Right,
it's those are the legends of the game, and he's not stopping. He's not. Everybody keeps thinking, and I know you have to ask it, right?
Sure.
It's like, okay, are you thinking about retirement because of all the guys that have retired recently, and as long as 15's back there and he's still
winning
and winning and Coach Reid has mentioned many times that he still loves getting up, going in, watching the tape, studying the tape, game planning, preparing. Why stop, right?
Yeah, I think he really likes those relationships too with the players and coaching them, and I think seeing them too behind the scenes develop, right?
Well, and that's the thing is, as former players, you can go through and ask all the former players, like, what's the one thing you miss? You miss the locker room, right? You miss those relationships. Yes, the games are great, practices are okay, all those things.
Training camp,
it's phenomenal.
But it's the relationship and the camaraderie of being in the locker room, and that's the same thing that goes for coaches. When coaches are done, they're used to the camaraderie of the locker room and being around the practices, and that's why so many former players transition into coaches. And so when a coach is done, you miss all those same things. And having the success that Andy's been able to have, once again, I don't see him stopping anytime soon.
And it's so cool to see that these players obviously are going to have those memories, but they're going to be able to say, we were Super Bowl champs, and we got to do the parade, and we got to throw the confetti around and take all the pictures and sign all the autographs. How awesome.
It is. I go back to
Is he shirtless? We are shirtless. We are shirtless on the parade route.
Hey, it's 50 degrees. Why not?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you? I mean, considering last year why
the
would you
years
not?
past, the 2020 was so much
It's the Jason Kelsey effect, I think. Everybody's doing it.
Our honorary Chiefs fan right
Neil
there.
Jones, do not take your shirt off, please. If you're listening to this, just calm down.
That's so phenomenal that these players are getting out, because obviously this is why the fans get up early, and they were up early. We're talking like 4 a.m. to make sure that they got those front row spots. So good for them that they get to get out and meet these players.
And just how it's changed. The Super Bowl parade that I went through in '99 after Super Bowl 34 in St. Louis, there was probably 600,000-700,000 people there.
Oh my God.
And it was different in that here you have all the buses. There, it's just look at that. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's hilarious.
They are just he's eating that up.
He's had more than one mimosa. What's he carrying? He's got something going on, but anyway, he's having fun. Hey, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Be safe.
So from 6,000.
Oh, it's a bottle of champagne. Well, then yes.
Mimosa without the juice.
That's right. That's right. I was just saying, Super Bowl 34 in St. Louis. they had all of us in the back of trucks. So we all had each of our own families. We had so my wife and I, and we only had our 2 boys were born at that time, and we didn't have the littlest. But I remember my 2-year-old. We're sitting in the back of the truck, my wife and I, with our 2-year-old, and the fans were so close. He was like high-fiving everybody. We have pictures and stuff of him high-fiving. It's just the way the NFL has grown, the way the game has grown. Obviously the reactions, the salaries, the team values, the TV contracts, all the type of stuff that has grown so much. But it's just incredible for Chiefs Kingdom. Thinking about it had been 50 years since being a Super Bowl champion, and now all of a sudden it's 3 in the last 5.
And all these young kids and the younger generation are just expecting it now.
I know.
And from just 6,000 to like 1 million is what they're predicting out here.
Unbelievable.
And with the weather, that obviously helps.
Yes.
And so I heard you guys talking earlier about, how many are going to show up, right? You get spoiled a little bit. 3 and 5 years, back-to-back years.
Yeah.
Some of the schools tried to not cancel.
A little bit of pressure on there.
That was reverse.
It was a nice attempt.
Yes, it was a nice attempt. So I think the response and the weather has helped a lot. And this is a special team. This is not to take anything away from the previous teams, but what this team was able to accomplish, the struggles that they had during the season, there was a lot of doubters, even though, why you would doubt this team, why you would doubt this quarterback. They found a way to get it done, and it was different than the previous years. The defense was the dominant force, and offensively they found ways to get it done.
Well, that's what's impressed me most, I think, about Patrick Mahomes and the evolution of his game. And obviously you can speak to this as well as anybody, but the offense with Tyreek Hill, completely different, almost opposite from certainly what we saw last year when he had to learn and embrace the take what they give you philosophy. And I mean, what they had last year, I think they had 1 20-yard touchdown the entire season.
Yeah.
Right. This year there were a couple more, but just the evolution of Patrick Mahomes is a guy who can beat you in any way, shape, and form. It's really awesome.
It really is, and that tells a lot about his maturity and his growth, understanding what it takes. He's had the big numbers, right? He's had a couple of MVP seasons. He's put up the 50 touchdown passing seasons and 5,000-yard passing seasons and all those kinds of things. Last year, I went back and looked at last year's Eagles Super Bowl. He only had 182 yards passing in that game, but he had 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And it was his efficiency that he showed and his ability to run the football. That came true again this year, even though he had over 300 yards passing. It was his running towards the fourth quarter and overtime that really helped set this team up for success and understanding to protect the football. He did have the 1 interception, but that's the first interception in 7-8 playoff games. So understanding that he had to adjust his game, the maturity that he's shown, we're all just seeing it grow right before our eyes. And he's already won 3, and he's only going to get better, and this team's going to continue to get better around him.
I feel like that second half, he said, whatever means possible, we're going to make this happen.
He's already the only professional athlete in any pro sport to win 3 MVP awards in that sport's championship game.
Oh, wow.
Never happened in the NBA, never in baseball, never in hockey. He is it. I mean, it's remarkable.
Wow.
I think some of the special teams on that bus right there, we can't go without talking about Harrison Butker and his performance in the Super Bowl we had the 49ers kicker hitting the record field goal from distance, and then Harrison Butker was like, hold my beer, let me step up. And
except he doesn't drink.
Yeah, except he doesn't drink.
Right.
Hold my water, hold my juice box, and he goes and does one better,
Yeah, it's, there's the argument or discussion among the NFL is who's the best kicker, and Justin Tucker has had that label for multiple years, and Harrison Butker from a statistical standpoint is just behind him. But I think as he continues to have postseason success, has the type of year that he had this year, all of a sudden that gap is getting closer and closer, and in a lot of eyes, Harrison is potentially, if not past him, when you start talking about all-time legends. We had legends here, in terms of kickers, and to see Harrison Butker do it, he's definitely stamping his place in history.
And we just saw Brittany Mahomes. She was off the bus, getting back on the bus. All these players just obviously soaking in the moment. Yeah, I think
you can see Tommy Townsend from a mile away.
Hold on, we got to get you back on.
That hair that stands out.
By the way, speaking of which, as an aside, Trent, special teams kind of a big deal in that Super Bowl.
Special teams were phenomenal, and
Patrick.
being able, there were some struggles early in that game in the red zone, and Patrick would be the first one to tell you. So having a guy like Harrison Butker that can take advantage of that field position and get points on the board, and then ultimately in the fourth quarter and overtime is when Patrick and the offense came through. The numbers that Travis Kelce had in the second half and overtime compared to just the 1 yard in the first half. I mean,
Speaking of Travis Kelce, Donna Kelce is right there on the bus.
Yeah, and Patrick looks like he just stepped off the bus and now he's out into the crowd.
It's on.
I know. Anything goes.
Well, last year, didn't he give the Lombardi Trophy to somebody? He took a picture and he's like, "Oh, here you go," and he walked off. So.
Did you notice that the Lombardi Trophy is not on his bus?
Yeah. They're like, "Okay, we're not giving it to Patrick this year.
We're going to give it to Butker."
Who knows who we'll give it to?
This is the moment that so many fans have waited for, because so many of them today have said, Mahomes.
Well, and imagine of the hundreds of thousands of people that you're one of like the 25 that actually get to high-five Patrick Mahomes, right? I mean,
you don't wash your hands.
So he's off the bus. I know a lot of people have been saying they want to see Isaiah Pacheco today. Of course, Travis Kelce. And but just a lot of people like really just in tune with the defense as well, just since they played such a big role in the game this year. Chris Jones,
He's like,
Trent
"Give me
McDuffie,
more."
all those guys. Yeah, I'm out. Empty.
I mean, look at his hand. He's signaling, "Give me more."
There it goes.
This is a fun
And you notice there's 2 or 3 security like everywhere he goes. They're just like, okay.
Yeah. But this is, I mean, they earned it.
He seems a little more subdued than last year.
Yeah.
This is just a start. We're not even 1 hour in.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
No, but obviously this is what these players work for all season long, and they didn't doubt themselves. They had some doubters along the way.
Yep.
But
Not here.
It's so cool to get to see them celebrating and soaking in this moment against world champions.
Well, and that's the thing. When you start off in the off season, and for me and for most players, former players or current players, you start your training, in February. Well, these guys are playing until February, as we see Travis Kelce with the championship belt on, lifting up the crowd. You see the work that these guys put in, and yes, they've been able to enjoy themselves with the championships they've won, but there's no doubt the amount of work they put in. When you see the success that they have on the field, it goes without saying the amount of work that goes in and what they're doing to take care of themselves and get themselves ready. So I know I stated this earlier, but when Patrick after the game was like, "We're going to enjoy this for 2 weeks, and then get back at it," I was like, "My goodness, celebrate it some more."
Yeah, we saw what Patrick went through in that Netflix documentary, and this is just all the individual workouts that he does. That's not to mention all of the team workouts, the team meetings that they have as well. So there's all that, but what all these guys do individually on their own to make sure their body's in the tip-top shape, to make sure they're ready to go with whatever Andy Reid can throw at them. It's just so impressive what they go through just to get ready for the game, and what they went through, I'm sure, for the 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl. Unimaginable for somebody like I've never played football. I wasn't a football player. I have no idea how it works, but it's incredible watching them.
It's so funny that you mentioned that, because speaking of bodies in tip-top shape, it just makes me think of that comment with whenever Patrick Mahomes had his shirt off.
Oh, yeah,
He's like, "Come on, man, don't call me out."
Dad bod season.
There's some muscles
Look
under
at
that.
Karlaftis with the stogie.
And a lot of these guys, that's the thing, right? They want to smoke a cigar to celebrate their
Chris
victory.
Jones behind him there, it looks like, maybe?
Yeah. And I love to see that they have the ski goggles. That's like a must-have thing for these parades for these
My guess is
players.
Patrick probably hooks him up with that. He probably has like his Oakley
little
deal.
Oakley?
His Oakley deal, right? When it was 20, 25 degrees, right? Everybody had them.
Yeah.
So it's
making record time down Grand. It looks like the 100-yard dash.
And Karlaftis signing autographs.
Yeah, there's George.
Well, you guys were talking about the work that goes in and what these guys have to do, and I've been asked numerous times, either by fans or young athletes that are talking. They're like, "Hey, what do you have to do? What do you have to do?" I was like, "You need to outwork everybody.
Yeah.
You need just know, you see Travis doing, commercials in Saturday Night Live and Patrick on all the commercials, and I said, but those guys put in the work. You've got to work harder than everybody else. You've got to put in the hours, and I thought that was a great. The quarterback show was a great behind the scenes look at what Kirk Cousins did, what Patrick Mahomes did, what Marcus Mariota in terms of what goes into it. It's not just what you do at the stadium. There's a lot that goes in, whether it's diet, whether it's massage therapy or physical therapy or different things that you're doing. Once you go home and get out of the building. I mean, there's a lot that goes into film study at home, preparation. It's
Even that one move that Mahomes' coach or trainer posted, whenever we thought his legs were going to snap during that game, they didn't because, again, it's all of that training that they have to do. And a lot of people think it's just the natural ability. That's just how they were born. No, it's
I never trained the way that Patrick is now, but I
had you.
But none of that training was going on at the time. But flexibility and stretching was always something. And I've told that to young athletes, especially football players. I said, you got to understand your body is getting hit in like unusual positions. Like you're having people, first of all, it's weird to have large people hitting you. That's not like a normal thing. Like, first of all, you have to accept that. And then the second thing is you have to accept that your body's going to be bending and moving and getting collapsed and hit in different ways. And so I always tried to be as flexible as I could, knowing that, and I've tried expressing that, but then to see Patrick's trainer post and show how they actually did the training for that.
So that's why we do
it. It's phenomenal.
One of our younger fans this morning was really looking forward to seeing this guy, Drew Tranquil, out of the bus, walking around. And how about I get a postseason for that guy right there?
And there may not be a player in this procession that appreciates what's going on right now more than that guy.
Why do you say that?
Drew Tranquil.
Yes, go ahead. Yep.
So, first of all, seeing him on the field after the game, tears in his eyes, doing confetti angels, right?
Yeah.
And just talking to him during the week, I mean, he was so transparent, so sincere in how much he relished this opportunity because he played with the Chargers. He never had a chance to do anything like this. And Trent McDuffie there as well, another guy who I talked about earlier is one of the unbelievable players in the NFL now at cornerback. But Drew Tranquil it was so awesome. A guy on a one-year prove-it deal. I would say he proved it.
And that was what I was going to point out is Tranquil was with the Chargers. He did a one-year prove-it deal. That's going to be the tough thing. Willie Gay's contract's up. Drew Tranquil's contract's up.
It's tough.
Whether or not you sign both or just sign one. I mean, those are the tough decisions that Brett Veach and his crew are going to have. I love the fact that they showed Trent McDuffie that he's getting the love around the league and around the nation because of the type of game that he had, but also the fact that he's all-pro, the type of season that he had. It's phenomenal.
We got some confetti falling where we are. Sorry, Trent.
No,
I'm
it's
not excited.
Okay.
As long as that's what it is.
It's okay. I'm just talking football. I'm just talking football. And you're like, oh, look, squirrel. It's confetti. It's a piece of confetti, right? So
it is 55% red, 35% yellow, 10% white.
But here's the thing about Trent McDuffie. Not only is he all-pro and a phenomenal player, and he backed it up this year with the stats that he had and what he was able to do. Trent was one of the first guys to jump up and help me out. I do a lot of work here in Kansas City, and specifically one of the groups I work with is Ronald McDonald House Charities, and Trent was quick to volunteer and come out and help support a draft event that we had to help raise money for Ronald McDonald House Charities. He stuck around all night talking to the patrons there and the people that were donating, and that guy needs to get off the sign.
That guy, you don't want that.
Guys.
But it's just how good of a guy that Trent McDuffie is outside of being a great football player.
And I mean, he just came on so strong. I just remember the sack that he had against, or the strip that he had against Tyreek Hill there in that game in Germany. And it just seemed ever since that moment, his career, his star has just taken off and gotten brighter and brighter. And it maybe culminated in the Super Bowl, especially with that defensive effort against Deebo Samuel in the end zone where he tipped that potential touchdown away from the 49ers.
So the party just got started because we've got Tech 9 on stage behind us here at Union Station. And
he was just up here.
He was just up here. He told us he was going to be performing. What song is he doing?
That's KC Mo.
Oh my gosh. Folks, this is a sea of red. Look at him. He's just we tried getting him to tell us what he was going to be performing, and he didn't give us a sneak peek.
Here's the funny thing is I made the mistake of saying, like, hey, where in where in town do you live?
Oh.
And he looked at me and he's like, Casey Mo. How do you not know it's Casey Mo? Born and raised Casey Mo. I was like,
The song's not called Overland Park.
and I was like, I know that's a song. I'm like, believe me, I know that's a song. I'm not offending you. I'm like, I just wanted to know where you are.
Okay, well, we've got Tech 9. You kind of are teasing us. You said Taylor Swift might make an appearance.
That's what I was told before I came up to the deck is that Tech 9.
Who's our
or not Tech 9,
cameraman?
but Taylor Swift. And,
Hey, I know that guy.
Yeah, how about that guy? Oh, hey, are you going to give him a hard time for wearing a 2022 World Champion? Yeah, exactly. Oh, yes. Dustin Colquitt. Dustin Colquitt. So even though mine is, a year old. Oh, there you are. There it is.
Well, we just cut back to Tech 9.
Hold on, we got.
What's up, buddy? Good.
There's Red Kingdom, guys. That's the song, the anthem for the Chiefs and Chiefs Kingdom.
All right.
As we celebrate here, Super Bowl 58, the win and the celebration for our champions, the Kansas City Chiefs.
We got Dustin Colquitt with us. Putting the headset on, sporting the bling.
I'm in there.
I'm in there. You got a little hustle,
He is. What's going on?
Are you trying to-
Oh, wait.
I'm doing this for Chase, Charlie Hustle people out there, and all the healing monks.
This is such a great day. You can see, obviously, that lawn right there. A sea of red. The confetti is falling. They've got like thousands of pounds of confetti. The cannon's going. We got Legarius Sneed. Look at him right there, enjoying and soaking in this moment with the crowd, all the fans.
I will duck this in on the way out to Buffalo. Legarius Sneed's mom was on my flight.
Oh, yeah.
And she actually stood up in front of the plane. They gave her the PA, and she did like a Go Chiefs and waved. Everybody got a standing ovation.
Oh, that's
Mama
awesome.
Sneed. How great is that?
Mama Sneed. We love those moms and all of the family that support all of those players.
Well,
right?
he's proven to be one of the best in the NFL, and he's going to get paid like one of the best in the NFL. Hopefully it's here in Kansas City.
Yeah.
But
where's all the money coming from?
He's been phenomenal, right?
Mattel came out with that like little 4-pack of players. Like the commemorative one, and it's Mahomes, Kelsey, Sneed, and a fan.
Nice.
If you're put in that company, that's pretty good.
Right?
No, there's no doubt. I think like we're watching the Baltimore game where he kind of gets pushed down, ball spiked, and then he absolutely rips their hearts out, punching that ball out of the goal line. And what I would tell him is like, stay in Kansas City. This is the greatest town in pro football. And I would say also like, who are your suitors? Are you going to go pay that 2.5% LA County tax and go play for the Red? Don't do that.
Yeah.
Like you need to stay in Kansas City where everybody loves them. And I always tell it, think about Eric Hosmer. Think about Eric Hosmer. He left for other things, and man, I think he would have been just fine just staying right here.
Yeah.
I mean, build it around. Chiefs did that. Built. And when you were here, you were able to. We didn't have some of the shenanigans like that. What I saw in the playoffs that backfired on other teams. When you got your Chris Joneses, your Mahomes, Kels, like proven players, this guy's going to spike a ball at the most important time of the game when you got all these guys that have multiple Super Bowl rings.
Right.
We can't do that. So this is exciting for these guys again. And 50 years and then 3 years apart and then back to back. I'm feeling like the first three-peat.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
We got into that earlier.
Let's
definitely.
do
Yes.
Yeah, we were saying like this. If it's any team, it's going to be this team to do it.
For sure.
These group of guys.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Well, we are going to have you covered. Oh, hold on before I even say
How
more.
good does Trent look?
Look at this ring.
Wait.
Let me see that. Oh, he's going to let me hold it.
You got to
Oh my gosh,
You got to
okay.
put it on.
Yeah.
This is heavy.
Yeah. Well,
I actually, Chris has let me have fun with this, but I asked for Haley Herbert's hand in marriage with that ring.
Really?
And finally, Derek was like, "All right, dude, fine. Let's get engaged here."
Okay, we want to give folks at home a look at that ring. It's pretty heavy, and you can see it's got the trophies there.
It's a lot of diamonds.
Okay, what is the care for this ring?
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot, because if you have people that look at it like, man, I'd take care of it better than that. What are you doing? you keep it in your pocket. No, you got to take it out. You got one.
Yes.
Look at
They're fun conversation pieces, and like the cool part about this is you wait 50 years to put the second Lombardi trophy on there, and then the third that they got last year, it's even more bling.
We're going to run out of room.
And then you're like, are you going to put a fourth one? Then it starts looking like a Game of Thrones ring.
Yeah. Dustin, did you take your shirt off? Did you take your shirt off at the parade?
I didn't because it was punter body.
Oh,
I had that I don't want to look like Steve Cheek. That feel. It's winter. I put on that extra weight, and I was like, I'm not taking my shirt off.
Hold on. I'm soaking in this moment.
I don't have
your ring's gone, doesn't
it? You're so not getting that back.
How awesome. Thank you for letting us see that.
Of course. Yeah, no, I'm excited for these guys, and they've been through a lot, and man, anytime you're on top of that mountain, you get all kinds of different weapons coming for you.
Speaking of on top of the mountain, on top of the traffic sign.
Bad idea.
Yeah.
Hey, DC, tell us real quick, what can give us inside scoop for the people listening and watching when the buses and the players get to Union Station before they come out on stage? What's going on inside that we don't know that's going on? Is there just food back there, restroom? What's going on back there?
Yeah, obviously players, families, they're eating, they're getting warm. This is a great day, especially out in the sun. I saw a high of 61, and what's cool about behind the stage here, so to speak, at Union Station is all the families are able to actually enjoy what's going on. Yeah. You're in the season, you know how Jules was. Everybody's stressed out the entire year.
Right.
One, is my husband or significant other going to get hurt?
Right.
Yeah.
And so this is just a celebration of all the hard work, all the sweat, all the tears, the stress. And man, the city waited such a long time, and now you have these people I hate it. Can't see so. Hey, we waited forever.
We did.
We waited forever to do this.
We did, and I think it's a very deserving team. It's it wasn't just a given. They worked really, really hard.
For sure, and like everybody says, everybody works really hard throughout the league. They work smarter and harder throughout the league, and they have guys. I always say with Andy Reid is anything he puts down on paper. Kels, Mahomes, they tweak it up or leave it the same because it works most of the time. Nagy's back. That was an interesting kind of wrinkle back in there watching Mahomes.
The finger flick.
We still got the finger flick, just to a different guy. And, that's fun to watch how they've been able to have a little bit of musical chairs and a really important part of that coaching staff. And they all make it work. It's fun watching those two together. And it's okay for Kels to make a collision and tackle Andy Reid on the sidelines, and we still get to see a big win. They iron that out real quick.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, could you have gotten away with tackling Andy Reid on the sideline?
Oh, there's no way. I remember one time I had a knee surgery and I didn't do the team run. You have to do 14 or 15 half gassers to be able to practice the first time in training camp. And so I had a microfracture surgery on my kneecap, couldn't do the run. I remember him walking around during training camp. He came up and goes, "Really?" The punter, Andy Reid's "Really? The punter? You're not going to run?" And what made it worse is Justin Houston, I think, he goes, "Where's my boy? I'm going to run my boy this offseason." I bet he hadn't run at all. And it was oh, Dustin's not out here. Rick tried to keep it under wraps. Yeah. Oh, I got busted. It was bad.
I got busted. Oh my gosh. Well, look at all the players signing autographs.
Is this as much fun as it looks like for the players who are doing this? Is this an entire 5 months just purging all the work and the frustrations and the highs and the lows? And this is the closest thing to just pure celebration I can imagine.
Well, as Dustin just said, it's a celebration for the families and the loved ones that they get to relax a little bit, right, because of the stress of the season. But it's even more so for the players.
Yeah.
You finally, this is what you work for all year long. This is what you've worked your whole life for to get to this moment to celebrate and I know Patrick said 2 weeks, but hopefully this celebration goes on longer than 2 weeks because it's well deserved.
Yeah, because this is it. Only so many players get to celebrate these things, and they got to celebrate it a lot more.
Yeah, I flew in from Knoxville this morning. I left my house at 4 a.m. to come and get here, and I listened to you could tell there's other fans on the plane to Kansas City, rolling their eyes, not again.
Oh, of course.
Can't wait till today's over. And I was wait until today's over. It's Kansas City. They're going to be partying for 3 weeks. They don't need any more excuses. They do that anyway.
And as long as we've got him, right here, Patrick Mahomes. We're going to keep on winning.
Yeah, for sure. And then you can look at the defensive side of the ball, the special teams. Tommy Townsend hit that kind of errant high punt, hits a guy. Bad communication by the return guy. Dante Hall, I'm sure, threw up, watching something like that because he had such good communication skills on the gunners and the interior guys that are holding up on most dangerous man in that situation. The missed extra point. I mean, special teams always. It's what's called football.
What about Tommy's hold on the 57-yarder?
Oh,
very rarely does Winchester have a bad snap. That was about as high a snap as I've seen James have.
Right.
But that was an unbelievable just to catch the ball, but then to get it down at the spot. I thought that was a great
Yeah, and laces. I mean, it was behind his head. So, I mean, it looked like Salvi, some guys, this guy's pitching a lot of, high and inside stuff, but Salvi still managed to get it, gets people out at second. That's what Tommy did. He got it down, perfect laces. They make the kick a little lower because the timing was off there, but Bucker has had such a great year, and those three are just working in unison right now. It's really fun to watch.
And how about the fact he wasn't All-Pro?
Yeah.
That's not a knock on who made All-Pro. I'm just saying, the numbers that he put up, didn't miss from 50, didn't miss from outside 40.
Kickers today.
Didn't miss an extra point.
The kicking prowess across the league today is absurd. They're just so good. And how about poor Jake?
Look at him.
Oh my goodness.
I thought that was a rerun from 2020. I thought that was me for a second.
Deja vu. Oh my gosh, the madness.
Oh, that's great.
But very deserving for all of these players.
I was going to say, how about poor Jake Moody from San Francisco? He had the all-time Super Bowl record for longest field goal for about 45 minutes.
Right.
And then Butker comes along and bests him by 2 yards.
For sure.
And that was Kelsey on a golf cart.
Oh, look at that.
They're probably like, you need to catch up to everybody else.
He's living the best life right now.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about.
This is the
It's
moment.
unbridled joy.
It looks like he got off. It looks like he got off the bus, and then the bus just kept going, and he's stuck back. And they're like, "Hey,
he's like, oh man, I don't
Travis, you gotta catch back up with everybody else. So we're gonna give you a golf cart to get everybody."
And how fitting, all the KC Hearts on Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Yeah.
They're actually selling, along with the T-shirts, a stand had the flowers and the bouquets.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Travis without his Valentine.
Well, we don't know that apparently.
Our Trent Green is reporting.
I know. Well, evidently my reports are wrong because we have not seen or heard anything. But
I foresee. I know
is that the actual party trophy he's holding?
That may be. At least it's not over a body of water.
Oh my gosh!
Brady.
Yes, don't drop it.
Right. Well, no, this is like the Super Bowl day, speaking of Super Bowls, of florists, of restaurants for Valentine's Day. And what I think is everybody's going to leave here after all is said and done. You're going to get the flowers.
Yeah.
You're going to get out to dinner, and everything's going to be just fine. But I do think about all of those people, on a day like a parade day like this. But there'll be people out about celebrating.
Yeah, we had the mayor on earlier, and he said make sure that you stop at all of these locations because a lot of these shops and businesses are still open.
Yes.
So stop in and get the coffee to warm up if you want. Get lunch afterwards.
What better way to celebrate Valentine's Day than to come to the Super Bowl parade with 1 million of your closest friends? I mean, how do you not wake up this morning and say, hey, happy Valentine's Day? Guess what? We're gonna go hang out with 1 million people and we're gonna celebrate a Super Bowl. So,
and it's funny
my wife's here. She knows. She's
somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah. She's like, okay, you've been on long enough. I'm gonna watch the parade. I don't know where she went. Yeah.
And you mentioned Charlie Hustle, but it's so fitting that like their little logo is the heart, and it's the KC Heart Valentine's Day celebrating the Chiefs.
It all comes together.
It all comes together.
I actually literally stole this hat from Charlie Hustle right over there and walked over. It's no joke. And I have Chase's mug.
You said it's mine.
I think my favorite part of the parade was once you go through you're looking at people kind of like on the ground.
Yeah.
And then you look up in the buildings. And you're like, oh my gosh, every window is covered with like 10, 20 faces.
Yes.
That was the coolest part for me is just seeing like all those people that like made it a point to come out.
Yes. Well, even right here at the West End, if we look over, look at this.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at all of those windows. Those are some of the best.
Is awesome.
Yeah, some of the best views. You've got all of these windows.
Except, unfortunately, some of the folks this morning, I don't think realized that these were not one-way mirrors and that we could actually see in just as easily as they could see out.
Yeah, those are the Johnsons. Actually, I was supposed to stay in that room, and Tammy's like, "Hey, I just had to sell your room." It's like I'm always like right in the middle, like 7-up. So, thanks, Tammy.
Yeah. Well, Donna Kelsey is here. Travis Kelsey is here. All the players, families, friends, as you said, a party with your closest friends.
Yeah, exactly.
1 million of them. This is so fun. So we're about an hour and about 10 minutes into the parade, and things will really get going here at Union Station at 12:45, and that is when they are going to be having that big old party. They're going to be passing the mic around with all of those players that have been having a really good time. Look, that's the windows we were talking about.
Yep.
Folks, look, these are the best views. Easy access to a restroom. You got snacks,
Right.
and you can see all the action.
Right, except you can't open them, so you can't hear.
Yeah.
It's muffled. You got to turn on the TV.
Turn on KCTV5.
Yeah, turn on KCTV5.
The Westin is that this is a great view,
Yes.
great location.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, are you kidding?
Yeah, outstanding.
No, we got the
So
best
great.
seats in the house right
Yep.
here. This is
Yeah,
great.
just phenomenal.
Just ask for Tammy. she'll set you up.
She'll love that. No,
I
hey,
think
Dustin
it's so-
told me. Dustin told me. Okay, just make sure you said Dustin said.
Unlock your 2%.
I think it's so funny that at the beginning of this parade here at 11, all of these buses were full, and now the double-deckers are very fewly littered people left behind.
Where'd everybody go?
They're walking.
Dustin, are there restrooms on those lower levels of the buses?
No, that's the one part.
I was going to say, so these guys, all right.
Okay.
So they're really got to wait till they get to Union Station.
You gotta wait.
Okay.
So sometimes the wives are like, "Move! I'm going in here to go to the restroom."
Yeah.
My 5 kids were going nuts on the bus. They're like, "Where's a cup?" And I'm like,
No,
we're not on the RV. We're not on the RV. Like you gotta."
People
gotta
on
wait.
the rooftops of certain buildings, you can just see. I mean,
Traffic jam.
There's
I was gonna say, where's
there's
all
no
those?
room.
Well, I remember on our parade, like when you're on those the upper level of those double-decker buses, the open part, they give you goggles and stuff,
They do.
right? But not helmets.
goggles?
And you need helmets because people throw beer.
Oh yeah,
They will throw
stuff, yeah.
full beers at you.
Yeah.
And the first couple are good, and then but once one comes and he's like, wait, he's catching beers, then it's like Pirates of the Caribbean. It's like cannonball fodder everywhere. Like,
How fun.
oh my.
Oh my gosh. Well, look, just looking down, it's really starting to get packed here. There's really no room in between all of the fans that are out here at Union Station. We had Tech 9 out there earlier on the stage getting the crowd all riled up and getting going. We can see that obviously there's a traffic jam somewhere along the road. I'm not sure where that is, but we can't. I don't see any buses anywhere near us right now.
Yeah, no, it definitely. You can tell that it's a longer parade route than last year because it's taken a lot longer for the first bus to get to our vantage point.
And I love that Patrick Mahomes is still walking along this route. He's like another one. Oh my God.
One of the special moments that I had last year, actually with you, Trent, was when we got to go up and kind of see like Space Center Command or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
It was so cool, like the checks and balances they have going on just to keep crowd safety and just anything under. I mean,
Kansas City Police Department, Kansas City Fire Department, the State Police, Homeland Security, FBI. I mean, it's the control center.
It was awesome.
Keeping everyone safe. Undercover agents that are throughout this entire parade route. I mean, it's just to be able to have this many parades in a short period of time, and knock on wood that everything's been able to stay relatively safe.
That's because we've had so much practice.
Yes, it's right.
And I think that's a good point to make because not only for the players' safety, but for the fans to come out and just enjoy themselves and know that everything is
You can be safe, right? Like I told you guys at the beginning of this, my daughter's in high school. A bunch of her friends are down here, and I don't think there's any reservation of having the kids down here and being a part of it, just because how they've been able to maintain safety and for everybody, for both the players and the staffs and the families, but the people that are here to celebrate an incredible season
and it's nice that the schools are accommodating and canceling classes. So
how about that? His wingman. I think that was one of his offensive linemen. You could see Patrick
finishing.
He finished, and all of a sudden the guy reached in his pocket and goes, "Here you go."
Oh my gosh!
I'm like, that's a good wingman. That's a good wingman.
Have you seen Jim McMahon at Tahoe when he walks on the golf course and when he stops, he has a guy that starts making the drink.
Oh, he has a guy for it?
It's a caddy. It's not even the
it's not his golf caddy. It's his drink caddy.
Alcohol caddy.
So good. So good.
All of the players. getting hugs, getting selfies, pictures.
Oh, Chris Jones brought back the Mexico.
I was going to say, Chris brought out the Mexico jacket.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah. I can see him doing it. He's like, it's going to be kind of lightly windy, but not like super cold, so I don't want to be sweaty, but like this is what I'm going to go with.
Oh, look at that.
Security's like,
I'm not sure we want to do that. Yeah.
But okay, so let's talk about Chris Jones because he was one that actually did.
He's ready to go.
He didn't participate in one of those the earlier games. Obviously,
Detroit.
With the whole
He didn't play
situation.
in the Detroit, the opener, right?
Yeah, so we want to keep him here as Kansas Cityans. I mean, he's Mr. Sack.
Yes.
He is Mr.
Do you
Sack.
think it's possible?
You know what? I think it is. Chris has said multiple times during his time here in Kansas City that he wants to play for one team, wants to play for Andy Reid, wants to play with Patrick Mahomes, wants to stay here. I think it's finding that happy medium. Yes, he wants to be one of the highest paid guys. Whether or not that works out structurally to be the highest paid, I think they find a way to get it done. I mean, you're closer. You've been closer to the whole thing. It's just, I think it gets done.
He's a lifer. I mean, like and coming from like that small world of Starkville, like that, playing in that atmosphere. It was SEC, but it's definitely like a smaller version. When he came to Kansas City, it felt like home. This is an SEC environment. And I remember just like watching him go about business. He cares about everybody in the organization. I remember Cannon coming home, my 10-year-old now. He came home and he goes, "Hey, Chris Jones came up and called me by my name at an urban air, like out in Johnson County." And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" So I texted Chris. He goes, "Yeah." I know that's a Colquitt dude. And so he has a small. He loves people.
Mama Kelsey.
Look at what she's doing.
Oh, roses.
The woman.
Oh, that's sweet.
There you
A
go.
woman after her heart. She's not handing out Donna Kelsey cookies. She's handing out roses.
I want to ask you guys this. I'm going to put you on the spot because the salary cap is reality. We'll get back to the studio in 1 sec. I just want to ask you guys real quick. This is maybe an impossible choice, but if you could only sign one, if it's L'Jarius Sneed or Chris Jones, who's priority number one? Because both guys are so incredibly important to what they do.
For me, it's Chris Jones.
Okay.
For me, it's Chris Jones because he is so disruptive in the middle of the defense. The defensive line, both the run and the pass, it's critical. Nothing against you. Made me pick one.
Yeah,
I think L'Jarius Sneed's phenomenal, but there's a bunch of young guys in the secondary that are signed, and you can. So if you have to pick one, for me, it's Chris Jones.
Dustin?
Yeah, I just think he's one of those guys that comes around once every 10 years, and Brett Veach and company do a great job of like picking diamonds out of the rough to fill that secondary. And so, yeah, for Chris and who he is and how much he's meant to the program since he got here, and he's restructured deals or come to agreements. The way he goes about his work. Since I know him personally, I don't know Sneed. You got to go with Chris, just because those players don't come around that often.
Guys, we are going to send it back to the studio. Things are starting to get rowdy along the parade route. We're going to party a little bit here and take a little bit of a break.
All right, you guys enjoy yourselves out there. Awesome play-by-play from Trent and Dustin. Thanks for joining us, guys.
And I think it's so cool to hear from Dustin, who was drafted by Dick Vermeil back in 2005. So think about his journey to the Super Bowl. He played for Vermeil, Herm Edwards, Todd Haley, Andy Reid, and then he won that Super Bowl. And hearing his perspective about that Super Bowl parade was really cool to hear.
And you can just tell, you can hear the pride in their voices as we continue to watch these amazing images come from downtown Kansas City. There's your world champion, Travis Kelce, wearing the belt, getting the fans pumped up as only Travis Kelce can do. But this is it. This is the pinnacle of the parade. The players so many of them have got off the bus, hugging people, just taking it all in. Oh, that's Mayor Q. That's Travis and Mayor Q. Or wait, is it? That's Mayor Q.
No, we do want to identify the guy running with one shoe and his shirt off was linebacker Willie Gay. All right, so right now he's my favorite fan interaction just for sprinting down the parade route, just having the time. So shout out Willie Gay. And you see Travis, he's starting to get a little more hyped up.
He really is. And so far his shirt is still on.
Yeah, he's feeding off the crowd. You know Trav loves him a crowd, and you know the crowd loves Trav.
Yeah, he's playing it up now, grabbing things from the crowd for photo op moments. I mean, he's working.
And he's wearing shorts. I don't think he would have done that the last two cold parades, but I think everyone here, players, coaches, and fans, are enjoying this nice sunny day.
Just soaking it up. I mean, it's just been a picture-perfect day, and it's not, and the day's only half over. This is so much fun. Kansas City deserves this. The players deserve this. The coaches, the fans. Patrick Mahomes now just taking it all in. QB1, enjoying it all. Your Super Bowl MVP. And Carolyn, you notice this.
Another year.
He's been, I was just going to say, he's been a little more subdued, but not now. He is loving it.
He's picking up the pace.
It's escalating. And there he's hugging his offensive lineman. That's Austin Ryder and Nick Allegretti to his right. You know Mahomes appreciates his guys in the trenches. Remember, he had 2 new offensive tackles this year. Didn't phase him. Still a Super Bowl champ.
Yeah, he's running down the parade route.
That. He's soaking it in now.
And he knows the narratives that are at stake. Everybody's saying, oh, he can't do this, he can't do that. You got to carry this team, all the drops. And he led this team across this finish line.
Trent Green said it so well. Look at that. Charlie Hustle, Casey Hart right in the forefront on Valentine's Day. Love is in the air for our Kansas City Chiefs.
No doubt. Possibly the biggest parade that Kansas City has ever hosted. This being the 4th world champion parade that the Kansas City has hosted. The first one being in 2014, or in our current era, but the first one 2014 with the Royals, and then 3 in 5 years. Or excuse me, that was 2015. Yeah, excuse me. Thank you. So much experience along these Kansas City streets about welcoming our world champion to celebrate, to all the accolades that they've received, and man, what a day this has been, and what a day this is going to be. The weather, just perfect.
And remember, the fun is just getting started, folks, because this parade, they're not at Union Station left, so there's a lot more crowd moments. You see Brittany Mahomes here talking to the fans.
Well, she found a cute puppy.
And you know she loves dogs.
Look how sweet.
So stay with us, because they are going to be in these crowds for the next hour. Then they're taking the stage. Remember, our parade fun is just beginning.
Amazing how the wives and the girlfriends of these players have become such known stars too, through social media and beyond. They have become famous themselves here, just appearing on the Sports Illustrated issue herself.
Hanging out with Taylor Swift might have a little bit of an effect on
rise
that.
your star power quickly.
Then being in the swimsuit issue of Sports Illustrated, that probably doesn't hurt as well. Brittany Mahomes, a popular person out there in the parade route right now.
You have so many of these players that are not from Kansas City. They may have never been to Kansas City. You know, the Mahomes family from Texas. And a guy we saw today, Drew Tranquil, played for the Chargers. And now his family is here in Kansas City, and he absolutely loves it as a Kansas City. And that's one of the best parts about these parade moments, that the families get to celebrate with each other. That's Clyde Edwards. Look at the vertical jump from Brittany Mahomes and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who has won his 2nd Super Bowl, the former first-round pick out of LSU. He is living it up. He was emotional after the game, in tears after the Super Bowl. He's set to be a free agent. You know, he's soaking in every moment while he can.
You just hope, and you know they are, but every single player, every single coach soaking this in, the pinnacle of their career. And what a day to do this. Just loving it up with the fans on the parade route, the hundreds of thousands of fans who have shown up en masse to this awesome championship parade.
So much talk of a three-peat now, going for, what will happen in 2025. Right. But guess what? There are no promises in the NFL world, so we need to soak this in while we can.
Carolyn, that's a great point. You never know how long the window will last.
That's it.
I think Patrick Mahomes can win for another decade, but you don't know how many of those years will come with Travis Kelce, the greatest tight end to ever walk this earth. How many years will come with Andy Reid as the leader? And so even though you have goals of so much more, in the moment, you want to celebrate as the confetti comes down, because these are the moments that players dream of. You work hard in the offseason for these moments. Guys, think of training camp, those early mornings, the fans that come out to St. Joe, they drive up just to get a glimpse of these players. This is the culmination of work that in some ways started in July, but is really year-round.
And if you notice, watch the crowds here. Once the buses pass them by, and you see kind of a mass stream of red heading southbound, because some people, instead of choosing, do I go on the parade route or do I stop at Union Station? Well, they're trying to do both. They're trying to watch the parade go by, and then as quickly as they can make it down into that crowd you see there forming in front of the stage. at Union Station, there on the north lawn of the World War I Museum and Memorial.
My two sons, Grant and Brock, tried to do that last year. They thought they were going to watch the parade route and then just run over and watch it at Union Station.
Easier said than done?
Much easier said than done. Let me tell you, from their experience, it was very tough. I mean, they could barely see the stage when they finally got to Union Station. But look at that crowd.
And then really what I want you to see here, left side of your screen, under the live banner we have there, see what that is?
Yeah.
That's a fan high up in that tree. Yeah. Can you see him?
Or a knucklehead.
Is that Neil Jones? Have we confirmed whether or not that's Neil Jones?
We haven't heard from Neil in a while, so you may be onto something, Jared.
It could be. But that just goes to show you what people will do to try and get a clear shot or just a better shot of the stage.
Does not look like a good plan.
Climb up in the tree, and that's Isaiah Pacheco now on the parade route, walking and saying hi to fans and just enjoying himself immensely.
Got the whole family out there. There's kids joining in this year. That's so nice to see too.
And those are the sacrifices families make as well. You're thankful for all the hard work, but these are the times when you can get back together. Those playoff times, the players aren't spending as much time as they would like with their families. This is the end of a marathon that they can really celebrate.
We've talked about all the things that we've learned throughout the championship parades that we've hosted here in Kansas City. One of those being the players coming equipped now with ski goggles. They're ready.
Yeah, they know what
they're ready for things coming flying in from this adoring crowd.
For some of them, it's their third parade. Pretty miraculous to think about. You feel almost spoiled as a Kansas City Chiefs fan that we're able to live during this period, this unprecedented period in Kansas City history where we're watching sports history unfold before our eyes.
And Brad, you bring up the third parade because it is for Chiefs Kingdom, but there's actually not a whole lot of players that are from that first championship parade, which is a credit to the Chiefs team for turning over the roster. Here are the list of players who have 3 Super Bowl rings: Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, Harrison Butker, James Winchester, Nick Allegretti, Derek Nottie, Blake Bell, McCole Hardman. That is it. That is not the full roster. This is not the same team that has gone year after year. We heard from Dustin Colquitt. He was on that team. Tommy Townsend comes in and takes over. Up and down the roster, there's a lot of turnover. So while the top guys might have 3 rings, for some of these guys it's their first and second, and it means just as much to them.
And it just goes to show you what the value that General Manager Brett Veach has for the Kansas City Chiefs that you were just speaking of, Jared. I mean, that's nearly a complete roster turnover in the course of 5 years. And we know that, players come and go in the NFL, but here in Kansas City, everything that they've been doing, the players they've been selecting in the draft and then the free agents they bring in, everything seems to be turning up roses for the Kansas City Chiefs over the last 5 years.
On Valentine's Day, nonetheless. I see what you did there, Brad.
Yeah.
No, it's impressive. It's truly a team effort because in a salary cap era, it's hard to maintain this success. The NFL is not built for dynasties, right? There's a reason we haven't seen back-to-back championships in 2 decades because it takes a special talent at quarterback, at head coach, and then great drafting across the board because the teams are different. This was a defensive-led year. A couple of years ago, we were talking about, the defense is the weak link. Not anymore, and that's why, again, if you missed it, Steve Spagnuolo, defensive coordinator, extended today. He'll be in Kansas City for years to come.
All right, now let's go to our Neil Jones. He is right there in front of Union Station with the best view of that pep rally. Hi, Neil.
Hey guys, we are up here on the hill in front of the Union Station stage, and look at this crew. I got a football team right here. How exciting is it being here today?
It's so awesome.
What's the best part about being here other than being out of school?
Seeing the football players.
Who do you want to see the most?
Patrick Mahomes.
Who do you want to see the most today?
Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce. Who do you want to see the most? Which player?
McDuffie.
McDuffie, I like it. One defensive guy. Young man, who do you want to see?
Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes, how come?
Because he's the best quarterback in the league.
He said it. Who do you want to see? Which player is your favorite?
James Winchester.
James Winchester, I like that. We got a number 41 jersey. Do you guys know James Winchester?
Oh yeah, he's a great dude.
How do you know him?
Through the outdoors and hunting world. So yeah, we have a hunting TV show.
And so you bought him, your son, a 15 jersey, but he's rooting for somebody. A different dad. Okay. Who's your favorite player?
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes. Who's your favorite player?
Noah Gray.
Noah Gray? Yeah. That's a pretty good guess. What's your type about him?
He's a tight end, and my name's also Noah.
Oh, I see. Young man, what's your favorite player? Who do you want to see the most today?
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, that's a pretty good choice, youngster. Come up for here. Who do you want to see today?
Isaiah Pacheco.
Oh, I like that. You're wearing number 10. Why do you like him?
Because he's a running back, and I play running back.
How much fun is it to be at this parade? Okay, Dad, I got to ask you, you got a 41 jersey. Usually you don't have fan clubs for deep snappers. What about James Winchester that you like?
Oh, he's just a heck of a guy. Family guy. Came to our golf tournament over the summer, got to know him, and he's just passionate about football and passionate about the boys and providing a great experience to them, so we can't thank him enough.
That's good. Sir, you brought your son out. What was important to be here today?
This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, their third championship. So we missed.
It's not a once-in-a-lifetime experience, like Travis Kelce said
for him. But like I said, we might have many more. So
did he miss school, or did Daddy call him in sick?
School's out.
Oh, that's good to hear. That is so much fun. You guys, how much fun is it being here? You having a blast?
Oh, I'm having so much fun.
And they haven't been drinking. Okay, this is pure spirit. Pure fun. They're here to enjoy their football team. They cannot wait. There is some partying going on over there, though, I must say. They're having a great time. In this weather, who could have believed it? It's been unbelievable.
Hey, Neil, you've been here year after year. What is the crowd looking like? Does it seem like a bigger crowd than we saw last year?
Much bigger than last year, but Carolyn, I don't think it's as big as the Royals November of 2015. I just don't think it's as big as that crowd was, because you couldn't even move here. Let me tell you something. There are still people coming in to this area. There might be people on the parade route who are going to end up here, so it's hard to say. From what you've seen, it sounded, I didn't get to see it, it sounds like the parade is really exciting.
Yo, very exciting, and so are all those fun fans with you. Thank you, Neil.
Oh my gosh, look at that shot.
You
so
bet.
many people. All right, we want to get right back outside. Our Sharon Chen and Zach Summers are also out live in and among the crowd, so let's go to Sharon and Zach.
Hi, guys. Yeah, it is so much fun out here. We saw Neil out there. No, we didn't, because I'm telling you,
you can't make out anybody from here.
No, there's a huge sea of people right below us. We're at the top of the National World War I Museum, and we've got a crowd down below, crowd building up here, and as Zach and I just saw, people streaming in from, it looks like, what, Persian?
Grand Broadway.
And,
so,
yeah.
Neil was saying it doesn't seem as packed as the Royals 2015 championship parade, but from our vantage point, we see those fans who have been along the route starting to make their way here to the memorial. And we've been here for hours now, and within the last hour or two, even from up here, we've started to see way more fans start to filter in here, because really this is that perfect vantage point, so you can really get an idea of how many fans are actually here. And I mean, it looks really promising in terms of the number of people who are going to stick around for this rally. And, I wish I could get, oh my God, we have a Taylor Swift impersonator and an Andy Reid impersonator. I was going to try to grab them real quick, but they're busy doing pictures, so maybe we'll get them on air. But that was really fun to see. They're taking pictures with fans up here, engaging, because obviously Taylor didn't make the parade.
Right.
But there's an impersonator
up
here who...
Taylor Swift.
Exactly. But no, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. And what Zach said, there's so more people. Yeah, and if you look down there and you might spot a few people in the trees, not the best idea. We want to just put that out there now. But certainly there are so many people here, and what Zach was talking about, just, the amount of people showing up. And I've been gauging this all morning long. You have that grassy area right below the museum, and we were out here since 5:30 this morning, and you just saw it fill in gradually. And right now I can tell you there's not a lot of space down there, but the people down there, man, they're having a blast. They've got food trucks, music. We got kids throwing the football back and forth. Yeah, it is just a great day out here, and this weather could not be better.
Absolutely. And when you look around, it is a family affair. There are so many children here with their parents or adults, and they're all taking this in together, which is really special to watch because, we've alluded to this, but for the older fan base, they didn't get to experience this at a young age. So these kids, as we mentioned earlier,
they're spoiled.
They're spoiled. This is quite the treat. And then, it's been fun to watch the players engage with the fans along the route, and you just dying to know what Travis and or Patrick are going to say once they get that mic there on the stage. And I got to say, we've been out here listening to the folks who get on the stage. They've been riling up the crowd. Tech 9 was up there earlier. Tech 9 told us on KCTV5 before the Super Bowl, he previewed that he was going to have some new music out if we won the Super Bowl, and sure enough, he played that music on the stage, and the crowd, they loved it.
Oh, they were going wild. Absolutely wild. I mean, it's been such a great day, and, you brought up the players, and we've had so much fun just watching them, the key moments, watching Patrick work the crowd, and, I mean, what a moment for these fans, and Travis even grabbing the cutout of his brother's chest. That was fantastic. We were laughing about that. But what is so cool is, just the sheer amount of people out here, but knowing that they waited all morning, some of them maybe even the night before, waiting for that moment just to meet face to face with these players, and they are getting that. These players didn't last long on the bus. They were out in the crowd walking in no time.
Well, and you talk about where we are right now in front of Union Station at the Memorial. These folks, a lot of these folks who are here toward the front of the stage, some of them, they spent the night.
Oh, yeah.
But a lot of them have been here since 4 or 5. So they've been waiting hours to see these players, which is starting to finally happen. So you just know it's a treat for them as we await for this rally to start in minutes.
Yeah, I mean, when we got here, I think it was 5:30 this morning, we saw groups and groups of people coming in, carting blankets and jackets, and now they are here. They're lining up to get food at the line of food trucks down here, and of course it's barbecue.
Well, and those lines, let me tell you, I've been monitoring them this entire time. The lines for the food trucks have been longer than the lines for the porta potties. Maybe because there's so many porta potties out here, but you would think folks would have brought some snacks because. The line is crazy. We were just talking about naughty behavior, if you will, the folks hanging out in the trees. Well, I spy from my eye up here that it appears some folks may have parked their cars on Broadway. So really, if you're watching this broadcast, if you're watching the parade, you really are going to probably want to avoid this area for quite some time because some people did not follow the rules in terms of parking.
Yeah, and those people are going to be really sad because there's no joke here. Your car will be towed, and it will be at your own expense, and that's just not something that you want to have to endure on this very happy day, right? That's just not a good thing.
Absolutely. We don't want to be Debbie Downers, though. We just wanted to tell you what we're seeing up here as families and fans kind of take in this moment on such a beautiful day.
I mean, really, this weather could not be better. It is fantastic. I mean, we came with blankets and gloves and scarves, and now we've shed it all.
We've shed it. Well, I'm going to keep this one on.
Okay. He's got his cheesecake.
I've shed it enough, but it feels really good up here. And, I was talking to some of the police officers earlier today, and I was like, do you think that we're gonna fill in the green? And they seem to believe so, because, we fans are filtering in, and we're even seeing fans who maybe don't want to walk all the way here to Union Station. They're going to maybe watch from the windows or at least monitor the rest of the parade as it starts to wrap up here toward Union Station.
Oh, and that's what's so cool is I remember last year covering this, and there was a hotel across the street, and as you get closer to parade, it's the best thing ever because, you one person in the window, 2 people in the window, and then pretty soon there's like 20 people in the window all trying to cram in there to get the view. And that is just, it is such a neat thing to watch this city come together and just want to be a part of this momentous event. And it really is. I mean, like we talked about, this is back-to-back Super Bowl. So now Kansas City has been able to experience this 2 years in a row. And whether we get the third or not, we don't know. I mean, we hope so, but we don't know. And so people are kind of just coming together and relishing that moment. And it is just so fun to watch.
Yeah, it really is special. It reminds me of when I first got to experience this in 2020. And it's one of those moments where it was like, man, I really love this city because of this sense of community,
Yes.
The community coming together, and it's all because of this one team who is just in this era of greatness.
Yeah. I mean, we've said this time and time again. This is the epitome of civic pride. This is how much Kansas City loves our Chiefs, and for good reason.
Absolutely, and we know that we know the city and the Chiefs organization would like to keep this on time. That rally is supposed to start at 12:45, and the city really wanted to keep it to an hour, and they want to do that because they want to make sure there's enough time for this crowd to dissipate, disperse, go on their way, to make room for, tonight. I mean, we got to remember, today is Valentine's Day. Right. A lot of couples plan to celebrate, go out to dinner. I love that this whole theme is, for the kingdom, from the heart, which is just really special that we get to enjoy this championship, back-to-back championship, on a day that is traditionally reserved for love.
Absolutely. And I love that, earlier in the parade, we saw them put Travis on the back of that golf cart. Like, okay, you're getting too far, buddy. Just get on, and so we can get you closer to, the rally, so we can keep on time. And that's one thing that we want to say, that we're so excited about this location here, is that, when this rally begins, we're going to have a flyby, and that's going to come right by us. So we get a front row seat to that.
Yeah,
Zach.
that'll be
How
great.
cool
We'll
is
look
that?
forward to it, and we'll stay here. For now, though, we're going to send it over to Bill and Carolyn. Hey, guys.
Well, hey guys, yes. Oh my gosh, such a perfect day for this parade of champions here in Kansas City. We are waiting here, maybe 5-6 minutes away from the official pep rally beginning there on that stage at Union Station.
Yeah, if you've been wondering why we haven't been seeing the players jump off the bus or walk down the parade route, that's because they've got the buses parked behind Union Station. They've now made their way, or are making their way, into the rear of Union Station, and kind of taking it all in, kind of relaxing for a moment. As Trent was talking about, they're able to use the restrooms in there. I'm sure that is necessary, and just kind of getting ready to prepare for what we're about to see on the stage.
Well, think about taking this stage right now. It's one thing to be in the middle of the parade route and you see fans, in buildings, down on the streets. It's a real culture shock. I don't care how many times you do it, to walk in front of thousands upon thousands of people. Like, this is a scene. I don't care how many times you talk on a microphone. This is different than a Tuesday morning press conference, all right? This is something you want to be, focused, and try not to make a fool out of yourself, which I hope they do, because that's fun.
Well, and we've seen them before have a really good time on that microphone. And this is, frankly, when the world is watching. What will Patrick say this time? What will Travis sing when he gets to that podium and that microphone?
And this is where we have parade moments. Think about the Johnny Gomes speech of the Royals 2015 World Series. And that's where, really, think about the last decade here in Kansas City, or 11 years if you count. Sporting Kansas City winning the MLS Cup, the Royals winning back-to-back pennants, Kansas basketball went to a Final Four, won a national championship, MU football won a Cotton Bowl, K-State won the Big 12 championship in football, Kansas City Current made an NWSL final. Oh yeah, we hosted an NFL draft right here at this very stage, and then the World Cup is coming in a couple of years, and that's without even mentioning, the Chiefs, which is the reason we're all here. What a decade in Kansas City, guys.
Well, what a decade for now what has been, but what people around the world are finally beginning to understand, what people in Kansas City have known for a long time. This is a world-class city that's now really shining on an international stage. As you just mentioned, the NFL draft, that so many eyeballs were on Kansas City that weekend, and now here, all across the country and all across the world, literally people will be watching video clips of this sun-splashed, remarkable, unforgettable day in downtown Kansas City, as hundreds of thousands of fans get ready to watch their heroes take the stage and proclaim to everyone, we are repeat world champions, and guess what? We are going to go for a three-peat.
Yeah, this road to repeat ends right here in Kansas City at Union Station right now, and you are a part of it. As you're watching from home, we're bringing you these bird's eye views. We're in the crowd with you just to bring you all the feels of what it is like to celebrate the champions from Super Bowl 58.
And we talk about, the last decade, 10, 11 years. How about just the last 10 days? I mean, think about, Bobby Wood Jr. signed one of the biggest contracts in baseball history. The Royals just now announced their stadium location. The World Cup announced that Kansas City's hosting a quarterfinal match. We had a Sunflower Showdown game that was great. And then again, the Chiefs, heck, even if you want to throw in the girlfriend of the Chiefs tight end, won her 4th Album of the Year Grammy. I mean, that's something, if you would have told us 5 years ago, hey, the Chiefs tight end's dating one of the biggest pop stars in the world, I'd say, stop it, you're crazy.
Fake news.
But that's just the last 10 days here in KC.
That is just it. Yeah, the talk of the town at this point last year, if you remember, was the whole Travis and Jason face-off, and then Donna Kelsey becoming the story of the year last year. She, of course, still in the headlines big time, passing out roses here along the parade route for today's big parade. But just different storylines that just showcase Kansas City in a beautiful light.
Well, Neil Jones isn't passing out roses, but he is down among the hundreds of thousands of fans in front of Union Station. Neil, take it away.
Guys, you're not going to believe how much fun we're having down here. The parade is stopped. Everybody's kind of got anticipation building up for the stage show. We got all sorts of kids that are coming around that want to be on TV. We got some adults who maybe don't want to be on television, but I threaten them. But we got a guy here who's actually kind of rooting for someone on the other team. How is it? You love the Chiefs. You're wearing a Chiefs jersey, but you have a buddy on the other team, the 49ers.
Okay, I played against Ronnie Bell in high school all throughout. I've been playing basketball with him since I was young. And Ronnie, I'm not saying we're best friends or anything like that because we've never been on the same team. But I will tell you, I'm rooting for Ronnie Bell, and I hope someday he wears a Chiefs jersey, and I hope he comes with us, and that'll be the greatest thing ever.
He played at Michigan and then was a wide receiver for the 49ers, a Kansas City kid who grew up rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs. And then we got a buddy over here who has a tie to a different Chief.
Yeah, Felix and Udike, man, we all love you over here. I haven't seen you in a while, but I know you're doing well because I saw those plays you were making in the Super Bowl. That big tackle on Christian McCaffrey was amazing, and we're all so proud of him.
So you went to high school with him?
Yeah, we graduated in the same year. I had a few classes with him.
Now, you're about his height. Did you have to beat up on him a little bit?
Oh no, I was always tiny in high school. I was not always this tall.
He tried though.
How much fun has this day been for you?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you the story. We met at Power and Light the last time the Chiefs played the 49ers in the Super Bowl. And so this is special. It's a blessing because guess what? It all comes back around, and here we are again celebrating another Chiefs victory over the 49ers. We just got engaged, so it all comes a long way. We met the first day of the Super Bowl, took her out afterwards, and it's all history.
And so this was, I was going to ask you, was that a good day or a bad day? It sounds like
great. Yeah, it was great. We just got engaged in Disney World, so it's been pretty awesome.
How many memories does this bring back?
Oh, just so many. It's been incredible just to see the Chiefs go to the Super Bowl so many times together, or just anything like that. It's just been incredible just to see the journey they've been on, especially when we've been together.
That is so neat. That's a great story. Guys, how much fun was this? Did you enjoy today? Let's turn around and face the camera. Did you enjoy today, or was it just because you got to get out of school?
I enjoyed it. It was fun.
Who's your favorite player on the Chiefs?
Number 4, Rice.
Oh, yeah. You got it, Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
You know what? He's not that much older than you. This could happen someday. You never know what might happen. I'm 10 years older than my wife. You never know. Who's your favorite player?
It's Travis Kelsey and Pacheco.
Who's your favorite player?
Travis Kelsey.
What do you think about Taylor Swift?
Oh, I love Taylor. I'm a big Swiftie. I'm really excited that they're together.
Very good. And who's your favorite player on the Chiefs?
Travis Kelsey.
Travis Kelsey. Very good. Now, talking about the best seat in the house, how about this? Best seat right here.
Yeah. I had to do it for the one time, just for her. She been alive for 2 of them. Hopefully get a 3-peat next year.
And how much fun are you having up there on Daddy?
Good.
Yeah, you got a good seat. Very good. Well, guys, this has really been a lot of fun. I'm going to throw it back to you guys. I didn't hear who I was supposed to throw it to. Back over to Zach. Let's go to Zach. Zach, I guarantee you're not having any more fun than I am.
Hey, thanks, Neil. Who said Taylor Swift wasn't going to be here. Look who I ran into. She just so happened to be up here at the World War I Memorial.
Hello.
This is welcome.
Hi. Well, my name's Lana Lux. I'm Kansas City's very own Taylor Swift illusionist. I host and perform Taylor Swift parties all around Kansas City and all over.
So, Lana, so obviously she's not the real Taylor. Taylor's in Australia. But how long have you been impersonating Taylor? And how did you start it?
So I am a drag artist and Hamburger Mary's, Missy B's, and like LGBTQ nightlife. So when I started in 2019, it was kind of common to have an illusion. So I started with Taylor because I love Taylor, but I really started taking it seriously the past like 2 to 3 years, and it's really just blown up.
Yeah, and you fell in love with Taylor a long time ago.
Literally.
Like when?
I've been a Swiftie since 4th grade. I sang our song for the 4th grade talent show.
Which for those, I think that's the one that goes, our song is something.
Slim and Screen Door.
There you go. I know some of the words, not all of them.
Yes.
Real quickly, what do you think of like just the mania surrounding Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce?
You know, I love it. Like, they're both, like, so good at what they do. And then when you have two people that are iconic come together, of course, people are gonna, like, want to relate to it and look up to it. And I think it's awesome. And Taylor brings a lot of people joy, as does Travis. So seeing them, like, flourish and, like, bloom in front of us is really magical.
Yeah, and one's synonymous with football, the other's synonymous with
pop
music. To have those two worlds clash, how special is that?
It's iconic. It's truly giving, like, the high school cheerleader football fantasy. Like, it's so cool to see.
And to have one of the biggest pop stars in the world regularly in Kansas City rooting on the Chiefs.
Literally.
I mean, who could have wrote that?
It's crazy. Like, the concerts I've been to and impersonating her to now her basically living in my city, our city, is astounding. And hopefully I get to cross paths with her soon.
Well, maybe. I hear she's here Often, yeah.
And I love it.
Exactly. Anything else you want to say about her, the Chiefs, this day?
So exciting to celebrate back-to-back wins, and it's so exciting that the Swifties are kind of joining the Chiefs kingdom, even if they're not even from Kansas City. I love you, Taylor, and I love all of my Swifties.
Yeah, that's right. The more, the merrier. Thank you, Lana, for talking with us. Brad, Carolyn?
Yep, we're clearly in our championship era here in Kansas City today.
Well, we had all been speculating. We were all wondering if she would show up or not. Well, she did, kind of, in a certain way.
In a small way.
I mean, what a day. Again, a sun-splashed downtown Kansas City, getting ready to ratchet it up even more. This has been such a special morning, and it's about to get even bigger. It's about to get even better because we're about to hear your Kansas City Chiefs take the stage and present those speeches, which we can't wait for.
We have seen them in grand style. Now we're going to hear from them on the podium, Jared.
Yeah, we expect, the likes of Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, of course, but also the guys that helped pave this road. Andy Reid, Brett Veach, Clark Hunt, Mark Donovan, and anyone else thinking in. Last year, we heard from Nick Bolton. There's a lot of ancillary players that will have their moment as well.
Takes a team effort, and our team as well. So we have Scott, Carolina, and Bill standing by high above Union Station.
Yeah, guys, it's been an incredible morning here as we just got to see Patrick Mahomes come by in front of the Westin here. Now everybody is getting into Union Station and getting ready for that big pep rally and expected, like you said, to hear from all of those people. And to kind of go back on something that Jared was talking about earlier, how the past 10, 11 years have seen unbridled success for Kansas City. I'd almost go a year back further than that because the K hosted the All-Star game the year prior to MLS Cup and Sporting Kansas City winning this. And it seems like ever since then, to his point, the city has been on fire, at least in its sports world.
Guys,
the crowd is starting to get
hold
crazy.
on, yeah. So just to give you a little perspective as to what we have seen, when Mahomes was coming down in the double-decker bus, first of all, he wasn't in it; he was walking and just kind of soaking it in, and you could almost see he just kept lifting his hands, almost like basking in that glory that he's living in right now. And as he was making his way, when he got back on the bus, chugged a beer, and then did a little group hug. Again, looking at the crowd, but I think this is just a great moment for him. And from where we are right here at the Westin at Crown Center, we could hear almost like the waves of chants through the crowd as you could, wherever you heard the wave, that's where Mahomes was in the crowd. And now we've got the rumble line just cheering us on, getting us ready for all of the players that are going to be coming out, and
down the
obviously
beats.
taking the mic, which is a little dangerous at this point.
Well,
But-
and it was awesome because you could sense it coming because
Yes,
the
right?
bus went under the bridge, so you knew
Something was happening.
That if 20, 30,000 people, he would just get into their view in like 5 seconds. And
Yes!
you're kind of counting it down, and then
And everybody pulling their phones out,
Right.
us included.
Yeah.
Scott
Yeah.
and I
Oh,
were
yeah,
like, hold on,
absolutely.
let's get a picture of Mahomes.
Yeah, all of a sudden, I was the only person left on the set. What happened?
Your Zoom is much better than mine.
Head on a swivel, head on a swivel. Yeah,
Of
and
course.
it is just so cool to see all of the players, and basically the parade has finalized at this point.
Now
and the
everybody's-
party's getting started
Please
here.
welcome to the
12:45, pretty much
stage
sharp.
for some
They
special
started.
introductions.
here he comes.
Oh, here we go.
Voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holthus.
Chiefs Kingdom, how we doing? We are getting ready to turn this up real good in just a few minutes. But I will start this celebration the way I ended the game in Las Vegas. Because the Chiefs Kingdom has started its own history class, and you're all enrolled. Because for the first time in 6,944 days, there is a back-to-back Super Bowl champion, and it's the Kansas City Chiefs. A lot of people have worked very hard to bring us this championship and to bring us this day. Please acknowledge first the city officials of the city of Kansas City, Missouri, for making this day one you'll never forget. And now, please welcome to the stage, for a special welcome, the 55th mayor, the city of Kansas City, Missouri, Mayor Quentin Lucas.
How you doing today, Chiefs Kingdom? Are you feeling good today, Chiefs Kingdom? So I want a little bit of audience participation because the players are excited to come out and hear from you. So let's make some noise. First, if you are from Kansas, make some noise. Okay, all right. If you are from Missouri, make some noise. And if you love the Kansas City Chiefs, make some noise. So, I was talking to a neighbor the other day, and I said, neighbor, I think our team is going to go back to back to back. And he said, Q, why would you say that? And I said, well, neighbor, we got the best quarterback ever. We've got the best tight end ever, the best head coach ever, the best kicker ever, and the best team ever. So Kansas City, enjoy today, enjoy this team, and let's have a party right back here 1 year from now. Let's go Chiefs!
Thank you, Mayor Lucas. And now, representing the great state of Missouri, please welcome the 57th governor from Missouri, Governor Mike Parson.
Thank you, Mitch. Hello, Kingdom. Is this not the Super Bowl era? Man, what a great day. Me and the First Lady have been Chiefs fans for over 50 years. We've had. And being able to be the governor of this great state and to be part of all of you that are out here today and how much we've been through. But I want to thank Clark Hunt and his family and the Hunt family for bringing Arrowhead to Kansas City, Missouri. I want to thank Mark Donovan for being the best president in the NFL. Brett Veach for bringing all these players and all these successful wins to our state. And the statesman of all, Coach Andy Reid, the best of the best. I want to thank the players for everything they've done for us this year and making Kansas City and Missouri proud. But I also want to say this. For the last 6 years, when I was like all of you out there, let's just reflect. 6 AFC championship games in a row. 4 Super Bowls. 3 Super Bowl wins, back to back. So all those naysayers around the United States that don't believe in us, and as Mitch says, they don't respect us, and all of them that think we're nothing but flyover country, and they don't want to stop, well, I've got a message for them today. One of us, what Mitch said, you got to deal with us to be able to do that. But for all those people, here's my message to them from the governor and from the kingdom. If you want to see the Lombardi Trophy, you're going to have to fly your asses to Kansas City, Missouri, and we'll show you 4 trophies. Thank you all. God bless.
Not only do we have the best team in the National Football League, we have the best cheer squad in the National Football League. They were phenomenal in Las Vegas and throughout our playoff run. Ladies and gentlemen, a special video and your Chiefs cheerleaders.
I'm a fireball. I'm a fireball.
Who's that chick? Who's that chick? Feel the adrenaline. Baby, I just wanna dance. I don't really care. I just wanna dance. I don't really. She's a mean and crazy diva, disco diva, and she wants to. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that chick?
You know, our experience at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium is like no other in the National Football League. And part of that is how we honor our nation with the national anthem. And today, we want to do the same thing. And to perform our national anthem is one of the greatest dudes I've ever heard sing it. He's done it for us many times. I've seen it at many venues across the country. But please welcome retired Navy Petty Officer First Class General Wilson and our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose
whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You know, music is such an important part of our Chiefs Kingdom history. You can go down through the years and hear certain music that reminds you of certain games and certain eras. But this year, it got even more interesting because we had someone come to games and all of you would be dancing with her. And when I saw we were going to do this, I couldn't wait to see hundreds of thousands of people swag surfing.
Hey, make some noise!
Man, I got this swag.
Man, I got that swag.
My hat that's in my bag.
My hat that's in my bag.
You know I'm poppin' tag.
You know I'm poppin' tag.
Well, man, I got that swag.
Man, I got that swag. Hey,
Man, I got that swag.
let's go, ride. Let's go, girl. Let's go, ride.
You know I'm poppin' tag.
Let's go, ride.
Man, I swear when I serve. Now watch me surfing swag. I'm on hypnotic, exotic. Hit polo on my body. Got a bad girl beside me. And a friend right behind me. And I'm swag. I'm surfing. I'm swag. I'm surfing. I'm swag. I'm surfing. I'm clean like this detergent. On patrol, yeah, I'm gone. Purple by the zone. Yeah, I'm smoking strong. And you know I'm on cause I'm swag. I'm surfing. I'm swag. I'm surfing. I'm swag. I'm surfing.
Okay, I fall off in the club with a pocket full of bags. Big, stupid, fresh like Everybody say back to back. Back to back. Say back to back. Yeah. Back to back.
30 years of the most iconic calls in franchise history have come from one voice. None more historic than the ones made last Sunday, letting the kingdom know that the Chiefs are back-to-back world champions. Born in Chiefs Kingdom, the voice of Chiefs Kingdom, here's Mitch Holthus.
All right, we're going to really turn it up now because we're going to celebrate a team that should be near and dear to your heart. We saw this team fight through everything. We saw the youngest defense in the NFL become the best defense in the NFL. We saw our guys like Patrick and Kels and our awesome coaches just fight through it. We saw guys like Quez and Jet McCole Hardman make plays down the stretch. This entire team and all of the people represented here in this organization, from our video to our equipment to our athletic trainers to the people that work countless hours to make us win. But you know what? We won a game here, and many of you were there, with minus 28 wind chill, the fourth coldest game in NFL playoff history. But then we had to go into the mouth of the dragon with sabers drawn because nobody thought we would win at Buffalo. They were wrong. But we had to go into the belly of the next beast. And again, they didn't think we would come out with a win, and they were wrong. And then we were underdogs in Super Bowl 58. I will say it, you can't doubt the Chiefs. You can't disrespect the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You're gonna have to deal with the Chiefs as back-to-back Super Bowl champions. Think number 4 here. 4. It is our 4th Super Bowl championship. And by the way, that's the most of any team in the AFC West. Only 4 teams are ahead of us in Super Bowl and NFL history with more Super Bowl wins. In the game against the 49ers, we trailed in that game 4 times and came back each time to win that game in one of the most exciting games in pro football sports, in pro football history. I'll throw this out. 14 wins in 5 seasons in the playoffs. That's an all-time National Football League record. That's your history, Chiefs Kingdom. This will be a team, when you think of 4, that this team will always be in your soul and in your heart. And let's go back and look at a team that will live forever.
16 time. Purdy with a long count. Chiefs are pressuring. Pass is knocked down at the line of scrimmage for the lead. The kick by Moody is up. A spinning kick, and it is good. San Francisco's got the lead. 3rd and 2, blitz by San Francisco. They dump it to McKinnon. 40-yard line, and the Jets got a first down. Mahomes, crosser, Kelsey. 30-yard line, 25. Kelsey at the 20, 15, and out of bounds at the San Francisco 10-yard line. A 23-yard pickup with 9 seconds to go in the game. Butker now will try a field goal from 29 yards out to try to tie the game at 6 seconds to go. Butker's kick is perfect. This game is tied at 19-19. McCaffrey comes in motion. They fake the jet to him. Purdy throws it hot and overthrows his receiver, incomplete. Jake Moody with the short field goal, and San Francisco regains the lead.
4th down and a half yard. He fakes it to him. Run pass option. Mahomes keeps it at the 40. Slides to a stop at the 42-yard line. Right side throw, caught by Rice, 50, 45, and out of bounds at the San Francisco 40. 22-19 San Francisco in the overtime. Chiefs will throw it on 3rd and 1. Mahomes is going to run at 30-yard line, 25-20. Mahomes inside the 15 and down to the 13-yard line. McKinnon is in at running back, 1st down and goal to go. Play action fake, right side throw, touchdown! Kansas City! McCole Hardman with the catch on the right side. Kansas City wins the game, 25-22. For the first time in 6,944 days, there is a back-to-back Super Bowl champion, and it is the Kansas City Chiefs. Absolutely. A team that just showed toughness all the way through. But none of this would be possible, none of it, without the best ownership family in all of professional sports. To my left, your right, is the Super Bowl IV trophy. This was an emotional year because we lost the First Lady of Football in the off-season, our matriarch of our franchise, Norma Hunt. But Mr. Hunt, Lamar Hunt, and Norma brought football to us. They brought this franchise to us. And they also brought this trophy to us when our Chiefs won Super Bowl IV at the end of the 1969 season, showing the same guts and winning 2 games on the road in the playoffs in cold weather and to get to the Super Bowl and win it. But now, ladies and gentlemen, remember 4. To bring out the Super Bowl 54 trophy, won in Miami, is Lamar Hunt Jr. And his wife, Rita. In Glendale, Arizona, another come-from-behind Super Bowl victory. Bringing out the Super Bowl 57 trophy, Sharon Hunt. And remember, the magic number is 4. Bringing out our 4th trophy, won in Las Vegas, Nevada, Super Bowl 58, our chairman and CEO, Clark Hunt, and his wife, Tavia.
Hello, Kansas City. My family and I are so excited to be here with you this afternoon. When I first stood on this stage with the Lombardi Trophy a few years ago, I knew that we would do whatever it takes to get back here. And boy, it feels good to say that for the 3rd time in 5 seasons and for the 2nd year in a row, you are world champions. I hope we all realize how special it is to be here. When the game ended on Sunday night, my family and I huddled together and we thanked the Lord for all the ways that He has blessed us. I know that many of you are spending today with your family, your friends, and your fellow Chiefs fans. Hug them a little tighter today because you deserve it. Football is the ultimate team sport, and there are so many people who have made this celebration possible. We had the best staff in all of professional sports, led by team president Mark Donovan. Mark has spearheaded the effort to grow the Chiefs kingdom far and wide, and as a result, we have rightly earned the moniker the world's team. Let's give it up for Mark Donovan and his amazing staff. We also have the best general manager in the game. Not only has he put together a roster of consistent winners, but for the second year in a row, he executed a midseason trade and brought in a guy who scored a crucial touchdown in the Super Bowl. Lots of attention goes to the star players, and rightly so, but it takes a roster full of talent to win back-to-back Super Bowls, and Brett has constructed a championship team from top to bottom. Let's hear it for General Manager Brett Veach. And when you talk about leaders and talk about culture and talk about a champion, it doesn't get any better than Andy Reid. We've known for years that he's a future Hall of Famer, and now he's finally getting the recognition that he deserves. Each of his 11 seasons in Kansas City has been special, but his leadership this year might have been his best coaching job yet. Whether it's Wasp, Corn Dog, Tom and Jerry, or some combination, Andy always has a game-winning play up his sleeve. Let's hear it for Andy Reid one more time. After a disappointing loss to the Raiders on Christmas Day, I was asked where I thought the season was going. And I remember thinking, we're about to find out if these guys really want it. The defense was already dialed in, and in the playoffs, they stifled some of the best offenses in the league. The defense kept us in every game and stepped up when it mattered most. Let's hear it for our playoff captains, Chris Jones, L'Jarius Sneed, and the defensive coordinator with the most Super Bowl wins in NFL history, Steve Spagnuolo. The special teams on Sunday showed you just how special they are. Punter Tommy Townsend flipped the field every time he had a chance. And how about the guy with ice in his veins? He hit last year's Super Bowl winner, and he's the new record holder for the longest field goal in Super Bowl history, Harrison Butker. And when the game is on the line and the whole world is watching, there is nobody better than Patrick Mahomes. That game was nerve-wracking, but you've got to admit, it always feels like the Lombardi Trophy is within reach when you've got a 3-time Super Bowl MVP under center. Now, I know we're all in a partying mood today, and you and I both know that the second that Travis Kelce gets hold of this microphone, this thing is going to a whole new level. But before we get there, I want to take a second and think back to 5 or 6 years ago and look at what Kansas City has accomplished since then. We hosted the NFL Draft right here on this stage. We earned the right to host the World Cup. We've invested in our infrastructure and improved our city. And for 3 times now, we have gathered right here as Super Bowl champions. This is an incredible moment for Kansas City. All over the world, they know about this amazing place. Never in our history have we had so many eyes on Kansas City, so many viewers hearing about us on television, and so many people talking about this town. Kansas City, this is our championship era. And that is because of all of you. Chiefs Kingdom, you're the greatest fan base in all of professional sports. Today, they are partnering with us around the world, and the epicenter of that party is right here in Kansas City. I will never get tired of saying it, but Chiefs Kingdom, you are world champions once again.
One thing that is unique is our incredible culture throughout our entire organization, represented by a lot of the folks sitting up here near the stage. But a guy who built this culture, even starting 15 years ago, 25 years in the National Football League. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President of the Kansas City Chiefs, Mark Donovan.
All right, I don't know if it's been said yet, but I'm going to say it. This is insane. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much. You know, we use a couple words around the facility, around the organization. One of them is perspective. And the perspective we all have today is just how special it is to be a part of this Kansas City community right now. As Clark said, it's the championship era, and we're all part of it. So thank you for all your support, and just know we are truly touched by your support. The other word we use is family, and it starts with the Hunt family and the opportunity that they have provided all of us by moving the franchise here, by giving us the opportunity to do what we do. The second is all the families of every member of our organization, whether you're a staff member, whether you're working for the team, whether you're in our football side, the sacrifices you all make to allow us to do our jobs, we truly appreciate. Our stadium staff at GEHA Field, the people who every single event make the Arrowhead experience world famous. Thank you for what you guys do. You know, you get up here, have the privilege of speaking to this crowd for the third time, and you get a true perspective. I will tell you that I know this, that you guys all want to hear who's coming up next. So I'm going to end with this. Chiefs Kingdom and our fans, you're with us every single day, everywhere we go. Whether it's the fourth coldest playoff game in the history, whether it's in Buffalo, whether it's in Baltimore, whether it's in Frankfurt, Germany, you're always there. We see you, man. We see you, and we appreciate you. But what I think you guys need to know and what you need to hear is that all of us, we are so proud to represent you every single day. So thank you very much.
And also thanks to Kathy as well. We all know who our vote would be for NFL Executive of the Year, do we not? For the life of me, I have no idea how he's not won it. All he's done is won Lombardi trophies with his incredible work and a lot of his staff that is sitting right here. And while all of us tomorrow will be recovering, his staff will be at work early in the morning getting ready for the combine and the draft. Please welcome the best general manager in the National Football League, Brett Veach.
Thanks, Mitch. I kind of know how this drill works. My job is to get up here, be quick, be efficient, because Travis Kelce is like a cat in a cage back there, getting ready to blow the roof of that World War I museum. Words can't express what today means. Driving in today, I kept thinking to myself, how does this thing keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger? And then I thought, really, at the end of the day, there's only two things that you need to pull off a celebration of epic proportions. And the first thing is to have the best fans, not just in the National Football League, but in sports across the globe. So thank you, Chiefs Kingdom. You guys are absolutely the best. The second thing you need to pull off a celebration of epic proportions are trophies, right? How great are these things right here? I don't know what these look like to you, but let me tell you what they look like to me. Right here, we're starting from the first one back in 1970. This here looks like our past, right? And what a proud tradition that we have. This one right here, this is the return to glory, right? Took 50 years, but it was well worth the wait. We know last year that was the rebuilding year, right? We got that one covered. This one here is special, right? Because we started the season, we were 0-1, and then at one point we lost 4 or 6 games, and then we lost to the Broncos on Christmas Day. And that was all the experts needed to say, the Chiefs are done, they're finished, and finally we see what a Chiefs down year looks like, right? Well, after the clock struck 0 on Sunday in Las Vegas, we actually did get to see what a Chiefs down year looks like, and here it is right here. So you see what Mitch did here, he kind of gave me some room because next year, we come back from New Orleans, we're going to see what history looks like when we go for that three-peat, right? Thank you.
Awesome. And thanks to his wife, Allison. Man, just terrific. But now, I want you all to show your appreciation. Our 64th team of our franchise is our 4th Super Bowl champion, your Kansas City Chiefs.
If you see me gone, it's alright, 'cause I'll be back before it's daylight. And if you feel that something ain't right, I'll be back before it's daylight. If you see me gone, it's alright, 'cause I'll be back before it's daylight. And if you feel that something ain't right, don't listen to the word. They say I'm gone, but I'll be there when you wake up. Don't listen to girl. The only time you see me lie is when we lay up. Don't listen to the word. They say I'm gone, but I'll be there when you wake up. Oh, don't listen to girl. The only time you see me lie is when we lay up. If you see me gone, it's alright, 'cause I'll be back before it's daylight. And if you feel that something ain't right, I'll be back before it's daylight.
Where is he? I'm trying to find him.
It's alright,
Okay, get him up. Where's he at?
before it's daylight.
I don't see him. Where is he?
I'll be back before it's daylight.
We ready in a tree? Okay. Excuse me, fellas. Here we go. Here we go. Excuse me, fellas. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm coming through. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Oh, you got a mic?
All right.
No one great! 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 No one great!
All right. Hey, it's Noah Gray Day. These guys are the best. Not only are they awesome on the field, this is one of the toughest teams in National Football League history. You're looking at it right here. They did not give up. And I'm telling you, our offensive line, where's my O-line? On December the 26th, they said, follow us. We're taking the fight to everybody that's in front of us, and we did exactly that. Now, I told you 4 is a big number. Well, I want to introduce to you now the young man who is 4th in National Football League history in wins. He is 2nd in National Football League playoff wins, and he's closing fast on number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, Big Red, Andy Reid.
Andy, 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 Andy.
How about the sea of red? Let's hear you, baby. I'm so proud of these guys behind me, the Hunt family, for giving us an opportunity to do this, for Brett Veach and his gang, for pulling all these great guys in here, man, and putting them together and them coming together as a team. Through all the highs and lows, they kept persevering, and now we're holding the trophy, and it belongs to the Red Sea right here, man. Congratulations.
Who wants to hear from the winningest quarterback in National Football League history? 15-3 in the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, the QB1 of all QB1s, Patrick Mahomes.
Kansas City, let me hear you one time. Man, what a year. To battle through the adversity, to continue to go for that championship. They all doubted us. I don't want to hear any different. But you know who came through in the end. That's the Kansas City Chiefs. I just want to thank everybody here, because Chiefs Kingdom, y'all are the reason that we do what we do. Hey, real quick. Hold up, sorry. I know. I'm a regular quarterback. This is what it is. I got to give a shout out to that defense. I mean, can I hear it for the defense? It's crazy. A defense can win the Super Bowl and still be underrated, and that's what those boys have been doing. Hey, one time, can I get a shout out for Harrison Butker? Can I get a shout out for Tommy Townsend? Can I get a shout out for James Winchester? No, for real though, we appreciate everything y'all do. Showing up to Arrowhead every single week. We know we had to go on the road last year, but I promise you next year we'll be at home and we're going for that three-piece. So don't forget it. Don't get it twisted. We're doing it. 3 times, first time in NFL history, we doing it. Love y'all.
And they said he couldn't win a playoff game on the road. What? He was 39-11. And now he's won everything in front of him. To represent that defense that Pat was talking about is a man who was dominant in the fourth quarter in Super Bowl 54, knocking down every 49er pass. In Super Bowl 58, he was dominant in a pass rush that held San Francisco to field goals so we could go get the game-winning touchdown. Ladies and gentlemen, we've known him now for 8 years as Stone Cold. Give it up for Chris Jones.
Kansas City! Hey, everything we did this year was because of you guys, man. From the love, the support all year long, for those who doubted us, for those who considered us underdogs. We did it for y'all, baby. KC, we are back again to be world champions, baby. Hey, every individual on this stage played a huge part of it, man. From the coaches, from the scout team guys, from the assistant trainers, for the people in the cafeteria making us food every day, man. Let's give a round of applause to those people, man. The journey, the fight, the individuals, it was different, baby. And you know, not a doubt in my mind that we was gonna bring it back to the city!
I got on this stage last year, and I was like, run it back, run it back, run it back. But you know what? It's a 3-P! Woo! I need 3 of those things, baby. We ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. Kansas City, we will be back here next year. And for those who want Chris Jones gone, I ain't going nowhere, baby. Woo! I will be here this year, next year, and the year after. 3P, 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 3P. Love y'all. Again. Woo!
Another guy who's been so important to us in our #1 defense, bring it up because our DBs were awesome all year. Coverage, tackling. Justin Reed, where's Jay Reed, number 20? Jay Reed.
Jay Reed. Justin Reed.
What up, baby? Hey, you know what they say? The first time we won a championship here in Kansas City, we were the heroes. Well, you win enough times, you start to become the villain. It starts to be you versus everybody. And that's how we like it. It don't matter what they say. We got us, baby, on the road. Miami, Buffalo, Baltimore, and at home in Arrowhead West. You feel me? We gonna take care of business. Can I get a hell? Hell yeah! Y'all know what we gonna do, man. It's been said, and we gonna do it again. 3P, baby. And we got one more shot of good news. I don't know if y'all heard. Coach Spagnuolo signed an extension today. He is still here. In Spags we trust, baby. Let's get it.
Nah, we all script now. 10 Isaiah Pacheco got something to say. Make some noise, you heard?
Shout out to 10, shout out to Trav, shout out to the whole Kansas City. It took all of us, the whole city. What Trav say, you gotta fight for your right to party.
All right, Coach is banging the drum. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up again for your Super Bowl 58 champion, Kansas City Chiefs.
No, we ain't done yet. There's one guy that's needed, and his name is Big Daddy Travis Kelce. Hold on, cut that. I want everybody a part of this thing. If you know this song, sing along. Blame it all on my roots. I showed up in boots and ruined the Niners affair. The last one to know. We were the last ones to show. We were the last ones they thought they'd see there. And I saw the surprise, that fear in their eyes. And we took that glass of champagne. Pat took that glass of champagne, I promise you. When I toasted you. Honey, we through what I never. What?
I got friends in low places.
Drives in the low places that leads away. And we'll be all again.
step on down to the oasis. So I've got a friend.
We gotta go. All right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. One more. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. Okay. Okay. Who is the best cornerback in the National Football League who should be All-Pro, Pro Bowl? Sneed.
I can't hear y'all. I can't hear y'all. The ones who did it. The kingdom, baby. Hey, where my twin at? Hey, Deuce, where you at, baby? Hey, Deuce, where you at, baby? The ones who been doing it all year, baby. What's up, twin?
The number 1 and number 2 quarterback duo, boy.
You know what it is.
All right. Now Coach Reed's going to beat the drum. You good with it? Give another cheer up for your champion, Kansas City Chiefs.
All right, it doesn't get old. It never gets old. The Kansas City Chiefs and all of Chiefs Kingdom reveling in a back-to-back Super Bowl repeat champions. And the players have just taken the stage. It was invigorating, it was enlightening, and it was entertaining.
Yes. Is that what you call it? Invigorating?
Yeah, something like that.
Yes. Well, no doubt. A big party happening right now at Union Station celebrating our Kansas City Chiefs, world champions now for the second year in a row. And each and every player that took to that microphone mentioned making sure they're back next year.
Yeah, that was the theme. The takeaway was how much they're saying, hey, we're celebrating this confetti coming down right now, which is just a great scene. Soak it up, Kansas City. But also, Chris Jones, remember, his contract is expiring. He's a free agent. He could go to the highest bidder. I think it's going to be pretty tough for him to sign elsewhere.
Kansas City. Thank you, Chiefs Kingdom.
All right, Mitch Holtis
officially
wrapping it up and putting a bow on this, what has been just an absolutely incredible celebration. But you're right, Jared. Chris Jones was adamant in his speech about wanting to return and about never leaving Chiefs Kingdom. Pretty amazing words coming from a guy that you mentioned is a free agent.
Yeah, you know, it's really cool full circle because I know when he was holding out at training camp, missed that first game, a lot of people questioned how much he loved Kansas City if he was just chasing the money. This guy loves Kansas City. He wants to be a Chief. He also wants to get paid, don't get me wrong, but there's a relationship there. You saw him hugging Andy Reid after the Super Bowl. There is a mutual love here, and I think he's really going to stay now. And that defense next year is going to be pretty good if Chris Jones is back.
Speaking of Big Red, man, a few words here on the stage here today, but clearly thankful for a successful ending to a successful season. And the song you're hearing now, of course, made most famous by our Travis Kelce a few years back, but he tried to introduce a few songs, new songs this year.
He brought out the Garth Brooks song that so many Kansas Cityans have sung at the Cave for so many years. We got Isaiah Pacheco unleashing the fight for your right. to party. There you go. I was waiting for the beat drop.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that Trav definitely did fight for his right and was clearly partying today. And why not? It's a celebration. He is a 3-time Super Bowl champion on top of the World Hall of Fame tight end. I mean, what the guy has done is just phenomenal. But this parade today and the number of people who showed up along the parade route and those who are still there right now in front of Union Station, basking in the sunlight, basking in the thousands of pounds of confetti coming down right now. No better day to be a Kansas City Chiefs fan than right now.
This is it.
And I think the theme, a lot of those guys talked about the doubters, right?
They did,
saying,
yeah.
Hey, you know what? This was supposed to be a down year, all the adversity, they heard the noise through the regular season, and that's what I think is most impressive about this run. Mahomes had the most expensive cap hit in the NFL. 2 new offensive tackles. His top wide receiver was a rookie. The Chiefs didn't have a first-round bye. They had to face 4 of the NFL's top 6 offenses in the postseason. They were underdogs 3 straight games. They had to play on the road. This was not supposed to happen today. They trailed by 10 in the Super Bowl. Odds say we should not be having this celebration, but we are, because Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, and Chiefs Kingdom is built different.
That's it, and the celebration continues. Look at this team basking in and getting to the mountaintop once again this year. And if you thought the rest of the NFL and other cities in this country had a target on their backs going into this season, guess what? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Well, when you proclaim the three-peat like that, they're saying, hey, we want the target on our back, and we're going to flip the switch come postseason time next year. If you look closely, maybe Bill Hurlbrink is amongst those masses dancing. I don't know.
I'm sure he's alive and well, along with Carolina and Scott Reese. They are on top of it all, hopefully catching some of that confetti. Hi, guys.
Oh, I feel like the wind needs to blow a little bit more so we can get some of that. A lot of it. Good thing though is on the stage right now.
Oh yeah.
And these guys are having such a good time. It's so funny because obviously they're so little from where we are, even though we feel like we can touch them out at Union Station. But whenever Travis Kelce started singing, I turned to Scott and I go, "Who is that?" And he kind of looked at me like, "Who do you think it is?"
Well, the fact
Travis
that
Kelce.
And the fact that they're still there partying and having a great time. And I mean, they acknowledged everybody in the crowd and how important that Chiefs Kingdom is to the team themselves, and of course how much of a brotherhood they have together. And again, they're just still there dancing on stage.
That's what struck me last year, sitting in this same spot, watching this same celebration unfold, was how long the players stayed on the stage.
They don't want it to end.
They don't want it to end. They're milking this because this is just unbridled joy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the pinnacle of everything they've worked for their entire lives, and for some of them the second and third time over, but they don't want it to end.
No.
Okay, so Chris Jones also, his words, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe he said, "I'm not going anywhere."
That's what he said.
Is there something that we don't know?
Well, look, salary cap is complicated. You can't sign everybody you want to sign.
Yeah.
Chris Jones is going to be very, very expensive on a team that, as the guys pointed out earlier, Trent Green, I believe, said Patrick Mahomes has a $57 million cap hit next year. So it gets really hard. But if Chris Jones is motivated to stay and he is willing to forego maybe a few extra $1 million that might take him elsewhere, then he'll be here.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, Chris Jones decides where he plays, and certainly the Chiefs will be among the suitors, if not the biggest suitor. I don't know that they'll be able to offer the most money, so he's got that decision to make. But now we're going to hold him to his word. He announced it.
He said it. He's on tape.
You can't go now.
And it seems like a lot of those guys may be in that same situation we talked before. What is there, 19 players that we could see possibly leaving?
19 unrestricted free agents, and especially on the defensive side of the ball. It's L'Jarius Sneed, it's Drew Tranquill, it's Mike Edwards, who was on a one-year deal, it's Mike Dana. I mean, there's a long list of guys who were significant players on this team, especially on the defensive unit, that Brett Veach and company are going to have to figure out a way to keep as many of them as he can, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
But when you
it's
proclaim,
pretty fun. Yeah, it's pretty fun out here, guys.
Yeah.
The confetti's still going at the Union Station stage, and some folks are kind of lingering. Some folks are obviously heading out, but we do want to send things over to Zach and Sharon. You guys have a little bit of a different vantage point, and I feel like the crowd is walking to where you guys are walking. Yeah, the crowd's walking your way, guys.
All right, do we have Zach and Sharon? Okay.
Well, we have Zach and Sharon. I'm not sure Zach and Sharon know we have Zach and Sharon.
Well, that's all right. Like you said, they're basking in the sunshine right now.
I know. We got a little bit of the shade.
We got the one shady, like eternally shady spot in Kansas City today.
But that's all right. We had a great party up here. There's a great vantage point from down at Union Station. And again, some people still starting to hang out here, but the crowd's starting to disperse. A little bit of folks we can see heading south down Main Street, back up towards the Liberty Memorial. But still a lot of people hanging up there on the lawn, just kind of looking up towards the stage. And where the drum still sits at, and where the Kansas City Chiefs celebrated the back-to-back championships there up on the stage. A lot of interesting speeches. Some I could understand. Some were a little tough to understand.
It's crazy to think, guys, that this is now 3 times in the last, 367 days that we have had hundreds of thousands of people gathering in downtown Kansas City.
Yeah, just the shape of the city, what has changed so much over the last few years, with the NFL draft here. What was that? I mean, that was only 8 months ago?
Yeah.
April, yeah. And then this event today, and then the event that was last year. Yeah, you're right. 3 things, just 3 incredible, where the sole focus of almost the world is right here on Kansas City.
Yeah.
And it has been a lot of fun. I will say, though, I had a friend text me and say, hey, it doesn't sound like the crowd is as loud as I expected. Are we getting spoiled? And I was like, I mean, it sounds pretty loud from where we are.
Yeah.
But I think maybe we're just it's not like that first time after 50 years where you won, but still we're back-to-back champions.
It was still a pretty energetic crowd out there, I'd say.
It was very energetic, especially when Mahomes came out.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe some folks took advantage of the open tables at restaurants around the area for Valentine's Day, knowing everybody else would be here.
I need that 1 o'clock reservation, please.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, but how about Mitch Holthus doing a great job emceeing things up there? But how about when he teed up? You should have seen Carolina when he was like, "We're in our era." And it's this and that. And she's like,
I was like, it's happening. It's happening.
And then we all swag surf, which is great. But talk about the sudden U-turn right about there. Just bring us back down to earth a little bit.
Yeah. You were still hoping till the very last second.
I know. I was like, my
She
money
would-
is
she
on
would pop
Taylor
up.
Swift is coming.
Because Trent Green made us think she was coming.
Yeah, he
I know.
did.
But not only that, there was just a lot of activity around here.
Yeah.
A lot of the helicopters, obviously,
Oh,
were
yeah.
having a parade, so there's going to be safety. But it just seemed like there was a little bit something more in the air.
At one point, I counted 5 helicopters
Yes.
and a drone just within our
Yeah.
view up
Yeah.
here.
Exactly.
Keeping us all safe.
All right, we're going to take you back into the studio with Brad Carolyn and Jared, guys.
Oh, great job, guys. We appreciate it. What a party in Kansas City. Right now, the epicenter basically of the universe right now is Kansas City, Missouri, with 1 million, maybe up to 1 million fans. We just went through a pulsating parade, and then to see the players, what they did on stage as they brought home a 2nd Super Bowl. Unbelievable day in Kansas City. Never forget it.
Yeah, and Patrick Mahomes said it best. He said, which one of these was the most amazing to you? And he said, this one right here, because we fought back so hard during that game on Sunday. So if they're right, they're begging for the 3-peat. We're sure hoping for it here. We hope to be right back here next year. In the meantime, soak it all in, but we hope to see you at the Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans.
Take it. You mentioned the millions. That also means millions of memories made, right? For all the kids there that got a glimpse of their heroes, that's what it's all about.
So now so many people who some showed up as early as 3 a.m. Some people brought couches out along the parade route. Guess what? They are tired. They have had a whale of a party, and they are now trying to make their way either back to a shuttle or back to wherever they parked, as far away as that might be. But the party right here is over, but this isn't something that people are going to forget for a long time.
No way. And we take a final look above downtown Kansas City right now, above Union Station, and now even a wider look at Union Station and the World War I Museum and Memorial out there on its front lawn. Everyone's soaking in the big win, the win of the Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl 58. Can you believe it?
And this was again another well-behaved crowd. We haven't heard all the official details from police, but so far it appears we haven't heard of any major instances. So good job on you, Kansas City. what has been a memorable, what has been an incredible day for all the people of Chiefs Kingdom and all the people who showed up for this parade, and for all of our KCTV5 viewers who tuned in, took some time out of their day to join in on what has just been an absolutely fascinating day here in Kansas City as we continue to watch the crowd kind of break up. And
it broke up very quickly, actually, this year from the main stage, and there seems to be a ruckus going on to the side of the stage now, out there in front of Union Station, something that we're going to monitor here at KCTV5 and keep an eye on for you as well. The day, though, all in all, went very smoothly and no real problems to be heard, but it does appear that someone is being carted away in some sort of a
okay, we're going to go to some
emergency vehicle
pictures here.
Yeah.
We've got, and apparently the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. We're getting information now in our earpieces. We're learning about this right now as we speak. We're not exactly sure what's happening, but I'm being told that there is a police. We know there's a police presence, but police have acted. We don't know exactly what's going on, but as you can see here, look at this.
People scurrying
Kansas City,
around,
Missouri
for sure.
police officers running, and we did see, the Kansas City Fire Department, we can now hear some sirens in the background. We've got lots of people out here. It looks like they are sheltering.
It looks like they're ducking from something or tending to someone potentially on the ground.
Okay.
We're going to follow this with you here at home as we sadly bring a concerning end to a successful season and pep rally.
Well, this is breaking news. It's happening. The parade, obviously, the celebration just got over, and as soon as we were getting to wrap it up and to send this back to regular programming, our producer told us, it said, hang on, something's going on. We're not sure exactly what happened, but we can tell you that police have activated. The officers there, at one point, you could see people who are crouching down. So we don't know if there was something that sounded like what may have been rather a small explosion or gunfire. We don't know, but people are crouching down. Police have activated. At one point, we saw people sheltering behind a vehicle. So we're trying to figure out what is going on as you're watching this with us. So we're gonna keep it right here on KCTV5. This is happening live. As you can see, that officer right there has his gun drawn. So this has now taken what has been a celebration, has now taken a very serious twist.
Yeah, something on the other side of that barricade, and we did see one stretcher emerging from inside that barricade as well just a few moments ago, being carted away by these smaller emergency vehicles here in this crowd. It does look like they're attending to something there on the ground, on the sidewalk, right there inside that barricade. So as soon as we can, we'll let you know.
Yeah, we're continuing as a news organization. We're now trying to communicate with our crews in the field, and we're going to continue to stay on top of this. All right, we want to send it over to Zach and Sharon, who are at the World War I Memorial. Guys, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
And did you hear anything?
Okay, I'm not sure
I
don't think Zach and Sharon can hear us. My apologies for that. But we're staying on the air with you following the parade and the celebration. This has now taken a turn. We don't know exactly what has transpired, but clearly police have taken this very seriously. We're seeing another stretcher that is being pulled out. This is from a different camera angle that I'm able to watch here in the studio, but appears to be a somewhat chaotic situation taking place outside of Union Station right now. We did see some people who were crouching down. So we continue to wait and wonder, just as you are, as to what's happening.
Yeah, and as you can see, clearly the source of all of this seems to be to the right of that main stage there where the pep rally just took place. I do believe that was KCTV5's Neil Jones. He was kind of positioned with the crowd right there in that area. So
Okay.
I'm very, Very curious to hear from him. And
Okay,
as soon
Carolyn.
as we get him back live, we'll go to Neil Jones here momentarily.
This is a tweet from the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department that says this, quoting from this tweet, "Shots have been fired around Union Station. Please leave the area." Let me repeat that. The Kansas City, Missouri Police just tweeted this out moments ago. "Shots have been fired around Union Station. Please leave the area." So as you can see in this shot here now, we're seeing there are 900 Kansas City, Missouri police officers who are along the parade route to keep things safe. You're seeing them now mobilize. We're seeing hearing sirens, seeing lots of flashing lights. We've seen people that look like they were taking cover, so that would we couldn't hear the shots fired, but it looked like they were taking action as if they had heard something like a shot.
Well, and then we saw much of the crowd, initially just kind of moving away pretty quickly, but then when I started seeing people running, that had me quite concerned.
And so there's the shot that I was talking about. Look at all those police cruisers right now with their flashing lights on. Police being anyone who's there is now being urged to leave. And we've seen, as we've watched from our aerial shots, it has most people evacuated very quickly, but still, with that many people down around Union Station, hundreds of thousands of people, it is not easy, as you can imagine, to get that big of a crowd to disperse so quickly. But again, Kansas City, Missouri Police just tweeting moments ago, "Shots fired around Union Station. Please leave the area immediately."
Kansas City Fire Department also tweeting a shooting at the rally, and they promise to keep everyone posted, but do encourage everyone to evacuate as quickly as possible. Let's go back now to Bill and Carolina. Hi there. Above this area at the Weston balcony. Guys, did you hear anything from where you are?
No, I didn't hear any shots. The only thing that cued me into something was going on. We heard a lot of sirens coming down Main Street about 10 minutes ago or so. So I kind of went over there to see what was happening. It was a Kansas City Fire Department ambulance, followed by a slew of different agency police vehicles. I saw KCK and a lot of Kansas City Police Department vehicles coming southbound on Main. They came over on Pershing. People were running eastbound on Pershing. It looked like to try to get away of whatever was happening down, like you said, Carolyn, just to the right of the stage. If we're looking at Union Station, a lot of people, a lot of sea of red started running eastbound on Pershing, while the police department and a lot of law enforcement began running westbound over towards Union Station.
And I do want to say, it seems like this happened just as we had finished our coverage, because we have a crew obviously here with us, and somebody from our crew said, I think something happened as you guys were wrapping up, because we saw just kind of the crowd start to disperse, and it wasn't just your leisurely walk out of the parade. It was people started running in multiple directions, while we saw police officers start to actually run and head into Union Station. They were jumping the barricades. And it was a lot of law enforcement headed this way, obviously. We saw all of the police cars kind of lined up here outside of Union Station. And now they're obviously just dispersing the crowd, telling everybody to get out of this area. And Neil Jones is actually on the ground right there outside of Union Station. So we do want to send things over to him. What was going on there, Neil?
They say
You be safe.
Go up and over.
Neil Jones, if you can hear us, did you see anything from where you were during the rally or right after? Go ahead, Neil.
Yes. Carolyn, I'm down here. You see a victim. We are shooting a victim here. Greg Malota, the photographer, is getting video of a victim. After the rally had broken up, what sounded like fireworks went off in the middle of the intersection of Kessler and Pershing. That's just southwest, of the stage and Union Station. People began to run. I said, has there been a shooting? Someone said yes, and then some other people said no, it's fireworks. It indeed was a shooting. There are at least 2 victims, possibly 3. Police immediately rushed in. It was mayhem as people tried to escape. A very frightening situation. And I'm being told there's at least 3 victims, and you're seeing one of them right there wearing a Patrick Mahomes shirt. We don't know if they got the shooter or not, but there were 2 victims on the ground that they were working on, and they were able to evacuate on golf carts fairly quickly. But it was a very frightening situation with thousands of Chiefs fans, many of whom with small children, trying to escape a situation that nobody really knew what it was. But if it was indeed gunfire, just gunfire, there were multiple shots. It sounded like someone set off a string of fireworks, and the reaction was, as you would expect, in a tight quarters with thousands of people, many of whom were their families, with elderly parents, grandparents that were here to enjoy this event. It was horrible, and it was a very emotional situation, I can tell you.
Neil, are you seeing any search for a gunman going on, or do you think maybe they already found the right person?
We're being moved out. I think they all ran towards him. I don't know if they were able to apprehend him or not. And I say him, I don't know if it was a man or a woman. But they were chasing somebody, and now they're securing the scene. So it was a very fluid situation. Did the gunman or gunmen escape? Possibly, I don't know. But we know that there were 3 people on the ground, shot, bleeding, and we just saw the last person evacuated.
Neil, give us an idea. You've set the scene for us. Give us an idea of how people around you were reacting. It must have been incredibly frightening for parents who are there with their kids. All right, Neil Jones.
It happened maybe 35 yards from me, and there were hundreds of people between me and where it happened. Suddenly, everybody had to run, and it was just a horrible, horrible thing. And you've got kids, and you've got elderly people, and you're not expecting something like this. It was just as horrible a feeling as you can imagine.
Oh, this is exactly what we did not want to happen, and sadly, here we are with breaking news following the Kansas City Chiefs Champion Parade. As soon as the rally ended, we understand now Kansas City Police, Kansas City Fire, and our own Neil Jones all confirming there was indeed shots fired right there near Union Station.
Well, and we've been able to, our camera work, because we're right there in the midst of everything that's happening, we have shown one person who was on a stretcher who's being attended to. We can't confirm how they were injured. All we can do is report to you that police and Neil Jones, who was there, and the Kansas City Fire Department has said there were shots fired. An absolutely horrific situation. And now Kansas City, Missouri police are saying that they are releasing people that they had told to shelter inside of Union Station. So an incredible day. What had been such a celebration now marred by a terrible shooting right at the end of the parade, right at the end of the celebration.
Yeah, just as everyone was starting to leave, shots were fired. So let's go now back to Bill and Carolina there from and Janae Hancock as well, up there on the rooftop with a different vantage point for us, guys.
Yeah, Janae, you're following some breaking developments.
Yeah, so Scott Reese and I were actually standing off to the side, and when Neil mentioned the fact that it was just a drastic change, there were kids that were so excited to see Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, all of them take the stage, but just in a few moments, once the parade concluded, you saw kids running into the Westin Hotel, kind of crying and scared for their lives with their parents and their loved ones, but then also we saw the Kansas City Chiefs cheerleaders leaving Union Station out the side of the door. They were scrambling to get to safety.
People were running.
Yeah. Yes, literally scared for their lives. And also we saw police with their guns drawn out, just coming from all different directions. So just a tragic change of events, and just sad, like you guys mentioned, to see here. We were all just so excited and so happy to have another back-to-back championship win. And
that's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a fun event. And we had talked about safety and security earlier, and how they always ensure that so that people can have a fun and safe time. And it's frustrating that it ends this way, because it was the end of all of the festivities whenever this happened. And we're actually starting to see some of that caution tape from a crime scene come up right here outside of Union Station, which is just a very contrasting, such a contrast when we talk about Kansas City having this high crime.
And I do want to change our view really fast. Matt, can you pan up to these windows up here. Earlier this morning, Carolina drew your attention to all these fans inside of their hotel rooms, so excited. You can see now they are waiting in the rooms for more answers, and they're fearful right now.
Right, because they probably were, kind of wrapping up our coverage with us, and then we came back on the air to let you know about this shooting. And Neil Jones is out on the ground right there outside Union Station.
Let's get down to him.
Okay, we're being escorted out of the area so that the police can secure it. As you can see, they are shuffling people out as best they can from the area. Our photographer, Greg Malota, says that he witnessed at least 2 of the victims being treated with CPR as they were going off. The police have secured the crowd. I just talked to a woman who said she knew it was gunfire immediately. Other people who were other parts of the area in front of the Union Station area said that they thought it was fireworks. I'm sorry? Repeat that. Okay, I am now being told that there were 2 armed people taken into custody by the police. 2 armed, presumably gunmen, taken in by the police into custody. They continue, after the gunfire, they continue to chase people. We couldn't tell if they were chasing individuals or if they were just trying to seal off the area because they didn't know where the gunman was. But as you can imagine, it is a scary situation. People are trying to get out of the area, but you can imagine how upset they are. As the gunfire broke out a few minutes before 2 p.m., a few minutes after the event had ended, and people were filing out, thousands of people trying to walk out with their families, when what appeared to be a string of fireworks shot off in the intersection of Kessler and Pershing, right up against the front of Union Station. And people began to run as hard as they could in all directions. People knocked down, children knocked down. And then they continued to, the police broke in, they ran into it, through the crowd, and they ended up subduing at least 2 people. They have taken them into custody. They began treating 3 victims that were here on the ground, and they just, last one of those victims was taken into a tent, and then he was just about 5 minutes ago taken away in an ambulance.
So Neil, you've seen at least one person taken away in an ambulance. Have you seen anyone else taken away in an ambulance?
I'm being told that there were
taken away. I know 4 different patients.
Okay, our photographer says there were 4 people that were shot or at least were receiving treatment, and that 2 were taken away in ambulances. I believe that 2 people went away in golf carts very quickly. They didn't wait for ambulances. They ran them out in security golf carts and the fire department golf carts that are here to help people who are hurt. But just an unbelievably frightening situation here, and to watch it, break out right in front of you at the end of what has been such a jubilant day is just awful.
Yeah, it really is awful. Neil, were you getting the impression that some people were sent inside Union Station to take cover?
We are not on that side. Okay. From where we were, they were sending people away, but I have no doubt it's like an explosion. When something happens, everybody around it goes away as fast as they can. So people that were over towards Union Station, in running away from the firemen or the gunfire, they would have run towards Union Station. But the people, the side I'm on, everybody came away from Union Station and towards us, and it was just an awful situation. Could not have happened at a worse time, with hundreds and hundreds of people jammed in together, peacefully walking away with their families when this happened. They all ran right towards me, and you could see children, you could see older people, and I mean, utter terror.
Neil, it's unreal that we're talking about this right now, but this is the reality of what is happening right now. You were right there. You said you were about 35 yards away from the area where it appeared that shots had been fired. You've done an unbelievable job of describing this to our viewers who are watching and hanging on your every word right now. Did you think, I know you said you thought it sounded like fireworks, but did you have any idea that something bad was happening?
I believed it was gunfire only because of the reaction of people closest. The people closest to the situation were running in utter terror. It sounded, I don't own a gun. I don't go out and shoot guns. It sounded like fireworks, but the reaction of people made me believe that it was gunfire.
Well, it was a violent reaction of people trying to get away in the midst of that violence. Neil, we're going to go back to you momentarily. Thank you for everything that you've been telling us. And again, Neil, very, very close to this when it broke out.
Yeah, far too close. And as were so many, literal hundreds of thousands of people. We've been talking all morning with our crews all along the parade route. Let's go back now to Jillian and Shane. Guys, did you hear anything from where you are?
Yeah, we were out on the media riser just in front of Union Station, and we heard something similar to what kind of Neil was talking about there with either fireworks or pops. I was actually down on the ground, and Jillian was up on the riser. I looked up at you, Jillian, and you said, get up here right now.
Right, we saw people running out of Union Station on the east side of the doors pretty frantically, and at that moment we were receiving information that we needed to change where we were, so just to gather and then just get to a safe space. So there was information provided quickly, which was nice, but sure, it was a frantic situation, and it is still a little chaotic as people are still finding family members and understanding where is the best, most safe route away.
Yeah, police are still continuing to kind of move us further and further away from Union Station, and like you said, when we were out there, we heard those pops again while we were on the risers, and then some people actually sheltered in place inside Union Station as well. But we're continuing to learn information. Obviously, we're going to see what we can find out from authorities out here as much as we can, but right now, guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you both. Yeah, you're looking live here now. I want to show you more live pictures around Union Station here as a rally scene has quickly turned now into a crime scene, and the evacuation of partygoers has turned into a mass exodus by people literally scared for their lives.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, here we go. Here are someone else on a stretcher being rushed, presumably to an ambulance or to somewhere where they can receive some first aid. But you're right, Carolyn, this has now, not only is it a crime scene, but it was not too long ago that there were hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people here, and then someone fired a gun, and it created mass panic there. People literally running for their lives, people seeing others drop. We're hearing as many as, this has not been confirmed, but we're hearing from our crews on the ground there that there may be as many as 4 people who need treatment. But an unimaginable incident to happen following what was Kansas City's shining moment. The Kansas City Chiefs celebrating with their hordes of fans what had been a spectacular, unbelievable season, and now it's marred by a tragic incident in which there have been gunshots fired, people have been injured, and everyone has been told to evacuate the area as soon as possible.
And we are hearing from Neil Jones at this point that 2 armed people were taken into custody there on that scene by police. Whether that is the entirety of the people with guns involved, we don't know. And we don't know how active of a scene this is still right now. So obviously still a scare in the air. And so let's go now to Zach and Sharon higher up for us now with a bird's eye view of what is happening. Guys, did you hear anything?
Yeah, no, we did not actually hear it, but we saw it. It was right at the end as we were wrapping up our show. We turned around and we looked at Union Station and the crowd, and all of a sudden we noticed that there was a stream of people running out from Union Station, and we saw the cops running back in, and at that very same moment we heard dozens and dozens and dozens of sirens headed towards the city, and then soon we saw just a string of emergency vehicles pull into the War Memorial here and then turn out and go down, try to get to Pershing in front of Union Station. But Zach has also had the binoculars out, and so he's seen a lot of this activity closer than I have that's been going on. Zach?
Yeah, you know, Sharon, right now we hear police on the loudspeakers telling people, look, the parade is over, you need to clear the scene. If we could if there appears to be there's a number of choppers in the air right now, but what we're seeing from here is the crime scene tape is to the west of Union Station, so it's on the west side. So that may be where this all went down. Just as you're entering Union Station, they're purging where the players were, where the stage is. I'm not seeing any police tape over there. It's just to the west of there, and that's where a lot of police officers are located. And some of those little vehicles carrying those gurneys that Neil mentioned just moments ago, they were stationed over here because, as Sharon mentioned, we heard just a number of ambulances trying to make their way around the memorial to the west side of Union Station, and that's where a number of those ambulances are stationed right now with those smaller vehicles to get people out. But from here, we're not seeing any victims, at least from this vantage point, and maybe they have already been taken to the hospital. But what I am seeing as I look toward the entrance of Union Station there's a good amount of people who are exiting. So you might imagine that those people ran into Union Station, shelter in place, when those shots rang out, and now police are escorting them out. Brad, Carolyn, that's the latest from here.
Zach and Sharon, thank you for your perspective. Please be safe.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, we want to get straight back to KCTV5's Neil Jones. Neil was very near the shooting when gunshots were fired, so we want to go right back to him. He's very near that area right now. Neil?
Well, guys, I'm standing in front of the shooting scene. It happened right over there, to the right of that tree there. You can see a wheelchair. It happened in that area there. Imagine this intersection here being filled with hundreds and hundreds of people walking very calmly away from Union Station, when suddenly what appeared to be fireworks ended up being gunfire broke out. The police began to run in as people tried to run out. There was screaming, there was crying as people tried to get away, tried to get their families away, and they ended up apprehending someone over there behind that red where the Kansas City Fire Department truck has just stopped. They ended up apprehending somebody, it appeared, right there. They subdued somebody. He had been wounded, it looked like maybe two, and they took him out. Don't know if he was wounded or not. They were treating him, but they definitely took somebody out. There were people who said that was a suspect. No guarantee about that, but that's what we were told at the time. That's what I heard several police officers yell to other police officers, is that we have a suspect. They then began treating people. Photographer Greg Melota says a total of 4 people were treated and 2 were given CPR. 2 were given CPR in front of him. So it all happened right here. It was very frightening, with hundreds of people running in all directions trying to get away from this situation.
All right, Neil, thank you. If you are just joining us right now, we want to kind of catch you up to speed to what has been a breathtaking morning and then ended with a resounding thud. So as soon as the parade or the celebration on the stage ended, people were starting to leave. And then that's when, as our Neil Jones reported, there were shots fired. Some people thought it sounded like fireworks, but it turns out it was shots fired. There have been reports of as many as 4 people who may have needed treatment. Police then immediately ran in and tried to clear the scene, told people to leave immediately. There are reports that 2 people were detained, 2 people who were armed who were detained, but an unbelievable end to what had been a spectacular championship parade now has been marred by a shooting in which at least 4 people may have been hurt and are now receiving treatment for their injuries.
Literally within seconds. The scene of a celebration wrapping up, very successful celebration that's been going on for several hours here, downtown Kansas City and on into Union Station, ending in a scene of sheer panic by people running away from that staging area. And people must have been told to go and shelter in place inside Union Station, because we did just get word that Kansas City, Missouri police have released all those people who were inside Union Station. Presumably, we're wondering now if that means the players and their families as well.
Right, exactly. We'll have to follow up on that. But as Neil Jones reported, it was sheer terror for those people who were around that and had witnessed it and heard the gunfire that some people thought was fireworks, but no, not at all. It turned out to be gunfire. As we continue to look at this very heavy police presence right now just outside of Union Station. All right, we want to get right back down there. Bill and Carolina continue to be there live. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, the amount of law enforcement, the response to this is just incredible. Just from my vantage point here on top of the West End at Crown Center, I can see that Grand is completely blocked off by, I'd say 24 police vehicles. A block over here to Main is completely blocked off with the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department, plus all of those charter buses that a lot of the chiefs and their families were going to go home on, we believe, are still there, completely blocking all that. And then further west down on Pershing, there's another 24 police fire vehicles over there, including 2 ambulances not too far from where Neil Jones is located. They do have the back doors open, so hopefully they're being able to treat whoever was injured by this shooting. But again, just an incredible amount of emergency response vehicles still out here on scene, with police tape going from there's the World Champions banner on the back of the stage that has all the sound gear on it, with going all the way over to the edge of the parking lot on the west side of the Union Station parking lot here in front of it. So just an incredibly awful event to happen after such an incredibly happy morning and afternoon.
And just to put it into perspective too, so we're seeing a lot of police presence, which is what we want to see right now after something like this goes down. But from the fountain at Union Station and into Union Station, there is no crowd, like no fans are there anymore. That's kind of where the scene was happening. And then there's just a few stragglers still out on the lawn. Obviously, we've still got at least a few ambulances out here. Police kind of scattered all throughout that area that I was talking about, from about the fountain to Union Station. And keep in mind, and as a reminder, the whole day we were talking about the fans and the families and the kids. Who are you going to want to see today? Patrick Mahomes. So that's the crowd that was here, was a lot of the families, a lot of the kids. And you can see right now live that we are having somebody taken out on a gurney into one of these ambulances too.
Yes, we have definitely clearly a victim on a stretcher here getting taken away in this ambulance now as well. We're not even sure how many victims we're talking about here. According to Neil Jones, he knows of at least 4 victims that they've seen treated, and this very well could be now a 5th added to that number.
And I can just tell you, Kansas City Police just tweeting this out moments ago. They're now saying multiple people were struck by gunfire.
Someone's being carried.
I'm seeing also on Twitter, I'm not going to report the number, but there are now reports of more than 4 people who were injured. So we cannot confirm that, but Kansas City Police now saying there are multiple people who were injured here. So this story keeps getting worse by the moment. Gunfire breaking out right at the end of the championship celebration, and now multiple people have been injured and are being treated.
Specifically, if you were watching this and if you know that area well, this is at the corner there of Kessler and Pershing. As you're looking at the stage, kind of on this southwest corner of that stage seems to be where the shots were fired. And as we've mentioned, only 35 yards or so away from where our Neil Jones was reporting on a joyous occasion. But clearly we're wrapping up Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade in a way that we sure never wanted to, now turning into a crime scene here that will need plenty of investigating, as it's going to take hours yet for them to figure out what exactly went down here.
Boy, that's right. I think a lot of people are just taking breathing a heavy breath here, a heavy sigh as we watch this unfold. Let's get back out to Shane and Jillian, who are there on the ground. Guys?
Yeah, guys, we're still seeing emergency services coming in. A couple of ambulances, a fire truck just came through here at Kessler and Pershing. And kind of echoing what Carolina was saying earlier, which is it's such a stark contrast between what we saw earlier today, where there were so many smiles, so many people being excited about the day, and just seeing people come out and seeing tears streaming down their faces because of what this event has done and changed the feeling of this day.
Certainly, frantic and chaotic is the best way to describe everything. At this point, as Carolina mentioned, there are not fans sitting and enjoying any type of situation here. Vendors are being asked to leave. We are being pushed back moment by moment as more emergency vehicles are arriving every moment. So we are impressed by the presence of the law enforcement presence here, which is comforting, but at a time that it is quite uncomforting to see faces of fans and children. Tough day here, tough ending to a day.
Absolutely heartbreaking. We had a chance to talk with a couple of people out here who were there when everything went down, and they had been out here since 9 p.m. yesterday, so obviously they were very close to the front and very excited to be here, but you could definitely tell the difference, obviously, in their tone, saying that they initially thought that people were just sort of pushing to get out quickly from the parade, and then immediately they sort of realized that things were not normal, and then heard those gunshots, which they thought were fireworks as well. So we're hearing a lot of the same thing from people, thought they were fireworks, and now that we know they were gunshots. But we're going to continue to gather more information out here, talk with folks, and find out what they saw and what they heard. But for right now, guys, we'll send it back to you.
Gee, this has just been an absolutely unbelievable afternoon. More news to bring you from Kansas City, Missouri police. This is what they just tweeted out. They're saying, remember the child reunification stations in the area at 23rd and Main and inside the main entrance of Union Station. They go on to say, we still have several needing reunification, meaning there are kids who have been separated from their parents and don't know where their parents are. So it says, contact the officer nearest you for reunification information. They also just posted this. We request witnesses to the shooting to please go to the southwest corner of Pershing and Main. And Carolyn, more bad news, not been confirmed, but there are now reports coming out that there are children who were hurt and that there are multiple people who are injured. We don't have a number yet, but they're saying multiple.
Yet. We don't know the severity of injuries yet, but this is obviously very concerning. If you are watching us now here on KCTV5, we're going to bring you back up to speed here on what is happening now in Kansas City, Missouri, in the downtown area, right there near Union Station. We're asking you at home, if you know someone who is at that parade, please contact them, ask them to make sure they have their entire party and get away from the area as quickly as they can. If they witnessed anything, though, if you saw what happened, take your testimony over to the southwest corner of Pershing and Main. Police do want to hear from you. If you were witness to anything, that happened there, specifically on the southwest corner of the stage. The rally was just wrapping up. Dancing still happening on the stage at Kessler and Pershing when apparently shots were fired, potentially by more than one person. Reports telling us now that 2 people have been taken into custody.
And the Associated Press is now reporting that 8 to 10 people are now victims in this shooting. 8 to 10 people who are needing treatment. We just saw someone go by on a golf cart there that was needing medical attention. What has turned into such a celebration has now turned into devastation. And parents, I can't even imagine getting separated from your child when you hear shots fired and you see people go down, and then to lose sight of your child. This has turned into a day of horror for some Chiefs fans who all they wanted to do was celebrate the Chiefs championship parade and the Chiefs repeating as Super Bowl champions. And now the area outside of Union Station has turned into a massive crime scene.
Right. And we're still waiting on the numbers of how many people were down there in all for this parade and for the rally. But it had to be, close to 1 million people, we're guessing at this point, but it had to be well over 500,000 at the very least. Neil Jones was right amongst that crowd and not too far from where this happened. He's been our best eyewitness testimony so far as to what exactly transpired there in front of Union Station. Let's go back to Neil now with the latest on what is happening there and what everyone is being told, Neil.
Well, we just saw another person transported by medical personnel on a golf cart. No idea if they were a victim of the shooting or the trample that happened afterwards when people were trying to get away and people fell down. But at any rate, they just took a gentleman away on a golf cart receiving medical attention. It did not look like he had been shot. The situation is very fluid. They continue to have ambulances here. Some have gotten filled with people and left, and others are staying here, but they're not leaving. Obviously a massive police presence, although there was a very big police presence all day long today as they sat around and stood around and answered questions if people needed it. And immediately they rushed toward the shooters. I couldn't see the shooters because of the wall of people that were coming at me. Again, I was about 35 yards away from when it happened, but police officers from all directions ran that way, and they ended up tackling a couple of people, it appears, but that's the way it looked to me. I didn't see it happen that way. I saw the aftermath of multiple police officers on people, subduing them, and then they were taken away. One looked like he received medical attention, and he was taken away. Whether they are suspects or not, I don't know. But in the aftermath of it, for probably 30 minutes, people have been walking around trying to find their families. I don't see any of those people now, but they were adults. I didn't see any children unattended or crying or anything like that. But people were walking around trying to use their phone. Obviously, the phone wasn't working because everybody was calling at the same moment. But I think people are able to reconnect because the phone service is back up. But there were people angry people coming over and yelling at our photographer. A guy tried to pull his camera off his shoulder, and when I went over and confronted him and said, "Hey, you don't need to do that," he shoved me down. Man came up and said, "Hey, we'll arrest him." And I said, "No, I'm not interested in that." But it was a very, very emotional situation for a number of people. And there are people over here now that are just so angry and frustrated that this happened, because everybody understands what this means. Forget what happened up on stage. Forget all of the fun and the great emotion, positive emotion. What's going to go out is going to be that it's a shooting, another shooting, and it's going to be perhaps, I hope not, but it's perhaps going to be a black eye for our community, because that's going to be the headline around the world. 700,000 people or whatever it was, and there was a shooting at the end of it. I don't know who was injured. All I can say is this: I'm glad it was not as bad as it could have been. I mean, this was a situation with all those people packed in, and it sounded like a string of fireworks going off. I don't know enough about guns to know if that's an automatic or a semi-automatic weapon, but a lot of bullets looked like they were fired, and as we saw, there were a number of people hurt.
So stay on that thought just for a moment, Neil. You said it sounded like a string of fireworks. If you were to, are you talking 10, 15, 20 shots, something like that? Or
I think so, and my photographer's agreeing with me. I'd say it was like that, a string of maybe 20 fireworks, and it went off over a period of a few seconds, and it happened right there. I was standing right here, and the gunfire happened on the other side of that red fire truck, and hundreds and hundreds of people came running at me, and it was crowded where I was, so they had nowhere to go. It was utter terror. And when you consider, and I keep going back to this, when you consider that you had so many families here with strollers and toddlers and 5-year-olds and 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds, and you're trying to get them out, you hear that, you don't know if it's a gunfire. All you know is that it's bad, and people were running. And now I'm told that there is another patient coming out of that area and is going to be brought to an ambulance. We'll see if that is the case. But they have not cleared the scene. There are still a lot of emergency workers, and there you see somebody on that yellow drape on a gurney who's being wheeled over to an ambulance. So I can't, I cover sports, I don't cover news, but I can tell you this was very, very frightening to me, and to anybody, I think, who has a family. It was a scary moment.
Well, anytime, Neil, where you're that close to gunfire, the aftermath can be deadly. And as you've mentioned, the air completely sucked out of the entire city of Kansas City, as so many people were enjoying the celebration. And now Chiefs Kingdom thinking about one thing, and that's, are these 8 to 10 people going to be okay? Chiefs Kingdom now, the thoughts on the victims, as this has turned into a celebration, to just something unimaginable.
Unimaginable. As you can see here on your screen, you're watching one other person being taken away here in a stretcher in an ambulance. We are hearing from the Associated Press 8 to 10 people injured. We do caution that does not necessarily mean that those 8 to 10 people were shot necessarily. There was a mass exodus, so there could have been injuries along the way. As Neil mentioned, even being pushed aside, shoved out of the way. Injuries can happen. Of course, we have all ages out there at this rally, all abilities out there at this rally. So it may not have been easy for some to run quickly from that scene. So we do caution to remember that does not mean that 8 to 10 people were shot, but we do hear on good authority that at least a few people were indeed hit by bullets.
Yeah, and that's what's so frightening about what Neil just confirmed to us about what he heard, a string of gunshots.
So
let's get back
guys,
to Neil.
I am seeing FBI agents. I'm seeing ATF agents on the scene now. We are seeing other investigators come in along with Kansas City, Missouri police. So the police presence is growing by the moment.
Oh, no doubt about it. And they will need to throughout the entire afternoon. Again, keep in mind, if you were with others at this parade, or you know someone who is down there with a family, with young children, if they're having a hard time connecting with other ones, little ones who have run from that scene as well, remember that they planned in advance for reunification sites. The police do have those, and you're encouraged to talk to any officer you see to find one near you, and they will help you reunite with your family.
Yeah, Neil just said moments ago he wasn't sure if he hadn't seen any kids that seemed to be lost, but this is a vast area that we're talking about. And Kansas City Police did tweet out about 20 minutes ago that there were still several children who had been separated from their families. So the reunification stations have really, really become crucial and critical as heartbreak and terror have broken out just outside the steps of Union Station following what was a massive and fun celebration. Well, as Neil said, that's all over now. Now we're all in the mode of hoping that those who are hurt are going to be okay, and that they found everybody who had a gun, and that everyone's in custody that perpetrated this thing, because what a mark on Kansas City on what had been a fantastic morning.
Now, as you know, we've been covering the parade and the festivities since 4 o'clock this morning, and we had crews all along this scene, some of which were close enough nearby to witness some of, if not the actual shooting, at least the mass exodus out from the parade and rally site. And we have Grace Smith. She was at 17th and Grand earlier, monitoring the parade, having an enjoyable time. And now we're trying to get back in touch with Grace to see if she has noticed this, the crowds leaving the scene as well. Grace?
Yeah, Carolyn, we are on Grand Boulevard and East 16th Street. We were leaving the parade, trying to get back to the station, and all of a sudden, a policeman came to us saying, "Get over!" And all of a sudden, just about 100 police cars just zoomed by. And ever since then, we have been sitting here just watching this. And in that moment, I knew, I got that gut feeling like, what just happened? Something bad has happened. You could just see it on the police officers' faces, on everyone's faces, and then all of a sudden, just a swarm of red. They weren't running. I think we're pretty further back, but no one was happy, obviously, just somber looks on their faces, many holding hands, just trying to wrap their heads around what they just witnessed at Union Station. But ever since then, we've just seen multiple police cars still going down to Union Station, coming back, multiple golf carts going to and from, and you know, police are just still in this area talking with people, and just as you can see, fans are making their way back slowly at this point, just to wrap their heads around what a tragedy this really has been, guys.
That's what everyone is doing, Grace. You're right about that. Everyone's just trying to wrap their heads around this. This now making national news. All of the major networks now reporting on what has happened here in Kansas City, what has happened following a massive celebration. But you look at the police presence, and as we've mentioned throughout our parade coverage, there were 900 police officers who were part of this to help keep people safe. And it had been an absolutely wonderful celebration, and it appeared that everything had been okay until at the very end when that gunfire broke out and then mass chaos ensued.
And now we're going to go to our Scott Reese, who's walking through that area nearby Union Station. Scott, where are you? What did you see?
Okay. Yeah, Carolyn, I'm here at Pershing in Maine, the southeast corner, which is supposed to be the reunification spot. And right now we are being ushered a few feet away from all the commotion, where, as you can see, there's a whole host of police and bomb squad and other officials, and boy, as many ambulances as I can count right now within our vantage point. I believe we're heading over toward where Neil Jones is, so we'll try not to double up there. But yeah, there's still a lot of confusion, and there's still some spectators who, against the advice of multiple announcements over the public address system about a half hour ago, have not cleared the area, just trying to get a glimpse to see what's going on. But we are being ushered back again as they prepare to use this for the reunification spot, and we will keep you posted if we see anything else.
Okay.
Carolyn?
Thank you for keeping us in the loop. Scott, just show us anything else that you can that gives us some insight into what exactly is happening there. Moments ago, we just saw a couple standing out in the middle of the grounds there, just holding each other, sobbing, buckling in tears, not sure if they were affected in some way by the gunfire, but no doubt affected by the fear that came over that huge crowd there at Union Station for this joyous celebration, just starting to let out. Everyone was heading, quietly back to their cars when this sound came out that some thought sounded like fireworks potentially. It sounded very rapid, maybe 15 to 20 shots very quickly. Has been confirmed now by both Kansas City, Missouri police and Kansas City Fire that it indeed was a shooting at this rally. Yeah, FBI, ATF, and now just a massive investigation underway. We're hearing from some people who are in and around. James Palmer is a reporter for the NFL Network. He just tweeted saying, "We have been escorted away." He tweeted this about 40 minutes ago, but says, "We've been escorted away from Union Station after being told to get under the stage that we were on while hosting the parade." So giving you just a flavor of what people who were there right on the stage were told to shelter, not shelter in place, but to get underneath the stage, to get away from the gunfire that was erupting right there just outside of Union Station. And our Neil Jones was only about 35 yards away from that and said, as you mentioned, Carolyn, said it sounded like there was as many as 15 to 20 shots fired. We do know 2 people are in custody. I have seen someone who was taken away in handcuffs. We don't know anything about if they were injured. We don't know anything about how the police, the apprehension of these guys, how they were able to get them to stop shooting. And then again, it all now focuses on those as many as 10 people who were hurt in some way, shape, or form. Don't know if they were shot, but hurt in the aftermath of this. But again, the police presence huge. And the number of people, now up to 10 people hurt, it's mind-numbing. Yeah, it really is. Again, happening, it seems, at the southwest corner of the stage. We're going to go back to Jillian and Shane. Guys, explain to us exactly where you were at the time.
Is she going to join?
It looks like they're talking to someone now.
We're down here. We're down here at Union Station, and we're talking with people all throughout this afternoon who were in the area and saw some of the stuff that we've been talking about. This is Krista. Krista, can you kind of explain to me what were you saying when everything went down?
Yeah, if you were looking at the stage, we were to the right of the stage of the VIP area, and we saw some people start running, and we were like, okay, well, the police ran into the building, so we didn't worry because there's a lot of police running. And then someone said, oh, it was a fire, and then she comes running, and she's like, no, it's shots fired. And so we started listening to her, and then that's when everybody started. Yeah, and
I was just telling everybody to get down, and then get out the way, and the officers were coming around, and that's what they did. Yeah. So
Chris, you were saying that you saw police actually swarming something.
So when I was leaving, and I don't remember if my other friends were still with me or not at the time because it kind of blurred.
It did.
But when we were heading west, trying to get back and away from it, we saw the police swarm a stairwell, and then we heard another pop from there, and that's when I was like, okay, we're gone.
Time to move. Similar situation.
Same. Yes, I was on the probably to her right. Probably on her right side when everything was going on. And then so we kind of circled back, but then all of the people in FBI and police, they were all like, okay, everybody has to go that way towards Crown Center. And so everybody started going that way, and then everybody's trying to come back because everybody's parked over here. And now that's a crime scene, we can't get in the parking garage.
So everybody's here until it's cleared up.
And stuck.
Because your cars are still in there as well.
And that's where.
Well, thank you guys so much for sharing. You actually said you saw someone being led away in handcuffs.
We did see 2 police officers lead someone away in handcuffs. So I don't know if that was him or not. I just kind of went cuffs, turning him the other way because at that point I don't want to see anything else.
He was in a red jumpsuit.
Yes.
Well, thank you both so much for sharing that with us, guys. This is a similar kind of story that we're hearing from a lot of people down here. Fireworks, gunshots, didn't know what it was, but they knew that they wanted to get out of there in a hurry. We're going to keep checking with people down here, and we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Shane, thank you so much. Thank you, Jillian, as well. And thank you to those eyewitnesses for giving us some insight into what exactly transpired here this afternoon. Minutes before 2 o'clock, just as that rally was coming to an end, is when those sounds were heard. They said they heard the pop, pop, pop sound as well, like our Neil Jones reported, several of them very close in succession. The fear is now for these poor folks stranded down there wanting to leave, desperately wanting to leave the rally, wanting to leave this parade, but now their cars are in that Crown Center parking garage and they can't get into that parking garage to get their cars out. So they're stranded there to wait and see what else will happen here. Just as we see people running around this area, it just makes us even more nervous, but we are hoping at this point that what we have confirmed that 2 people have been taken into custody by police. Hopefully that is the entirety of the suspects at hand, and that at least there is no danger existing still this afternoon. Here coming up on 3 o'clock now, almost an hour after those shots were initially fired.
Well, you think about it, Carolyn, and this is, you're right. From everything we've been able to ascertain from what's happened right now, the 2 people who were presumably responsible for this have been apprehended, taken away, but it's the pure shock and it's traumatic what people just witnessed. They were near a very violent situation in which gunfire erupted right around just a huge crowded area of people that included a lot of families, a lot of kids. It is traumatic.
And actually, we're just getting confirmation now that Children's Mercy Hospital confirming they have received some patients. So that validates the earlier reports that indeed there were children involved here.
So sad.
The number of kids we do not know, but the number we are hearing from the Associated Press is between 8 and 10 people hurt. Cautioning once again, we don't know that that's 8 to 10 people shot. There was a mass scene leaving, mass scene running. We assume that some people may have kind of gotten, bumped along the way, potentially even crowd trampling scenes is what I envision. And so there may be injuries from that as well. We're not sure what is related to the shooting and what is not. Nonetheless, it is 10 people too many.
Yeah, and again, with that many people in such a small, confined area, the chaos of gunshots and then seeing people flee and hearing people scream, again, going back to the trauma of the people who were around there, as you were alluding to, or we had shown those 2 people who were hugging and just exasperated that they had somehow made it through this, but a lot of people just questioning why, what has happened. Here's more images of people being, look at, there's someone who's draped in a Chiefs blanket, a Chiefs fan who had come down to celebrate with friends and family, who's now being loaded onto an ambulance.
And again, this happening just as the rally was coming to an end. We were seeing the team, of course, on the stage. But prior to that, Governor Mike Person had taken to the podium, thanking the Chiefs for a great season. And he has just sent out a tweet on X saying, quoting here, Governor and First Lady Person, this is from his office, they were in attendance when shots were fired near Union Station in KC. They are safe and secure. State law enforcement personnel now assisting local authorities in response efforts. As we wait to learn more, our hearts go out to the victims.
Indeed. And then you just think about how many, again, families and kids who were so near there. All of the Kansas City Chiefs were on the stage
at the time, dancing.
Coach Reed,
sure.
all of the Mark Donovan, Andy Reid. So many people so close to that gunfire. Let's get back to Bill and Carolina now for their perspective.
Yeah, so guys, this is just such a sad scene. Obviously, we still have all of the trash out here from the parade, just remnants of what was supposed to be a really fun day for families who were out here. So we kind of want to show you what we can see from where we are, because this is a really good vantage point of the whole situation. We've got a lot of caution tape up already. And then we have, from what I can count, at least like 7 or 8 ambulances and more flashing lights in the backdrop. So right there to the left of Union Station, if you're looking at Union Station from the lawn, multiple ambulances, and then we kind of wind our way around, and we've got a couple more. We've seen at least one person at least wheeled into a stretcher into one of the ambulances that are kind of on this side of it, and then you've got 3 more ambulances a little bit further down, and then just the load of police vehicles and obviously police officers all around this Union Station area, kind of blocking off the perimeter to all of the any fans that remain here, which really aren't many at all.
Yeah, and we have seen that the buses that were carrying the team, they left here about 30 minutes ago or so, and they are now on their way back to Arrowhead. And we've also heard from some of the players who had tweeted, like Drew Tranquil, saying that he's praying for the victims, and several of the other...
Guys, something's going on. Guys. Guys.
Neil Jones, if you can hear us, we can hear you. What is happening?
Do we have Neil Jones? If we've got Neil Jones, let's go to Neil Jones.
Neil, first of all, be careful. There is clearly something else happening. We all of a sudden saw law enforcement running once again and people scurrying away from another area there that had been seemingly secure. And they are running, and they are, several of them, crying.
Yeah, there isn't. Something else serious is happening.
Guys!
Okay,
yes,
Neil,
go.
Go
Go ahead,
Neil. Neil, go. All right.
Neil, if you can hear us, go ahead. We hear you.
All right, stay with us here on KCTV5 as we continue to watch what has been an unbelievable day. As many as 8 to 10 people shot outside of the championship celebration. We thought everything appeared to be under control. Now there appears to be another chaotic situation. We're trying to get back in contact with KCTV5's Neil Jones, who's been on the spot this entire time. He was... Okay, all right, hold on here. All right, so let's explain what just happened, folks. We want to apologize for that. What we were watching along with you was a recording of what happened shortly after.
Oh, thank goodness.
Shortly after the shooting happened. So we want to clarify, there has not been an additional shooting. There has not been an additional chaotic situation. We aired in airing video that Neil was recording when the initial shooting happened.
But that shows you
the chaos
that happened at the moment that rally was wrapping up. Neil Jones right down there, right by the stage, and it was just a few minutes before 2 o'clock this afternoon, as the rally was ending, that the chaos broke out, and Neil Jones was trying to get to us to tell us that something is definitely wrong. That happened more than an hour ago.
Whoever's in the booth.
What you are seeing here now is live still, as the giant police presence still has descended along Grand, along Main Street downtown, and around Pershing there around Union Station.
Running again, and we saw police officers and FBI running west on Pershing toward another situation.
All right, that's they're working through. Jillian, if you can hear us, go ahead and tell us what you're seeing from your vantage point and what's happening around you.
Guys, moments ago, Shane and I were on Pershing walking west, and we saw multiple law enforcement officers running westbound on Pershing. We did not hear sounds, and I'm going to go over to Brad and Carolina for the rest of that report. Bill and Carolina.
Guys, we've got guns drawn. Yeah, we've got guns drawn.
There's guns drawn by several police officers and what looks to be SWAT officers with long guns behind a police cruiser on the west side of the Weston parking lot. A couple of other police cruisers are starting to move in, but again, just in the last few moments, over 24 probably police officers came in. Again, long guns, also sidearms drawn towards what looked to be, I can't see because the carport goes over where it kind of obstructs our view, but again, a lot of attention being paid over to just in front of the Weston Crown Center parking lot, just off of Pershing here to the southeast of Union Station. And again, we can see several police.
Oh, we're just now losing contact somehow with Bill and Carolina. Can you guys still hear us? Oh, we lost their audio signal anyway, but you can see even just from looking at this scene how widespread this potential crime scene will be or already is as they're drawing around the crime tape. This is going to take a while to figure out exactly who was where when.
Right, and to say that this is a chaotic situation doesn't even begin to describe what's happening here. It's mass chaos. So many people who tried to get out of a relatively small area, thousands and thousands of people, multiple gunshots, and there is so much going on right now that we're trying to stay on top of this for you and report this as accurately as we can. Bill and Carolina, before we lost their audio, were saying that they had seen officers with guns drawn.
And that's what you're seeing here out in front of the Weston here.
We don't know why, but to Carolyn's point, that's what you're looking at right now. You can see officers who have gathered out there near Union Station. Okay, we have Jillian and Shane now back. Guys, if you can hear me, anything that you're seeing from your location?
Yeah, Brad, as mentioned, we are on Pershing and Broadway, so west of Union Station, the opposite direction of Crown Center. So we saw police officers running west toward another situation. We did not hear any sounds, but we saw multiple law enforcement officers running west on Broadway on Pershing toward Broadway.
Yes, and they were definitely in a hurry, and it looks like they're actually cordoning this area off from us as well right now. We do see police vehicles in the distance. I don't know if you can see our shot right now, but they were running that direction, which I believe is a different area than what Bill and Carolina were describing.
Okay, and thank you, and break in at any moment if anything happens from your vantage point. Just go ahead and take it away from us. Greg Daly of KCTV5 News has just reported that he says our KCTV5 crews at Crown Center are now being told to leave the area. He says, please be safe if you or someone you know is nearby. So we continue to hear reports about police activating and moving to different locations in this area. We'll continue to stay on air with you and for you to report to you what has happened after the Chiefs championship parade. Here we see another ambulance either departing or arriving to the area. But an unreal situation today, and it goes to show you this is why city officials, this is why county officials gather and spend so much time planning these parades to try and consider every possible scenario, every worst possible scenario. And that's why they had up to 900 officers on site there to try and keep people safe.
Yeah, and we are getting confirmation now. As I mentioned, Children's Mercy Hospital has confirmed that they have received some patients. The number is not determined, but University Health also confirming that they have got patients as well. We're going to go to Janae Hancock now. Janae, where are you?
Yeah, we just received update from Westin Hotel. Apparently, we are all sheltering in place right now. What you're taking a look at right now is the Kansas City Police Department. They have their guns drawn, and it looks like they are waiting for someone to leave the parking garage. And they're actually on both sides of the parking garage. A lot of police officers were running in this direction that you're looking at right now, and that's why we kind of moved towards this area. So we're waiting to see who they are waiting for. We also see a lot of the ambulance making their way to this area as well. We've seen several people on stretchers also. So right now we are just waiting for more details, but that is the latest information coming in, that Westin Hotel is officially sheltering in place. No one can leave as we wait for more details from the Kansas City Police Department as to why they have their guns drawn. Not sure if anyone, maybe a shooter, the shooter, is inside of the hotel, or if they know of anyone else that is inside of the hotel as well. So we are just waiting for more details. But as I continue to look around towards Union Station, Matt, if we can kind of pan towards this area, still taking a look at that tragic scene. So again, this area was filled with so many fans and families that were excited to be here. And just an hour ago, maybe not even under an hour. And as you can see here, people left their belongings just sitting on the ground. You can see a tent that looks like a child's tent. Matt, I don't know if you can kind of zoom into that, but they just left their belongings sitting here as a lot of people scattered as those gunshots rang out. And Scott Reese and I were kind of standing to the side of this patio earlier, and we heard those gunshots ring out earlier. And I do want to, Matt, if we can kind of pan over, you can see more ambulance coming in from this side of the Westin Hotel. Again, it looks like they might be making their way to this area where the Kansas City Police Department, they still have their guns drawn out, could be waiting for someone to come out of this parking garage. So again, just a tragic scene that we are seeing here, guys. People are slowly starting to make their way back to this area. Here's another car that is coming out of this parking garage as well. So it looks like they are letting people leave. Let's see if they'll let this guy get out.
Okay, that's Janae Hancock reporting for us live on scene.
So again, we are still waiting for more details to come in. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you, Carolyn and Brad in studio.
Yeah, Janae was waiting there to see if indeed cars are able to leave that Westin Crown Center parking garage. It looks like at least a couple have been able to, but we are being told now that the point of concern has kind of moved now away from Union Station and is now more towards the Crown Center area around the Westin. Folks very concerned that there is something else still brewing in that area.
This is still a very, very chaotic, potentially dangerous situation. This is still a very, very fluid situation down around Union Station, the Crown Center area, that whole area. As you can see, police are on high alert right now. This is not, they're not taking the attitude that this is all clear and let's just go ahead and relax. We have seen a lot of movement with police just within the last few minutes. So still a very, very serious situation in downtown Kansas City. People have been told, those who are on the grounds told to evacuate, but people inside the Westin have been told to shelter in place. And we want to remind you that the people who were originally thought to have taken part or been part of the shooting that happened earlier, that was more than a half hour ago. And 2 people were taken into custody. So clearly there is something happening that police are still on high alert. They are keeping some people in some buildings and have been told to shelter in place. That's why we're still on the air, and that's why our crews are still on the ground, and we're continuing to report what is happening here. But still a very, very serious situation happening in downtown Kansas City right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Of course, all of this happening after the celebration for the Chiefs, and Patrick Mahomes just tweeting out, praying for KC. Obviously not the ending that they were hoping for coming out of what should have been a successful, wonderful celebratory day in Kansas City. Apparently, Mayor Lucas is back now on the scene. He was there for the rally. And the Chief of Police, Stacey Graves, apparently will talk to us, talk to the media, talk to you at home here on KCTV5. Just keep it right here. And as soon as they give us a rundown of what is happening, we'll, of course, bring it to you right here live.
KCTV5, Samantha Boring is live on the ground in that area. Samantha?
Hey, Brad, Carolyn, we're here at Pershing in Broadway on this side of Union Station. As you can see, police and other officers have this area blocked off.
Samantha, unfortunately, we can't hear you when the camera pans off of you, so hang on 1 minute. Samantha, if we can get you back in frame of the camera. We can only hear you when you're looking right into the camera, if you could, to tell us what is happening near you. Oh, no, we have oh, there you go. Can you repeat what you just said? We missed the first part.
Yes, Carolyn, Brad, when we were first getting here, we saw some sheriff's deputies who had some large guns, and they were heading into this building back here towards Crown Center. We weren't told of anything, but it was headed that way, and it seems as if officers are still on high alert over here. We were talking to some people who were nearby when they heard the shots fired. They said they thought it was fireworks going off for the parade. Many of them sharing emotions of being extremely scared and worried about the situation. We saw tons and tons of people walking, and the traffic is still extremely heavy here at Union Station, getting in or out.
Samantha,
Brad,
are you hearing from people trying to leave? Are they nervous, or how are people reacting to this where you are?
I saw a woman in a car crying on our way here, and they were right there, they said, and we saw some younger kids who were over here, and they were talking about, they were just walking by when they heard it all go off. Some people said that they were sitting on the hill when they heard these shots fired. A lot of them just describing it as a scary moment, just especially because this was supposed to be a day of excitement.
All right, we've lost Samantha Boring right now as she was describing the scene there. Our Scott Reese is also on the ground. Scott, if you can hear me, what are you seeing, and where are you specifically?
Hey, Brad, I think I lost you here. Hopefully you can hear me, but we are near the corner of Pershing and Main, and you can see the commotion behind me in terms of the police and official vehicles. I count 7 ambulances and I don't know how many police cars, lights blaring. We are across the street. You can see actually our crews still on the rooftop overlooking the scene from the Crown Plaza, which of course is where we were broadcasting during the parade and the rally. So apparently they have been asked to shelter in place up there. We have tried to get closer, and we will continue to do so again. Every time we get too close to the street corner here, we are brushed away and asked to stay back by authorities. So I haven't seen anything new from this vantage point, but if I do, I will certainly keep you posted. Brad?
All right, Scott, thank you. We appreciate that. So you just heard from Scott that people are being told to shelter in place in some buildings around there that are near Union Station. So clearly, we're waiting for word of the elevated attention, the elevated concern that police officers have right now. The scene still very active. This is still an active crime scene right now. As Scott was just mentioning, there's a number of ambulances that are still in the area. The police presence is massive here right now. And then you see in the live shot, you can see people who were at the parade celebration wondering what to do, where to go,
Sure.
Where's my car? We've heard police saying that there is one reunification station that remains open. They had 7 to begin with. There's one that remains open. So if you've heard of anyone who became separated from their families, they are to go to the reunification station at Union Station. That is the one that remains open. But an unbelievable day here in Kansas City to celebrate what had been such a glorious morning, now marred by a tragic shooting.
I do want to sort of kind of recap what exactly you're looking at here. If you're just now joining us here on KCTV5, and I'm doing this because our traffic anchor, Julia Avery, was with us earlier talking about parade traffic and so forth. She was done here and said, you know what, I'm going to head on down and at least watch the tail end of this rally. She was on one side of Union Station, left there, walked out, found her car. She said she knew of nothing going on. So there is a distinct possibility that you're arriving back home now unaware that anything had happened after the rally was over, because it happened on sort of that southwest side of the stage. So if you were heading back up Grand or back up Main, you might have not even realized there was a problem, because it was only a certain side that heard what turns out to be now gunfire erupt on one end and then the mass exodus on the one side. So if you are just now joining us, that is indeed what happened. 2 people we had heard reportedly taken into custody by police, and now a large police presence there after at least 8 to 10 people have been hurt by either gunfire or the result of the mass exodus from the gunfire, one way or the other. And now we are kind of shifting our attention to another area right there on the catty corner, the Western Crown Center there. There seems to be another source of concern at the Western Crown Center.
Okay, and we do have breaking news about what's happening right there. Our Janae Hancock is there. Janae?
Yeah, guys, I do want to draw your attention to just outside of the Westin Hotel. Earlier, just a few minutes ago, we saw a lot of police officers kind of drawing their guns out, looking like they were waiting for someone to come out of the parking garage. Well, we just learned that someone has been apprehended inside of that parking garage. Now, if it's a man or a woman, we don't have those details just yet. But what I can tell you is that the scene is now clear here at the Westin Hotel. We just received that information just a few moments ago. Now, Matt, I do want to turn things over back to these hotel room windows, where you can see a lot more Chiefs fans have come to their windows waiting for more answers. They probably have their televisions on inside of their rooms, waiting for more answers, waiting for more details. And like I mentioned earlier, a lot of them were outside, anxiously waiting to come outside of their hotel rooms earlier this morning. And now they are back in there, fearful and looking for more answers as of right now. One man even has a set of binoculars that he is looking with to see exactly what the scene looks like outside of Union Station, where we just saw thousands of fans here earlier today. So again, we are seeing some families. There was a little girl just waving at us, and again, a lot of people are just waiting for more answers right now. But that's what we can tell you, is that someone was just apprehended inside of this parking garage. But just a terrifying and heartbreaking scene. Again, I want to draw your attention back to the outside of Union Station, where you can see there are a lot of belongings that are still left outside. A lot of people that are still actually standing outside of Union Station as well. But you see paper, you see pom-poms that are on the ground, you see a tent, you see all types of belongings as people were cheering on the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce not too long ago. And the scene has completely changed just within the last few hours. So just a tragic scene out here. We are waiting to learn more details, but that is the good news, is that these people can leave their hotel rooms now that the scene has been cleared here at the Westin Hotel. So another person is in custody. So that's some good news that is coming out of this situation. But for right now, Brad and Carolyn, I'm going to toss it back to you guys in studio.
Yes, thank you so much for that report. There had been so many questions about that, Janae, about what was happening inside there. So yeah, we can tell you, as to Janae's reporting, someone has been apprehended. People who had been told to stay and shelter inside of the Westin have now been told that they can leave. So to what Janae just said, finally a bit of good news.
And the bad news is that we are hearing of up to 10 victims. Severity of injuries has not been confirmed just yet, but we are hearing from our sources with University Health, which is formerly Truman Medical Center, Children's Mercy Hospital, and St. Luke's, that they have all received patients. Again, conditions of which we are not confirming just yet. We do also have KCTV5's Nathan Brennan out at Pershing and West Penway. Nathan, what did you witness? I know you were initially along the parade route in the thick of things.
Well, I tell you what, Carolyn, we actually weren't at the situation when it happened. We had actually pulled out and we were heading back towards the station when this incident went down. But I want to go ahead and give you a look. So right now we're at the intersection of Pershing and West Penway. And as you guys can see, this is part of what makes this situation so dangerous. Still so much traffic, so much congestion, people unable to get out of the area. And we actually just spoke with a family from St. Joe. They were traveling from St. Joe and they were waiting for all of this traffic to clear out. And they were right in the middle of this. We actually spoke with a grandfather and a grandson who are about 100 feet from the situation, and the grandfather was describing the scene and just saying that he was just hearing pop, 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 hearing those gunshots, grabbing his grandson and just running frantically. And that was the situation that he was describing. I mean, he was just talking about how chaotic the situation was and just everyone just running frantically and cops turning people other ways in different directions. So a very scary situation. Again, you're getting another look here towards Union Station. As you can still see, so many people, so many cars still trying to pull out of this area, which is making this so dangerous. So again, people trying to leave this area. Speaking to some of these families, we actually asked them, they said they didn't want to go on air because they're so shaken up from this situation. So we have families that are traveling from far away that aren't even here in Kansas City, just trying to get home, trying to return to their loved ones as well. But we'll give you more updates again as we start to gather them. We'll toss it back to you guys.
Nathan, thank you so much. Be safe out there, and we just want everyone to get home as quickly as possible from this very, very scary scene. Still, they're all around the entire area of Union Station and to on over to Crown Center and on up really the parade route too. It's time to get everyone out of downtown. We're going to go to Gianni Navarro now for the latest on what you are seeing from where are you right now, Gianni? Right near the corner where it happened, right?
Yeah, Carolyn, unfortunately, near where it happened, I'm on Pershing Road and Kessler Road. We are behind police tape and where all the media is being set up right now. Now, before this, I was actually on the opposite side, but right now you can see a heavy police presence. There is EMS on scene, paramedics, fire here on scene right now. But I was actually on the opposite side on Grand Boulevard because I was covering the parade originally, and I actually made my way over here. While I was making my way over here, I was told I was unsafe, so I made sure that I was in a safe location. I was able to find that. But in the meantime, before I got here, I was talking to a few families and I was asking them what they experienced. And you know, some say they heard the pops and the shots, and some others say they didn't, but they just saw everyone running and it was chaotic, so they just started to follow the crowd and run as well. I spoke to one father and son who said they were just trying to get by Union Station. All of a sudden they told everyone to shelter, lock the doors, and they were locked into Union Station for a bit before they were released. So, but the main theme here is everyone is kind of somber and upset because today was supposed to be a day about celebration, celebrating our Chiefs and their back-to-back victory, and all of a sudden something like this happened. So everyone says they are saddened by what is happening here, but of course everyone I spoke to was safe. This is definitely a tragic event, but I will definitely let you know any more details as soon as I get them, you guys. Carolyn, back to you for now.
All right, thank you, Gianni.
All right, and we should tell you that we're going to get to Scott in just a second, but Kansas City, Missouri Police will be holding a news conference with Mayor Quinton Lucas in just a few minutes. All right, now we can get back. Sorry about that, Scott. Take it away.
All right, Brad, just a couple of quick updates here. I'm still just across the street from the Crown Plaza and probably 30 yards or so from the reunification point here at Main and Pershing, and everything looks quiet there, and I can confirm it is quiet. I talked to one of the officers, and he said that all families have been reunified, so there's nobody outstanding in terms of family members unaccounted for or anything like that, so that's some good news. I also asked about the incident in terms of apprehending a suspect inside the parking lot here at the Crown Plaza, and he said to me that was a separate thing. So he wouldn't elaborate on exactly what that was as opposed to what might have been going on at Union Station earlier, but apparently we may have multiple incidents here going on simultaneously. Guys?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like, Scott. You're right. It's apparently an incident separate from the shooting in front of Union Station, but nevertheless, people are absolutely terrified down in that area. Parade goers who were there, not sure what to think, told to evacuate, and then all of a sudden those who were trying to evacuate, some of them were told to shelter in place again. So it has been a harrowing afternoon, and the reports that are coming out, multiple people hurt, 8 to 10 people hurt. Some victims at Children's Mercy Hospital. Mind-numbing to think about that this day started as a celebration of our team that just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was what the day was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a celebratory party for Kansas City, and now no doubt a panic scene and a crime scene that will last for a few more hours at least as they investigate what exactly transpired here, and no doubt will put a black eye on what was to be a bright spot on Kansas City's history.
Well, this is making national, international news right
Sure.
now. This is what's being reported on, not just in Kansas City, but all of the major news outlets around the country now looking at Kansas City, checking out what is happening. And you're right, this is not it's not a good look for this city, especially when the city was it encouraged people to gather and to party as one, to celebrate their Kansas City Chiefs, and it's anything but a celebration now.
By all accounts, was a fabulous day up until just about 2 o'clock. We are now getting towards 3:30, and we understand that Mayor Quinton Lucas, who had been up on that stage celebrating our winning team, will join the police chief of Kansas City, Missouri, here with a news conference, and we will bring that to you just as soon as they get started talking here, because we are anxious to, this is such a wide scene here, and it has been hard to kind of gather bits and pieces from each corner. And so we are hoping that Chief Stacey Graves can kind of bring it all together for us and kind of at least surmise what has happened and assure us that indeed the scene is safe now.
Well, and that's what, for our viewers at home, as you're watching, I mean, you can tell that there's still crime tape up. There are still such a heavy police presence. We had a shooting incident right after the parade, and then anywhere from 40 to 45 minutes after that, there was another incident across the way inside a hotel where then guests were told to shelter because there was an incident. We're not sure exactly what happened there, but again, we've seen there are still many ambulances on the scene. We have seen officers with guns drawn as of just 20 minutes ago. The scene has calmed down since then, but a massive police presence in downtown Kansas City right now, and so a lot of people just kind of shaking their heads saying, what more? What else is going to happen? This has been an unbelievable day.
Mm-hmm. And they are asking still that everyone, if you know of someone down there, this is not a time to sit and watch and try to see what's happened. It is a time to get on home as safely and quickly as you can. They're also asking that everybody in the Union Station parking garage move out, do not come in there. They need all of that space for all of these emergency vehicles to tend to these potential victims or anyone left there at the scene that they need to deal with. So they're asking basically everyone to move out as quickly but as safely as possible so that they can get a better handle on the expansiveness of this crime scene. It is a big one, but the corner of Union Station that you were just seeing there is where allegedly those initial shots were fired, the ones of great concern that led to the injuries that we're talking of here, between 8 and 10 people injured. Conditions are not confirmed yet. We are hearing unconfirmed conditions on some of these people, but we're waiting to get full confirmation before we bring that to you. But we are hearing that area hospitals, University Health, Children's Mercy, and St. Luke's all have received patients. So it is.
And we're hoping the best for them, for sure.
No doubt
all right,
about it.
Neil Jones he was very close to the shooting situation when it all went down. We want to check back in with Neil for more reporting. Neil?
Well, this is the spot I was at, actually a little closer in the intersection. We were preparing to go forward and do interviews with fans at the end of the event on stage. It ended. people started walking out. Photographer Greg Malota and I started walking into the intersection, and all of a sudden, like a stream of firecrackers going off, pop, 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 pop. And people began to run in any direction. This is some video that Greg shot at that moment, and I think it captures the fear in the moms, dads, grandparents' faces as they had young children. They were trying to get their older parents and grandparents out. You had whole families here that had been here all day celebrating a wonderful thing, and suddenly you've got the police rushing in and going in multiple directions because it looked like that there were people fleeing. I don't know if that was true or not. Someone yelled, "There's the shooter," and the police went running off in that direction. I have no idea if that was correct or not, but a bunch of police went one way. Police spread out and began to look at the various people who had been shot, but the crowd was going in all directions, just as you would expect they would do in such a harrowing, horrible moment. Again, what makes it so terrible is there were so many families involved, and you're just trying to get out. Our photographer saw at least 2 people who they were performing CPR on the ground. They also appeared to subdue someone. I heard somebody, and I do not know if it was a police officer, say that man is a suspect. And there were 3 or 4 police officers on him. They got him subdued and took him off in a golf cart. They took one victim off immediately on what looked to be a fire department or a police golf cart that was for situations like this. And then they took them to ambulances that were nearby. The presence here by the police and law enforcement was big all day long, as you would expect when you have a massive crowd in one place. So there were many, many police officers immediately on the scene. Again, you're afraid. You don't know what direction to run. I didn't know. Our photographer, we didn't know which direction to go because we didn't know if there were multiple gunmen or what direction they were going. But eventually, and I don't know if it was 7 or 10 minutes, things began to calm down, but then police officers would race off. They'd be called on a radio and they would go a different direction. I suppose that might have been towards Crown Center to the east. But the end result was just an awful, awful scene at the end of what had been such a joyous, joyous day. And now, of course, we know that there are multiple victims. We can only hope that they'll be okay.
Boy, you're right about that, Neil. We want to thank you. And on social media, there is video now that is out there that appears to show fans who were at the parade, fans who are chasing a person down, then tackling that person, holding on to them, and then you see police swoop in and they get down and hold that guy down. Now, we don't know. I don't know what that is in reference to, but the person who posted that said that, fans caught one of the suspects. Wow. That hasn't been confirmed, but the video is there is that they did tackle someone who appeared to be running away from a big crowd, and then Kansas City, Missouri police just jump on this guy and handcuff him. So here's what we want to do. Thank you for staying with us on what was a joyous, a triumphant day, and now has turned into a day of tragedy. Shortly after the Kansas City Chiefs had just wound up their championship
they were
celebration
just
on
singing
stage.
and dancing on stage.
They had just wrapped up. The fans who were there, hundreds of thousands of fans who were there, had just started to begin to leave to when, as our Neil Jones reported, he was 35 yards away from the scene. He thought he heard a string of firecrackers, and then someone else said, no, that's gunshots. Mm-hmm. And he thought he heard anywhere from 15 to 20 gunshots, and then he saw people on the ground, he saw people running, he saw families screaming, kids crying, and then saw immediately first responders then who were performing CPR on at least 2 victims. Ambulances then rushed in. This then turned into a massive crime scene, and then to try and find whoever it was that fired the shots. 2 people have been apprehended. As many as 8 to 10 people have been shot. The victims have been taken to multiple hospitals, including Children's Mercy Hospital. So your heart just sinks when you hear that, because the last thing we want to hear is about young fans. So many children we had seen in this crowd watching their heroes, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, and to think that there is a young fan out there who is now being treated for possible wounds because of this. It's mind-numbing.
Yeah, such a sour way to end such a celebratory day. We did talk to people just as they were trying to evacuate quickly. Here's what they had to say.
I was inside Union Station taking a pic right at the entry doors, taking a picture with a couple of the players. And then I just saw everybody start running. I didn't really, when you see a crowd running, you don't really ask questions. You just start running with them. And then as I was running, I heard a couple shots. And then kind of knew obviously it was serious, so just kept on running. And then we ran downstairs, ran probably 3 stories into the basement or so, into this room. And then they just sheltered us in place. And then we were down there probably, I mean, I have no concept of time, probably 30 minutes, an hour, and then someone came down and told us what was going on, told us that we're okay, but we can't leave just yet because everybody was flooding the streets, so the buses couldn't leave yet. And so we all just kind of sat there and waited until we finally got the okay to get going.
So that was the initial pops that you were talking about that led to the apprehension of potentially 2 shooters involved. But then there was a secondary situation that emerged just catty-corner to Union Station over at Weston Crown Center, where there was some sort of disturbance there, and they were also asking everyone in the West End then to shelter in place. That has since been cleared. Apparently completely unrelated issue, but very clearly a scary situation for everyone. The almost probably 1 million people converging on downtown for this victory celebration, and to try to get all of those people out of downtown quickly, not an easy task.
Utter chaos. Absolute utter chaos. And you could see it on people's faces. You could hear it in their voices. We've seen fans who were hugging, embracing, and crying after this, just glad that they had made it out of this thing unscathed. Now, we are waiting for Mayor Quentin Lucas and Kansas City, Missouri Police Chief Stacey Graves, who are going to be holding a news conference here momentarily to try and explain, to try and walk us through what has happened. So we are waiting for that to happen. They are staging that area right now. We have several crews obviously on the scene right now, so we will be bringing that to you just as soon as it happens. But we're just like you watching. We're waiting for answers like you are and reporting on something like this so chaotic, so many different moving pieces. It's been... And the other thing about this, Carolyn, is how this happened. To go from something that was the culmination of such a joyous morning to then all of a sudden people are saying, wait a minute, is that fireworks or gunfire? And that was happening not all that far away from the stage where so many people were, and hundreds of thousands of people in that area.
Well, absolutely. Not to mention the players on the stage, the dignitaries on the stage. We're hearing now, we had heard from Missouri Governor Mike Parson. He, of course, took to the podium there momentarily to congratulate the Chiefs. He has since reported that he is okay. We've also now learned that Kansas Governor Laura Kelly was in attendance as well. She was told to evacuate, and she has now reported back that she is safely out of harm's way at this point. But many people around there, right in that area of the stage when this initially occurred. Again, just seconds before 2 o'clock hit is when that gunfire was reported. And we have since learned 8 to 10 people have been hurt in some way in this shooting. That does not mean that they were all shot, but 8 to 10 people injured in some way during this disturbance. And sadly, we are hearing that some of the patients were taken to Children's Mercy, which confirms our biggest fear that there were children involved. But there were also patients taken to University Health, formerly Truman Medical Center, and St. Luke's Hospital as well. All right, our Shane Kinnicky was talking with a couple of people who saw what happened and heard this.
So when I was leaving, and I don't remember if my other friends were still with me at the time because it kind of blurred.
It did.
But when we were heading west, trying to get back and away from it, we saw the police swarm a stairwell, and then we heard another pop from there, and that's when I was like, okay, we're gone.
Time to move. Similar situation.
Same. Yes, I was on the probably to her right. Probably on her right side when everything was going on. And then so we kind of circled back, but then all of the people in FBI and police, they were all like, okay, everybody has to go that way towards Crown Center. And so everybody started going that way, and then everybody's trying to come back because everybody's parked over here. And now that's a crime scene, we can't get in the parking garage.
So everybody's until it's cleared up
and stuck.
Because your cars are still in there.
And as we've mentioned, we had crews for the parade and for that rally stationed all down Grand, basically from the City Market on down to Union Station. along the way. We had Nijah Hood along the parade route as well. Nijah, what are you seeing at this point, and what did you hear at any point along the way?
Well, guys, it's really, it was a celebratory day turned tragic. We just spoke to multiple witnesses who were there at Union Station as the events unfolded. I just spoke to a family of about 5 or 6 people, one of whom was pregnant, and they are understandably very shaken. One of them was inside Union Station when the incident took place and steps away from the shooter. They told us that they were actually in the room right next to where the shooter was. They were told that the shooter was in the bathroom. They were locked up in the room next door trying to seek shelter. And the first thing they remember was people running and then chaos. They and other witnesses say that they were told by police to hop over a barricade and get away from the scene. I spoke to another witness who actually was inside of the nearby apartment complex, and she says she heard multiple gunshots, and she is traumatized because she actually saw the deceased bodies on the street. And so understandably, she was very emotional. It was hard for her to even speak to us, but just a lot of tragedy happening here outside of Union Station on what was supposed to be a very positive and happy day. And so truly a sad story. We are on the scene working to get you the latest information. We will continue to update you as we receive new information. Outside of Union Station, Nijah Hood, KCTV5.
All right, Nijah, thank you. And you're right about that. A truly tragic day, and we are learning of some news that we hoped we wouldn't have to report to you.
Yeah, we are hearing now one person is confirmed dead now, 14 in all hurt in this shooting after the parade, including 3 patients in critical condition, 5 in serious condition are the latest reports we're getting. Again, 1 fatality reported now from the scene outside of Union Station just after the Chiefs victory parade rally, and 14 injured in all. We were initially hearing 8 to 10.
All right, Mayor Quentin Lucas is talking. Let's listen in.
Unfortunately, we're not hearing audio yet. We're going to keep attempting to hear the very latest from the mayor. He's also to be joined by the police chief, Stacey Graves.
Everyone in Kansas City looking to have a celebration. That celebration was marred by a shooting today. And we recognize that there are some who are injured. We are praying for the safety of everyone. I've talked to a few different folks so far. One, we have spoken to the Kansas City Chiefs, who made clear that their prayers are with everyone who was at the parade today, everyone in Kansas City, and everyone who was touched by this incident. They also noted that their players, coaches, and staff are all accounted for at this point and safe. We, however, note that this is a fluid situation, so all that we are sharing now may change as the hours go ahead. We've also received a call from the White House that offered all federal assistance in the investigation. We had federal agencies present today. We appreciate that, and certainly in the days ahead and the hours ahead, we will make sure we continue to do this work. I will say personally, first, a thank you to the women and men of law enforcement, to the women and men who work with the Kansas City Fire Department and our other agencies. When the shooting started, I, like many others, ran for safety. I saw a number of agencies, including the Kansas City Police Department, officers with guns drawn who were running towards danger. We thank them for that. As I was leaving the scene, I saw members of our Kansas City Fire Department administering aid to folks who were seriously injured without concern for the shootings and the challenges that were near them. This is absolutely a tragedy, the likes of which we would have never expected in Kansas City, and the likes of which we will remember for some time. However, I want to say thank you to those who are making sure that we are safe today, those who are investigating this incident, and those who will continue to make sure that those who committed these acts today are brought to justice. We'll come back for some questions at the end of the Chief's comments, but now the police chief, Stacey Graves.
Chief Stacey Graves, Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. At the conclusion of the Chiefs rally today, there were shots fired on the west side of Union Station. Immediately, officers responded to the area, took 2 people into custody, and also immediately rendered life-sustaining aid to those victims. We're still gathering information on the number and the status of victims. But like I said, we know that one of the victims is deceased. We also know that officers ran towards danger. Officers were there to keep everyone safe. I'm angry at what happened today. The people who came to this celebration should expect a safe environment. We had over 800 law enforcement officers, Kansas City and other agencies, at the location to keep everyone safe. Because of bad actors, which were very few, this tragedy occurred, even in the presence of uniformed law enforcement officers, who again ran towards them and took them into custody. To the people who were injured in this tragedy, our hearts go out to you and your families. This investigation is just beginning, and we are working safely to clear all surrounding areas and businesses. This is still an active investigation. We will continue to keep you updated. We will keep you updated on Twitter and most likely a follow-up press availability. Did you have anything? No. One of our victims has been declared deceased. We have. Right now, we have up to 10 to 15 injured by. Yes. Right now, we do not have an exact number of people who were victims of a gunshot wound. It could be upwards from 10 to 15 with one deceased.
Do you know how many are in critical condition at this point?
I do not have conditions on our victims just yet.
Any believed to be children?
I do not believe that any of them were children.
Any law enforcement injured in this? First responders?
Nothing of note.
Chief, what prompted? What do you guys believe now prompted the shooting?
We are still. That is still under investigation. I myself was outside when I heard the shots fired. It is an ongoing investigation. It's going to take us a little bit to determine exactly what led up to the shooting. I will say, though, we do have 2 suspects in custody.
There are circulating on social media that some fans may have helped contain one of those.
I have heard that as well. I have heard that fans got involved in the apprehension or the pursuit of one of the suspects. I cannot confirm that right now, but that is something that I have heard myself. Yes.
What about the response time? Because you say 10 to 15 possibly injured in the shooting, but there was 800 officers there. This happened pretty quickly. So can you talk about when this started, sort of a timeline from there to the point where your officers responded to the point where you had KCFD helping to
absolutely
your first aid?
As soon as the rally concluded, there were shots fired on the west side of Union Station. Officers were on scene in the area. I know one of the suspects was immediately pursued on foot. Like I said, there's 2 suspects in custody. I have heard the information that was just requested. I will confirm or deny that. But after that, immediately officers began rendering life-sustaining aid, calling in fire, which is the fire department, to also assist those victims.
Do you know if there were more than 2 people taken into custody? Because we had 2 people, after you guys had made your announcement, there were 2 people in custody, 2 people live on our air being taken, handcuffed, put into vans. So can you talk about that and the process as this investigation continues?
I don't know exactly the 2 that you're talking about that your camera caught on video being loaded into a wagon. I don't know that, but I can tell you that in and around that scene, it is still active. Not active in necessarily threats, but it's a very active scene. We're still investigating. This is still early on. We still have parties that are walking into hospitals.
Do you know anything about the suspects in terms of where they're from? Are they from?
I do not know that, but that's something that I also will be finding out.
2 questions. We are hearing upwards of maybe 20 shots. Can you talk about the number that you heard?
I'm hearing 10 to 15, possibly 15, with the one that is deceased.
And do you know anything about the timing? It seems odd that it's waited to the very end of the rally.
I don't have anything about, I can't give you an answer on the timing. I can just say that that's when it occurred, and we are investigating what led up to that. Maybe once we get some of those details, we'll know why that happened at that time, but right now it's still too new.
Chief, was it just one incident or multiple incidents that injured?
That is something that is under investigation.
Mayor Lucas talked about how you were on the ground and you yourself had to run for safety. I understand we're still waiting on a timeline and trying to understand what exactly happened. But we were having a Super Bowl parade, and this is what the country is talking about now. What is your message to this city at a time like this?
I second the comments about the chief of police. I'm heartbroken. First of all, I'm praying for the victims and the families impacted. I start with them. I'm incredibly upset, disappointed. I was there with my wife. I was there with my mother. We never would have thought that we, along with Chiefs players, along with fans, hundreds of thousands of people, would be forced to run for our safety today. I think that I'll let the investigation shake out before coming to any further conclusions, but I think the initial response absolutely is anger. You know, we have done a number of these now, and this is a day that a lot of people look forward to, something they remember for a lifetime. And what they shouldn't have to remember is the threat of gun violence, marring a day like this, injuring them and their families. This morning, I was actually thinking about bringing my child, as many people in Kansas City did. And I don't want us to have to, in our country, for every big event, think about a concern of being shot. As the chief noted, we had a lot of law enforcement officers there today. They did exceptional and outstanding work, and I will second that again. Because on your timeline point, I was inside of Union Station. We heard something. A number of us start running, and I see a stream of officers going the exact other direction, in with guns drawn, ready to address danger. And that was the situation throughout. People who responded absolutely immediately. But I wish that we lived in a world where they wouldn't have to do that. I wish we live in a world where we wouldn't have to see incidents like that. But I'm as heartbroken as anybody. We will do a full and thorough investigation. I hope that we bring whoever this is to justice, and we will continue to try to make sure that we can be as safe as possible. However, when you have people who decide to bring guns to events, when you have people who are deciding to try to mar events, celebratory ones like this one, all of us start to become members of this club that none of us want to be a part of, which is those who have experienced mass shootings. I hope for Kansas City this is one of the last times we experience that.
Were the players in any danger at any point?
What's that? Sorry, go ahead.
In danger at any point?
Was I in danger?
Or were any of the players? Chiefs players?
You know what? I think we'll let the investigation take a look at that. The police department responded effectively, I think incredibly quickly, to make sure that people would be out of harm's way. That being said, a number of us had to flee from a situation because we heard a sound of gunshots. So I'll let you answer your own question in terms of whether you think that's something that puts you in danger or not. In my view, anytime shots are nearby, you don't know where they're coming from, you don't know who's firing them and all of that, then perhaps there is a situation of danger. But
thanks, guys. Thank you, guys. We're going to get back inside.
Can I ask a fire question? Of the 10 to 15 injured, as you say, are all of those gunshots on it, and do you have a sense of how many, or are some of those also critical injury?
We've covered that. We don't have that information.
I just have a fire question. Hold on. 10 to 15 is what we have. Potentially 15. One deceased. I don't have a condition on the other gunshot victims.
Gunshots.
Correct. It's correct.
We don't know how many.
One fire question.
No, I do not.
Because Chief Graves said that
we're going to have a lot of updates later, guys. We got to go inside and gather this information. I appreciate it.
Where are the updates, Jake, later?
All right, you've been listening to a news conference.
I just have one thing to say. This is not Kansas City. I'm angered by what happened, but I want you to know that the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and all the law enforcement officers that were there today, that were serving and protecting, did the best that they could, and I'm so proud of them that they ran into danger, getting 2 people into custody, and at the same time rendering life-sustaining aid to those victims. We were here for a safe celebration, and because of 2 bad actors or more, it is why we're standing here today. We will recover as a city. My heart goes out to our victim who is deceased. But your police department stands ready, and we are invested in the safety and betterment of Kansas City. Thank you.
Visibly upset, Police Chief Stacey Graves saying this is not Kansas City, as she just briefed us on what happened earlier right after the parade celebration. Stacey Graves saying that there is one confirmed dead person in this, 10 to 15 others injured. They don't believe there were any children involved.
Maybe some injuries.
Right, they don't believe, but she's saying she doesn't believe there was any children involved. So we'll wait to hear, we hope that's the case. She also said 2 suspects in custody, and then praised all of the first responders who were there when the shots were fired, who immediately, with guns drawn, ran toward danger.
Ran towards it, yeah, and you were seeing there as people were definitely being funneled in as quickly as possible into Union Station to take cover in there. And officers, as Mayor Quentin Lucas was one of them inside Union Station, saw those officers run exactly the opposite direction towards it. And that's why the situation outside seemed to be contained fairly quickly. But then another situation emerged at the Weston Crown Center, completely unrelated, but just on the other corner of that intersection.
Right, and people were told to stay inside at that point. I wish we'd have got some clarification from the chief or the mayor about what happened in that incident. But clearly, such a massively chaotic situation today, and it's just left a lot of people shaking their heads. Our Neil Jones was right there, basically in the line of fire. Neil, I know you were very close to what happened.
Well, guys, this is where we were. We were just inside the this intersection here at Pershing and Kessler, about 10 minutes till I believe till 2. Anyway, and the fans are leaving. There are thousands of people on the street, hundreds in the intersection, and suddenly, as the police said, a number of gunshots. Could have been as many as 20, may have been 15. I think it happened over a period of about 10 seconds. My photographer thinks it was even quicker, so it was very, very fast. People began to run at us in fear, in utter fear, because they've got their children, they have their parents, their grandparents. This is video that we shot at that moment, in the moments after it happened. Police going in immediately, trying to find out where the gunmen were, running from different directions. People running in all directions, trying to escape the gunfire, trying to get their family members, their children out of danger and into safety. It was a chaotic situation. People began to treat people who were wounded almost immediately. Our photographer says he saw 2 people who were given CPR on the ground before they were taken on golf carts or on stretchers to another area where they were treated. Eventually, there were a number of people who were taken out of here. There was a man that I heard someone say, that's a suspect. I don't know if that's correct or not, but police subdued somebody right over here near the intersection. There were police officers who were running west on Pershing towards the highway. And people said the gunman went that way, and a number of police officers ran that direction. We don't know if that's correct or not, but that kind of shows you the abject terror that was going on in the situation. People trying to find a safe place with their families going in every direction, police running in, trying to figure out who was who and what was what. And as we saw in the video, it was a chaotic situation. I had a chance to talk to 3 people who were escorted out about 25 minutes ago by police from the crime scene. They said that they were eyewitnesses, not to the shooting, but over in front of the stage. And they said that they witnessed the police subduing and arresting someone over in front of the stage. There's no confirmation of that, but that's what 3 eyewitnesses told me about 25 minutes ago. So this was the scene, and that's where the shooting happened. We'll send it back to Brad and Carolyn.
Yeah, Neil, thank you for your eyewitness accounts there. Just unbelievable what transpired just moments after the victory rally for the Kansas City Chiefs there at Union Station this afternoon. Again, confirming now one person was indeed killed by gunfire, and 10 to 15 more have injuries as well. 3 local hospitals reporting that they have received patients into their hospitals, and we're waiting to hear confirmation on their conditions, but we understand 3 critical and 5 now in serious condition this afternoon. Also down in that area covering the victory of Kansas City today was our own Scott Reese, and he joins us now live as well. Scott, I know initially you were up on top of the balcony there on the west end, and now you're down on the grounds below. What did you see and hear initially?
Well, initially, Carolyn, we heard the pop, 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 and obviously we all looked at each other and realized that something was decidedly wrong. And we saw moments later just scores of officers running into Union Station from all sides. And, of course, the mass chaos that Neil was describing ensued after that. I did just talk to one woman who didn't want to go on camera, but she was a witness and says she's not sure how close she was to the gunshots, but from the sounds of things and everything that was going on around her, she felt like she was pretty close to it. And just describing more of the sad testimony that we've heard from others, that she hit the ground immediately. She said there was yelling and screaming, children in the vicinity not knowing what to do, looking around, and obviously parents screaming, worried about their kids. And she now was asking officers if they could give her a ride home because one of her friends was among those taken to the hospital, and she can't get an update on him. So obviously there are still folks here in the area who, not physically injured themselves, were very much emotionally scarred and continue to be emotionally scarred by what was going on. One more ancillary update. Some of the folks here that were working the events for Fox Sports told me that their gear, a lot of it obviously is still inside because they had to evacuate immediately, and they've been told that they can't even think about going back in to get any of it until tomorrow. So obviously there's a lot of investigating still to be done and a lot of remaining questions on many levels here just outside the facility. Guys.
Absolutely harrowing afternoon, Scott. Thank you for your report, and to what Scott was just saying about, people who are still there on site. The one woman saying, or the one person saying, the person I came with is in the hospital. Can you imagine all the people who decided not to go to the celebration, not to go to the parade, and were watching on television, but knew maybe one of their children, a brother, a sister, a loved one. I mean, one of my kids was at the parade, and I got a text, and when I found out they were okay, I mean, huge sigh of relief when you find out one of your kids is okay that's just been, near a mass shooting. So it just strikes so many people, not just the people at the parade, but so many people who knew people who were at the parade. It's like, oh my gosh, are they okay?
Right. I'm hearing from a friend who was in the lockdown at Weston Crown Center. That has since been lifted, but she said, boy, that was a scary day with her little kids in tow. Let's hear from more eyewitnesses who were there to see what transpired there near Union Station this afternoon.
All of a sudden there's a shooting. They're like, get in. We're locking the doors. We're locking the doors now. We're locking the doors. And they just locked the doors on us inside Union Station. Like, I don't know, but like Kansas City got to do better.
Kansas City must do better.
Well, and
absolutely right.
And that's what we heard from Chief Stacey Graves and Mayor Q. Kansas City has got to do better. There's just violence after a day of what was an unbelievable celebration. The air has been let out of Kansas City, and one dead. Our hearts are broken for that family, and as many as 15 people hurt. Our hearts are broken for those families who are now waiting and wondering about their kids or about their family members who were hurt. So much to digest as we continue to follow this.
On a day that obviously we want to, as a city, put our best foot forward.
Right.
All the spotlights were on us today from all over the country, waiting to see how we would celebrate.
And now they're on us for the wrong
Chiefs.
reason.
Exactly right. And you just mentioned the press conference that the mayor just held with the police chief. Let's go to KCTV5's Angie Racono. She was there at that press conference. Angie?
Yeah, and that's what the chief said. This is not Kansas City. She talked about how
disappointed she was at how this ended. Here you have hundreds of thousands of people coming together to celebrate, people behaving, people doing the right thing, and then you have a couple of bad actors that just ruin it for everyone. And then the mayor talked about, he was there. He was there with his wife. He was there with his mother. He almost brought his child. So a lot of people just feeling the heaviness of today, and there's still a lot to be worked out as far as the investigation. We do know that 2 people have been taken into custody. As far as the number of people who have been injured, 1 person has been killed. We know at least 10 to 15 other people have been injured. It sounds like those people have been shot. But then on top of it, you have people who also have other injuries because they were running, possibly getting trampled. And the chief saying, we're still seeing people show up at hospitals. So this is really still a developing situation that we're all monitoring. But that feeling that you're talking about people being so happy and then just being so disappointed and disgusted and sad over how this has finally ended here for everyone across Kansas City. Carolyn and Brad.
Absolutely. You could hear it in the mayor's voice. You could hear it in the police chief's voice. They do not want our city to be known for this. Angie, thank you.
All right, we want to get right back out to we've talked to so many people who were there. Here's some more stories of what people who were there and saw what happened. Here's what they had to say.
And I'm proud of the response of the first responders that were assigned to this event and responded appropriately and helped to save lives. Now, the planning that goes into this incident of national significance, a Super Bowl celebration, is quite significant. And so you have the federal partners, FBI, others, you have the state and local agencies all working together with significant plans, looking at what can happen, what will happen with the resources that are dedicated to it if such an incident occurs.
All right, that's a former New York City police officer that is weighing in on what had happened with the aftermath of what had been a remarkable championship celebration and parade. And Angie Rucono put it well. I mean, most people across Kansas City are now just kind of shaking their head and fingers and hearts crossed for those who were hurt and for the family member of the person who was killed.
That poor family, and so many families affected by this. Now, not to mention the hundreds of others who witnessed this and are emotionally shaken right now, and obviously a lot of children in that audience today. So let's hear from some more eyewitnesses here.
I was emotional a lot. Like, I cried a lot, and yeah.
You were crying?
Yeah.
And you were so happy before, right? It was a happy day, and all of a sudden it got ruined?
Yeah.
It was really sad for them. I'm so sorry.
Well, that's just heartbreaking to listen to. A child who had
sums it up, doesn't it?
Gone to the parade with his parents, and the next thing he knows, he hears gunfire and he's crying. I mean, it's traumatic for everyone involved.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt for the chief players as well, and the coaches and the chief staff, because here everyone was gathered for us. And for our win, for our city, and this happened.
Yeah, and Patrick Mahomes tweeted out over about an hour ago, he says, praying for everyone involved.
Yeah.
We want to go back out to Bill and Carolina, who are still on scene.
Yeah, guys, we continue to hear stories from people who are not just feet away from where this happened, sending messages. Again, it sounded like fireworks to them. They immediately saw somebody who had been shot on the ground, with people rushing to render aid as quickly as they could. Families were gathered around them praying as they were waiting for the emergency service people to arrive. They were just scared. They didn't know what to do. They didn't even know if somebody had been shot at first, but then after they were able to kind of soak it in and see what had happened, it became clear what had happened, and they say it's just very surreal to be a part of, and they're just very upset for what happened here in our city after what was supposed to be such a joyous occasion, and we can still see several emergency vehicles still on scene as the police continue their investigation. We are watching one ambulance leave here on Pershing, but
I think that's the thing is this whole morning, we had police out here. We had Chief Stacey Graves sitting with us with the backdrop of about a dozen law enforcement officers behind her, talking about how this was going to be a fun day, how this was meant to be a safe environment, and we do want to get, I believe, out to a live witness, so maybe we'll come back and continue that.
So we were leaving, and I heard them coming from the left side of the stage as we were walking to the right, and it was pretty scary. Yeah, we were hearing it on the police radios too. The shots were fired.
And you physically did not hear the shots? I didn't hear the shots. She did, but when I walked by the police officer, I heard his radio go off, and he said that there were shots fired on the west side. And we were walking away from it, going into Crown Center.
Yeah. And so, we're talking about this backdrop of officers here this morning, telling us that it's going to be safe. And we're saying, to folks, it is going to be safe. They've got more law enforcement. There's these security measures. The mayor out here also saying, we want people to be able to come out, enjoy themselves, not worry about it. The players to be able to feel like they are safe because obviously they're public figures at this point, and then you have something like this happen, and the whole time we were talking about how this is a younger generation of Chiefs fans, and our interviews show it. A lot of the folks that we interviewed this morning and throughout the entire parade were these younger kids who were so excited to see their favorite players, to see Mahomes, to see Kelsey, to see all of those guys, and those are the ones that we're talking about being transported now to Children's Mercy. So that's just, I could see why Chief Stacey Graves was talking about how that is so angering for her, because as a law enforcement officer, to say, I made sure that my staff was ready and they were all over the place. And the moment that we kind of knew something was happening, because at first it's kind of surreal to be up here and to see the crowd just kind of start rushing, and this is the same time when people are supposed to be leaving because it's wrapping up. You see them start running. But then when we saw the law enforcement officers, and I mean, they were running into Union Station. They were hopping barricades like hurdles.
How quickly it changed from just a day of celebration to instantly everything was moving. I didn't hear anything up here, but what I could hear is the sirens of the responders as they were rushing down Grand
and the mood
sprinting.
Totally changed.
Oh yeah, all of a sudden everyone was not focused on up here anymore. The focus was entirely down here of several people running away from Union Station while the police were running towards Union Station. And again, I think it was just that quickness of how the mood changed, whereas we thought everything was fine, and then in a heartbeat it wasn't, and then everything changed after that.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that today was meant to be this big celebration, back-to-back championships, and now the headlines, obviously, everywhere are talking about this shooting, which a mass shooting, more than 4 people got hurt and shot in this. It's very sad. Obviously, still some law enforcement here, but most of the ambulances have actually left. I right now, from my vantage point, can only really point out 1 or 2 off into the distance, and just a few stragglers, but the trickle of folks that were still here from the fans are no longer here. And we've been talking about this like Weston view that we have right here of all of the windows that used to be filled with a bunch of people. It's been kind of eerie seeing the windows with the little kids. They're just kind of like somber faces looking out now.
Yeah, and we still can look down and see police tape that runs from about, we'll call it all across Pershing from Main Street clear on to the west side of the campus of Union Station as the police are continuing their investigation. And again, we did get put on a quick little like shelter here at the Westin for when they thought something was going on. Right before our signal cut out, we could see police officers with guns drawn just on the west side. That was lifted shortly thereafter, and everything has been fine here ever since.
And that was going into the parking garage, since obviously we're talking about Crown Center and the hotel connecting through the parking garage system. And so they did actually apprehend somebody in the parking garage, and then it was given the all clear here. So the operations at the West, and people are checking in, checking out, eating at the restaurant. Things are back to normal here after that all clear was given. But obviously a scary moment right after another scary moment. It just kind of continued and it trickled. And you could still see, even after the crews were kind of cleaning up, and I think somebody dropped a broom or something, and you kind of heard a little sound, and immediately all of us, even up here, were kind of a little startled.
Definitely just the way the mood changed instantaneously, guys, and then kind of everyone was on edge here for a little bit, but it seemed to have quieted down here a little bit, at least at the West End, and definitely down here towards Crown Center and the Union Station. It seemed to quiet down here a little bit as well, so we'll go ahead and send it back to Brad and Carolyn back in the studio.
Well, as I look behind you, Bill and Carolina, it looks like it's just barren of people, vacant almost.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I think it's only really the cleanup staff that's here at Union Station. We have a handful of police officers, but you can kind of spot who the fans were because they were in red. And right now, we don't really see anybody that's a fan out here right now.
Yeah, it's just a lot of leftover streamers and confetti littering the parking lot and the grounds there at Union Station, where just hours ago there was a party for our two-time world champions, and then all of a sudden that changed in a heartbeat. Yeah, that seems like that was so long ago that we were celebrating a party and celebrating the Kansas City Chiefs and their accomplishments, and now we're talking about heartbreak, tragedy, and sorrow. Bill and Carolina, thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, guys. We are keeping monitors, though, on all of the area hospitals as well, trying to monitor this number of injured, and we are hearing, again, 1 killed and between 10 and 15 injured now being treated at 3 area hospitals that we know of, 3 potentially in critical condition. All right, we have some more eyewitness sound that we gathered right after the shooting. Let's listen to that.
This isn't Kansas City, and I don't want the actions of a few to speak for our hometown. We are the heartland. And we obviously wear our hearts on our sleeves, our hearts on our t-shirts. And I really want people to know that this just does not define us.
Well said. Very well said on this Valentine's Day as we try to celebrate our winning team. We're going to go now to KCTV5's Joe Hennessy. He was there along the parade route earlier today. Joe, did you hear anything where you are? Are you hearing from parade goers?
That sentiment continues here hours later. People saying we need to do better. People telling me here, seems like we just can't do anything in Kansas City anymore. We had that incident with the car driving throughout the parade route years ago, still talked about. Now, a much sadder event happening at such a joyous day. So we're standing here, West Penway and Pershing. And earlier, when we first got here, this is obviously where the parking garage, you have to exit to get out. Obviously, that side is closed with the stage and what was happening with the rally. So people had to leave this way. So when we were first arriving, we started seeing more and more of those cars leaving the garage. It seemed like everything was okay. You feel for those people in their cars because, they hear the shots or they see people running or they see something incredibly tragic, and now they're just sitting in their cars and we see them and we know what they are going through. And it's very unfortunate. A lot of people here saying it's just a sad day overall. It was such a happy day and now it is not. Now I got a different perspective from somebody else who was actually at the rally. He was on the lawn and he said he didn't really hear anything and he didn't see anything. He just saw a bunch of people running either way and just thought, it's kind of weird. I mean, I guess the rally's wrapping up. But then he looked up and he saw the snipers on Union Station aimed and ready to go. And he knew in that moment something's going down. Something is very bad. And then as the morning progressed, or the afternoon progressed, he's learning more and more, just as we are learning more and more. It's very sad, very unfortunate. A lot of people shaken. A lot of people don't really know what to do right now, don't really know how to feel. And it's just very unfortunate, guys.
Yeah, highly unfortunate. Thank you so much for your reporting out there this afternoon. Yeah, we were hearing even from the mayor that he was in that area. He was one of those that was told, get inside Union Station right now. Of course, in the thick of it, you don't know which way to turn.
Don't know which way to go.
You don't know which way is the safer way, right? To go away into Union Station or to run from it. He was one of those told to go into Union Station, others told away. Whatever the case may be, he said as he was running in, he saw officers running towards the danger. Let's listen to what Mayor Quinton Lucas had to say.
When the shooting started, I, like many others, ran for safety. I saw a number of agencies, including the Kansas City Police Department, officers with guns drawn who were running towards danger. We thank them for that. As I was leaving the scene, I saw members of our Kansas City Fire Department administering aid to folks who were seriously injured without concern for the shootings and the challenges that were near them. This is absolutely a tragedy, the likes of which we would have never expected in Kansas City, and the likes of which we will remember for some time. However, I want to say thank you to those who are making sure that we are safe today, those who are investigating this incident, and those who will continue to make sure that those who committed these acts today are brought to justice.
You can clearly hear a saddened Kansas City, Missouri mayor this afternoon, literally an hour after he had just been on stage singing the praises of our fine city. It's devastating.
Oh, you can hear the disappointment in his face.
Sure can.
You're right. I mean, he'd been on top of the world, and then there he is in front of the media trying to explain what had happened and the tragedy and chaos that ensued.
Different story.
Our Scott Reese is on the ground there, kind of in an area where it kind of looks like you're by yourself now, Scott. So many people have kind of evacuated the area, want to get out of there. You're in an area where so many people wanted to get to earlier today. How times have changed.
Yeah, no doubt, Brad. It was interesting hearing Carolyn a moment ago talking about the reports of how half the people seemed like they were running into Union Station and half the people seemed like they were running out, because that was what was so perplexing when we were watching this in real time, was just this stream of folks really from left to right running into the facility and then exiting out the right side of the building. But yeah, my current vantage point is right across the street, and these were prime seats. I mean, this is where everybody was clamoring to be as they watched the rally this afternoon. And to the left, you can see an area vacated and now taped off with caution tape, crime scene obviously, and so the aftermath is a heck of a lot messier than it otherwise might be. You say, well, garbage after a parade and a rally is obviously nothing crazy, but consider that the people who were in that spot were running, some of them thinking they were running for their lives, and so they had to leave their valuables, they had to leave their backpacks, they had to leave anything that they had with them, and now they can't get back in and probably retrieve some of those items, and they have vacated the area. And even here up on the hill, again, as you look left, right, up, down, you see the aftermath of folks who vacated this entire rally staging area a heck of a lot quicker than they anticipated, and so the remaining garbage and whatnot is probably considerably more than it otherwise might have been under normal circumstances. And again, I'll remind you about the report I had about a half hour ago that those working on the stage and some of the technical folks here at Union Station were told that they can't go back in and get their gear until tomorrow. So again, clearly this pales in comparison to the loss of life and the injured and the wounded, but still so many ancillary issues here that are going to have to be cleaned up literally and figuratively in the coming days.
All right. Thank you, Scott. There had been members of the media, someone from the NFL Network posted on Twitter or on X saying that he had to take cover underneath the stage, and had no idea what was going on, but it was a moment of sheer terror and panic about what is happening. Is that gunfire? Is that fireworks? What's going on? And then you see people running around, scurrying, trying to evacuate, trying to flee, and then you don't know where to go. Can't imagine how terrifying that was for so many people down there, for so many people.
Thousands upon thousands of people in that area at that time. Of course, I'm sure some people across the way didn't know what was going on, probably didn't hear a thing.
No idea.
But those in the thick of it is who we're hearing from now. Let's listen into another witness who was in that immediate vicinity.
At first, I just felt people pushing me. I look back and I'm like, hey, can you stop pushing us? And she's like, you guys gotta jump over. There's a shooter. So I'm the first person to jump over. And then we try to help our mom over. It took all of us to push her over, honestly.
And then my sister had to help me because I'm pregnant, so I couldn't get over on my own. So I literally had to have her holster me over to get over the gate and then help my mother over.
It's really a scary experience because I'm looking around for my family, and it's not just me in the
experience. It's my mother, my pregnant sister, my little sister, my older brother. So I'm over here trying to push everybody through. I got my pregnant sister over. I'm like, where's my mom? That's the first thing I'm worried about. I'm not even worried about myself. I'm worried about my mom. So me and my brother, we try and get my mom over the gate. But as soon as we get over the gate, they're still pushing. There's still people shooting. They're over here like, oh yeah, you guys need to go. There's people like actively shooting, so we're scared. We're over here trying to find somewhere to go, and we're going inside the building. And as soon as we're going inside the building, there's people like gathering, like, oh, there's still shooting. There's still people shooting out there.
Oh my gosh, the chaos. She's talking about worried about her mother. Her sister is pregnant. We saw Neil Jones was showing us very near where the shooting happened, where there was an empty wheelchair that someone who had been in a wheelchair, don't know if they got up and ran, if they were forced to run, or if
carried away.
We don't know what happened to them, right. But it just goes to show you what was happening there in that moment of complete confusion. People not sure what's happening, but then you have people who couldn't get out of the way, people who are pregnant, people who just aren't very mobile. Absolutely chaotic day in Kansas City.
And keep in mind, for the parade itself, the whole point was to make sure that the players could come down that street unobstructed by fans. So there was these stanchions built all the way down Grand, from 6th and Grand almost to Union Station, right. And then even into Union Station. I know the stanchion she's talking about, trying to get mom over one of those would not be easy for any of us.
No. And especially when you have other people running and screaming and you don't know what's happening. And then was that a gunshot I heard?
Yeah.
It's we continue to hear from so many people who were there on the ground, who were so near it. We're going to keep checking back in with our crews on the ground and with so many of you who are out there who may now be home and have tuned into KCTV5 to figure out what happened during that championship celebration. Our Grace Smith has been covering the parade since it started. Grace, tell us where you are now and what you've seen throughout this tumultuous day.
Yeah, Brad, currently I am at Children's Mercy Hospital, where we know patients are being treated, young patients. However, police chief did tell us that she believes that no children were shot, but we know young patients are being treated here, injured somehow during the parade. Now, we also know University Health is currently treating 12 patients, 4 with gunshot wounds. The other 8 suffered from other injuries during the parade. And we also know KCFD rushed 10 of the injured people to University Health, including the victim who died. And we also know other local hospitals are treating patients, and we are working to get those answers, those numbers to you shortly. But this is just tragic. So many injured people from what was supposed to be a fun day, guys.
Boy, you're right about that. Grace, thank you.
Our Ryan Hennessy also caught up with some witnesses who are right there near the stage at the time. Let's listen in. Oh, we'll get to that here momentarily. But again, we are confirming now, if you're just now tuning in, potentially just now getting home from the parade and from the rally, thankful that you are home because chaos broke out in front of the stage, southwest corner of the stage there in front of Union Station, just as the rally was ending. And now we are confirming that one person is dead and potentially up to 15 people are hurt. Grace was saying some of them, children, not shot, but injured somehow in the chaos that happened after the shooting. And then, others very critically injured, 3 critical, in fact, and 5 have what is considered serious injuries.
We do know that Mayor Quentin Lucas and Kansas City, Missouri police are planning on holding another news update or another press update in about a half hour. That'll be at 5 o'clock. So we're going to stay on the air with you. We hoped to be off the air long by now after the celebration of the parade was over and get you back to regular programming. I know we had soccer on the air, but clearly this is news that is made international news at this point. It was going to make news regardless, because when the Super Bowl champions hold a parade, people all across the country and all across the world, frankly, are ready to hear about it and watch and to see and to see how Kansas City celebrates a parade.
And what a beautiful scene it was, as nearly 1 million people gathered downtown just to cheer on our Chiefs. And this is the way it ended.
It ended.
Sadly, tragically. Now let's go to Ryan Hennessy.
The rally was just wrapping up. Music had kind of stopped. Sent my sister and my nephew out the door to leave and head home. But as I was letting them out the door, our doors on our windows on our apartment building were open. Heard what was very clearly either fireworks or gunshots. It sounded very semi-automatic in succession. Immediately I look out this window here and see a gentleman on the ground, people rushing to him, receiving medical attention or giving medical attention to him. The masses at this point are then rushing west on Pershing Road towards the IRS building, towards Penway Point. And I would say probably no more than 3 minutes after that, a second round of gunfire then happens, what I presume from the IRS building. Masses start running back this way. People are diving under the semi-trucks that are parked here, running in all sorts of directions, grabbing loved ones. But it was just, I mean, honestly, just hysteria from up here. Trying to yell at people, telling them to run because we didn't even really know where the shots were coming from. But just, you see this on the news already. So you just pray that no one is hurt, no one is struck, and that everyone clears the way. So that's pretty much what I saw from up here. Just chaos and disruption and just scary, very scary. It definitely, to me, sounded like a semi-automatic firearm for sure, from what I know. But yeah, 8 to 10 that way, and then I'd probably say roughly around the same down towards the IRS building. So very similar shot pattern.
Okay, boy, a lot to unpack there, because he's saying that there were two different shooting areas.
Shooting sites.
Two different shooting sites.
Which is the first we've really heard of that, although we have heard again and again, this seemed to have been or originated from an argument between two people.
Right.
So maybe that is what he's referring to in some way. We're not sure, but we're going to try to get to the bottom of all of these details. He so aptly described it as hysteria.
Well, and you could tell from his vantage point, he was looking right down on it. I mean, and was so close that he could see, someone who had been shot and someone who clearly needed treatment, and was able to hear all that, see all that. And, that's another thing you don't think about is, everyone was worried about the people there on the ground. You're up in your apartment or your condo, and all of a sudden you hear what you think is gunfire, and then you're looking down on the street and you're seeing somebody who needs attention, and almost unfathomable to think that that's going to happen at the tail end of what had been a glorious celebration.
And it does make you fear. Where are those shots coming from?
Right.
Are they coming from somewhere above? Are they coming from the crowd? Where is this coming from? And how do I know where to safely run? Let's go back to Neil Jones, because he was faced with that very question right there down amongst the parade goers and all of those Chiefs fans. Neil?
Yeah, we just lost Neil temporarily.
But he was close. He was like 35 yards away, he thinks, from where the gunshots rang out initially. He was fairly close.
He and photojournalist Greg Melota were basically right there on top of the scene, and have been giving us the most complete reports, or I should say, the closest, nearest to the scene reports about what happened. I mean, Neil was seeing people immediately administer or having CPR administered to them. He was watching, first responders coming in with gurneys, running in with gurneys, as they could tell that this wasn't just a couple of people who were down. Now we're hearing, we can confirm 10 to 15 injured. We don't know exactly how they were injured or why they were injured, but presumably if there were that many shots fired and there were that many people going to hospitals, this is a very, very serious situation, and obviously one dead. So it's tragic. All right, Neil is ready. Neil, we were just saying you were so close to that scene, about 35 feet away, and so close to see that chaos that ensued.
And at the time, you don't know if it's gunfire or just fireworks, but you know this, people are reacting in terror. They are running towards you. They are running away from it any way they could do. And these are families of people, so many children about here. This is some video that our Greg Melota shot in the moments after it happened. As we rushed in, we were setting up to do a live shot and to interview people about what a great day it had been. Instead, we're covering what is a tragedy. Greg said that he saw 2 people being treated with CPR right there on the ground. We also saw law enforcement subdue a man. I heard someone say that's a suspect. I have no idea if that's correct or not, but it was an awful scene as families tried to get their loved ones, older people and young children, out of this situation. And it took about 5 to 10 seconds to realize this is gunfire. People are laying down on the ground. This is more than just fireworks and somebody having fun. This is something very serious. I thought the gunfire lasted maybe 10 or 12 seconds. Our photographer said he thought it was less than that. But all I know is a bunch of pops, like a string of fireworks going off, and just absolute tragedy ensues.
Hey, Neil, quick question. We just heard from an eyewitness who heard this from his condo. He thought he heard 2 different shooting sites. Have you heard?
I can't speak to that.
Right. Okay. I just wanted.
Have not heard that, and I can't speak to that. Police officers here at the scene have not been forthcoming with information. I mean, that's not their job. Obviously, one of their public information officers met with the media, but the law enforcement around us, people looked at us and nodded at us or might have waved if they knew us, but they haven't talked. I certainly did not hear gunfire from another source. Greg Melota, did you hear gunfire from another source? He says he did not. Our photographer, he was right there with me. But there was a lot of yelling and screaming, and it was a scary, scary scene when it went down.
Yeah, he definitely, this witness we're talking about, definitely said it must have been a semi-automatic weapon, had to have been just by the rapid succession of gunfire. Neil, thank you so much. We are so glad that you are okay this afternoon. Thank you for your reporting.
Yeah, he was too close.
Too close.
Too many people were too close to that, to what happened. The thought that people would attend a parade with a loaded weapon is beyond me. But that's what happened, and now Kansas City and those families who were affected, they deal with the aftermath. But the mayor and Chief Graves really wanted to make an emphasis about how, prior to this thing going south here, is that so many of those officers and the Kansas City Fire Department and all the first responders, the medical personnel who were there to try and keep things safe had done such a great job. But they really wanted to make a point of emphasis that, look, when there was gunfire and when people were in danger and when this was clearly a life-threatening situation, not just one, not just a handful, but scores of Kansas City, Missouri police officers ran with guns drawn, ran straight to the danger. Yeah. And they have dangerous jobs, and what they were doing was immediately then administering CPR or once they were trying to apprehend the suspect, immediately trying to render aid to people. So it's just been such a wave from one emotion to the other today.
Yeah, and in a split second. All right, let's go. Where are we going next? Oh, we have the police chief talking at that press conference a little earlier on. We're waiting to hear from her again at the top of the hour. Here's what she had to say when she did address the media and the Kansas City public here just shortly ago.
I'm angry at what happened today. The people who came to this celebration should expect a safe environment. We had over 800 law enforcement officers, Kansas City and other agencies, at the location to keep everyone safe. Because of bad actors, which were very few, this tragedy occurred, even in the presence of uniformed law enforcement officers who again ran towards them and took them into custody.
Yeah, again, reiterating what you were just saying. The police chief there of Kansas City, Missouri, saying basically she's saddened by the fact that this had to rain on our parade, so to speak. Let's go back now to Scott Reese. He was also on the balcony there of Weston Crown Center and is now on the ground there below. The scene has changed significantly in the last hour or so, right, Scott?
Extremely significantly, yes. Off to my left, the corner where an hour or so ago there were probably 30 official vehicles between police, fire, ambulance, and now, as you can see, it looks almost normal other than the yellow caution tape, which barricades the scene. And same story behind me at Union Station. If you walk by right now, didn't know any better, you would think this was just the aftermath of a parade and a rally, again, except for the yellow caution tape, which is strewn everywhere. Going back to what you guys were talking about, asking Neil if he heard multiple gunshots. Now, obviously, from our vantage point, we were up on the balcony at the Crown Plaza off to my left. We did not hear multiple gunshots either, but I did get word from one of the officers earlier today that there were multiple incidents and there was a suspect apprehended. We talked about it earlier inside the parking lot beneath the Crown Plaza Hotel. So perhaps not multiple gunshot locations, but certainly multiple incidents, and more on that will certainly come out in the coming days. But right now, the scene is, again, like you say, Carolyn, significantly different than it was a while back, and we'll continue to monitor. A couple of officers seen going in and out of the Union Station facility, but again, other than that, this looks a heck of a lot more quote-unquote normal than it was an hour ago, even though clearly nothing about today has been anything resembling normal.
Completely abnormal. Scott, I know at one point I was seeing that, caution tape being the police tape around a wide swath of Union Station. Are you seeing that now? Are people, is there anybody able to get in and out, or could you walk closer now, or is the area still blocked off?
We probably could. We came up here to get a different vantage point from what we had earlier, and I have not tried to go back down. It does not appear that there are officers securing the perimeter at this point. There are some closer to the doors right by. You can see one officer there. Looks like he's entering the facility right now. I'm not sure if our camera can get that far, that shot zoomed in. So there are definitely some police officers that are still wandering, but they are closer to the entrance exit to Union Station. And I cannot see any in the area where the fans were earlier today.
Okay, very interesting. Scott, thank you so much. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, appreciate it. Okay, right now we want to reset and explain what we know about what's happened today.
Yeah, we got reports of a shooting right as that Chiefs parade and the Chiefs rally, the pep rally, was wrapping up just shy of 2 o'clock. Now, this was a scene right next to the stage, to the west of the stage at Union Station, where the shots were allegedly fired. People began to run from the scene as police began to run to it to try to stop any potential shooters.
Yeah, police tell us they have taken 2 armed gunmen in custody. Sadly, one person has died. At least 14 others are hurt. They were taken to multiple local hospitals, including Children's Mercy. Now, we don't know how old the victims are. At a news conference, Chief Stacey Graves denounced the shooting.
I just have one thing to say. This is not Kansas City. I'm angered by what happened, but I want you to know that the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and all the law enforcement officers that were there today, that were serving and protecting, did the best that they could, and I'm so proud of them that they ran into danger, getting 2 people into custody, and at the same time rendering life-sustaining aid to those victims. We were here for a safe celebration, and because of 2 bad actors or more, it is why we're standing here today. We will recover as a city. My heart goes out to our victim who is deceased.
But your police department stands ready, and we are invested in the safety and betterment of Kansas City.
You can hear the passion in her voice saying very clearly, this is not Kansas City. Kansas City is the victory city that we've seen in how many victory parades prior with no incidents. And here we have this to culminate this one. It is a sad, sad day for our city.
It is. I want to read this tweet. This is from Albert Breer. He's a reporter for the NFL Network. He wrote this. He said, the Chiefs left the parade in buses and in shock. Players were unbelievable in calming panicked kids down. Blaine Gabbert, Trey Smith, Austin Ryder, Chris Oladukan all rallied. He says Smith went to one upset kid, gave him the WWE title belt that we saw there on the parade route, and sat with him until he calmed down. So we haven't really heard how this affected Chiefs players and what they saw, and we'll hear from them in the coming hours and days. But that just gives us a little glimpse as to what think about it from their perspective. This was
feel responsible.
This was their parade, and all of a sudden now there's tragedy and bloodshed, and so it's interesting to hear that perspective. All right, our Grace Smith is out, has been reporting all day long. Grace, what's the latest?
She's at Children's Mercy. Grace.
Yeah, I'm at Children's Mercy, and I am just learning that we are now up to 18 people who have been shot. 9 of those are considered children, and they are being treated here, but children could mean minors. Technically not children, young children like we're thinking, but still minors. That is just into our newsroom. 9 of those children that have been shot are being treated here, but again, they could be minors, so not necessarily young children, but still so tragic, and the number just keeps rising, it seems.
Okay, again, 9 children being treated at Children's Mercy. Again, we want to reiterate, sadly, that there has been 1 death coming from this right now. Numerous other victims as well at least 2 other hospitals that we know of. Grace, thank you so much for your reporting from there. And we are hearing at least 3 are in serious condition tonight.
It's stunning, to say the least. All right, the Kansas City Chiefs have released an official statement. I believe we have that we can take that. If not, I can just read it. There it is right there. It says, statement from the Kansas City Chiefs. We are truly saddened by the senseless act of violence that occurred outside of Union Station at the conclusion of today's parade and rally. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and all of Kansas City. We are in close communication with the mayor's office as well as the Kansas City Police Department. At this time, we have confirmed that all of our players, coaches, staff, and their families are safe and accounted for. We thank the local law enforcement officers and first responders who are on scene to assist. So that's the statement from the Kansas City Chiefs. We heard, or we saw earlier, a couple of hours ago, Patrick Mahomes tweeted out prayers for everyone involved. So you wonder how this is weighing on them, weighing on the families of those who are now in hospitals recovering. We don't know how seriously, but as Grace just mentioned, that number of the people who are hurt is now up to 18 with 1 dead. And did she say 3 in critical?
3 in critical condition, 9 of them children being treated for some sort of injuries, or at least minors being treated at Children's Mercy Hospital. A scary scene for anybody and a horrifying time for all of these families involved. This is far too severe to say again and again and again what Kansas City is going through today, unfortunately, after what was to be such a celebratory, exciting victory day in Kansas City. Just a sad turn of events, for sure.
We're about 10 minutes away now from another update from the mayor. And I'm actually not sure if the mayor is going to speak. I do know that the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and Chief Stacey Graves are going to update the media with any updates that have happened since we last heard from them. But one of the things about this and what has happened is that there have been so many different scenes within the one scene. And it's really been a little hard to follow as far as wait a minute, there was a shooting over here near Union Station, and now they're locking down a hotel over here.
And now we're hearing about potentially other shots fired
from other witnesses, a lot
further west.
There's so much to unpack and so chaotic, and frankly, that's what Kansas City, Missouri police investigators are doing right now. Detectives are combing over all the information that they've gathered, all of the eyewitnesses that they've been speaking with, and it must be a lot of people that they're, questioning and asking, and clearly right now they're interrogating the people that they arrested. So this investigation's still very, very, very early, but we hope to find out just a little bit more in about 9 minutes or so when we get another update from the police.
And we now know FBI, ATF also involved in this one. And we too, like the investigators are doing, are talking to eyewitnesses, trying to put these pieces together to this horrifying puzzle. So let's hear from them now.
I was trying to find my dad. We got separated, and all of a sudden I heard shooter, and everyone started trampling me, where I literally got walked over. And I was still trying to find my dad. I definitely got pushed. It got to a point where I don't even remember who helped me up. Everyone just treated me like I was just a body. I just got walked all over. It's just my leg. My leg's definitely hurting. I'm only 90 pounds, so I have, people that are 150 just walking all over me. It's definitely very scary and it can hurt. I heard the pops and I heard everyone screaming shooter. And then, of course, like my dad definitely has a different story to it. For us, it's God. We definitely praise God for us being okay. We're from Destin, Florida, and that is about a 14-hour drive, and it definitely does frustrate us. I never understood how, because you always see it in the news, but you don't understand that it actually does happen, and it's sad. It's supposed to be a family event.
Again, just one of the many witnesses saying the same thing and reiterating the fact that I know Grace had said there were 9 children and minors being treated at Children's Mercy. Many, like her, treated for injuries because they were stepped on or bumped or pushed aside or what have you. Not necessarily shot in this, but we do know that several were indeed shot, and again, one fatally.
Well, this is a tweet from KCTV5's Betsy Webster. These are updates from Betsy. She says, updates on Chiefs rally shooting victims from area hospitals. University Health, 8 gunshot victims, 3 of them critical. Children's Mercy, 9 gunshot victims, at least 8 of them kids. That's reporting from our Betsy Webster.
So the kids did have gunshot injuries, is what she's hearing. Okay.
Children's Mercy, 9 gunshot victims, at least 8 of them kids. So your heart sinks when you hear something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the numbers keep rising. Sadly, when we first came to you here at 2 o'clock, we were hearing, a couple people hurt, and we thought it would end there. And these numbers keep rising.
Just keep rising.
It is devastating. News to report to you. We're going to stay on the air with you here as we continue to kind of, like I said, put this horrifying puzzle together and find the different pieces that help us make some sense of it. What we were hearing initially, what we continue to hear, it seems, from many of these witnesses, that started as an argument between 2 people. Apparently, both of them had guns. As the police chief called them, 2 bad actors that made our victory play, if you will, a very tragic day.
Tragic indeed, no doubt about it. So we've had crews all over on the ground. We've been talking to so many people, talking to so many eyewitnesses, the mayor, the police chief, and everyone. You can just tell, trying to wrap their heads around this. I don't use the word shocking very often. I don't like that word because very few times are we literally shocked in this world. This is for those people who were there and for what this was planned and the joy and excitement that was going on. What a shocking development to have gunfire break out, and not just a shot or 2, but multiple shots.
In rapid fire
that did end up hitting multiple people. One person has died. Their family will be planning a funeral. All of the first responders who were there, now unpacking what happened in the midst of trying to investigate what happened, and then trying to figure out how to go forward in that investigation. Haven't even really got to the chiefs and their families and the dignitaries that were there, who they were mere yards away from where this happened. I mean, so much to unpack here, and none of it is fun. The parade was fun. The rally was fun. Everything afterwards has been utter chaos, and now it's turned to heartbreak and sorrow.
Yeah, puts a dark cloud over what was to be a fabulous victory for our city and for our favorite team. Let's hear now from some more eyewitnesses that we've been talking to throughout the now evening hours to get their perspective.
We were standing on a wall like to the east side of Union Station, the front of it, and there towards the end of things I heard something. I couldn't tell if it was fireworks or what, a bunch of pops in succession, and saw a lot of people running, but it was on the opposite side of things, so we couldn't really tell what was going on. And then as we were leaving, there was times that the crowd behind us was running, and we saw cops running back the other direction, but we couldn't really tell what was going on.
Yeah, we're hearing very similar stories from so many of these witnesses. The sound,
the confusion.
Sound, the confusion, and the utter terror that's just set in after this rally there at Union Station this afternoon. Makes you fear that if we have victories to celebrate like this in this city, like we have gotten to do so many times, luckily, that this is going to have to change the way things are done. Do we have to limit the amount of celebrating we do in large masses like this?
Yeah, well, officials will be going over all safety protocols and what's happened in the past, and how do we defend against that, and how do you keep people safe? Because that's ultimately what they're there for. They're there to keep the chiefs safe, and then they're there to keep the people in the crowd safe. And it had all gone great up until it didn't. Our Mark Palos is there on scene in front of Union Station. Mark?
It is certainly a somber scene out here.
Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, guys. Yeah, it is certainly a somber scene out here in front of Union Station. I'm going to quickly take a step out of frame so you can certainly see what it looks like right now. Now, right in front of us is a red flag. I was talking to a man who said he got here at 5 p.m. yesterday. He said he was the very first person here. He says everything was going normal until the end of the parade, when things really started to go crazy. Now, our vantage point is right here in front of the Westin Crown Center, where a lot of people were staying for this event if they're coming from out of town. I spoke to a father who came here with his wife and kids from Wichita, and he described the absolute fear that hit his heart as he was here with his family, with young children, for a family event, for a Super Bowl parade, to celebrate a third Super Bowl title here in the last 5 years, and how he had to tell his kids to run and hide behind this Westin Crown Center sign so he would have some cover from a potential shooter. Just a lot of people out here are shocked that something like this happened on a day like this in Kansas City, where the sun is out, there's not a cloud in the sky. We're celebrating a championship here in our beloved city. I also saw a father here who was reunited with a young teenage son, both the older father and the son completely in tears due to the emotion of today. A lot of people down here just left wondering how this could happen, why this could happen. And a lot of people here also have a fear that the national perspective of Kansas City is certainly going to shift. This has been a time where we've really been patting ourselves on the back. It's been a banner year, 2023 in Kansas City, with the Chiefs, with all this other stuff. But here, the lasting memory a lot of people have told me that they will have of this parade is the shooting. I ask, are you going to remember the good, the bad, the good and the bad? And pretty much unequivocally, the answer we get is that they will remember the bad. Now, they do want people to know that this is not what Kansas City is all about, but this is certainly something that we are dealing with at the moment. I know a lot of people have said right now that this is not Kansas City, but we've also talked to some people today that have said that this is Kansas City, because we are coming off the deadliest year on record in Kansas City. So a lot of people saying, while this is something maybe unexpected, a lot of people are saying this is something maybe we should have expected here in Kansas City, considering the year that we have just come off of. But again, a very somber scene out here. A lot of people still wondering how this could happen in Kansas City. But we're going to continue to gather more here from the scene and talk to some people about what they witnessed today. But for now, reporting live outside of Union Station, Mark Palos, KCTV 5 News.
Mark, thank you so much. You see so much debris around there. You wonder how much of that is the normal after parade cleanup process, and how much of it is just people dropping their stuff and running.
They dropped and ran, it sounds like.
Belongings are everywhere, it looks like.
A lot of equipment, baby strollers, all bags, all kinds of things. All right, it is 5 o'clock right now. We want to quickly kind of recap today's events if we can. This day started so glorious. The Chiefs parade started. Our weather was great. It looked like we were about to have what was possibly maybe a record crowd. Everything was going fantastic. The Chiefs did their parade. They took the stage. They were celebrating. We love listening to Travis Kelce and Patrick. They were having a fantastic time. And so were all the fans, not only at the celebration, but the fans who were watching on KCTV5.
Then is when we heard the shots fired, or at least that's what we're hearing. Shots fired just before 2 o'clock this afternoon. People began to run away from the scene as police began basically to run towards the sounds of that gunfire to try to stop these alleged shooter or shooters.
Yeah, police tell us that they have taken 2 armed gunmen in custody earlier today. Sadly, one person is dead. At least up to 15 to 18 are now. That number continues to fluctuate, but as many as 18 now. That might go up past the 14 that you see on your screen. They were taken to multiple hospitals, including Children's Mercy. We don't know the ages of the victims. At a news conference earlier today, Police Chief Stacey Graves denounced the shooting.
I just have one thing to say. This is not Kansas City. I'm angered by what happened, but I want you to know that the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and all the law enforcement officers that were there today, that were serving and protecting, did the best that they could, and I'm so proud of them that they ran into danger, getting 2 people into custody, and at the same time rendering life-sustaining aid to those victims. We were here for a safe celebration, and because of 2 bad actors or more, it is why we're standing here today. We will recover as a city. My heart goes out to our victim who is deceased, but your police department stands ready, and we are invested in the safety and betterment of Kansas City.
Now, that was the police chief of Kansas City, Missouri, speaking at the very first press conference that they held after this happened. We're actually waiting now to hear from her once again with further updates. Also hoping to hear from the mayor a little more shortly as well, if he is going to join her again. He just as heartbroken as she is, clearly, that this puts such a mark on our city. Patrick Mahomes, you were talking about him, just one of the many players posting on Twitter, on Facebook this afternoon. Patrick saying, praying for Kansas City with 3 prayers.
And as I kind of filter through social media posts and try to get a feel for what people are focusing on, it's now that we're finding out that there are so many kids involved. You can just tell on social media that that's what's kicking people in the gut right now. That of all the people, look, clearly one person hurt is terrible. One person is dead, and several kids are in hospitals right now.
Shooting victims.
Victims. We don't know their conditions. We hope for the best for these kids who are all probably wearing Chiefs gear, who went to the parade with their mom and dad. And here they are now.
We're just about to head home.
We're just about to head home, and what would have been a fabulously memorable day and a day they'll never forget. Well, now they'll never forget for another reason, sadly. All right, our crews have been out gathering, talking with people since this happened. Here's more of what we heard.
We were sitting at a table at the Crown Center bar, and the ladies in front of us all of a sudden turned around and started pointing. We turned around, and everybody out in that courtyard in front of the bar they were flying everywhere. And then people around us were diving to the ground, so we started running down a hallway, and there were a bunch of kids, and my sister and I were running, telling them, get down. It was It's scary. Scary. I mean, just it's scary. This doesn't happen in Kansas City, you know.
Obviously, you guys were trying to look out for other people. Were there kids there, and kind of what was the reaction from them?
Well, there are lots of kids and their parents, and you just kind of, I don't know. I think you realize if you don't know what to do, you think you should be prepared all the time, and all of a sudden you realize you're just probably doing stupid stuff and just trying to just run. Just run. It's so stupid. The whole thing is so stupid because you just don't know what you should never have to prepare for this. I feel sorry for the people that were all outside. I mean, I feel like we made really good decisions to end up in the bar and not down in the crowd. But yeah.
Have they said everything? I can ask you a different question. Okay, so obviously this is supposed to be a parade, it's going to be everything, and this is kind of like worst case scenario. I mean, it's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it was really sad, and what was sad is, we seen these kids that came in, and they came flying in, all these young kids came flying in, and they didn't have any adult supervision, and so they all came in and were really scared, and they were all sitting there at the booth, and I went over and I asked them, I said, you guys all okay? And, I said, have you all called your parents and told them that you were all okay? And they said, yeah, we did that. And I said, okay, because, it was very scary. Everybody was down on the ground, and then we got up and tried to refocus, it was awful.
Oh, those poor kids. And keep in mind, many Kansas City area school districts made that decision to let school out for the day today. Not all, but most. And so there were many children there for that rally today, the parade and the rally both.
Yeah, Neil Jones has talked about, he was 35 feet away from where the shooting happened, and he used two words, sheer terror. And then you hear from those eyewitnesses when you hear about the kids who heard and saw what was going on. They go off running. They're in a panic. It's what a frightening day. Speaking of Neil Jones, Neil is still on the scene. Neil, you've been reporting all afternoon. Let's go back to you again.
It happened a little more than 3 hours ago, right down there on that intersection at Pershing and Kessler. It was just maybe 150 yards away from the stage where Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs had just received their trophy and been in front of the crowd. Photographer Greg Malone and I were moving into the intersection to interview some fans to talk about what a wonderful night it was. Instead, we heard what we now know is shots. This is the video that Greg Malone shot at that moment. We didn't know if it was firecrackers, but the crowd's reaction told us this is more than fireworks. They were terrified. Youngsters, parents with their older parents, with children, trying to find a way away from whatever was going down. Then as we got into the intersection, we saw at least 2 victims on the ground. Greg Malone, our photographer, said that there were 2 different people that they treated with CPR right there on the ground in the moments after the shooting. Meanwhile, law enforcement were coming in from every direction to determine who had done the shooting and to get them on the ground. They apprehended a man. Another person who was down there, but not in uniform, said he's one of the suspects. It took a couple of officers to subdue him. They took him into an area and treated him for possible wounds, and then carted him off in handcuffs, it looked like to me, but it's certainly his hands behind his back, and he was subdued. Whether he's a suspect or not, we don't know. Then they began to treat people on the ground. They took one person away instantly, almost instantly, because of the severity of their injuries, on a cart, and took them to an ambulance that was off to the side a bit. At this time, people are still coming into the area. They've known something has happened, but they were on the other side of Union Station. They didn't know exactly what it was. And when they found out, they began to run. So for a period of about 15 minutes, it was a very fluid situation with a lot of fear. Nobody knew if the gunman or multiple gunmen were on the loose. All they could do was try to get their family to safety and get their children out of that situation. All in all, just a horrible end to what had been a glorious day here in Kansas City.
Yeah, should have been, and it was up until that moment. Neil, thank you for your reporting this afternoon. It has been,
Well, he was he was an eyewitness, more than a reporter. He was right there in the middle of it. He and photographer Greg Malota, we're glad they're okay. Our hearts are broken. for those who are in the hospital right now. I continue to follow on social media, and I'm hearing from people who are now saying, yeah, I have family members in the hospital. So Chiefs Kingdom coming together in grief now that this triumphant day has turned into tragedy. And, everyone's asking why, and we're looking for answers, and there are no answers right now. All we can do is listen to the police authorities and try to ascertain, what happened through their investigation. Although it is still very, very, very early, we are waiting for another news conference with the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. It was supposed to happen at 5 o'clock. It's 5:10 right now. These things are very fluid, so we'll continue to stay with you here on KCTV5 to cover every single angle of what has been such a tumultuous day in downtown Kansas City on what should have been a shining day. Instead, it is now overshadowed by sadness.
Yeah, senseless is the best word you've used so far. Absolutely senseless. And the best thing we can do for you at home is to talk to as many of you who were there to help us try to explain what exactly happened today to end the day so badly. So let's hear from some more eyewitnesses.
We're traveling from Wichita, Kansas today, so about two and a half hour hike down the road, come up to celebrate for the big game, brought the family with us, and we have friends in town. So we had about 10, 15 of us on the lawn up here, wives and children, and, all the kids running around. And about the time you hear shooting anywhere when you're with family, your first instinct as a parent or anybody is, protect those around you. So we started grabbing the kids and running for cover at that point, along with everybody else in the crowd, plus the big rush of the crowd moving backwards. I mean, there was a good chunk of people down here today. So just getting out of the way of that rush of people coming in, you wanted to move too. So everybody retreated back pretty quick, and at least everybody's safe and sound on this side, and prayers to everybody that didn't get out of here safe and sound.
Well, yeah, absolutely. One of the biggest fears in massive crowds like this, where you're shoulder to shoulder like that, is getting trampled. And that apparently has happened to several people today, and some injuries resulted from that. We have heard also from Sharice Davids. Let's go ahead and take a look at what she has sent out in this statement, saying, "Words cannot describe the pain and shock we are feeling as a joyous day turned into tragedy right in our community." End quote. "My heart is with the victims' families, and I pray for the quick recovery of those injured. I appreciate the bravery and coordination of the law enforcement officers, first responders, and healthcare workers for ensuring a swift, orderly evacuation and caring for the victims. Though our community stands together in the present, the traumatic memories of today will stick with children, families, and community members for far too long. This does not reflect the spirit of Kansas City, and I support those asking for a change to ensure a brighter and safer future." She very much echoing what the mayor of Kansas City has also said today, is that something must be done to try to stop this from happening.
And the reality is that last year there were more homicides in Kansas City than at any other point in Kansas City's history. So there's that.
There is that, and there is that knowledge of that Kansas City has a horrible homicide rate compared to other cities. And then while the spotlight is on us for a winning world champion team, this is what we show them.
Yeah, I can appreciate the fact that we want people to look at our community and say, wow, look at Kansas City. They're champions, world champions. But we can't hide the fact that we do have a violence problem in Kansas City. And again, our homicide rate was the highest ever in 2023. And I believe we already have, as of last night, we had 11 homicides. This now presumably makes it 12 in Kansas City, and we're in our second month. So those are the realities of where we are and who we are. But it doesn't overshadow the fact that people went to this parade, and people should still be able to expect to go to downtown Kansas City and feel safe and have fun and take your kids to a championship parade. Those are the things we still hold on to, and still think that I can go have fun with my family and not worry about ramifications. All right, I'm sorry, you told me where. Okay, we do. Again, our crews have been working so hard to talk to as many people who were on scene there and saw what happened. Here's another.
So we were on the east side of the stage, on the outside of the barricades. Casey Moe came in force with assault rifles, told everybody to move, jump the barricades. We come, this is the third year, collect Super Bowl confetti. I followed them over the barricades. Started collecting confetti. They went inside the building. Within probably 1 to 2 minutes, everyone started running out of the building and people were yelling active shooter. And so we continued to collect confetti, and probably 30 seconds after that, they told us to hit the ground. So I was crawling on the ground up against the barricades and just waiting for their instructions.
Harrowing.
Actually, the second or third witness that has reported that the shooting seemed to have emerged from inside the building. We're hearing that a couple of times now. Again, we're piecing all of this together, as are you. The results are the same, and sadly, we are waiting now to hear again from the police chief of Kansas City, Missouri, and we're also waiting to hear from University Health, formerly Truman Medical Center, for the latest on their patient count and the status of their victims, the conditions of the victims that ended up there at that hospital. That just one of 3 hospitals that we know of that received patients from this. We had heard that some patients were taken to St. Luke's. We definitely have confirmation now that at least 9 children or minors are being treated at Children's Mercy. And again, we're waiting to hear from University Health as well, because we believe that there are at least 8 gunshot victims among them that likely ended up there.
And I just received a direct message from someone on social media who was near the area of the shooting, said that he ran into Union Station and then said that there was more gunfire, and I'm not clear, but said there was more gunfire apparently coming from inside Union Station. Again, these are the questions that we need to ask of the Kansas City Police Department, because there is still so much that we don't know about what happened. I do know that our Grace Smith has been reporting all day long. She's at University Health. Grace, what's the latest there?
Yeah, we are currently waiting until after the mayor's press conference to hear the latest updates. What we know so far is 8 gunshot victims from Union Station are here currently getting treated. We know 2 of those victims are in critical condition, and they are also treating 4 others who did not suffer from gunshot wounds but other injuries from that rally. So any minute after the mayor's press conference, she will go on, give an update. So we are continuing to learn more, and we will provide you with that information.
And Grace, I know you were just at Children's Mercy as well. We're hearing at least 9 children being treated there as well, yes, for gunshot wounds.
9 children. Yes, 9 children. They could be minors, but still 9 children who could also be minors as well. So we don't know the exact numbers with that, but we know 9 children fall under that category. So
devastating. Grace, thank you.
Yeah.
And as soon as you have anything new or anything else to report, let us know. We'll get right back to you immediately. So just grave numbers coming out of this.
The worst of which is one confirmed dead at this point, and at least 3 of these numbers allegedly in critical condition at this point. So we, along with the mayor and the police chief and the rest of the chief's players, send our prayers to these families who are dealing with this emotional toll tonight as they await for word on how their family members are doing.
Yeah, and we keep waiting, just like you are, for the latest word. Kansas City, Missouri police were supposed to hold a briefing to update us on what happened. That was supposed to happen at 5 o'clock. It's now about 5:19 right now, so we'll continue to wait as they are gathering evidence and gathering information and talking to eyewitnesses. So many people involved today, and it doesn't, you think about the people who were right around the shooting, but then you have so many people, as we heard from the one eyewitness who was in his condo, who was up above looking down. He had a vantage point. He could hear and see what was going on. So many people reliving this moment of that gunfire. What could we have done differently? What should I have been somewhere else? Should I have run a different way? So many people now trying to process what happened during that horrible time when there was rapid fire of gunshots being fired. We don't know what type of a gun it was. Eyewitnesses say it sounded like it may have been a semi-automatic gun, but clearly there was a rapid succession of bullets being fired, as many as 15 to 20, and that kind of follows in line with how many injured that we have here, people who are in the hospital right now struggling with injuries, one confirmed dead. It's been a bloody day in Kansas City, and there's no other way to paint it.
And if you're just now tuning in and learning of this and wondering where exactly this happened, as you were looking at the stage, it would have been to the left-hand corner of the stage. And as you were mentioning there were seats set out front, in front of that rally stage. And so that's where presumably all the dignitaries would be, and that is exactly in the area where this would have happened. There are many, many eyewitnesses, no doubt. We are hearing from just a few, but no doubt literally hundreds, if not thousands, at least heard something wasn't right.
Yeah. All right, we're being told that we're very close to this news conference that's going to happen just within the next couple of minutes. So stay with us. We're going to get the very latest updates from Chief Stacey Graves about the terrible, tragic events that unfolded right outside of Union Station following, right toward the very end, just as the celebration had ended. The Chiefs players were getting ready to file off stage. People were having so much fun. The weather was perfect. The sun was shining.
I mean, it was all coming together.
People were getting ready to continue their celebration, but here we go. Here's Mayor Q and Chief Stacey Graves.
Here to give another update. Again, I'm Mayor Quentin Lucas. I'm joined by Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves, the Kansas City Fire Chief Ross Grundison. One thing that we want to note at the outset, the situation continues to have updates. Things will continue to change throughout the night. That's why we are here to give you an update right now. The chief, both chiefs, will be giving more information both on the numbers of victims, the status of victims. The Chief of Police will give more updates on the investigation. A few things to note that we talked about earlier. In terms of who was in danger, what existed, it is my view, as someone who did have to run at the sound of shooting, that there were a number of people who were, in the very least, caught up in the incident in some way. Myself, my wife, lots of families, players, chief staff, and others, their spouses, their families, a number of people who were in or near Union Station. So many people have been touched by this incident, and we recognize that. We also pray not only for the victims, including the decedent that was discussed earlier and their family, but also the victims of the shootings right now, who we hope are recovering inside our hospitals. We'll continue to give you updated information. At this point, we've talked to our federal partners. We have also talked to the Kansas City Chiefs. We will be talking to the National Football League and others. More so, just to hear that all are safe who are with those institutions, and we continue to hope that all of those who are impacted are safe. To the extent you have information about suspects or others, we do encourage you to call the police. However, if for whatever other reasons you have information about the incident, we will be looking to share that through different methods. So if you have information about the incident, suspects and others, please call the police. If you're looking for other information, we'll try to continue to give you regular updates. I'll say this final thing, and then we'll come back for questions at the end. Today was tragic for everyone who was part of it. I had the chance to talk to my wife just a moment ago, who said we became part of a statistic of too many Americans, those who have experienced or been part of or connected to a mass shooting. That is something that I hope we all recognize is highly problematic for all of us. I continue to commend our police officers, our firefighters, and others who were there to respond instantly. But we also need to figure out a way to make sure that things like this stop happening in our country. With that, I turn it over to the Chief of Police, Stacey Graves.
Thank you. I just want to echo the mayor's thoughts and his prayers, and also to acknowledge that not only the victims who were actually hit by gunfire, but there are a lot more people who are going to be forever impacted by what happened here today. You know, as people were running you know, a lot of us law enforcement who are running towards the danger also guided those who were in fear of their lives, and that's something to be said of how impactful today's event truly was. Again, we have confirmed there is one deceased person. Our gunshot wound total has went up to 22, and Chief Grundison will provide a little bit more context to that. Right now, we're still working on a total of number of victims. This is still an active investigation. I do want to comment on the question that I got earlier about a video of some fans tackling someone. We do have 3 persons detained and under investigation for today's incident. We are working to determine if one of the 3 are the one that was in that video where fans assisted police. Our investigators are working with all of the surviving victims to connect them with loved ones. We are also working to identify our deceased victim so we can notify their family as soon as possible. We are also in the process of staffing a centralized phone number. This centralized phone number will be for those who are victims, witnesses, and if anyone has video or any information about what led up to what happened here today. Again, we are continuously receiving information minute by minute, which is a part of the delay of us coming down here. But I do want to pass this on to Chief Grundison to give a little bit more context to some of the status of our victims.
Just want to say that all of KCFD's thoughts and prayers are with those families that were affected by this tragedy today. And while we were not expecting it, we were ready and prepared for an event such like this. Our KCFD units, along with our mutual aid partners that were working to assist us at this event, touched a total of 22 gunshot victims. One of those was a fatality. We had 8 what we considered immediately life-threatening patients. We had 7 with life-threatening injuries, and we had 6 that had minor injuries. Of the most serious, the immediately life-threatening injuries, we had 8 of those. Those were all transported and off the scene and route to hospitals within 10 minutes. So we felt the response was certainly adequate and appropriate, and I commend all our staff working there today, along with PD, that did an excellent job under difficult circumstances. We transported 3 different hospitals. We transported Children's Mercy, Truman Medical, and also St. Luke's on the Plaza.
Questions? Yeah, so we're getting... Who are you asking? Anyone that can answer the question. So we've heard people talk about gunshots that they've heard near the west side of Union Station, and then also gunfire and situations that happened near the fountain and the stoplight over there near the intersection. Was there 2 separate scenes? Was there one big scene? Do you know the answer to that question?
That is still an active scene. That is a large ground to cover, as you know, the size of the Union Station. I will tell you, we have located that crime scene on the west side of Union Station. As far as in the front of, that is still under investigation. We have crime scene investigators as well as the detectives. We had a lot of our assault squad detectives and our homicide detectives that were actually in uniform today working the assignment. So not only did you have uniformed presence immediately responding to the scene, rendering aid, going towards danger, but you also had detectives that were immediately on the scene that are still there and actively working.
Are you investigating any sort of connection with the earlier shooting of the day at 27th and Whitney?
We are, at this time, we don't know if that's connected, but that is something that we are looking at.
Children's Mercy says that they want parents to contact them if they don't know where their children are. Do you know that there may be, are there kids there who have a parent?
I can tell you we have detectives at all of the local hospitals that are investigating, like I said earlier, trying to connect our victims to their loved ones. Should that be the case and it's a child, someone can either contact police, or if that is what Children's Mercy is requesting, of course they can contact them as well. Right now we do not have a motive, but we are asking those who may potentially have any kind of information, a witness or video, to contact police. That's one of that, what I talked about, that phone number that we're
we're setting up that's going to be centralized for victims, witnesses, and potential video evidence.
Any age range on the person?
I do not have that yet.
Second gunshot victim who died from the family, has that developed?
I have not been able to confirm another death.
You mentioned that there were some victims taken to Children's Mercy Hospital. I understood from staff at Children's Mercy Hospital that they received, they have 9 shooting victims, and it's possible that one of them was an adult. Do you know how many children were shot, if it was 8 or 9, and when we're talking children, are we talking about little ones or 17-year-olds? Do you know, Chief?
Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old. Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old, and but we do not have that information currently on the exact ages of the patients that were transported. Yeah, I mean, Children's confirming we did transport to Children's Mercy, but we do not have the ages of those patients.
Mayor, how scared? You had over 800 officers deployed to work this parade, to work outside of Union Station, and still in a matter of moments, 22 people were shot.
I mean, that's what happens with guns. I won't get in a big debate right now. I think we're still doing an investigation, but I mean, what you saw happen was why people talk about guns a lot. We had over 800 officers there, staffed, situated all around Union Station today. We had security in any number of places, eyes on top of buildings and beyond. And there still is a risk to people. And I think that's something that all of us who are parents, who are just regular people living each day, have to decide what we wish to do about it. Parades, rallies, schools, movies, it seems like almost nothing is safe. And we had hundreds of law enforcement there working hard today. And I do want to echo what the chief said. We were running towards danger, but in a matter of seconds, someone who wants to disrupt anything, someone who wants to create any type of situation, or someone who is very simply reckless, can change not just one life or 2 lives, but almost 24. And that to me is absolutely devastating, and it makes me feel vastly more concerned as a parent just in the world today thinking about that.
Chief Graves, can you tell us more about how you were able to detain those 2 individuals?
I'll get you in just a second.
Clearly caused so much harm.
What was the question?
Can you tell us more about how you were able to detain those 2 suspects into custody?
Officers, uniformed officers were on scene. I don't have all the information of exactly what they witnessed, but there was a pursuit, apprehension, slight injuries by our officers taking someone into custody. But as far as you're directly answering your question, I don't have that information right now.
Chief Graves, you have 2 gunmen. If you were talking about weapons earlier, can you tell me how many and what type of weapons?
I don't have the exact on the weapons, but we have recovered firearms. I don't have a number for you or a caliber. We have recovered firearms, at least 1.
Okay. Chief Graves, you have 2 gunmen in custody. Do you believe there are any others still unaccounted for?
We have 3 people that we have detained, and that is what we are asking for, is if anyone has any information, is a witness or has any kind of video that may provide us if there is anybody else that was involved in this.
Does it help with your risk to the community at this point?
No, at this time, the scene has been cleared. It's being held, and when I say cleared, I say the scene has been made safe. And it's been cleared. Right now, we are in the investigative portion of that, collecting evidence, whether that be digital evidence or physical evidence. That is what we are doing right now. And we're also conducting interviews. Obviously, we have several victims that we need to have a conversation with, to ask questions, also witnesses. So there's a lot of work ahead in this. This is just the beginning stages, but we are moving as fast as we can.
Can you explain that there was like a 5 minutes between the first shots and the second?
All of that has not been determined just yet. The number of shots, the time in between them, the motive, all of that is still actively being investigated.
We don't know if there were 2 separate scenes. We don't know the answer to that at this point.
I cannot confirm that yet.
And just, did I miss this?
Last one here.
Inside or outside Union Station?
This was all outside Union Station. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Might have just been somebody who's helping. I just want to make sure I'm right with my math.
You're listening in here to the latest update we are getting from Mayor Quentin Lucas and police chief, as well as the fire captain, talking about the latest on this. Tragically, we're getting some more information here now. Not just 2, but 3 people, we understand, were taken into custody, and the victim count has gone up as well. The gunshot victims now add up to 22, with 1 dead among them, but 22 hurt in this shooting in front of the Chiefs' victory rally today.
Yeah, they also have recovered a gun. They say, Chief Graves said that they've also, the scene's not necessarily cleared, but it is cleared that it is considered to be a safe scene. They're continuing to look for bullet casings and continue to do their full-scale investigation of what you normally have to do when anytime that there's a shooting investigation that takes place. It is a long and arduous investigation that happens. Never mind that there were, thousands of people at this crime scene, so that only makes things more complicated and more tricky for investigators to look into. But clearly, the big news out of that, 2 things, that there are now 22 shooting victims, 1 dead, but that there is now a 3rd person in custody. Right before this news conference, we'd all been under the impression that there had been 2 people taken into custody. So now there is a 3rd person that's in custody. So that just more information that is coming out. We're beginning to learn more and more about this.
We're also hearing from Mayor Quentin Lucas about his thoughts on the day, but we're also hearing from University Health here. Let's listen into this.
Oh, wait, hold on. So sorry.
Okay. I'm Charlie Shields. I'm the president and CEO of University Health. Obviously, a very challenging day for the city, very traumatic, not only for the city, but also for our staff. So we are a level 1 trauma center. This is what we train for. We implemented our mass casualty protocols. We saw 8 shooting victims in the hospital as a result of that. But we also had a significant number of staff that were on the scene. We were manning the aid stations, so they were able to render aid very quickly to the patients that were injured on the scene. So Mark Steele is our Executive Chief Clinical Officer. He can answer any questions, talk about the condition of the patients that we saw and what's going on there. So Dr. Steele?
Yes, so as Charlie said, we had actually had a total of 12 patients, 8 that were gunshot victims. Otherwise, the other 4 had other sorts of problems. And 2 of the people who were shot are in critical condition. The others are all in stable condition.
I just want to make sure I heard the numbers correctly. So 8 gunshot victims or
8 gunshot victims in total who came here.
Of those 8 gunshot victims, are they over the age of 18?
I don't know their exact ages.
Can you tell us anything about them?
I mean, all I can tell you is that 6 are stable and the other 2 are in critical condition.
There's also your staff running into the hospital here, and we also saw some of your staff that were stationed here waiting to accept people that come in here. What type of protocol do you train for and then had to activate?
Yeah, now, as a level 1 trauma center, we train for this kind of thing. We obviously hope that it never happens, but we were actually very well prepared. We had enough notice that we were going to get some patients. We didn't know exactly how many. Fortunately, being during the day, we had a lot of professionals, a lot of physicians on here present, and so very quickly we discontinued starting any new surgical cases so that those surgeons and anesthesiologists would be available for any patients who had to go to the operating room. We called in some additional people early to come here to help out, additional emergency physicians, and some other surgeons came from home.
Halfway at the hospital.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
We have reports from the family that Elisa Galvan Lopez, died recently in the hospital. Are you able to confirm that?
We didn't have anyone die at the hospital here.
What are your takeaways from today? Obviously, a wonderful day here that has turned into a tragedy.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it's a big tragedy, such a big celebration, everybody having a lot of fun, and it's wrapping up and people are going to head home, and all of a sudden this happens. So, and as Charlie said, it's very traumatic. It's traumatic for anybody who was there in the area, not only our staff, but all the people who were around and saw this, and so it's really very unfortunate.
One more question. When you say critical condition, can you explain that to our viewers, give them a scope of what that means?
Well, that means they're very, very sick, and certainly we hope that they're going to survive, but when somebody's in critical condition, certainly things could turn south, but we hope that doesn't happen with these two individuals.
Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening in to updates as to injuries, and again, 1 dead, 22 wounded, 8 with life-threatening injuries. That is a high number. 3 people in custody. We continue to learn more about what happened just a matter of hours ago.
Yeah, at least 2 of the 8 taken there to University Health, formerly Truman Medical Center, are in critical condition at this hour. We're getting word that there are obviously victims going to several different local hospitals. So we're slowly hearing from each one of them as to how many patients they've taken in from this particular scene. Again, 8 there at University Health, 2 of them in critical condition. We're hearing 9 children, or at least minors, taken to Children's Mercy. We're assuming the rest of the 22 are either at St. Luke's and possibly also at KU Med.
All right, let's get an update now from Grace Smith, who's out in the field reporting. Grace?
Yeah, so we just heard word from them, and they actually said that 12 patients here were treated, 8 gunshot wounds, 4 other injuries, and 6 are stable, and the others are not. And they said that, you know, they train for stuff like this, but unfortunately this is just a very sad day. But as I said, 12 patients here, 8 gunshot victims, 4 other injuries here. And we'll keep you updated as we learn more.
Just to confirm, Grace, where are you now? What hospital are you speaking of with the 12?
University Health.
University Health. Okay, very good. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Grace. Grace reporting, obviously.
And they couldn't confirm any of the age range.
Okay.
Either.
Right.
Okay. Thanks, Grace.
Yeah, we're waiting to hear what kind of ages we're talking about here, because as all of you know at home, this victory parade was open to everyone, and there were all ages clearly in attendance there as the city welcomed in grand style.
We saw so many kids there today.
I would guess
so many.
Close to 1 million people somewhere along that parade route, and then along the rally point there at Union Station. Earlier this afternoon, parade kicked off at 11, and just before 2 o'clock, just as the rally had wrapped up and things were coming to an end, and we were actually commenting on how quickly people were leaving.
I had just said
and
that.
at that part of the stage, now we understand why they were exiting so quickly.
Wow. There's the Baltimore Ravens have commented about this on social media. This is on X. Baltimore Ravens saying, "Our hearts are with Chiefs Kingdom following the tragic events and shocking violence that occurred during today's parade in Kansas City. On a day meant for uniting people in joy and celebrating love, we send our full support to every citizen of the region and each member of the Chiefs organization who has been affected by this senseless tragedy." Again, that's a statement from the Baltimore Ravens. And I also just saw on social media that a young fan who was told to shelter inside Union Station got separated from his group, and he was crying, stunned, and the first person that came to him was head coach Andy Reid, who gave him a hug and tried to comfort him and tried to help him. But these are just some of the myriad of stories that are going to come out of this, of what people, where were you when the shooting happened, and what did you do, and what happened next?
Yeah, and what did you hear? What did you see?
Going to be so many stories that people have. People right now, probably many people just getting home right now who've had to, navigate all the traffic, or maybe they left belongings down there, maybe tried to get back. But we've seen outside of Union Station, there are so many belongings and things that people just literally dropped and ran and left behind. But so many of this, people are processing what happened today and now trying to come to terms with what happened, how they got through it, and now how they're, how they feel about it, in addition to thinking and praying for those people who are fighting for their lives now in local hospitals.
Yeah, some of them children. Unbelievable this afternoon. We are also here from Mayor Quinton Lucas and the Police Chief Stacey Graves. They both really took the time at this latest briefing to encourage any of you at home. If you were witness to it, you saw what happened, or possibly, we know many of you had your cameras up taking video of the stage at the time. If you might by chance have any video that could be important to this investigation, they were definitely asking that you contact police and help out with this investigation in that way. Be a big help in trying to piece together what exactly happened here about 2 o'clock today, as we were just wrapping up what should have been a picture-perfect day of victory, a celebratory day turned tragic very, very quickly.
And to your point about, getting video, I mean, think about it. Everybody had phones and whatnot, but I saw on TMZ, they had video of when the shots were fired. So that's exactly what Chief Graves is talking about.
Yeah, we need that.
If there are any video of when shots were being fired, get that to Kansas City, Missouri police. All right, well, we want to hear more now from eyewitnesses who were there when it happened.
I've got to give a huge shout out to the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and the FBI and all the servicemen and women that were here, rushed immediately to render aid and either apprehend the suspects. I don't know really what happened to this point, but it was a very coordinated effort. You saw, masses of police in blue, military folks in camo, all running towards the chaos. So from what I saw, the good guys were running in and all the civilians were running away. So just chaotic, but very thankful for the servicemen and women and those protecting us.
Gosh, it looks like there's still just, it's like more than 50 police officers down there. Obviously they're still looking like their situation on the other side.
Yeah. It's been weird. Because then we saw hordes of police officers running into the garage here, which led me to believe that there was likely maybe still an active shooter situation going on. I have not paid attention close enough to see police leave the parking garage, but that was definitely really weird. It was probably 10 minutes after those first 2 rounds of shots had happened, which we saw teams of those in AR rifles heading towards the parking garage west of Union Station.
Those are the kind of eyewitness accounts that so many that the police really need to hear from right now to try to piece all of this together. Let's go back now to our Neil Jones. He has been right down there as close as any of our crews were when this actually broke out. You were too close for comfort, quite frankly, Neil.
No, there's no question about it. Happened right down there. Greg Malota, our photographer, and I were heading into the intersection. The event had just ended and people were starting to leave. So we were going to go in and do some interviews with them about what had been just a magnificent day, just a beautiful day weather-wise, a beautiful day in every possible way. And then suddenly, from this video you see that Greg Malota shot at that time, suddenly, we thought it might have been firecrackers, but it turns out it was gunfire breaks out. The crowd, many of them with children, with older people, their parents. I have 3 generations of one family enjoying the day, suddenly trying to get out. People were knocked down. Children were knocked down. They got up. They tried their best to get away. We saw people on the ground, and then we knew this was not fireworks. This was gunfire. My photographer, Greg Malota, says that he witnessed 2 different people being administered CPR while they were on the ground right there. Then, moments later, maybe a minute and a half later, we see somebody wrestling with a police officer, and someone yells, "He's a suspect." I don't know if that was a police officer who yelled that, but he was not in uniform. But police officers subdued that man, ultimately took him into a place, I think maybe treated him for some superficial wounds, and then took him out on a like a golf cart. They then took the worst of the 2 victims out on a golf cart to get him out of this immediate area. And remember, while this is happening, hundreds and hundreds more people are streaming out, trying to get away. Some of them didn't know there was a shooting. They were on the other side of the stage. It happened too far away. It was a bizarre, horrible scene. People were frightened. You saw people. I did not see any children at any time separated from their parents. There were no single children running around crying or anything. It looked like everybody was able to keep their children with them and get them out safely in most cases. It was just what was a horrible end to what had been a simply glorious day here in Kansas City.
Oh, just total mayhem there. It's sad. It's frustrating. It's everything. And scary, terrifying, you name it. Neil, thank you so much for all of your reporting there this afternoon. We also want to reiterate here, too, while we had been hearing that it started out with some sort of argument between two people taken into custody, kind of made us all feel a little better that at least the problem was eliminated. We are now hearing that the police chief confirming 3 people now have been taken into custody. In what form or for what, we don't know yet. We're waiting to hear. No charges necessarily yet, but 3 people taken into custody.
Kansas City Sports Commission just issued a statement on X. I'll read it. It says, today's celebration ended in a horrific and needless act of violence. We grieve for those directly impacted as well as their family and friends. We grieve that a moment of joy for Kansas City was turned into a time of fear. Our staff and volunteers, while deeply shaken, are safe. Thank you to our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners for their swift action to secure the scene and prevent further casualties. As we continue to learn more, we remain committed to maintaining constant communication with the mayor's office and the Kansas City Police Department. So we continue to hear from several different entities, both local and nationally, for that matter. We've heard from Patrick Mahomes. We've heard from the Baltimore Ravens. We've heard from so many different people who are now saying, we're with Chiefs Kingdom. We grieve with Chiefs Kingdom. Our hearts are broken for those people who are impacted and for their families who have been impacted. It's a day that nobody saw this coming. How could you? Although police try to plan for this, but this is what people remember, what is the absolute shock that went through immediately after the parade celebration ended, and everyone was in such high spirits. The weather was perfect. Everything was great. And then this happened, and frankly, we're all stunned by it and now trying to deal with it. So
we're also, poor Kathy Nelson with the Sports Commission, just ready to take a bow for bringing yet another amazing sports victory story to this city. And this has to tarnish that celebration. That is a shame. That is a terrible shame. Waiting also to hear from more of you to explain. We know rideshare was the kind of word of the day today, with the different shuttle bus routes and everything kind of put into place, things that we've learned through successful parades in the past. We've figured out how to shuttle people in and shuttle people out. Anxious to hear from all of you at home. Let us know how that went. Were you able to use those shuttles to get back to safety as you needed? We're waiting to hear from many people to kind of put the finishing touches on what exactly transpired at Union Station today. We also have Zach and Sharon. They are joining us now. They have been there atop the National World War I Museum and Memorial earlier today, since early on this morning. They're still there on the scene now. Guys, where are you now and what are you hearing?
Well, Carolyn and Brad, we were at the top of the museum and memorial. Now we've come down to the street. We're here on the corner of Grand and Pershing, and we can still tell you that there's still a very heavy police presence in this area. In fact, this whole zone was blocked off. It took us a while to get to our location here because we just couldn't get here. There were so many areas still blocked off with law enforcement keeping people out of the crime scene area. That gives you kind of a scope of how large this crime scene is. But this is just a horrifically tragic way to end this day. It started as such a happy day. Zach and I were up at the top of the museum and memorial bringing you happy news as we covered the parade and rally from up above. And then as we wrapped for the day, all of a sudden we saw the crowd, just people running out of Union Station and the crowd scattering on the ground. And we saw police officers running inside towards Union Station, and we just heard dozens and dozens of sirens heading our way. And you know, for us, it's so hard to believe that this is where we are now, because we had spent, you know, the day covering such a happy affair, and sadly this is the result right
yeah,
now.
You know, Brad, you said it best. Nobody saw this coming. Literally, as this was happening, people were walking away. People were going up toward the memorial, away from Union Station after that great celebration. Even as we stood on top of the memorial, we didn't really know what was going on, but it was just chaotic.
Yeah, and we knew something was up because we kept looking at each other and wait, something's wrong, because the cops, there's an emergency situation going on, and then that's when we heard all those sirens and the streams of emergency vehicles headed our way.
Yeah, it's absolutely heartbreaking, and really there are no words
It's
to
hard
describe
to put
this
it into
moment right
words.
now. And you know, the in terms of the temperature around here, it's interesting to see some folks are carrying on as if nothing happened, and that could be that, you know, as this was all ending, it did seem like it ended on a high note. So some people in this area, while they know there's something going on at Union Station, they may still be in that mindset of celebration when really it has turned into such a somber event.
Yeah, and the somberness is also what we're seeing too. As we left up above the memorial to come down to this location, I can't tell you how many people were on the side of the road just holding their heads in their hands, or people just stunned and sitting in silence trying to process what happened here today, because it is just, it's so unbelievable. It's so surreal in so many ways. I think now we want to head over to Mark Paulos.
Yeah, he's at just right up the street on the corner of Main and Pershing. He's got eyes on Union Station. Mark, what's happening where you are?
Hey, Zach. Yeah, as the sun sets here in Kansas City, the scene is still very somber outside of Union Station. Now, I know earlier tonight, Police Chief Stacey Graves did say the scene out here is clear, and that is something I can't confirm. The scene is safe. I'm going to take a step out of frame so you can see what is going on here. Crews have begun to break down the stage here at Union Station, indicating the safeness of this area. Now, I would say about a half hour ago, there still was a police perimeter surrounding this building. I saw officers from KCPD, Mission Hills, as well as the ATF here to make sure that this area was secure. Now we've seen some of those police lines, those people that were out here, go back inside Union Station. We've seen crews come out and start to break down this stage as the cleanup does begin. Now, one thing I have been hearing out here is how this is an area that's definitely been used in Kansas City for celebrations. I think of the 2015 Kansas City Royals Championship Parade. I think of the other Kansas City Chiefs Championship parades that have been down here. I think about celebration at the station on Memorial Day weekend out here, a kind of a summer kickoff in Kansas City. And now people are going to have to remember that this also happened here. This is a moment, a place where we've had many, many special moments, but this is now a place in Kansas City where many people have had a horrible moment, where many people were here with their family, with their loved ones, and they will remember that they were scared for their lives. Now, another thing also is we got a lot of families that have come down here to Union Station, especially during these Chiefs and Royals playoff runs. There's a lot of stuff here for families to come and do. And again, I will say, some of the families, they're going to have to remember that this is one of the memories that they have of Kansas City, is what went down out here. But again, as you can see, this is the current scene here at Union Station as people are beginning to clean up. But as Brad mentioned earlier, the scene still remains of people just up and leaving their possessions as they were trying to get out of here as quickly as possible. I know if my photographer Kimo can see this in the middle, but right next to that white flag, there's it looks chairs, stuff in boxes. A guy was selling some t-shirts here, just up and left all of their stuff as they tried to run to safety. But right now, again, I can't confirm, as Police Chief Stacey Graves did say, this scene is clear. It is appearing safe, and the workers have started to come out and starting to break down that stage. So a little bit of a crazy day out here, but some of the normal things that we were used to seeing as breaking down the equipment that they brought here has begun, as the safety has somewhat at least resumed here in this area. But for now, reporting live, Mark Powell's KCTV5 News. We're going to toss it back to Brad and Carolyn in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Mark. We appreciate your reporting. So many people shaken by this, not to mention the players and the staff and head coach Andy Reid, who were there on stage not very far away from where the shots were being fired. We've heard a little bit from the chiefs. They issued a statement saying that everyone's fine. All their family members are fine, but you think about how everyone's processing this right now. It's utter shock, because we were all reveling in the fact that the Chiefs, this was our day as Chiefs Kingdom. This was it. And it had been such a glorious day, and then to have this happen, it just, everyone is, I keep hearing from friends and neighbors about what is happening, what is going on, and there's no easy answer as to what's going on.
We wish we had the answer to that, but all we know at this point is that there was some sort of an argument between a couple of people, and gunfire erupted. Whether that was just from the one person or from both, or possibly even a third now, we do know 3 people have been taken into custody now. But the worst number that we're hearing now is that there are a total of 22 injured by gunfire at this point, and one of those dead.
And 1 dead, and 8 with life-threatening injuries. So many people that we need to think about and hope makes it through. All right, it is now 6 o'clock, so we want to take a moment to reset and try to explain what we know about what's happened so far today.
So initially, we got reports of a shooting just as that Chiefs parade and the Chiefs pep rally was wrapping up. This was just minutes before 2 o'clock this afternoon. Here is a look at the scene right next to the stage at Union Station when shots were fired. You can see people to the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah,
see them?
right to the right, running out.
You can see them running away from that scene.
Also on the right side, too.
Mm-hmm.
Running see, now we're seeing it.
Out and away from Union Station, running across towards Crown Center there as police began to run in to stop whoever was firing a gun, and apparently rapid fire too. Many are calling this likely a semi-automatic weapon.
Yeah, you can just sense the confusion when you watch this video, and it's just, you can see those first responders apparently going right to the danger. And then in some of this earlier video, you could see people run and then stop and look around. To what Neil Jones was saying, they didn't even know where the shots were coming from. So for some people, it seemed fruitless to run because they didn't even know where to run to. Now, police tell us that they have taken 3 people so far into custody. Sadly, 1 person has died. At least 22 are hurt. They've been taken to multiple hospitals across our area, including Children's Mercy. We don't know yet. We've been asking these questions. We haven't been given any answers yet. We don't know how old these victims are. Remember, you can be as old, up to 17 years old, and they will still admit you into Children's Mercy Hospital. So at a news conference earlier today, Mayor Quinton Lucas says the city is now part of a troubling statistic.
Today was tragic for everyone who was part of it. I had the chance to talk to my wife just a moment ago, who said we became part of a statistic of too many Americans, those who have experienced or been part of or connected to a mass shooting. That is something that I hope we all recognize is highly problematic for all of us. I continue to commend our police officers, our firefighters, and others who were there to respond instantly. But we also need to figure out a way to make sure that things like this stop happening in our country.
Right, that was Mayor Quinton Lucas talking about some of the day's events and what has happened and the sheer bewilderment that everyone is experiencing, not just in Kansas City, but this is also people across the nation looking at Kansas City saying, this is such a happy time. This is, crowning your Super Bowl champions. And to hear about this, I think there's stunned amazement across the country.
Well, no doubt about it. And KCTV5's Betsy Webster is also on hand with us tonight, talking with many of those eyewitnesses who were there for this joyous occasion, initially anyway. Betsy?
Yeah, you know what, guys? I just came from the press conference up by the police station, the second of 2 today. And one thing that I noticed, 3:30 this afternoon, here we had city officials, dignitaries, the city manager, many of their staff. They're showing up. They're wearing Chiefs jerseys. They're wearing Charlie Hustle shirts, all just dressed casually, and you could tell they'd come in for a good time. And they were sweating. They looked rattled. Then when they came back out at 5 o'clock, now they're in suits. Now they are prepared. So they were rushing to get information out while they were still very much on the go. The police chief said at this latest news conference that she does not believe that there is any danger to the public remaining from this shooting incident. She referred to the scene as cleared, not cleared that they have left, because you can see that police are still here, but cleared in the sense that they've checked every nook and cranny and they believe there is no one here at this time that would present a danger. As you mentioned, they took 3 people into custody, got at least 1 firearm. They are not sharing a motive yet. This is important, they are now working to set up a dedicated centralized phone number for victims, witnesses, and any video evidence that you can submit. Lots of people out here with phones, lots of people. We are about to go to Greg now. Greg?
Our investigators are working with all of the surviving victims to connect them with loved ones. We are also working to identify our deceased victim so we can notify their family as soon as possible. We are also in the process of staffing a centralized phone number. This centralized phone number will be for those who are victims, witnesses, and if anyone has video or any information about what led up to what happened here today.
Yeah, so many people are out here with their cell phones recording video. We've seen people posting things on social media of people running, of someone who may have been a suspect being tackled. They are now asking you if you have any video that might be of use in this investigation to hold on to that. As soon as they get that centralized phone number set up, we will let you know what it is and you can get that information to them. Now, the chief and the mayor noted that there were so many people impacted, not just those shot. 22 people shot, by the way. I mean, that is just, I don't know what the words are, but there were people running in fear of their lives, and that kind of thing sticks with people. I've been in touch with several hospitals. When they gave me patient totals, it's not just those with gunshot wounds. There were other people who arrived with injuries from fleeing, at least 3 at Children's Mercy, 4 at University Health, and 3 at St. Luke's. I mean, the message that we keep hearing repeated again and again is that this is sad. Our hearts go out to those who were hurt, whose loved ones were hurt, or in this case, killed. But it's infuriating. Infuriating as well, because, we could talk about how do we stop this. There are societal things, social things, economic things, but from a police standpoint, they had 600 Kansas City, Missouri police officers here, 250 law enforcement officers from other agencies, including federal agencies, and yet still this happened. The mayor received a call from the White House. They have offered any law enforcement resources needed to investigate this. At this point, this investigation is in its very early stages, and that's what we've got for you right now.
Hey, Betsy, quick question. You've covered, you've been a reporter for KCTV5 for several years. Have you ever covered or been a part of a shooting that involved 22 victims in your time of reporting here at KCTV5?
No.
Yeah,
No.
it just struck me. I haven't.
Tornado victims, maybe. We see people killed in large numbers. I've seen people or reported on people killed in large numbers from natural disasters. In a single shooting, no. And it's one of those things that makes you very frustrated. You know, that cliche phrase of like, why can't we have nice things? So it's definitely a lot.
Well, that's why I just wanted to, you know, Carolyn's been here for several years. I've been here for several years. Betsy, you've been here for several years. It just struck me as you were talking. I don't remember of all the crime that we've reported on over the years. I can't ever remember a singular instance in which 22 people were shot. And then you think about the circumstances that we're talking about. We're not talking about midnight in some alleyway, you know, on some Saturday night after a drunken party. We're talking about a parade that was intended for families. And I think that's why so many people are having a hard time grasping with this, is the number of people shot today.
Well, right, and it's who's here, right? So here we have Chiefs players, we have dignitaries, we have families, like you said, with a lot of children here, and to think that you can't go to something like this with your children and not put your children at risk. You can't bring your child to a rally with 850 law enforcement present and be safe. I mean, it makes you, it threatens, I think, for a lot of people, your sense of what can you count on? What can you do to feel like you're safe? And I think when we talk about that extended impact, and I'm going to pause for just a moment, guys, because there's a lot of vehicular traffic right now with loud music, and it's actually a little distracting for me. I'm having trouble even thinking about what I was going to say. But, you know, so it's that sense of safety. When we talk about how many people were impacted by this, you know, we have those who were injured, we have those who were shot, we have those who were injured fleeing, we have those who were here in the moment and still have that heart palpitating fear. And then we have that bigger thing where you wonder if you're safe anywhere anymore.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I don't want to be too dramatic about it, because look, we all we go on with our lives, right? And we do the best we can, but it is frustrating because it feels so out of your control when so many precautions were taken, so many measures were taken, and yet still this happens.
Right. What more can you possibly do? Betsy, thank you so much for your reporting here tonight and your perspective as well. It is very poignant, and we couldn't agree more. Where are you safe if not here? For a victory parade in the middle, frankly, right at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, broad daylight on a beautiful sunshining day. I understand we have a tweet that was put out by Marquez Valdez Scantling. And he says a couple of different things here as I read this. He says, any chance anyone can help me get in touch with these kids or families? First off, I want to make sure they're doing okay, but would love to help them out any way I can and get them some stuff from the team to help with the recovery. He's talking about the victims who are at Children's Mercy Hospital here. So there's one of the chiefs who has been watching this unfold, first from the stage, and then, you know, as the Chiefs were ushered away safely and back to the Chiefs training facility, and I'm assuming many of the Chiefs and their players or families are now back home. And but there's MVS talking about, what can I do for the kids who are affected? What can I do? Can I send them some gear? Can I send them some stuff? So, you know, clearly so many people have been affected by this. But I do know that we also have our crew has been doing an unbelievable job of keeping us all updated. Zach Summers and Sharon Chen are out. They're still at the scene there. They've been there since, I don't know, I think 3:30 or 4 this morning. So, guys, the latest from your vantage point.
Well, as you know, we started at the top of the National World War I Museum and Memorial, and now we're here closer to Union Station. And as we're here tonight, I mean, we're seeing, you know, people still clearing out from that area from, you know, this afternoon where they were going to have a family day. And you can see some families walk by. There are no smiles, guys. There are no smiles. Everyone just kind of makes short eye contact and they keep on going. One woman who walked by, a father with a mother and father walking by with their son. The mother was wiping tears away as she walked by. I mean, this is a tragedy, a complete tragedy, just heartbreaking after a day. We've said this time and time again. This was a day for family. Kids were out of school all over Kansas City. They came here with their mother, their fathers, and, you know, family members, and they were gathered here at Union Station. And where it happened was in the thick of the crowd. It was right around the stage, and that rally it ended in such a happy, joyous moment, and then this tragedy struck. It is truly, truly just heartbreaking.
It really is. And, you know, Brad, you mentioned MVS. You know, there's been reporting online of Chiefs players when this all happened. They didn't just take cover, but they saw those little children running for their lives, and they were there to sort of console them while also trying to take shelter. It was really a chaotic scene, but we also heard of the fans who stopped at least one of the suspects that are in custody. So it was chaotic. It was scary, but there were these moments where people looked out for others, who
where
were
people
also
came together,
scared. And you know, that was just one moment. You know, 30 minutes after that initial shooting, tensions were high in this area. I mean, you had an incident near the Westin, and then just west of Union Station, you had another incident where police swarmed the parking garage. And you know, Chief Graves saying that they are still investigating the situation at the Westin, but you just had the sense of like uncertainty. You didn't know what was going on, and anytime you saw police rushing anywhere, you're thinking, oh my God, is something else about to happen?
Yeah, and where we were at the top of the museum and memorial, we had to unplug from you guys. So all we saw was the police activity. We saw snipers running across the top of the hotel and just this giant police presence start to collect. And it was, I mean, it was stunning when you saw it. It was truly stunning.
Yeah, it really was. We want to hear from an eyewitness to that initial shooting at Union Station.
And then we were just walking normal. I heard something, but I thought fireworks because it's a Chiefs parade.
Right next to us.
Yeah.
One of the ladies.
And then they went running. People were like, I want to go back up there, and they were running, and we were like, why? And they were like, there's a shooter. And then we went running down there, and we were hiding there. And then we came up here, and we were just sitting here, and then we heard more, but they said that was fireworks. We don't know, but it got really scary, and we just hid under the bridge right here for a while. But they said the people are in custody, so it was really scary, though.
Is this your first parade?
No, this is our fourth. We've been here to every single one that we've had since 2016. Yeah.
How are you feeling right now? Just
I was crazy. Like, it was so, I can't believe it happened here. You know, you hear about these things, but like here, it's Chiefs parade. We're just trying to have some fun. And that's all we hear the whole time, which made it scarier. So.
What about you?
It was, I was in disbelief because I was like, what just happened? And then they were running, and then my brother was like, we gotta go, we gotta dip. And so we started like running down the hill because these other guys were like, there's a shooter. And I was just like, right now here, like what is happening? This should not be happening. And it was just definitely very scary. Didn't know what to think. Called our mom. Her mom is very calm. She kept us very calm the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, really. Nobody ever expects this to happen. You know, I have friends around the country, and I've been bombarded with messages asking me, am I okay? And really, physically, yes, I'm okay. But emotionally, I'm a little heartbroken, you know, and my heart breaks for the person who may be a Kansas Cityan or someone visiting our city who lost their lives today, and then the other 22 people who will be scarred by this forever.
And 9 of those possibly minors too, and that is just heartbreaking that, you know, this is an event for kids and kids and teens, and you know,
and
they
families.
come here, and families, they come here to enjoy and to have this happen. I mean, it truly is that there are so many words that come to mind, and it's hard to put it into words, but really heartbreaking, tragic, horrific. I mean, this was a terrifying situation today for families who are supposed to have a fun day.
Absolutely, and Neil Jones really was in the thick of it. He's done great reporting over the last several hours. Neil, walk us through those moments earlier today.
Well, it happened so quickly. You know, anybody who's been in a car accident at high speed understands it might feel like it lasts about 20 minutes, but it happens in just a matter of moments, and that's what happened. Photographer Greg Malota and I were moving down into that intersection as the rally ended to get some interviews with some fans to celebrate what had been a glorious day. And here's some video that our photographer Greg Malota shot at that moment. We didn't know if it was gunfire. We thought it might be fireworks. I said, "Is that gunfire?" And my photographer said, "No, I think it's fireworks." It sounded like someone shooting off a string of firecrackers, you know, maybe 15 or 20 firecrackers. It happened in a matter of seconds. And then suddenly, as the crowd was running away, parents taking their children, older people making their way out the best they could, suddenly we saw people lying on the ground. That's when we knew these were not fireworks. This was a shooting. There were injured people. Greg Malota photographed at least 2 people who were on the ground and being treated by emergency workers. Police officers immediately raced in. They were all over the place as part of the parade security. They raced in. Someone said the shooter went that way, and a bunch of police officers ran off to the west down Pershing Road after somebody. I couldn't see what happened. I had no idea whether or not that was someone they arrested or not. Then we saw that they were doing serious CPR on 2 of the victims who had been shot that were laying on the ground. Moments later, someone yelled, "There's a suspect." Police officers fought a man to the ground, subdued him, ultimately took him out on a cart. I have no idea if he truly was a suspect. That's just what one person yelled. It was absolute mayhem. And when I find out that there are 22 people injured, I am stunned because there were not 22 people lying on the ground after the shooting. So obviously, maybe they were injured and didn't know they had been injured until they got away a little bit and sat down and said, "Wait a minute, I'm bleeding." Who knows? It was a shocking situation. Here's how one eyewitness described it to us.
So we were on the east side of the stage, on the outside of the barricades. Casey Moe came in force with assault rifles, told everybody to move, jump the barricades. We come, this is the 3rd year, collect Super Bowl confetti. I followed them over the barricades. Started collecting confetti. They went inside the building. Within probably 1 to 2 minutes, everyone started running out of the building and people were yelling active shooter. And so we continued to collect confetti, and probably 30 seconds after that, they told us to hit the ground. So I was crawling on the ground up against the barricades and just waiting for their instructions.
There were a number of people that walked into the area where the shooting had been, maybe a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, who had no idea there had been a shooting. There was loud music over off the stage. They didn't notice. Who thinks of something like that? And they're walking through and they're looking around like, what is going on? Because policemen are running around. And there were only 2 victims I saw on the ground. Greg, did you see more? Our photographer, Greg Malota, did you see more? We didn't see more than 2. So all of the people who were hurt were not laying on the ground at that time, but there were a couple. Our photographer was accosted by a man in the crowd. Who knows why? He tried to grab his camera. I confronted him. He shoved me to the ground. I don't think he had anything to do with the shooting. I just think he was acting out. It was a bizarre set of circumstances that happened so quickly. It's stunning. I've heard from people like other people. I've heard from former Channel 5 workers, other people in the media who've reached out to me to find out if we were all right because they knew Greg and I were in the middle of it. Guys, it happened so quickly that I'm just stunned that so many people were hurt.
Yeah, it couldn't have been a worse time, honestly. I mean, there's no good time for this, obviously.
No.
But this with so many people smashed in, shoulder to shoulder. in one small area, it's just horrifying. Neil, thank you so much for your reporting tonight. We should mention, coming up here at the bottom of the hour, we are expecting word from Children's Mercy directly as to what their patient count is and what they've seen this afternoon.
All right, we're also hearing on social media from a number of organizations. The Kansas City Royals just tweeted this out on X moments ago, saying, "Our hearts ache from the senseless violence that took place at the parade. We stand with our city and send our full support to victims, their families, and first responders. Kansas City, we love you, the Royals." And that just kind of echoes on what we're hearing from organizations and other athletes and organizations around, not just locally, but organizations around the country that are now showing their support. We heard from the Baltimore Ravens, for example, chiming in on that sentiment, saying, Kansas City, we're with you, we're thinking of you. And I thought it was interesting what Neil was talking about when he was right in the middle of that just harrowing, chaotic scene, talking about how other people were reacting, like this. Some guy was pushing our photographer, and then some guy pushed Neil down to the ground. And I think that, people don't know how to act.
Yeah. How do you respond?
When you're confronted with serious, life-threatening trauma, people act differently. Some people run, some people drop to the ground. Apparently, some people start attacking other people.
Some lash out. Sure.
But it's that traumatic situation, and the mayor even touched on that. He said, sadly, his wife reminded him, now I'm, one of the numbers, one of the statistics that has been involved in a mass shooting. And when you start to think about it in those terms, it's just so odd, because we all woke up this morning thinking, this is going to be a great day.
This is it.
This is the parades, cities wait for parades. Some cities will never experience a parade.
They won't know what this looks like.
This is the fourth parade that Kansas City has been through since 2015. And it's amazing. And so all of Kansas City collected themselves and said, this is our day. This is our day to celebrate, to feel good about ourselves, to puff our chest out and say, we're Chiefs Kingdom. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, nobody's talking about football. Right. Nobody's talking about a three-peat tonight. Nobody's talking about the Kansas City Chiefs, although we're with them in spirit, and they have been tweeting out and talking with people about how they're thinking about people. Right now, everyone in Kansas City and the surrounding areas are focused on the family of the deceased and the families and the people who are right now fighting for their lives. Sadly, so many of them kids at Children's Mercy Hospital.
Yeah, that's why we really desperately want to hear from them directly as to their condition and how they're doing tonight. You said it so well. Here we are, fighting for the world championship title and the big trophy to come or stay here in Kansas City in this case. And all of a sudden, none of that matters. And we're hearing from teams that we were, facing off against. Our direct opponents are even reaching out now to the city saying, you know what, a game is a game. A sport is a sport. We do that in good fun. It should never end in this. It never.
No.
It's senseless and sad.
And yet it did. And Kansas City is reacting, and those families of the affected are heartbroken tonight and are outside those hospitals with fingers crossed and I'm sure deep in prayer. All right, our Mark Palos continues our reporting live on the ground. So let's get out to Mark right now. Mark?
Hey, Brad. Yeah, as night begins to fall here in Kansas City, the scene remains very somber outside of Union Station. I'm going to take a step out of frame so you can see exactly what is going on here, but it does appear some of the things that were scheduled to happen here today are now happening. That is the breakdown of the championship stage where our Kansas City Chiefs, as well as Mayor Quentin Lucas and the governor of Missouri, were just hours ago, in a coronation of a team's championship here in Kansas City. Again, there are still people in this area that have not quite left, that are coming out, just taking a look at the site. Again, Union Station is a gathering place in Kansas City that we all go to. It's a place where many children go for field trips, thinking myself, coming here as a child, going to Science City, coming here as a child, seeing some of these other exhibits. And now I'd have to think that some of these schools will have to rethink about coming out to a scene like this. Now, witnesses have been telling us all day long that this is something that they were surprised to see. I'm standing in front of the Westin Crown Center, where a bunch of people who came to this parade from out of town decided to stay, as it is is so close to Union Station. We caught up with a man who visited from Iowa, and he said there are way too many people down here.
It was packed way too tight around here. They had a fence up, as you can see, and the cops did their best, security did their best, trying to keep the fence up to keep it separated, because that was only supposed to be for the Weston members. And pretty soon, it was a losing battle. They were fighting a losing battle. And pretty soon they came through and said they're going to take the fence down. You know, might want to get back because we don't know what they're going to do. I mean, they were getting a little rowdy. And I hate that for KC. I mean, this is not what we're about. And they were jumping the fence, everything, and the cops and security worked very hard. And after they said it's going to get rowdy and get Western around here, we were like, well, let's stand back. We stood back and we went inside the hotel.
No, that is a sentiment. A lot of people out here have been saying they would like to commend all the law enforcement. Everyone out here has said law enforcement responded quickly and effectively out here, and they are grateful for that. But one thing that a lot of people who are still in the area are still coming out for to look at is the scene, because it's very rare in life where you get to see a scene where almost 1 million people were literally running for their lives in fear. That's what we're seeing out here today. Right next to our camera, I don't think we can get a shot of this, but actually the crosswalk sign that says stop or go has been pulled off of the street pole. That speaks to the urgency of the situation, the craziness of the situation as people were running here earlier today. But right now, again, the scene is still cleaning up as things are a little bit, as the scene is clear and some of those scheduled things taking down the stage is beginning to occur. Again, we're still following this developing story, but for now, we're going to pass it back to Brad and Carolyn, who are in the studio.
All right, Mark, thank you. We continue to wait for an update. Was that from Children's Mercy that we're waiting to hear from?
Children's Mercies, who we're waiting to hear from. At last check, we understood 9 children, 9 minors at least, were being treated there. 4 gunshot wounds, mind you. So, we saw groups of big kids together. Neil Jones talked to several of them, all excited to see their favorite player on stage. And so, our fear is not only do we have these 9 kids who have potentially suffered gunshot wounds, but have seen friends. There's numerous friends likely around, siblings around that have seen something that they should never see in a lifetime.
Yeah, a lot of people tonight, as Mark said, it's day turning to night right now. It's 6:30 in Kansas City right now. A lot of people just trying to figure out how to deal with this.
Yeah, how do you process it?
It's just such an odd feeling, the highs and lows that we've gone through today. And I say I mean we collectively as a city to see this, because I think the person that Mark spoke to, he said, I hate this for Kansas City. And I think that's what all of Kansas City is feeling tonight.
Yeah, I said, well said when he
Okay, all right. The Children's Mercy is having its news conference right now. Let's listen in.
Can you walk us through kind of just the challenges that a mass event like this would put on the resources in the hospital?
Sure. The challenges of a situation like this, of course, you can imagine, but while we're also treating kiddos that weren't at the parade today for other situations, illness, surgery, things like that, some of that needs to be reprioritized, which we did well according to our mass casualty and incident command situation and plan. We had to pause some of the surgeries that we would have done normally if this wouldn't have occurred, and we had to mobilize resources to take care of the families and the patients that presented to our emergency department.
You said 9 of the 12 had gunshot wounds. Can you describe the injuries of the other victims?
They were incidental injuries is all I can say.
And the ages 6 through 15, those were the total patients or the ones that were shot?
The ages of the pediatric patients we treated were 6 to 15.
How were the children that you saw? What was their, disposition like after going post?
Fear. The one word I would just use to describe what we saw and how they felt when they came to us was fear.
Of the children who were shot, how many of them suffered serious and critical injuries?
All of them will recover, and I wouldn't say that any of them are critical at this point.
Had they been at any point when they arrived at the hospital in a state like that?
We quickly stabilized them, so I would say no, not in that necessary capacity.
What's it been like for your staff today, having to deal with this? Kids going to a parade, seeing their favorite player, their favorite team, and having to deal with gunfire and violence.
You know, I think that it's something that unfortunately we all have to prepare for. While I said this earlier, the staff did an amazing job, but we will have to do some wellness initiatives and recovery with our staff. This is nothing that you ever want to have happen, and you especially don't want it to happen in a situation where it is a mass casualty type of situation. You don't know how many you're going to get, what the response is going to be from trying to reunite people who might have gotten separated. And so while our staff all went into action, they have a lot of questions and need some help too. I do appreciate the outpouring of support that we've had from all of you and from the community to ask about our staff and to check in on what you can do to help us. That will be important. And I think it's important that we remember all healthcare staff in the community right now, as well as law enforcement and everybody else that responded to an extremely unfortunate circumstance today. And while they all may be trained to do it, it doesn't make it easier for them in the moment.
How long do you anticipate the children will be here? When do you think that all of the children will be able to come?
I don't know that yet.
The Chiefs players consoling some of these children. We know that they were consoling some children today. These kids?
I can't specifically speak to that and which ones that they talk to or not. Of course, our goal is to bring them and stabilize them, make sure they're getting the care they need, and I'm sure we'll hear stories after that.
All right, you guys.
Thank you guys for your time.
I will tell you that the Chiefs
Got it.
have been reaching out to us, and they've been incredibly supportive. They want to support us and the kids in the community and our staff. So thank you guys so much.
All right, you've just been listening to a news conference with Children's Mercy Hospital. So, you know, as they were discussing this, it's odd we know this was a mass casualty event, but it's still odd to hear them use those terms. A mass casualty event. 9 of the 12 of their patients are gunshot victims. Their ages range anywhere from 6 years old to 15 years old. And then someone asked her how the kids were doing, and she used the word fearful. They've been through a traumatic event and they're fearful. They've just been shot at a championship parade. So you can understand their fear and their feelings of, well, I don't know what they're feeling. I don't even want to go there. But again, most of our viewers and everyone that I'm hearing from on social media, and that's what everyone is thinking about, those kids and their families, and of course, the one person who was shot and killed in this horrific event today.
It did sound as if they had the 9 kids, minors between ages 6 and 15, who had been taken there to Children's Mercy. It sounds like there were maybe 3 additional others with more just incidental injuries.
Sure.
We have Grace Smith there on the scene. We're going to go to her in a moment. She's going to kind of narrow all of that down for us and really pinpoint the numbers as we continue to monitor each of the hospitals here in the metro. But now we want to go to Gianni Navarro. She is near the scene there on at Union Station there, and you weren't too far away actually when it happened, right, Gianni?
Yeah, Carolyn, I was just down the street when it happened. You know, it was kind of a blur. We were very confused as to what was going on. I was on Grand Boulevard covering the parade, which honestly seems like 2 separate days. This does not feel like it has been one whole day. It was happiness and joy, and now it's just tragedy and sadness, and it's just terrible. We were at the apartment, and we just saw a bunch of law enforcement driving so fast down the street, and we kind of thought for a second that does not feel normal, and then all of a sudden we started seeing them running out of their cars, and at that moment we knew something terrible must have happened. When we got to the scene, we saw people evacuating, and I was able to catch up with some families along the way, asking them what they experienced, what they heard, what they felt. I was able to talk to one family and a little boy, and it really truly broke my heart, because he said he was terrified and he was crying. And he said that he was having so much fun, and now he was scared. And just to hear that is terrible. And as an adult, it was terrifying. So I can't even imagine what it felt like for a child. But just numerous people we spoke to today, just talking about how scared they were and how mad they were that a day of happiness and joy turned into this. But I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys listen to what someone else had to say today.
We seriously have an angel. The fact that we were going down, he forgot his phone. We found his phone from a stranger, and then we were back on the way. We were not down there, but we were on the way back, and
maybe 200
then it
feet
happened.
away.
So many families affected by this today, and it just really saddens me. Like I said, it just seems like two separate days. We were having so much fun. I was reporting earlier today on the parade, watching everyone with big old smiles and cheering, and it just breaks my heart that this is how the day ended, you guys.
It's just not right. It shouldn't happen this way. It definitely shouldn't end this way for a successful season. Gianni, thank you. We were talking about the numbers and the news conference we just heard from Children's Mercy. Let's go to our Grace Smith now. She's been helping us monitor kind of each and every one of these hospitals where patients were taken. I do think there's 4 hospitals now we're trying to keep track of in the midst of this. Of course, a big concern are the kids involved.
Right.
Grace, let's go back to you now. What are you hearing now about these numbers at Children's Mercy and how they break it down?
Yeah, Carolyn, here at Children's Mercy, they just told us that they received 12 total patients, 11 children, and 9 of those children were shot. Their ages were 6 to 15 years old. However, thankfully, they do say they plan on all having a full recovery. That is some good news in this horrible news. And they do say, though, that the total word of today is fear. When the children came in, just fear for the doctors, for everyone involved. So you can just imagine those 9 children coming in with gunshot wounds, how just horrible and disheartening that was, as they mentioned here. And they do say that the chiefs have been reaching out to them, saying, if there's any way they can help, please let them know. But 9 total children were shot and taken here, but thankfully they do plan on all recovering. Back to you guys.
Grace, that's the best news we've heard in the last couple of hours. So that's as much as anybody could ask for, was that those kids are going to pull through. We hope everyone who was hurt in this wicked melee recovers. So Grace, thank you for your reporting. We also want to go straight back out, back to the scene there where Betsy Webster has been reporting all afternoon. Betsy, some good news, at least from Children's Mercy, in that they're saying that all of those kids who are being treated for their gunshot wounds, it looks like all of those kids are going to make a full recovery.
At least physically, they'll recover.
Physically, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Emotionally,
a big,
it's going to be a while.
a big few,
Yep.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, someone I just ran into down here, Scott Lemaster, he's the founder of a nonprofit called Taking It to the Streets. He started this organization about 20 years ago. They bring what looks like an ambulance, but it's actually stocked with food and water, and it's for emergency responders who are going to be stuck somewhere for a while. Now, they were here earlier today for a good reason. I'm going to chat with him for just a little bit. Scott, you weren't here because of a disaster. You were here doing what?
Yeah, we got here early this morning to feed out 1,000 first responders for breakfast, and then we did 1,000 meals for lunch today, taking care of all the support staff on the parade route, making sure they were well fed today.
And then things took a change.
Yep, and then I got a call, said come back, so here we are.
Now, we were talking about what we're seeing behind us. And guys, I just want to point out, I've been up here before when they're breaking down the stage, and things always look kind of like, a little bit ragged after a parade with trash and confetti. But it's a different vibe now. You and I were talking about how it feels being out here.
Yeah, it's almost like you're in a tornado zone, when we're in a natural disaster or something. You see all the barricades laying down where people just tried to get away, and the barricades are on the ground, knocked over, and just kind of a tragic event here.
You were describing it to me just a minute ago as surreal.
Yeah, it is pretty surreal. Usually here on an event like this where everybody's so joyful and happy, now it's just kind of like, wow, really? Kansas City, this happened here? So it's kind of a sad evening for Kansas City, but we have such a great police force. Chief Graves, she's awesome, and I know Kansas City PD is, grieving as well as most of the citizens of Kansas City over this event that happened today here.
Brad Stevens, one of our anchors, asked me earlier. I've been doing this for 24 years. He said, have you ever been anywhere with 24 shooting victims? You've been to tornadoes, all these natural disasters. What does this feel like?
Yeah, it's totally different. We're just loving and supporting our first responders because, an average first responder in a 20-year period of time sees about 800 critical incidents, such as one of these, where an average citizen will only see 1 or 2. And so you can just imagine the impact emotionally that it has on our first responders having to deal with the situation that they were faced with today.
And, just now, I think they were taking something down on the stage and it made that popping noise. Did you jump like I did?
No, I didn't jump at all. But yeah, you can hear the popping all over the place. Their bottles are breaking and stuff that are here on the street still. But yeah, it's kind of a surreal place down here.
All right. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. And thank you for the work that you do.
Oh, well, thank you. We just love supporting our first responders, and that's why we're here.
Thank you.
You bet.
His brother was a first responder with the Topeka Fire Department, died in the line of duty, and that's part of what inspired him to do this. But I'll tell you guys, I may be just a little bit less composed than Scott is. I heard that quick pop, and there was just a little something in the back of my head that just kind of jumped. Obviously, we're going to continue to hear those noises out here tonight as they're breaking down that stage and pulling things apart. And it's not even something that would normally make me hesitate. It's just in light of all that happened. But again, police department says that there is no threat out here at this time. We are still seeing some people roaming around, some of them just sort of staring over there, kind of bewildered.
Yeah, Betsy, I heard that sound too. I reacted the very same way you did, even back here. When I heard that, I jumped as well. So I feel you, and I appreciate so much you introducing us to him and the efforts they make to feed
all the work
these
that he does.
First responders that goes unsung. It's amazing and so needed. They didn't expect to need it tonight, but he's there with more help. That's just awesome.
They called him back.
Yeah, that's
all
great.
Right. Betsy, thank you. We appreciate your reporting. Stay with us. Just wanted to get out to another tweet on X. There are rivals on the field, but off the field, you know what? Maybe not so much. This is from the Las Vegas Raiders, who say, the Las Vegas Raiders' thoughts are with the Kansas City Chiefs and their fans. Following the senseless violence at today's parade, we extend our deepest condolences to all those affected by this tragedy. That was tweeted out just moments ago by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Of course, the team just now returning from Las Vegas. There,
right.
Raiders Nation is where we were for all the fun and all the excitement, everything we should have been able to fully celebrate today.
Seems like a month and a half ago now, doesn't it? I mean, it's as Betsy said, it's surreal down there at Union Station, and I think. And I'm hearing people, I know people are texting you and reaching out to you, but everyone is saying, what is happening? What is going on? What in the world?
Why?
Why? Yeah, so many unanswered questions. We want to get right back out to the reporting in the field. Our Zach Summers and Sharon Chin have been out reporting since the wee hours of the morning, and we return to Zach and Sharon now. Guys?
Hey, Brad and Carolyn, listening to the man that Betsy had interviewed, Scott, Zach and I were talking about that very thing, which is, all the coverage that we've had today, we listened to the witness accounts, we listened to the response and all those things. We've heard from other cities. We've covered it from other cities. But to hear that it's Kansas City is just so strange. And it is truly heartbreaking. You think, oh my gosh, not my city. Ever. You never want it to be your city. But, here we are in this situation. And I have to say, since we've been in this area closer to Union Station, as people walk by, don't you feel there's like a feeling of heaviness? People don't want to look you in the eye, and the ones that do don't smile. And there's people with tears in their eyes. You can see it, and ones that are wiping tears away. I mean, it's a very it's just a heartbreaking, there's no other word to explain it.
Well, partly because you don't think it will happen at home. You know, I've been in the business for for more than a decade, and I've worked in other cities. I've covered mass shootings, and they're never easy to cover, but there's something about this one. You know, I consider Kansas City home. It just feels so personal, and to have been, you know, I know we were at a distance, but we were right there. We looked right at it, and you know, as we were, our last live shot, right after that live shot, someone who I had recently met, she texted me saying, "Thankful that you're okay," but then she went on to say that it's such a scary day. My cousin was shot along with her boyfriend and child. So 3 people in one family affected by this shooting. And you know, I just met this woman and a sweet woman. And fortunately, she tells me that they're going to be okay. They're still at the hospital right now. But it just goes to show, you know, Brad mentioned it earlier about the number of people affected by this shooting. And when you think of the number, 1 dead, 22 injured. I mean, this is a small-knit community, even though we're a big city, and this is just one story and one woman who I recently met, and this is 3 people in her family. So, I mean, these are the stories we're going to hear over the next several days.
Over the next several days, and I mean, even just processing this. I mean, as we were up at the top there, when we were wondering what was going on, and we learned that it was a shooting, an actual shooting that happened. I don't know about you, but I mean, all of a sudden, my whole body just went cold because it's so hard to process that, oh my gosh, this is happening. How many times have we been at a scene where we thought it was an active shooter situation and it turned out to be a false alarm? This was reality, and now here we are. This is reality, and it is so sad because this was a joyous occasion. This was a family day. People were celebrating. We were celebrating our Chiefs with their back-to-back championship, and this is not how we wanted to end this chapter.
Yeah, let's hear from a witness to the shooting.
The whole time we've been walking from Union Station to up here, which is what, 2 or 3 blocks, like we've been trying to figure out if something was actually happening or if like it was just the crowd leaving and people, you know, rushing or whatever. It does suck, and yeah, my views on things like that are probably not going to be a lot popular with a lot of people, but I think there's a lot of idiots with guns in this state that apparently have no business having one, and it sucks that everybody else can't come out and enjoy something like this without worried about somebody popping off shots. So, you know, it'd be nice if that would change.
Yeah, and that's true. It's very sad because, like we said, this was a family occasion that people were bringing their families. The kids had the day off school. They were going to come out and enjoy and celebrate their team. And now this is not the memory that they have, but unfortunately, this is what's marred in their head. And
yeah, I was going to say, you think about it. We've done this 3 times, and every one of those times there was a little hiccup, if you will. In 2020, you had the wrong way car driver. Last year, everybody talks about how cold it was. Today, we had beautiful weather and a beautiful celebration, and now it will be remembered by this shooting.
Yeah, which is just, it's a tragedy. It truly is a tragedy. Brad and Carolyn, we'll send it back to you.
Just senseless. It's the only word that keeps coming to mind. It just is senseless. Zach, Sharon, thank you so much for your reporting all day long, literally from sun up to sundown. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned, we have so many crews who've been working really hard all day, well, throughout the night to cover the parade, and then throughout the morning covering the parade, and then since 2 o'clock, unfortunately, covering this shooting that happened. Our Mark Palos is on the ground there. Mark, what's the latest?
Yeah, Brad, we're here just a couple minutes before the top of the hour, and the scene is beginning to get a little bit more like normal. We'll take a step out of frame. As you can see, this barricade here that was right behind us has been moved a little bit further out into the street. Now, I asked police if that was because the scene is getting a little smaller. They said no, that's because they would like to have traffic flow here coming through this area. Now, a few moments ago, I actually talked to a man who was waiting here because his tent where he was waiting for the parade is still inside the inside the barricade. He was waiting because police were not allowing him to go in, and he went inside to go retrieve his possessions, including a knit Chiefs blanket that was knit by his grandmother, I believe, and he said that was stolen. So in addition to seeing obviously the injuries and the loss of life that has happened out here today, we've now seen another dark side of Kansas City. A man here with his possessions has now been looted, and part of the chaos as we're still continuing to see all the negative things that have happened here on this Valentine's Day, which is supposed to be marked by a championship parade. But again, here as we're beginning to see the street here at Main and Pershing is now open. As you just saw, there was a blue car that drove through there. So the scene here is beginning to return a little bit to normal as police are trying to open up a little bit of this area as it is very busy here in Kansas City. Now, if people are going to drive through this area, I would ask that you do so with caution. There is a lot of glass on the ground, a lot of bottles. When you've been driving over your cars, they've been popping, exploding, creating more debris, more danger here at Union Station. So if you are going to come through here with your car, please be careful. You are not going to want to get in a flat tire. Now, we've been talking to witnesses out here all day. Here's what another one had to say about what happened out here today.
I mean, today was a great day. It was an awesome day, and I'm so tired of guns, people. I'm just tired of them. I'm tired of people not having the courage to say, I don't need this. I don't need this stuff. I don't need them to protect me. We had 800 cops out here today, 800 guns, and we think that that's going to protect us from all of the guns that we put out throughout our society. It's just not going to happen. And I'm just so sad about this. And you know what? I'm just glad to hear I guess all the team is okay and stuff, and it's so sad to hear of the people that have been directly affected by this, and families. And this affects so many people. When's it going to stop? I'm just like, when's it going to stop?
Certainly a very sad day here in Kansas City as the scene continues to develop. We still have some families that are out here trying to survey the scene as it is, a very beloved location here in Kansas City with a very different look here tonight, Carolyn.
Oh, that is for sure. Mark, I know the plan obviously was to open all of those roads back up by, 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Can you explain once again, like what roads are still blocked off and what they are opening back up?
So I've been down in this area since about maybe 3:30, 4 p.m. We were trying to go to about 27th and McGee, but we were really impeded by traffic at that point. So we actually parked maybe about 32nd in McGee, 32nd in Gillum, and walked all the way here. Now, as for the road closures, this road behind me was closed until literally about 3 minutes ago. So this is the first road opening that we have seen since we've been out here. Now, on the other side at Pershing and Kessler, on the other way, it does look like that area is still closed off. Now, we have seen some people that lived actually in this building. They previously were not able to traverse the area from Main over to Kessler, but that area has been opened up a little bit as police have moved some of their lines so that some of those folks can get back into their homes. But right here, this roadway where we see this car going right now, this is the very first time that this road has been open all evening since I've been out here. So obviously today, nothing about today has been normal, but they are trying to get this area back open and in use for the public at large.
All right. Obviously not recommended, I'm sure, to go through there. There seems to be a lot of debris, as you mentioned there, Mark. But I just wanted to know, for those who do live around that area, it is good to know tonight. Mark, thank you.
Yeah, and what Mark said was so poignant. Nothing about today is normal. There's just absolutely nothing normal about this day. We've been at this now. It's 7 o'clock. It was 5 hours ago that the shooting happened, right just a minute or two before 2 o'clock. And the word that I keep hearing a lot of people use is surreal. It doesn't seem real, even though it's all too real, and it's painfully real as we continue to find out more about these young victims. The one, sadly, the one victim who's dead, who died, how that changes that person's family forever. These kids are going to grow up who were shot and will always have a painful memory of this day that started out with such joy and triumph and surreal. They're just, I don't know, I keep listening and trying to find words that don't make any sense to this, because none of this makes sense, but it's just such a strange day from such from one high to such another low. I don't know that I've ever experienced anything like this.
Dramatic emotional swings, for sure, absolutely. And you think about, what we were just coming off of course, celebrating in such grand style. We are just now getting a tweet in from the NFL. They have released a statement via Twitter, via X, saying, "We are deeply saddened by the senseless shooting that occurred today near the end of the rally in Kansas City for the Chiefs. Our thoughts are with the victims and everyone affected. We are grateful for the quick and thorough response of law enforcement and emergency personnel." That is one sentiment that has been repeated again and again and again. The only silver lining is that we did have so much law enforcement on hand in the area, ready to tackle the situation if it happened. Sadly, it did happen, and they were able to jump into action just as quickly as we could ever ask them to.
Yeah, and that's what will come out in the days and weeks as we learn more about this investigation, is just exactly what happened as that melee was happening, as all those shots were being fired, and as bodies were dropping. It'll be really interesting to find out exactly what those first responders did. Who knows? There may have been some heroic actions that saved the lives of countless others. We don't know, but those are the questions that we'll continue to ask, and our reporters will continue to dig into figuring out exactly what happened here. The why may be immaterial. The fact of the matter is it did happen. There's been a horribly senseless tragedy that happened on our doorstep, on our moment to shine, on our moment when we were saying to the world, look at us.
Yeah, truly under the global
Kansas City.
spotlight.
We have reached the pinnacle of football success, and we can't wait to share it with you all. And it has been truly an incredible day that we have witnessed, and now all we can do, like the rest of you all watching tonight, all we can do is, once we go off the air, say a prayer for those involved and for all those families who are wondering and waiting about the health of those who have been hurt.
It is something that we here at KCTV5 will continue to monitor for the next several hours. You can stay with us online. We're going to leave you here at 7 o'clock, but stay with us online in every way, and we will be back tonight at 10 with the very latest on the conditions of these poor victims here today.